The rising sun was like a shy child, quietly climbing up the treetops. It carefully peeked out its crescent-shaped head, hesitating among the leaves and branches as if unsure whether to come out. After a while, it seemed to gather its courage and suddenly leapt from behind the distant hills, showing half of its bright golden face. As the sun slowly rose over Mount Truss, its light poured down the slopes like a playful child running downhill, spreading across the lush forests, the blooming orchards, and the fields of flowers swaying in the breeze. The gentle sunlight climbed lazily up the gray city walls, greeting the people of Aledo's city, just as it did every morning. In front of the always open city gates, long lines of caravans waited to enter. Though dawn had only just broken, the line already stretched far back, with more travelers joining constantly. The gates of Aledo's were unique. There were two, one large and one small. The smaller gate was wide enough for a single four-wheeled carriage, while the larger one could fit four side by side. The large gate was open to everyone at all times, while the smaller one was reserved for city residents. Because of this, it was common to see one gate crowded with people while the other remained almost empty. As soon as one entered the city, a rich aroma of tea filled the air, leaving a deep impression on every newcomer. Following the scent, visitors would find the famous morning tea culture of Aledo's. A long row of tea houses lined the wide eastern street, more than a dozen in total. Most were nearly full, and some were so crowded that there was hardly any space left to stand. The people gathered there were mostly local residents who had just finished their early morning work and were waiting for the next time to go out again. Morning tea in Aledo's was served in 3 rounds, taking nearly 2 magic hours in total. The first tea was rich and mellow, brewed with a mix of local herbs and flowers. It tasted slightly bitter at first, but left a sweet aftertaste. Don't underestimate this tea. It refreshed the mind, cleansed the body, and warmed the stomach. It was the favorite of the city's residents, who often came for a cup after their morning work to lift their spirits for the day ahead. The Daisy family's tea house was at its busiest during the morning rush. Though the shop was small, it was always full of customers. All 4 family members had to help, each holding a large clay teapot, moving from table to table, pouring cup after cup, busy as spinning tops. After finally settling more than 100 guests, Daisy asked her husband and daughter to prepare the next round of snacks in the kitchen, while she and her son served tea and chatted with the customers. The tea house had been open for nearly 10 years. Most of the visitors were regulars who knew each other well, so their conversations were open and relaxed. The air filled with the scent of tea, and the place grew lively. People chatted about everything from world news to neighborhood gossip. Just then, the clear sound of small copper bells rang out, growing louder as it came closer, drawing everyone's attention. Many craned their necks toward the city gate, where a light 4-wheeled carriage was slowing down as it passed through. Because of the bell's warning, the townsfolk quickly moved aside. The carriage stood about 3 meters tall, its wooden body decorated with pale golden lines forming abstract floral patterns over reddish wood grain. The polished surface gave it a quiet, elegant look. "It's the Bernard family," someone with sharp eyes and a quick tongue announced. The words spread through the crowd like ripples in water, and curious onlookers peeked out from doors and windows. As one of the town's only 2 noble families, the Bernards were always a favorite topic of gossip. By now, the carriage had passed through the busy gate and was speeding up along the main road. As it drew closer, many recognized the coachman holding the reins. Some friendly voices called out, "Hey, old Hal, you're finally back." The elderly coachman grinned, but didn't reply. He simply waved and cracked his whip a few times in greeting. The carriage soon rolled past Tea House Street. With nothing more to see, people drifted back inside, though their curiosity about the Bernard family remained as lively as ever. "Old Hal's been away for quite a while," someone said. "If he'd stayed gone any longer, he would have missed the blooming season in their flower fields." "Missing the flower season is nothing. Old Hal's reward from this trip is enough to cover several harvests," said a voice with a strange tone, carrying a hint of jealousy. "Ha, you're just envious. Not everyone has his skill. The Carvalho Mountain Road isn't for ordinary drivers. There are only a few who haven't overturned their carts in recent years. Poor Miss Catherine, she has to suffer through that road every year. The bumps on Carvalho Mountain Road are enough to shake anyone to exhaustion, said another, clearly someone who had experienced the rough ride, shaking his head with sympathy. Oh, come on. To receive guidance from Master Angelo, enduring that road once a year, or even 10 times, would be worth it. This remark drew nods and smiles all around. Some raised their cups in agreement. Still, Miss Catherine is quite lucky. If Miss Lucine's magic talent weren't so poor, this opportunity would never have gone to the second daughter. The words brought an instant silence. The lively atmosphere froze for a moment, and even the speaker realized they had spoken too bluntly. Well, that's not quite fair. Miss Catherine's magical talent is said to be one of a kind in 100 years, and the master has been very dedicated in teaching her, someone quickly added, trying to ease the tension. Though the words weren't particularly clever, they gave everyone a new topic to follow. The master truly deserves his title. His lessons are always unique. The year before last, the task was to make 10 flame dolls. Last year, it was to light 500 sky lanterns. I wonder what special task he'll set this year. Yes, I heard that during last year's harvest festival, the area around the Bernard estate was surrounded by lanterns. It was beautiful. While many tried to steer the conversation elsewhere, others couldn't help whispering about the family's secrets. Even though it's not quite right for Miss Catherine, the second daughter, to enjoy the privileges of the first, it's true that Miss Lucine isn't very capable. Yes, I heard she lacks both magical and martial talent. No wonder Baron and Lady Elsa don't favor her. Come to think of it, Miss Lucine doesn't seem much like a Bernard at all, if not for the violet birthmark she bears. The voice trailed off, leaving the rest unsaid but full of hidden meaning. They're right. She doesn't even look like Baron or Lady Elsa. Lucy listened quietly from the side, realizing their gossip was getting more and more ridiculous. She frowned slightly, carried her teacup forward, and while refilling their cups, said casually, "What are you all talking about?" Miss Lucine actually looks very much like Lady Donna. Those beautiful golden eyes of hers. I've never seen another person with eyes like that. Really? Miss Lucine rarely goes out, and I've never heard anyone say she looks like Lady Donna. Clearly, this topic was far more interesting than the others, and soon most of the tea drinkers turned their attention to it. Not just the eyes. Her whole face looks like Lady Donna's, Lucy said with a sigh. Every time I see Miss Lucine, I can't help but think of Lady Donna. I've never met another lady as kind and graceful as she was. Her words drew many nods and murmurs of agreement. Yes, if it weren't for Lady Donna, my son wouldn't be alive today. She helped so many people. Honestly, there are hardly any families in this city who haven't received her kindness. For hundreds of years, no lady from the Bernard or Morris families has ever been as noble, kind, wise, and capable as Lady Donna. Even the high priest and His Majesty once praised her as the perfect example of a noble woman. While the tea drinkers chatted eagerly, elsewhere Catherine's carriage trotted through most of Alito's and finally returned to the Bernard estate. The head butler, Bevis, stood waiting at the gate with a group of servants. As soon as the carriage stopped, a well-trained footman placed a step at the door, and Bevis himself opened it. Inside the carriage, 8-year-old Catherine rubbed her eyes and yawned, clearly just woken up. Though still a child, her delicate features already hinted at great beauty. Her small nose, rosy lips, and oval face were lovely, but her most striking feature was her pair of violet eyes, half hidden under long lashes. Still sleepy, her gaze was soft and hazy, like morning mist in a quiet forest. "Good day, miss," Bevis greeted gently. Once Catherine was fully awake, he added, "The master and lady are in the main tea room. I'm sure they'll be delighted to know you've returned early." "Thank you, Bevis." Catherine jumped off the carriage seat in a lively, unladylike way. After cheerfully thanking Bevis, she skipped all the way down from the carriage, dashed through the gate, and ran straight toward the main tea room where her parents were. Inside the main hall of the Bernard family, the cold marble floor was covered with fine alpaca wool carpets. Because the wool was soft and dense, her running and jumping made almost no sound. Carrying her special apprentice robe, Catherine ran along the corridor, startling many servants, who quickly stepped aside. From the gate to the tea room, every door opened for her, and she rushed in without any obstacles, throwing herself into her mother's arms. Catherine hugged Elsa tightly, happily kissing her mother's cheek. "Mother, mother, my teacher praised me today." Elsa had already heard that her daughter was back, so she wasn't surprised by the sudden hug. She held the adorable girl close, gently tapped Catherine's forehead with a slender finger, and said with a half-smile, "You little monkey, you really have no manners. Be careful or people will laugh at you." Catherine snuggled closer and rubbed her head against her mother. "Kate missed you so much, mother." "Does little Kate only miss her mother and not her father?" Baron said with a mock-serious face, pretending to be jealous, though his deep violet eyes, so much like Catherine's, were full of laughter. Catherine clearly knew her father's temperament well. Without any fear, she slipped out of Elsa's arms and jumped toward Baron. She gave him 2 quick kisses on the cheeks and said playfully, "Father loves Kate so much. Of course Kate missed you too." Baron laughed heartily, his face full of joy as he hugged his precious daughter. "All right, you two should stop being so affectionate for now," Elsa said with a smile. "Kate, you just said your teacher praised you. What happened?" She signaled the maid to prepare a seat, bring some snacks, and pour tea. Catherine, however, didn't seem interested in moving. She stayed close to Baron, sitting on the edge of the sofa. Taking the cup of sweet milk tea Elsa handed her, she sniffed the pleasant aroma and said cheerfully, "Teacher said I've been improving very quickly." That was good news. Elsa put down her own teacup and asked carefully, "Really? Master and Cairo rarely praises his students." "Of course it's true." Feeling doubted, Catherine puffed up her cheeks and straightened her small chest proudly, looking both proud and a little wronged. "I'm the only one who got praise this year. Our little Kate is amazing." Baron happily ruffled Catherine's hair with his large hand and exchanged a pleasantly surprised look with his wife. 2 years ago, they had sent their second daughter, Catherine, to study magic under Master Ankiliuo, breaking the promise that Baron's late mother, Donna, had made with the master to send the eldest granddaughter instead. This had greatly displeased Master Ankiliuo, and if not for Donna's memory, Catherine might have been sent back in the first year. Because of that, the master had shown little warmth toward their family. But now, Catherine had actually received his praise, which meant his resentment might be easing. That was truly good news. Thinking of this, Baron lifted his daughter and kissed her on the cheek with a smile. "All right, sweetheart, you've brought us good news. What reward would you like?" Catherine's eyes curved with joy as she bounced on Baron's knee. "I want to go to Nobin City to buy magic crystals." "All right, I'll take you tomorrow," Baron said generously, kissing her again. In the main tea room, everyone was enjoying the cheerful atmosphere when a gentle but firm knock sounded at the door. Elsa signaled the maid to open it. Standing outside was a woman of about 30, with brown hair and eyes, dressed neatly in a black gown. Her face was calm and graceful. She curtsied politely and said, "Good day, sir, madam, Miss Catherine." Then she turned to Elsa and added, "Madam, Miss Lucine has finished her morning lessons." "Good. Please ask her to come here and tell Amelia to check Lucine's clothes and daily items." The woman bowed again and left, closing the door behind her. Soon, she returned, this time with a girl of about 10. The girl wore a sky-blue dress, and her long silver-gray hair was held back at the front by 2 small rings, the rest flowing freely down her back. Her light golden eyes, half hidden under long lashes, seemed almost transparent in the sunlight. Her features were a bit flat, not as delicate as Catherine's, and her young face carried a serious expression. Compared to Catherine's lively smile, she seemed much less spirited. The girl entered the main tea room as the woman in black finished her bow. She curtsied gracefully to Baron and Elsa and greeted them, "Good day, father, mother." After a short pause, she added, "Kate, welcome back." Catherine jumped down from her father's side and ran to the girl, grabbing both her hands excitedly. Sister, my teacher praised me today." Her delicate face tilted upward, full of eager expectation, like a little pet waiting for a treat. Lucine couldn't help but smile. The seriousness on her face softened as she freed one hand and gently patted Catherine's head, as if soothing a small animal. "Our little Kate is so talented," she said warmly. "It's only natural that Master and Cairo praised you." Satisfied, Catherine pulled Lucine toward the seat prepared for her, and the two sisters squeezed together, sitting side by side. Elsa sipped her fragrant tea as she watched them. When both girls were seated, she set down her cup and said, "Lucine, your teacher told me a few days ago that you've completed all your lessons. Is that true?" "Yes, Mother." The smile she had for Catherine faded, and Lucine's expression returned to its usual calm and mature look. "In 4 months, it will be the entrance week for Alberta Academy," Elsa continued. "Your father and I have discussed it, and we've decided to send you to Sarant City. It's a bit far, but it's the best academy for young ladies on the entire Ansbach continent." She paused briefly, and when Lucine showed no reaction, she exchanged a quick glance with Baron before adding, "We hope you can grow into a true lady there." Before Lucine could respond, Catherine spoke up first. "Mother, where is Sarant City? Is it fun there?" Elsa smiled fondly at her younger daughter. "Sarant City is in the Kingdom of Batria, about 20 days' journey from home. It's the second largest city in Batria and its main trade center. There are many new and interesting things to see there." At the mention of fun, Catherine's eyes lit up. She grabbed Lucine's hand and shook it eagerly. "I want to go with sister too." "Don't be silly," Elsa said gently but firmly. "You still need to study magic with Master in Cairo. You can't go to Sarant." No, I want to go. Catherine twisted in her seat, acting spoiled. "You're not allowed to go, and that's final," Elsa said sternly. "Wah." Startled by her mother's tone, Catherine burst into tears and squirmed even harder. I want to go. While Lucine was trying to calm her down, Catherine suddenly disappeared from sight. When she looked up, Baron had already scooped Catherine into his arms and tossed her gently into the air a few times. The new game quickly distracted her from crying. "How did our little princess turn into a tiny kitten?" he said with a smile. "Come on, let's go ride the big horse, shall we?" Still holding her, he walked out of the main tea room. Once her husband had taken care of their younger daughter, Elsa turned to her elder one. "Lucy, the reason you were accepted into Alberta Academy is because of your great-uncle, Duke Cedric's recommendation. You must not bring shame to the Bernard family." "Lucy understands, Mother. Please don't worry. Also, since the Bernard and Morris families don't have an estate in Sarant City, you'll be staying at the Duke's manor for quite some time. No matter what happens, you must not upset the Duke. Do you understand?" Elsa reminded her seriously. "Yes, Mother." Lucy will remember. Seeing her daughter's calm and serious expression, Elsa sighed inwardly, but kept her face composed. "Very well. Next month, you'll go to Sarant first to get familiar with the surroundings. There are many books in the study about Alberta Academy and Sarant City. You can ask your tutor for help or read them yourself. In the meantime, make a list of what you'll need to bring. If you need anything, tell Frida directly." "Thank you for your concern, Mother." "Lucy understands." Lucine's calm expression made her seem far older than her 10 years. Mother and daughter continued their morning tea, chatting quietly about family matters. Though it wasn't as lively as when Catherine was around, the atmosphere was still warm and peaceful. When tea was over, Lucine followed the proper etiquette and left the main tea room. Elsa then slowly made her way to the main hall. It was time for her to hear the steward's reports on the season's harvest. The main tea room was on the east side of the manor's main building. Looking out through the floor-to-ceiling windows along the outer corridor, one could see the small racetrack within the estate. From the third-floor corridor, the entire track was clearly visible below. At that moment, Baron and Catherine, both already dressed in riding clothes, were sharing a chestnut horse. Under Baron's steady control, the horse trotted smoothly in circles, while Catherine, safely held in his arms, clapped her hands and laughed with delight. Lucine rested one hand on the window, gently tracing the decorative patterns on the glass. Her eyes were hazy as she gazed toward the racetrack, as if lost in thought, her expression distant and tinged with sadness. Amelia stood slightly behind her to the left, watching her young mistress with both worry and affection. Just as she was wondering how to distract Lucine, the girl came back to herself and turned her head, catching sight of Amelia's gentle yet concerned face. "All right, I'm fine. You don't have to worry so much," Lucine said softly. Her low, calm voice was unusually smooth and tender for someone her age, like the touch of velvet. Having calmed her thoughts, Lucine made her way toward the Bernard family's vast library. As a family descended from divine blood with a 1,000-year history, the Bernards' influence had faded, but their accumulated wealth remained impressive, proving the old saying true: even a thin camel is bigger than a horse. Among their many treasures, their collection of books was especially valued as a symbol of both refinement and noble heritage. Though Baron's branch of the family was a lesser one, their cultural wealth was still remarkable. 3 entire rooms were filled with bookshelves reaching up to the ceiling. Because of the large number of rare volumes, the ancestors had decreed that anyone borrowing a book must register it first. With the help of the librarian, Lucine found several books about the Kingdom of Bartlia, the city of Sarent, and Alberta Academy. After flipping through them briefly, she noticed something odd. "Claire, why are all these editions from 20 years ago? Aren't there any newer ones?" Claire, whom the servants jokingly called the walking library, replied without hesitation, "No, these are the most detailed and up-to-date versions we have." Lucine then asked, "Do we have any information about my great-uncle, His Grace Duke Cedric?" Krell did not answer this question as quickly as the last one. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "There should be only a few records about His Grace, Grand Duke Cedric, in the family genealogy. When Lord Andy was alive, he forbade anyone in the family from mentioning the Grand Duke, so naturally, there are no books about him in the library." Lucine was surprised. Could it be that her grandfather, who passed away young, and her great-uncle, now holding a high position, had some complicated history between them? The thought flashed through her mind, but she quickly turned her attention back to the matter at hand. "Then, if I want the most reliable and up-to-date information about Alberta Academy, Sarent City, the Kingdom of Batria, and Grand Duke Cedric, what should I do?" This time, Krell answered readily. "Miss, you can ask the young master to borrow the materials for you. Master Bert studies at St. Baserum Academy, which has the richest library resources on the Ansbach continent. It is famous for its wide variety of books, rare collections, and constantly updated information." His tone was full of admiration and longing. As Krell grew increasingly enthusiastic, talking endlessly about the Academy's library, Lucine handed the books she had just taken to Amelia. Taking advantage of Krell's distraction, the two quietly left the study. Once outside, Lucine instructed, "Amelia, when my brother returns next time, please remind me." "Yes, miss," Amelia replied softly, bowing her head. Bert St. Laurent Bernard, the eldest grandson of Andy St. Laurent Bernard and the eldest son of Baron Laurent Bernard, was 15 years old and a student at St. Baserum Academy. Bert was a typical member of the Bernard family. Black hair, violet eyes, thin lips, and a sharply defined face that carried the family's distinctive features. Along with the family's good looks, he also inherited their talent for martial arts. By the age of 5, he could already swing a wooden sword with skill, performing the family's basic sword techniques smoothly and precisely. His talent amazed everyone. Through his own effort and the family's support, Bert was admitted to the continent's top knight academy, St. Baserum, where students received a half-month break every 3 months. Each time Bert returned home, it was considered an important event for the entire family. Ever since the day Elsa received news of Bert's return, she would have the servants wash and air out all of Bert's favorite clothes, bedding, and other belongings. She would personally plan the menu and have the kitchen prepare all the food and drinks Bert might enjoy well in advance. However, none of this seemed to concern Lucine. While Elsa was filled with joy upon learning the exact time of Bert's return, Lucine was busy studying the complex course system of Alberta Academy. When the whole household was preparing for Bert's arrival, Lucine was leaning over the most detailed map she could find, carefully examining every stretch of land from Alitos to Sarent City. When Amelia entered Lucine's room, she saw her young lady sprawled ungracefully across a map that covered most of the floor, crawling here and there while muttering to herself. Although Amelia had seen her like this many times in recent days, she still cried out in surprise, rushed forward, and lifted Lucine off the map. "Miss, not again. I told you, the map is dirty." Amelia carried Lucine straight to the bathroom, firmly set her down by the tub, turned on the water, and began filling it. As she helped Lucine get ready for a bath, she kept talking, "Miss, this is really not ladylike. If Aunt Frida saw you, she would definitely complain again." After checking the water level and temperature, Amelia turned off the tap and added a few drops of essential oil. A gentle fragrance quickly filled the room. She helped Lucine into the bath, still talking softly. "Even if you don't care about Aunt Frida's lectures, she'll surely tell Lady Elsa, and then you'll be scolded and punished. It's really not worth it. You can study your maps, but please, at least try to act like a lady." Lucine, long used to Amelia's gentle nagging, let the soft voice, the warm water, the soothing scent, and the relaxing massage wash over her. Her eyelids grew heavier, her thoughts faded, and before she knew it, she had fallen asleep. When Amelia finally stopped talking and finished washing, she realized Lucine had already drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep. Although Amelia had expected this outcome, she still couldn't help but pinch Lucine's cheek in frustration. Only after helping Lucine, now dressed in her nightclothes, settle into bed did Amelia remember why she had come in the first place, to tell Lucine that Bert would be home soon. "You troublesome lady, you made me forget again," Amelia muttered softly as she tucked in the blanket and adjusted the bed curtains. Aritos was a city that woke early, especially during the harvest season. Most of its residents needed to pick the first batch of blossoms before sunrise, so the city usually came alive 2 or 3 magical hours before dawn, beginning a full day of work. This habit had become a natural custom of the city. Even those who didn't work in the fields were used to starting their day before sunrise. Lucine was no exception. Her body clock woke her naturally before dawn. She quietly slipped out from under the covers, put on her morning robe, and walked to the tall window covered by pale golden curtains. Lifting a corner, she looked outside. In the near distance, the dark mountains and forests showed only faint outlines. The occasional flicker of light among the trees came from patrolling rangers. Looking farther, the line between the mountains and the sky glowed faintly white, and the sky beyond the peaks was already tinged with red. A few white clouds drifted across the deep blue sky, appearing slightly gray in the dim light. Lucine pulled her robe tighter and wrapped her arms around herself, feeling the chill of the morning. Every time she looked out like this, she would have the same illusion that the mountains and forests before her were fading away, replaced by more and more lights. She could almost hear the distant sounds of carriages, voices, and music. Tall buildings, straight roads, bright lights, and streams of people and carriages seemed to appear before her eyes. For a moment, she felt as if she had returned to that world she once knew so well, the one she had longed to escape from, yet missed deeply after leaving. She stood by the window for quite a while before coming back to herself. By then, the sun had already risen halfway above the mountains, glowing red and bright. Clearly, she had been lost in thought for some time. Lucine returned to her bed and pulled the small golden bell hanging by the headboard, summoning Amelia, who had been waiting in the next room. As soon as Amelia entered the room, she brought Lucine the news she had been waiting for. "Miss, young Master Bert returned last night. Since it was already close to midnight, Madam instructed us not to disturb you or Miss Catherine." Hearing this, Lucine smiled. It was truly delightful to start the morning with such good news. In a cheerful mood, she took a bath, dressed, and had breakfast. After finishing her meal, she walked toward the training ground in the manor. Knowing Bert's dedication to his practice, she was certain that even if he had gone to bed late, he would still begin his morning training before sunrise, a habit he had kept for 10 years without fail. The Bernard family carried the bloodline of the huntress goddess, and many skilled warriors had been born into the family. Because of this, martial training had always been highly valued. The training ground, essential for practice and sparring, was the most well-equipped and costly building on the estate. In fact, only the training ground and Baron's main study were protected by magical defenses, showing just how important the place was. As soon as Lucine entered, she saw Bert practicing swordsmanship in one corner. He had clearly been training for a long time. His short black hair was soaked with sweat, clinging to his face. Drops of sweat slid down his handsome features, tracing along his neck and disappearing into his training clothes. From where Lucine stood, she could see that the back of his outfit was completely wet, clinging to his body and outlining the smooth lines of his back. Each movement of his sword made the muscles along his spine shift with strength and precision. Bert's training was simple and repetitive. He was practicing a single move, the downward strike. His long, well-shaped hands gripped a large sword, its blade nearly half his height. The double-edged weapon was plain and unadorned, its surface marked with countless scars, cuts, dents, and small cracks, proof that it had seen real battles. Such repetitive training could easily become dull, even for those watching. Yet Bert performed every motion with complete focus. Each strike came down with unstoppable force, then halted sharply at the peak of its power. From stillness to motion and back again, his movements carried both strength and grace. Lucine found herself unable to look away. Perhaps his practice had reached its goal, for Bert sheathed his sword and took the towel handed to him by his attendant to wipe away the sweat. Taking the chance, Lucine walked over. "Good day, brother." "Good day, Lucy," Bert replied, his deep voice carrying the roughness of adolescence. "Mother said you'll soon be studying at Alberta Academy. Is that right?" "Yes, brother. That's why I need your help," Lucine said carefully. "Because of grandfather, our family has no records about our great-uncle, Duke Cedric. I'd like to learn more about him so I can get along with him better in the future." Bert immediately understood her request. It was an easy favor for him, so he agreed without hesitation. "I see. I'll have Primo send the materials to you next month." "Thank you, brother." Lucine bowed slightly. As she straightened up, she felt a hand rest on her forehead. It was Bert. Bert gently patted her head, a little displeased by her formality. "I'm your brother," he reminded her. Lucine froze for a moment, then smiled softly. She nodded to show she understood his care. Bert didn't stay home for the full week as planned. Being in the best period of his studies, he never wasted time that could be used to improve himself. After spending 3 days with his family, he hurried back to St. Basileum Academy. Half a month later, when the steward of the Bernard family in St. Basileum returned to Alito's to report the accounts, he also brought the materials Bert had prepared for Lucine. The documents filled an entire chest, not only about Duke Cedric Orant Bernard Turno, but also about Alberta Academy, the city of Sarant and their history, geography, and customs. There was even a copy of Sarant's most popular weekly magazine. Most impressive of all was a complete map of the Ansbach continent, far more detailed than the one Lucine had before. The thoroughness of the collection made her deeply feel her brother's thoughtfulness. Reading is something that easily makes people lose themselves in it. Ever since Bert's large box of documents arrived at the Bernard Manor, Lucine had become completely fascinated by them. Apart from her daily routines, she spent all her time and energy reading, so much that she didn't even notice Amelia and the others occasionally packing their luggage. Before Lucine could finish reading everything, one day Amelia reminded her that it was time to leave. Without much mental preparation, Lucine was packed up and sent off. Baron and Elsa seemed long used to seeing their children off. On the morning of Lucine's departure, the couple appeared calm, as if she were only going out for a short trip instead of leaving for a year. Because of their calmness, Lucine couldn't feel much sadness either. After kissing her parents goodbye, she got into the carriage, listening to Elsa instructing the coachman and Baron speaking to the guards. Her thoughts drifted. Suddenly, the carriage jolted and then began to move slowly. Through the lifted curtain, she saw the scenery outside shifting as the carriage rolled forward. Her parents grew smaller in the distance, the manor's main building fading from view. Only then did Lucine realize she wouldn't return for another year. She rushed to the door, leaned out of the window in an unladylike way, and looked back. The carriage wasn't moving fast, so she could still see her parents standing before the main building. Perhaps noticing her gaze, Elsa raised her right hand and waved gently in farewell. Lucine didn't respond. She just kept watching until the carriage left the manor, still looking back. The city of Alitos and the city of Sarant belonged to the Duchy of Loretta and the Kingdom of Batria, separated by thousands of miles with no shared border. Because of this, Lucine's journey to school was far more complicated than Catherine's or Bert's. Her travel party was also unusual, led by Bevis, accompanied by Amelia and 4 other servants, and guarded by 20 fully armed soldiers. But none of this concerned Lucine. She only needed to stay quietly in the carriage while Bevis handled everything. Inside the spacious carriage, Lucine lay fast asleep on a wide deerskin seat. The seat, large enough for 3 adults, was more than roomy for a 10-year-old child. Lucine slept neatly, wrapped from head to toe in a light brown camel wool blanket, like a baby in a swaddle. Whenever the blanket loosened even a little, Amelia, sitting across from her, would reach out to tuck it back in, making sure not a single breeze could slip through. Sunlight filtered through the gently swaying curtains of a carriage window, forming shifting stripes of light that occasionally brushed across Lucine's eyelids. Before she could feel the warmth and wake up, Amelia had already adjusted the curtain, blocking the sunlight from entering. Her effort kept the light out, but not the cheerful singing that drifted in from outside. At first, faint words floated on the wind, and as the carriage moved forward, the scattered notes joined into a lively folk tune, soaring high like birds, then flowing low like a mountain stream. The simple, heartfelt love song made young Amelia blush, while Lucine, still half asleep, stirred unwillingly from her pleasant dream. Drowsy and lazy, Lucine opened her eyes and listened. She heard a rustic duet, men and women singing back and forth, their voices blending in lively harmony. The carriage sped along, and the songs rose and fell with the rhythm of the road. "Have we reached Bilham City?" Seeing Lucine awake, Amelia quickly helped her sit up and tucked 2 large, soft pillows behind her back before replying, "I think so. A few days ago, Uncle Bevis told me that Bilham's folk songs are quite special." Bilham City was the main tea-producing area of the Duchy of Loretta, known for its unique herbal teas and fine green tea. When Lucine's group entered the city, it was just past noon, and the streets were crowded. The carriage had to slow down, giving Lucine and Amelia a perfect chance to enjoy the view. They leaned close to the window, pointing and chatting excitedly about the bustling scene outside. "So many flowers. We don't have nearly this many in Aritos, even though people call it the City of Fragrance," Amelia exclaimed. It was her first time in Bilham, and the city's charm was overwhelming. Everywhere she looked, on building walls, along the streets, even on the patterned paving stones, there were fresh, colorful flowers, making the whole city feel alive and blooming. Lucine, who had visited Bilham City twice before with her parents for family gatherings, replied, "The flowers from Alitos are all used to make essential oils and perfumes, so of course they're not displayed on the streets. The flowers in Bilham City are mostly made into dried flower crafts. If you display them for a while, you can still use them later for that." After pausing for a moment, she suddenly smiled and said, "It's quite funny. Alitos is called the City of Fragrance because of its perfumes and essential oils, yet what visitors remember most is the smell of tea everywhere. Bilham City, known as the City of Tea, is remembered by most people for its flowers instead. It's completely the opposite." Amelia was surprised at first, then thought about it and laughed as well. As the carriage moved along, Lucine kept pointing out things she knew, telling Amelia about them, which only made Amelia more eager to shop. "Miss, do you think we might stay here for another day or 2? Amelia suddenly asked. "Did Bevis tell you that?" Amelia nodded. After getting confirmation, Lucine explained, "We have to wait for Cousin Esther to go to Sarant City with us. She's never very quick, so we'll probably stay in Bilham City for a few more days. Then can we go shopping?" Amelia clasped her hands under her chin, her sky-blue eyes wide with hope. Her whole face seemed to say, "Please say yes. Please say yes," as if she might grow a fluffy tail wagging behind her. Lucine didn't answer right away. Instead, she smiled and looked Amelia up and down carefully. Amelia's bright eyes dimmed, her hopeful expression fading into a look of gentle disappointment. Then Lucine smiled warmly and said, "Of course we can. Just let Beavis know first." In an instant, Amelia's eyes sparkled again, her smile returned, and she began planning how to buy the most things for the least money. Lucine listened with amusement, occasionally suggesting good shops with fair prices. For the Bernard family, Bilham City was a very important place. The family had been established there for over 300 years. Nearly half of its members owned property in the city, and most family meetings were held there. When Lucine and her group arrived at their residence in Bilham City, the great house, the servants, who had received word in advance, had already cleaned every room. Lucine enjoyed a relaxing hot bath, then, wearing only a bathrobe, lay back in a rocking chair, idly playing with some small decorations in the room to pass the time. Amelia stood beside her with a dry towel, carefully drying Lucine's long, damp hair. Just then, there was a knock at the door. A maid went to open it, revealing Bevis, who had clearly also washed up and changed into a clean riding outfit. "Heading out, Bevis?" Lucine asked, raising an eyebrow. Bevis gave a polite half-bow and replied, "Someone has brought greetings from Lord Xavier. He wishes to know if you would like to visit the manor and pay your respects to the clan leader." Lucine frowned, her expression turning almost childlike. She slid lower in the rocking chair, pulled the thin blanket up to her chin, and said reluctantly, "I'd rather not. I get motion sickness and need to rest." Seeing her reaction, Bevis smiled slightly. He didn't press her, simply nodded, and went on to discuss a few details about their schedule. Once everything was settled, he left the room. Meet the clan leader? Lucine thought, frowning again. She had no desire to see that strict, stubborn, and difficult old man. In fact, she didn't like anyone from the Bernard branch of the family. The cold treatment she had received during her last 2 visits had left a deep impression on her. After visiting the Bernard family's clan leader, Bevis returned with news. Esther Tria Bernard, who was to travel with Lucine to study at Alberta Academy, was not yet ready and would depart in 3 days. This meant Lucine's group would stay in Bilham City for about 3 days. As soon as Amelia heard this, she seized the chance to drag Lucine out for a shopping trip. A 10-year-old child and a 15-year-old girl going shopping together? Of course, Bevis couldn't allow them to go alone. In the end, their little outing turned into a group of 4. Bevis not only assigned Captain Leonard of the Guard to ensure Lucine's safety, but also thoughtfully arranged for a local guide named Kevin, who knew Bilham City well and was skilled in the art of tea. Early in the morning, the Tea City one-day tour group of 4 set out. Starting so early was hardly in line with their usual leisurely habits, and it was all thanks to their guide Kevin's suggestion, to taste the authentic flavors of Tea City. "There's one breakfast dish in Bilham City that you absolutely can't miss," said the cheerful and talkative young Kevin. As long as someone was listening, he could go on endlessly. "It's called medicinal noodles." "Medicinal noodles? What's so special about that?" asked Amelia. Not only she but also Lucine and Leonard looked at Kevin with curiosity. The name of the dish was intriguing enough to make anyone wonder. "If I tell you now, it won't be any fun. You'll see soon enough," Kevin said with a teasing smile. But aside from Amelia, no one seemed interested in his air of mystery. Since she hadn't woken up naturally, Lucine was still half asleep, squinting as Amelia gently led her forward. Paying attention at all was already an effort, let alone guessing what Kevin meant. Leonard, responsible for their safety, was curious too, but he stayed in work mode, keeping a serious face and alert eyes. In the early morning, Bilham City felt much quieter, without the usual crowds of visitors. The few people passing by were mostly locals. The air was heavy with moisture, and a thin mist wrapped around the city. Nearby things were still clear, but the distance faded into a soft purple-gray haze, creating a beautiful scene. As they walked along the slightly damp brick pavement, drops of dew occasionally fell from the roadside trees, some soaking into the ground, others landing on their clothes, bringing a cool touch of early summer. Kevin led them to Bilham City's lively morning market, a place mostly for locals, full of regional charm and everyday life. The air buzzed with calls from vendors, greetings, the sounds of eating, and children's cries. Stalls lined both sides of the stone-paved street, selling all kinds of breakfast foods, fresh vegetables, fruits, and eggs. Steam rose from the breakfast stalls, and even before they got close, the warmth and delicious aroma reached them. The four, already a bit hungry, swallowed hard. Kevin clearly knew the place well. Along the way, both buyers and sellers greeted him, some trying to sell him things, others just chatting, but he politely turned them all down. "Looks like you know this place well. Do you come here often?" Amelia was surrounded by so many delicious smells that she felt a little dizzy. "Hee, I'm a kitchen helper. I'm in charge of buying ingredients every day, so I come here almost every morning." Whether it was hunger, the tempting food, or both, Lucine became fully awake soon after entering the morning market. She was studying something on a stall that looked like a golden gourd when she overheard Kevin and Amelia talking. Her thoughts turned, and she suddenly remembered what Beavis had once said about him. Kevin was the only worker in the manor who hadn't signed a contract. He came from a wealthy family of tea merchants and had grown up on his family's tea plantation, becoming very skilled in tea making. But his real passion was food. He had once vowed to taste every delicious dish in the world. During one visit to the manor with his father, he was deeply impressed by the head chef's cooking. From then on, he found every excuse to stay by the chef's side, eventually earning a place as a kitchen helper so he could learn to cook. This was also why Lucine agreed to Kevin's breakfast plan. She trusted his taste in food. The morning market wasn't large, but its narrow lanes twisted and turned. After walking around for a while, Amelia began to lose patience. "Kevin, are you trying to starve us? How much longer?" "Just ahead," Kevin said, leading them around another corner. As soon as they turned, a rich aroma filled the air, making everyone's appetite surge. "We're here," Kevin announced. They looked up and saw a small open space, no more than 20 square meters, surrounded by 4 or 5 low houses. The space looked even smaller because of the crowd. 7 or 8 old low tables were set up, each with 4 to 6 small stools. Every table was full, and some people were even sitting on the ground. Some held steaming white ceramic bowls, eating eagerly, while others craned their necks, waiting impatiently for their turn. Kevin seemed completely at ease in this lively scene. He led the group through the crowd, weaving between people until they reached a small house in the northeast corner of the square, the very spot where the waiting crowd was thickest. Kevin paused for a moment in a less crowded spot outside the crowd, took a deep breath, and then shouted loudly, "Make way," as he pushed his way forward. In the middle of the crowd, Lucine could clearly feel Bevis's thoughtful arrangement. With Leonard protecting her, she hardly felt the pressure of the people around her and was smoothly guided through the crowd by his steady strength. The 4 of them rushed into the room. Before they could even stand still, a voice that started as a scolding turned into a cheerful greeting. "What's all the pushing?" "Kevin, it's you, kid." Lucine reacted the fastest. After all, she hadn't had to struggle much on the way. She looked up and saw a big, muscular man with a black pirate-style headscarf, a white long-sleeved knee-length robe, and a face full of rugged features. He suddenly grabbed the unsteady Kevin in a bear hug, patting his back excitedly with both hands. The man's grin was so wide that his eyes, as big as copper bells, turned into slits. That's how happy he was. Kevin, who was of medium height, looked small in the man's arms, his head barely reaching the man's shoulder and his feet hanging in the air, like a child being lifted by his parent. Everyone who saw the scene couldn't help but smile. Hey, put me down. You're going to break me apart," Kevin protested loudly. Still laughing, the big man set Kevin down. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Kevin rubbed his shoulders and arms as if checking whether he was still in one piece. After a moment, he began introducing everyone. Pointing to the big man, he said, "This is Grace, the 13th generation owner of this noodle shop." Then he turned to the others. "And these are the guests who came to taste your famous noodles. Lucine," she said politely with a small nod, not mentioning her last name. Then she gestured to her left, Leonard, and to her right, Amelia. As she introduced them, Leonard and Amelia both greeted Grace warmly. Grace looked at the three carefully but respectfully, his gaze lingering a little longer on Lucine, then said directly, "Sorry. It's the busiest time right now, so I can't entertain you properly. Kevin and I are like brothers. If you need anything, just ask him." "All right, don't worry about us," Kevin waved him off impatiently. "Go make the noodles, we're starving." Hearing that, Grace reached out his large fan-like hand and roughly rubbed Kevin's head a few times before turning to enter a half-open room to get busy. Kevin jumped up and down while fixing his hair, but since the delicious food wasn't ready yet, he knew there was nothing he could do about Grace. While he was hopping around, Lucine had already taken a quick look around the room. It was a small living room with gray-white stone walls, a redwood-beamed ceiling, and a thin cotton rug spread over the stone floor. To the right of the entrance stood a set of wooden table and chairs against the wall, with two medium-sized potted plants beside them. A small pot of blooming flowers sat on the table. On the left side was a large fireplace, sealed for the summer since it wasn't in use. Above it was a shelf holding some cute, brightly colored pottery. Hanging above the shelf were a few simple oil paintings, clearly drawn by the homeowner's children. Ahead, to the right, was a hallway leading somewhere unknown. Directly in front of Lucine were two doors. The one on the left, which Grace had entered, was half open, probably the kitchen. The other door in the middle was tightly closed, with a cute ghost face hanging on it and a sign below that read, "Trespassers beware." It was hard not to smile at it. After a few more jumps, Kevin finally stopped and led Lucine and the others forward. They passed the hallway and came to a small semi-open courtyard. After seating the four of them on wooden chairs, Kevin noticed Lucine glancing toward the other two entrances of the courtyard. He explained, "These are the homes of Grace's brothers, but they're not around right now." Seeing Lucine's curious look, he added, "They're all tea farmers. Around this time of year, the adults stay out in the tea fields near the city to harvest the leaves. Only a few children stay here with Grace. Grace's business seems to be doing well. Why don't his brothers also make breakfast like him?" Amelia asked. "Grace's cooking skills didn't come from his own family," Kevin said with a grin. "They're from his wife's side. Back then, his sister-in-law had to work really hard to convince her father to let Grace learn the craft." Once again, Amelia's question set Kevin off. He began enthusiastically retelling his good friend's love story, going on and on without holding back. "You little rascal, always showing off with other people's stories. If you do that again, I won't welcome you next time." With a teasing smile, a young woman came down the aisle toward them, carrying a tray with four small, brightly painted clay bottles. "Don't believe a word he says. This boy can talk all day, but most of what he says isn't true." Kevin quickly stepped forward with a flattering grin, taking the tray from her hands. "Oh, I can't let you work so hard, sister-in-law. Everyone knows how busy you are. Just tell me what to do, and I'll take care of it." "You talk too much, you rascal," the woman said with a laugh, then turned to Lucine and the others. "Please wait a moment, the noodles will be ready soon." After taking the tray, Kevin proudly placed it in front of the three guests. Come, have a smell. These are our family's secret sauces. Ordinary guests never get to try them. The taste of the noodles depends on these seasonings, and there are many ways to enjoy them." The clay bottles looked the same, each painted with a picture of a strange vine-like plant, but the colors were different: red, orange, green, and black. Amelia curiously picked up the bottles one by one, gently shaking them. She could feel that the contents inside each bottle moved differently.
Kevin didn't keep them guessing this time.
Pointing to the plant on the bottles, he explained, "All four sauces are made from the chibi vine. It's a special spice discovered long ago by our ancestors in Bilham City. Many outsiders find it unusual, but those who like it really love it. Some can't eat a meal without it." When he opened the green bottle, a light but unique fragrance drifted out. At first, it was faint, but as everyone tried to catch the scent, achoo.
Achoo.
Lucine and Amelia both sneezed. Even Leonard twitched his nose, clearly affected by the aroma. "What's going on?" Amelia asked, rubbing her nose. That's the special smell of the chibi vine, Kevin said, closing the green bottle. It's hard to describe, but you'll understand once you taste it. The green bottle has the original flavor, the red one is sweet, the orange one is sour, and the black one is the most unusual. It can make your tongue tingle if you use too much. So be careful and start with just a little. As Kevin was speaking, Grace came in carrying another tray with 4 small bowls. Grace greeted everyone, saying, "Try these noodles first. They're the most famous kind in Bilham City. If you don't like them, I can bring you another flavor." Lucine took the bowl of noodles that Amelia handed her and examined it carefully. The bowl was about the size of her palm. The clear broth shimmered with bits of chopped green onion. Whether it was because of the broth or the noodles themselves, the noodles looked slightly translucent with a pale blue tint, floating gently up and down in the soup. A rich, meaty aroma rose from the bowl, making her hungry at once. Lucine lifted a strand of noodles with her fork. Out of the broth, the noodles still showed that lovely pale blue color, only a little deeper. When she took a bite, the taste was slightly bitter, like herbs, but the noodles were pleasantly chewy and smooth. Even with the bitterness, she couldn't help but keep chewing. Gradually, the bitterness faded into a light, refreshing sweetness, like the taste of spring water. The change surprised her so much that she gasped softly. "Try a sip of the soup now. It tastes best at this moment," Kevin suggested quickly when he saw her reaction. Following his advice, Lucine took a spoonful of the broth. The warm soup met the noodles she had been chewing, and at once, the sweetness disappeared, replaced by a burst of rich, savory flavor that filled her mouth. This is really good," Lucine said sincerely after swallowing. Amelia and Leonard had also tasted the noodles and nodded in agreement. "This is just the simplest way to eat them. With different seasonings, the flavors change completely," Kevin said, already finishing his own small bowl in a few quick bites.
I'll go get a few more kinds for you to try.
Without waiting for a reply, he dashed out of the courtyard. When Kevin returned, he carried more than a dozen small bowls, filling the large stone table completely. These noodles looked different from the 4 bowls Grace had brought earlier. "Grace's noodles are special in 3 ways," Kevin explained, pointing at the bowls. "The first is the broth, the second is the noodles, and the third is the seasoning. The broth is simmered overnight with special ingredients that give it a unique, rich aroma. As for the noodles, their main feature is that the water used to knead the dough isn't ordinary water. It's made from the juice of herbs, mixed in specific proportions. Different recipes create noodles of various colors and flavors. They offer more than 10 kinds of noodles, but I only chose a few of the most representative ones." As for the sauce, Kevin continued, "I mentioned earlier that their sauces are also based on chibi juice, but their way of mixing it makes the flavor unique." "Don't just talk about it," Amelia interrupted Kevin. "Tell us how to eat it first. That's the most important part." Kevin gave her a helpless look and said, "Do you really need someone to teach you how to eat noodles? Just add the sauce to the soup and eat. But I suggest tasting the original flavor first before adding the sauce. It'll feel quite different." Once Amelia learned there were no special instructions, she began serving Lucine. After tasting the plain soup noodles, Lucine first added the sauce from the green ceramic bottle, which was a clear liquid. The moment she took a bite, she froze. The familiar spicy flavor filled her mouth, bringing back memories. "Add a little more," she told Amelia. After adding another small spoonful of chibi juice, Lucine took another sip. This time, she was sure the chibi juice was spicy. From that, she guessed the red bottle must contain sweet spicy sauce, the orange one sour spicy sauce, and the black one numbing spicy sauce. After finishing the bowl in just a few bites, she eagerly tried the remaining 3 sauces. Although each had its own slight difference, they all shared a similar base flavor. Confirming her guess, she couldn't help but let out a satisfied sigh. "How is it? Tasty, right?" Kevin said with a grin. Seeing how much Lucine enjoyed it, he felt genuinely happy. "Kevin, is it hard to extract chibi juice?" "Not really. Usually you just press out the juice. But the first extraction has a bit of bitterness and a grassy smell. To make it as smooth and pure as the chibi family's version, you need to add other ingredients and let it settle for about half a year." Talking about food again, Kevin became lively and began explaining every step of the sauce-making process in detail. After such a delicious breakfast, Lucine and her friends were in even higher spirits for their day out. After saying goodbye to the still busy Grace family, the four of them left the morning market together. By this time, the sun had already risen, the morning mist had faded, and the early market was even busier than before. Kevin looked up at the sky and said, "It's about time. Soon, I'll take you to see the most famous comedy show in Bilham City. We can also try some of the city's well-known snacks." Leaving the morning market, the four of them walked westward at a relaxed pace, treating it as a pleasant stroll after breakfast. As they walked, Kevin pointed out interesting places and things along the way. Usually, when people visit Bilham City, they always take some tea home. Otherwise, it feels like the trip wasn't complete. But do you know where the best tea in Bilham City is sold? I heard there's a famous tea market here. Is it there? Amelia guessed. Kevin smiled and shook his head. The tea market is indeed famous, but that's mainly because it's convenient for trade and has a wide variety of tea. True tea lovers only buy their tea from one place, Ham Street. We'll pass by there later so you can buy some tea. I promise you'll find great quality at a good price. Then thank you in advance, Amelia said with a smile, playfully giving Kevin a small curtsy. Ham Street truly lived up to its name. It was a very small street, less than 200 meters long and only about 5 meters wide. The old stone pavement had been there for nearly 1,000 years, silently witnessing the street's ups and downs, as well as the rise and fall of Bilham City itself. The shops on both sides were all old, so old that almost anything you picked up inside could be an antique hundreds of years old. The street had kept its ancient look, forming a sharp contrast with the ever-changing modern city around it. Stepping onto Ham Street felt like traveling back in time. Colorful banners hung above the street, some still following the customs of the old Iliaster kingdom from 200 years ago, written in the ancient Iliaster script. Lucine was immediately drawn to these unusual signs. She stopped to study them carefully and soon realized that the streets sold more than just tea. From the signs she could read, there were shops for tea, books, pastries, and handmade accessories. "You can read those letters, miss?" Kevin asked in surprise when he saw her examining the signs. "Yes, I've studied a bit about Iliaster civilization, so I can recognize a few words." "Impressive." Kevin sighed. "I've hated studying linguistics since I was a kid. It's so boring." Lucine didn't reply. She just blinked and smiled slightly. "Life here is like these old words," Kevin continued, doing his best to be a good guide. "It feels as if time stopped more than 200 years ago. Every old shop is passed down through families, and outsiders are never allowed to interfere. Because of that, many old customs are still kept. The most famous one is called tea gambling." "Gambling?" Lucine raised an eyebrow. "How can you gamble with tea?" "Well, it's not really gambling," Kevin explained. "It's more like tea tasting. Each tea shop has its own specialty. If a guest can describe what makes the tea unique, they can buy it at a very low price. But if they fail, they might have to work for free in the shop owner's tea garden for a month." "You've been punished before?" "Oh, badly," Kevin said with a laugh and a shake of his head. "From the time I was 12 until I was 18, I almost never won. So for those years, I was basically working for free in different tea gardens." "You're really stubborn," Amelia said with a sigh. "Didn't you ever think of giving up? Why keep doing it?" "I was just bored back then," Kevin said, scratching his head with a silly grin. He clearly thought his younger self had been foolish. Quickly changing the subject, he added, "Anyway, enough about that. Let me take you to try the best tea in Bilham City. Even the city lord might not get the chance to taste it." Lucine looked around the shop in front of her. It was more like a tea room than a tea shop. Inside, there were no display shelves, no cash register, and no staff coming up to greet them. Instead, a few tea tables were placed around the room, separated by lush potted plants that created small, private spaces while keeping the room open and airy. Each table had a complete tea set, and no two were the same. Some were made of clay, some of bamboo or wood, and others of glass. At one table, two elderly men with gray hair were brewing and tasting tea using a black clay set. A gentle fragrance of tea filled the room. Kevin gestured for Lucine and the other two to wait for a moment. He stepped forward, sat cross-legged beside the old man in white, and bowed respectfully to both elders. Hafta, Iker, I've come to trouble you again, he said. Hearing how Kevin addressed the two elders, Lucine raised her eyebrows in surprise. Hafta was a title of respect meaning great power in the language of the old Iliast kingdom, while Iker meant great wisdom. She didn't think Kevin's choice of words was a coincidence. If her guess was right, these two elders were far from ordinary. The old man in brown sitting across from Kevin and the man in white was pouring tea. The pale yellow liquid flowed smoothly from the teapot into the warmed cups. When both cups were about 70% full, he stopped, placed one cup before the man in white, and finally turned to Kevin. You're here to take advantage of me again, aren't you? I've lost count of how many fine tea leaves you've tricked out of me over the years. Not at all, Kevin replied with a grin. Though he had greeted the elders with great respect, his playful nature quickly showed. To match your tea skills, Hafta, I'd need to train for at least another 100 years. Don't flatter me, boy, the brown-robed elder said, already familiar with Kevin's talkative ways. You don't look like you came just to visit this time. Well, I've got a few friends who want to buy some good tea, Kevin said with a bright smile that seemed to carry a bit of sunshine, making others want to smile too. I told them the best tea in Bilham City is found right here on Ham Street, so here we are. The elder finished his tea, then began pouring again, speaking casually as he worked. If you're here to buy tea, then you know the rule, you have to win it in a tea match. Kevin hesitated for a moment, then nodded. I did tell them, but before he could finish, the elder raised a hand to stop him. Whoever wants the tea must join the match. That's our rule, and you know it well. Seeing Kevin still uncertain, the elder added firmly, everything in this world can change, but rules must not. Realizing the elder would not bend, Kevin accepted the decision. He bowed once more, then stood and walked back toward Lucine and the others. At that moment, Lucine was holding a jade teaspoon from a tea set, carefully examining the quality of the jade. Amelia and Leonard stood beside her, faithfully acting as her guardians. When Lucine saw Kevin approaching, she gracefully put the spoon back and closed the tea box. Sorry, Kevin said as soon as he came near. Hafta insists that whoever buys the tea must also join the tea wager. Let's go to another tea shop instead. I know a few that sell good tea at fair prices. Lucine tilted her head to look at Kevin, then glanced at the two elderly men still brewing and tasting tea. Suddenly, she asked, if someone loses a tea wager, besides working for free, are there any other punishments? Yes, Kevin replied, though he didn't quite understand why she was asking. At first, there weren't any. But since more outsiders, especially merchants, started coming to Bilham City, it became unfair and even illegal to make them work for free. So a new rule was added. Outsiders who lose can choose either to work or to pay a high price for the tea. Lucine smiled softly. Then let me have a tea wager with that gentleman. Miss, please don't do that, Kevin said anxiously. A tea wager isn't just a game, it's still a kind of gambling. If Steward Bevis finds out that I let you do this, he'll be furious with me. And if you actually take part, I don't even want to imagine what he'd do. Not only Kevin but also Amelia tried to dissuade her. Knowing Lucine's temperament, Amelia spoke gently, Miss. Buying tea is mainly a souvenir from the tea city. There's no need to insist on getting the finest tea. Whether you win or lose, even if you end up with the best tea, no one at home truly knows how to appreciate it. Wouldn't that be a waste? Lucine ignored Kevin and listened to Amelia's words with quiet amusement. She didn't show it on her face, though. Instead, she stared at Amelia for a long moment, making her a little uneasy. Then Lucine smiled mysteriously and said, Who says it would be a waste? After speaking, Lucine walked over to the table where the two elderly men sat. She knelt gracefully on the floor, positioning herself about 10 centimeters behind and to the right of the man in white. She bowed 30 degrees to the old man in brown and said, I would like to wager tea. Please teach me. The two old men looked at Lucine in surprise, studying her from head to toe. The old man in white frowned slightly and said with some displeasure, Young lady, don't be foolish. Tea wagering is not a game for children. Lucine gave the old man in white a polite 15-degree bow and replied, "Excuse me, but is there any rule in tea wagering that sets an age limit?" The two old men exchanged glances, astonished by how clever this young girl was. Although they both thought it was quite unreliable for a 10-year-old girl to take part in a tea wager, the rules of the trade stated that the host who provided the tea could not refuse a guest's challenge. So, if Lucine insisted, they had no right to turn her down. "Very well, let's show you what tea wagering is," the old man in white said helplessly. "Kevin, go to storage rooms 3 and 7 and bring 1 jar of tea from each." Kevin nodded reluctantly and left through a small hidden door at the back of the tea shop. Before long, he returned carrying 2 round, delicate clay jars. The old man in white took 1 jar and placed it farther from Lucine, then pointed to the other and said, "I won't make it too hard for you. We don't want people saying we bully children. If you can correctly name the grade and type of tea in this jar, I'll give you the other one as a gift." Lucine looked at the old man in white, then at the one in brown, and blinked. Without objection, she took the jar offered to her and sat down at a tea table with white porcelain utensils. She opened the jar carefully and poured some tea leaves onto a white tray. Against the pale surface, the color of the leaves appeared even clearer. Lucine gently shook the tray, sometimes stirring, sometimes rubbing the leaves. She brought them close to her nose to smell, and even placed a small pinch in her mouth to taste. Kevin and the others were stunned. From the moment she received the tea, Lucine had remained calm and composed. Her movements were steady and precise, one after another, showing the confidence and skill of a true tea expert. Amelia was the most surprised, and to be honest, she had watched her young lady grow up. She had never seen Lucien drink tea, let alone taste and judge its quality. Among everyone, the 2 elderly men who had met Lucien for the first time were the calmest. When Lucien started shaking the tea tray, they realized they had underestimated her. However, they were more delighted than ever that they had been mistaken. The man in brown stroked his beard with a smile, and the man in white nodded in approval. They both eagerly awaited Lucien's tasting results. After swallowing the tea, Lucien didn't hesitate to ask Kevin to bring hot water used by the 2 elders for brewing tea. She smoothly and gracefully prepared the tea, warming the pot, adding tea leaves, warming the cups, pouring high and low brewing, as if she had done this many times before. When the tea was ready, she examined the color of the soup, looked at the leaf shapes, smelled the aroma, tasted the flavor, and judged the tea leaves bottom, all in a professional manner. "How is my tea?" Before Lucien could start tasting, the man in brown asked first. "The particles are small, the leaves are tightly rolled, the color is green and shiny. It's this year's spring tea, with a fresh, fragrant aroma, slightly on the green side. After brewing, the tea is clear and bright, smooth to sip, with a sweet aftertaste. It's a good tea, though the firing process was a bit lacking, the aroma is slightly weak, and the aftertaste is short." "Good." The man in brown stroked his beard and sighed. "Today, we 2 old brothers made a mistake. This little girl has good skills, much better than Kevin was back then." "You're flattering me," Lucien said shyly with a smile. She knew the 2 elders had been lenient. Otherwise, they wouldn't have asked such basic questions to test her. Kevin let out a long breath after hearing Lucien's tasting results. When he heard the praise from the man in brown, he couldn't help but laugh. "Hofda is biased. I wasn't any worse than Miss Berner back then. You still have the nerve to say that." The man in brown clearly enjoyed teasing Kevin. "You're so slow to learn tea making, it took you half a year just to get it right. You even made the tea master angry." "That was just playful teasing," Kevin chuckled awkwardly, remembering how he was punished to learn picking tea, making tea, and judging tea. He had caused quite a bit of trouble for the teachers. "The young lady is from the Berner family?" The man in white ignored the banter between the man in brown and Kevin, but he noticed Kevin's way of addressing Lucien. Lucien bowed at a 15-degree angle and formally introduced herself. "Lucien Orant Berner." "Orant," the old man kept muttering, "probably from old Andy's family." Seeing Lucine nod, the old man looked her over and continued to sigh. You look more like Donna than Elsa. Even the brown-clad old man turned his attention and said, Indeed, your eyes are very much like Donna's. Do you know the grandmother? Lucine was a bit surprised, thinking her grandmother was quite popular. Everyone seemed to know her wherever she went. Donna is a good woman, but unfortunately married that stubborn old man, Andy. The brown-clad old man lamented, his eyes deep with what seemed like memories. What are you saying in front of the children? The white-clad old man scolded softly, then told Kevin to bring 2 more bottles of tea. He turned back to Lucine and said, This year's new spring teas are quite good. Seeing how you enjoy tea, these will be a gift for you as a token of our meeting. Lucine, happily surprised to receive such good tea, smiled brightly. She was unusually interested in chatting with the 2 elders, mostly about tea. Listening to their tea stories, she gained a lot. Until Kevin reminded them that it was getting late, and it was time for lunch. With 3 big bottles of tea, the group, having gained much, said goodbye to the 2 elders. As they stepped outside, Lucine immediately asked, I'm hungry. Where should we go for lunch? Kevin swallowed the question he almost blurted out and comforted himself to find a place first before asking Lucine. After thinking for a moment, he said, I was planning to take you to see a comedy show and then go to the northern part of the city for wild game. But now that we're delayed, there's not enough time. How about we go to the Paritas Hotel? It's a bit expensive, but it has the most authentic wild game from Bilham City, and they have regular comedy performances. You're the tour guide. I'll follow your lead, Lucine said confidently. By the way, what are Haufta and Iker's identities? They seem to be very familiar with my grandparents. Haufta and Iker are like treasures of Bilham City, Kevin said proudly. Both are members of the Iliaset royal family, the only direct descendants of Regent Hobart Iliaset from back then. Since Lord Hobart retired from politics, his family returned to their permanent family estate, which is Bilham City. The prosperity and development of T-City are entirely thanks to the Iliast family. Kevin spoke enthusiastically all the way, and Amelia found it interesting. Lucine was so happy that she distracted Kevin from talking. The Paritas Hotel is the largest hotel in Bilham City, combining dining, lodging, and entertainment in a high-end complex. However, this hotel is not as arrogant as typical luxury hotels. It is open to nobles and wealthy people but also welcomes ordinary citizens for occasional, luxury experiences. It is a truly elegant hotel that appeals to both refined and common guests. When Lucine and her group arrived at the hotel, it was peak tea time before lunch. In Bilham City, it is customary to drink tea before meals. So many hotels often see a rush for the pre-meal tea service. At this moment, Kevin once again showed his talent for making friends everywhere and being well-liked. He surprisingly found a great table with a good view in the crowded hotel restaurant area. Kevin, you're lucky. The guest who reserved this spot just sent a servant to cancel the reservation. Otherwise, you have to wait at least 2 magic hours for a table, said a waiter who was helping the 4 friends grab this seat. The waiter seemed very familiar with Kevin and was not shy about chatting with him while they waited for their orders. Hey, I knew coming to you was the right choice, Kevin replied with a smile. What show do you have planned today? My friends have never seen a comedy show before, and they came here just to see one. Those friends are really lucky today. This time slot is exactly when the Green Bilham troupe is performing their special show, the waiter answered while checking the menu. After confirming the order, he went to the kitchen to place it. It looks like we're pretty lucky today, Kevin whistled softly, explaining, Green Bilham is the best comedy troupe in Bilham City. The group has been around for nearly 200 years. Their original name wasn't Green Bilham, but because their performances bring happiness and hope to people, 70 years ago, the people of Bilham City voted to give them this name as a sign of gratitude. While they were talking, a clear, bell-like sound rang out, drawing everyone's attention. They saw that the stage was gradually set up, with musicians tuning their instruments, ready to start the show. Lucine and her 3 friends had a good view because the restaurant was arranged in a fan shape. The performance stage was closest to the center, with 3 tiers rising like steps. The lowest tier was closest to the stage, and Lucine's group was on the highest tier, farthest from the stage. Although they were far away, the building's design meant their view of the stage was not blocked, and they could also enjoy a view of the street. Another bell-like sound rang out, and Kevin reminded everyone, "Attention, the show is starting." First, cheerful and lively music played on stage. An actor with exaggerated makeup walked onto the stage with big, deliberate steps, making a clumsy walk. The comedy is a special type of performance unique to Bilham City, developed from folk songs and stories. It is full of humorous and meaningful satire, with a strong local flavor. All scenes are based on daily life in Bilham City, mainly performed through speaking and singing, with lots of expressive movements. Because the performances are close to real life, they are easy for people to relate to. Even first-time viewers can quickly get involved in the story. Each comedy scene is not very long, but they usually make the audience laugh loudly soon after starting. As the story unfolds, the laughter continues. By the end, many people are still laughing and holding their stomachs, so each scene ends with some simple music or song performances to help everyone relax. "Wow, I can't take it anymore, my stomach hurts," Amelia said, laughing so hard she was almost out of breath, still holding her stomach. "Take a deep breath, Kevin said, watching Amelia laugh and breathe hard. He was happy to see her having fun and helped her breathe evenly. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. Feeling better now? Yes, much better. Thank you, Amelia said, calming down and stopping her laughter. But then she had another question. "Kevin, if you watch performances like this at every meal, how are we going to eat lunch later?" You misunderstood, Kevin explained. The comedy show is only performed before tea time. During the meal, there are only songs and musical performances. After all, no one wants to laugh at awkward moments, right? Seeing Amelia and Lucine nodding in agreement, Kevin happily continued to share funny stories about the comedy show and update them on the current situation of Green Bilham. Soon after, the tinkling bell rang again and the next scene of the comedy show began. After watching a few more scenes, Lucine started to feel bored. Her eyes wandered around the stage, looking here and there, but she eventually found it uninteresting. She refocused her attention. Kevin and Amelia were happily laughing, and even Leonard, usually serious, was paying some attention to the performance. Watching their happy expressions, Lucine decided not to disturb them and turned her gaze outward, beyond the restaurant. As mentioned before, their table was by the window, offering a great view both inside and outside. Outside, the busy streets of Bilham City came into view. Crowds moved between shops, coming and going. Everyone was different. Some hurried by quickly, some strolled in groups, chatting and laughing, while others carried baskets and called out to sell goods. This was the busiest street in Bilham, lined with many shops, each with creative signs. Some signs used words or pictures to show what they sold, like a bar with a wine bottle sign, while others looked like impressionist paintings, making it hard to understand. This gave Lucine a new fun activity, guessing what the signs meant. Following her gaze, Lucine guessed the shops one by one from far to near, observing the people coming and going to verify her guesses. Sometimes she could tell what a shop sold based on what customers bought, or by the goods displayed outside. Often, she couldn't find the answer. Suddenly, her eyes caught a big sign with the character, book. Her heart moved, and she withdrew her gaze, deciding to stop this simple game of guessing signs. At this moment, it was the break between comedy scenes. Kevin and Amelia were discussing the previous act when Lucine suddenly interrupted, asking, "Kevin, how much longer until the food is served?" Kevin was momentarily stunned by Lucine's sudden, unexpected question, but he quickly regained his composure. "If you're hungry now, I can order the food to be served immediately." "No, I just want to know how much longer until the food is ready. About 2 more comedy acts." "All right." Lucine paused thoughtfully, then said, "I'll go across to the bookstore." "Leonard can come with me." "Miss, Amelia was about to speak, but Lucine raised her hand to stop her. "Amelia, if the food starts arriving and I haven't come back yet, just find me in the bookstore, understood?" "Yes, Mississippi." Amelia knew Lucine well, and since she had made her plans, she could only nod reluctantly. Lucine and Leonard headed straight to the bookstore she had seen earlier. As soon as Lucine entered, The young clerk at the counter, who had been yawning, perked up and hurried over.
Hello, miss.
What kind of books do you need? Books about herbs. Please follow me. The young clerk led Lucine to a bookshelf. According to him, the shelves behind it were filled with books about herbs and herbal teas. Lucine didn't ask for a detailed explanation. She first glanced at the shelves, casually scanning the titles. She couldn't help but smile at some of the book titles. 100 Questions About Herbal Teas, Master's Guide to Making Herbal Teas, Beauty and Weight Loss Herbal Teas. There were many varieties. She picked up a best-selling book and flipped through it. It only briefly described the history of herbal teas in Bilham City, then showed large sections on how to prepare common herbal teas and their suitable users. It was a practical guide to herbal tea blending. The book was good, but it wasn't quite what she needed for her original purpose. It was far from her goal. So she called over the clerk standing nearby. Do you have more comprehensive books, like reference guides on the effects of various herbs? The young clerk, though puzzled by Lucine's request, still responded enthusiastically. Yes, of course. Please follow me. He led her to another shelf and pointed to it. This one is for herbal tea farmers learning about herbs. I'm not sure if it has what you're looking for. Lucine looked down the shelves, noticing that these books were different from earlier. They focused more on the origins, development, cultivation, and processing of herbal teas. She occasionally pulled out a book to browse for a while before returning it to the shelf. The shop assistant nearby watched her carefully and occasionally recommended 1 or 2 books that he thought might suit her needs. After a while of careful selection, Lucine finally chose 2 very thick professional books. One explained the history, development, and working principles of herbal teas, while the other was more like a reference guide to various herbs, with illustrations and descriptions of their functions and uses. The shop assistant cheerfully calculated her bill, noting that both books were expensive and not popular sellers. While doing so, he struck up a conversation with her. Miss, if you're interested in herbs and such, you might want to ask some alchemists. I hear they often have a lot of detailed information about herbs. Thank you, Lucine replied. After paying, she left a few copper coins on the counter as a tip. The shop assistant smiled happily. For this small tip, he continued to speak mysteriously. If you know your way around, you could ask the Alchemy Guild. A couple of years ago, they published the most complete herbal encyclopedia. Purely magical books. Just knowing a herb's name can produce a full, realistic holographic image of it. I also heard that this herbal encyclopedia can be added to, like a magic notebook. Listening to these stories, Lucine felt a bit dizzy, but she caught some keywords. Alchemy Guild. She murmured. She remembered that when she was a child, a mage who tested her magic talent once said that although her magical sensing ability was poor, her mental strength had great potential, making her suitable to become an alchemist. However, since the alchemy profession was mostly dominated by men and low-level alchemists had low status, her parents didn't let her study alchemy. Shaking off her thoughts, Lucine placed a few more copper coins on the counter and then went back to her hotel for a meal. The rest of the day was carefully planned by Kevin. The 3 of them had a great time, and Leonard even bought some cute toys to bring home for his children. When they returned to the big house, they saw Bivis waiting for them, who had been there for a long time. Looking at Bivis dressed in a neat formal suit with a serious expression, Kevin nervously saluted and said goodbye, then quickly ran away. Bivis signaled a servant to take Lucine's trophy back to her room, and then said to Lucine, Miss, the head of the family sent someone today to inform you that Miss Esther will set out tomorrow morning. The master hopes we can gather at the estate and leave together. Lucine was surprised and asked why one day earlier. According to the master, mainly because the day after tomorrow is the market day in Byam City, which happens every half-month. Transportation and safety can't be guaranteed, so the head of the family decided to leave a day early. Okay, I understand. Lucine nodded. After thinking for a moment, she added, Bivis, later you should take out a bottle of Golden Temptation. I need to give it to someone tomorrow. Bivis nodded to show he understood. Seeing that Lucine didn't seem to have anything else to say, he respectfully took his leave. The next morning, right after breakfast, the servant sent by the head of the family was already waiting outside the big house. Although Lucine was a bit annoyed, she followed Bivis's plan and got into the carriage, heading straight to the Burner estate. The carriage drove out of the city, over gentle hills, across fields, through beautiful maple forests, and finally into the garden of the Burner estate. As soon as she got off, Lucine was led by a long-waiting servant into the estate's inner hall. Upon entering, Lucine saw a familiar figure. "Grandma Grace, good afternoon," she greeted with a smile at the door. In the estate, she only liked this matriarch because she truly cared for her, not because she was pretending. "Oh, my lovely little Lucine, I haven't seen you in a long time. Come here and let old Grace have a good look at you." Grandma Grace smiled warmly and reached out her hand. Hearing this, Lucine stepped forward, also signaling Amelia to present a gift. "Grandma Grace, this is the new Golden Temptation made this year. My mother told me you like this scent the most. Good girl, you're thoughtful." Grandma Grace pulled Lucine to sit beside her, looked her over carefully, and then asked, "I heard from Bivis a couple days ago that you got carsick? Is it serious?" "It's okay." Lucine looked a bit shy. "It was mainly because I stayed in the carriage for too long and felt uncomfortable. I went for a walk yesterday and now I'm fine." Mrs. Grace has held Lucine's hand from the very beginning, never letting go. She gently pats Lucine's hand and says, "It's good that you're okay. If you ever feel unwell, just tell Bivis. We're in a hurry to leave, and honestly, with Sarek's temper, arriving early in Scent City might not be a good idea. Not to speak ill of your uncle, but Sarek is quite stubborn. When he was young, he was different from others. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left home without reason. I thought that as he got older and experienced more, he would become better, but it seems his temper only worsens with age." Mrs. Grace often talks for a long time whenever she holds Lucine's hand, and Lucine patiently listens, occasionally responding. Perhaps because Lucine listens so well, Mrs. Grace cares for her more each time they meet. While they are talking, there is a knock at the door. Mrs. Grace signals her maid to open it. When the door opens, a charming little girl, like a porcelain doll, skips inside happily. She runs to Mrs. Grace and snuggles onto her lap. Her hair is styled like a princess's, with a bow, and her big, bright eyes blink happily. She smiles sweetly and says, "Grandma, Estelle sends her regards." Mrs. Grace gently pats Estelle's head and says, "Where did you come from, little monkey? Have you greeted your grandfather yet? Grandpa is talking with someone in the small study." Estelle didn't want to disturb him. "Good girl, Estelle. Come, say hello to your sister Lucine. You two will be living in Scent City for many years." Hearing this, Estelle stands and curtsies politely to Lucine, saying, "Hello, Sister Lucine. We will be good friends from now on." Lucine also stands and bows in return, but her tone is polite and somewhat cold, showing her reserved attitude toward Estelle's enthusiasm. The two young girls sit on either side of Mrs. Grace, chatting with her. Most of the time, Estelle is the one talking, while Lucine only occasionally adds a few words. Soon, someone comes to inform them that everything is ready and they are about to depart. Mrs. Grace stands up first, leading the way. As juniors, Estelle and Lucine follow behind her in a line. While everyone's attention was elsewhere, Esther suddenly glared sharply at Lucine. Her eyes showed both warning and disdain. After the glare, she turned her head and looked innocent, sweet, and adorable again. Lucine, who knew Esther's personality well, just smiled slightly and didn't mind. When they reached the main hall, Xavier St. Tria Bernard, the head of the Bernard family, stood in the center. Hearing footsteps, he turned around. Esther and Lucine both bowed to greet him. Xavier looked at Esther and Lucine, then called them over. He gently held each of their shoulders, pressing lightly, and said, "No matter if you were strangers before or didn't like each other, from the moment you set out together, you must become good sisters. Whether in Sarent City or at Ailbert Academy, only you two are family. Whatever you do, it represents the Bernard family. Remember this. Always remember, you are family." "Yes, Grandpa. Yes, Lord Xavier," both girls nodded seriously and promised. "It's getting late. The children should leave now." Grandma Grace smiled and gently took the two girls from Xavier. Looking at Esther, who was under 12, and Lucine, who was 10, she reminded them kindly, "When you're outside, take good care of yourselves." If anything happens, tell the staff. Don't try to handle everything alone. Parting always comes too quickly. After arranging the carriage and guards, Baiwei's reported the preparations to Xavier. Xavier then urged the girls to leave. When he did, Esther suddenly started crying quietly. Tears fell like pearls, rolling down her round cheeks, making everyone feel heartbroken. Grandpa, Grandma, Esther doesn't want to leave you. Esther doesn't want to leave her parents. Esther, Esther, 55555. Her sobs and shining tears made everyone feel like their hearts would break. Oh, my good girl, don't cry. Grandma Grace, touched by Esther, also started crying. She wiped her tears and comforted her. It's okay, Esther. You'll be home soon. Don't cry anymore. After much coaxing, they finally managed to get Esther into the carriage. With Baiwei's shout, the convoy finally set off. The Principality of Loretta and several other small countries are spread along the borders of Batria and Igers, serving as a buffer zone between these two great nations. In peaceful times like now, these small countries also act as trade routes. Two famous golden paths pass through Loretta, and Lucine's journey follows one of these paths. Although the route is long, it is mainly a trade route, with good road conditions suitable for travel, many travelers making it safer and frequent supplies along the way, so there are few chances to camp in the wild. The group generally stops when they reach a town, and starts early in the morning. They smoothly arrive at the border town of Sigil, a key city in Loretta. Since they arrive near dusk, the convoy, arranged by Bivis, enters the Berner family's residence in Sigil. Bivis orders everyone to rest for a day, while he takes Lucine's guard captain, Leonard, out. Before leaving, he specifically reminds Lucine and S to bring at least one guard if they go out, to stay safe. After washing up, the two young girls are indeed restless and don't want to stay inside waiting. For nearly half a month, they've been traveling constantly, mostly on the carriage, so now that they have a rare chance to get off, they want to walk around and stretch their legs. Sigil, being the northernmost city of Loretta, has a colder climate than the warm south, which can be a bit uncomfortable. But because of this rare cold in the Principality, Sigil has many unique plants and animals. The most famous is the red willow wood. It grows very slowly, only about 1 meter in 10 years. After 30 years or more, the bark peels every 2 years, revealing special patterns and a fragrant aroma, making it excellent for crafting jewelry and art objects. As a result, red willow wood products from Sigil are very famous. Naturally, since they are in Sigil, they want to see this special local product. Guided by the local staff, Lucine heads straight to the main market for red willow wood crafts, the Red Willow Market, without wasting time. This is the largest commercial area in Sigil City. In the spacious square, hundreds of stalls are arranged in an orderly manner. All these stalls are selling products related to red willow. Some sell raw red willow wood, some sell semi-finished products, and others sell finished items. During its growth, red willow wood develops different patterns depending on the climate and soil conditions. Therefore, each piece of red willow wood is unique. Lucine decided to first pick some of her favorite raw wood from the Red Willow collection and then have it processed into items she likes. "Miss, look. Such beautiful colors," said Amelia, who was especially happy because she rarely had a chance to shop. As soon as she entered the Red Willow collection, she was dazzled by the variety of red willow products. "That pattern looks like a rabbit." Yes, look over there. It's very much like a dancing person." The two girls, one older and one younger, seemed to treat this shopping trip as an exhibition of red willow patterns. They walked, pointed, and marveled all along the way. Suddenly, Lucine stopped in front of a stall, signaling the vendor to bring a pair of purple-red, water-drop-shaped semi-finished red willow products. These semi-finished pieces are about the size of a thumb, translucent purple-red in color, with few patterns, just a few unformed golden lines. If not for the wooden texture in her hand, one might mistake it for a glass or gemstone at first glance. "Amelia, come here," Lucine called. She gestured near her ear for a moment, then turned to the vendor and asked, "Can you process these on the spot?" Seeing the business opportunity, the vendor quickly arranged his tools in a long row, indicating he could do the work immediately. Red willow wood is tough, requiring special glue and tools for processing. At Lucine's request, the vendor carved some abstract characters into the patterns on the semi-finished pieces and drilled holes to string them together, turning the pair into a beautiful pair of earrings. Lucine took the earrings from the vendor, examined them carefully in the light to check the craftsmanship, and gently twirled them with her fingers. The golden patterns also moved with the earrings. Such beautiful work came two harmonious exclamations. Lucine turned her head and saw a person dressed entirely in black veils standing nearby. From her small figure and the surprised exclamations just now, it was likely a girl around her age. It seems Lucine's intense gaze frightened the girl, causing her to step back twice and hide behind someone dressed entirely in black. Lucine felt a small pang of sadness. Am I really that scary? Still, she offered a kind smile to the girl who peeked out from behind the black-clad person. Sorry, our young lady doesn't usually talk to strangers. The black-clad woman apologized politely, bowing slightly. It's okay, Lucine said with a smile and shook her head, then turned to leave, ignoring the strange servant and master. A few steps away, Lucine handed the earrings to Amelia. Try these on and see if they suit you. Are these for me, miss? Amelia asked in surprise. Of course, Lucine replied, noticing her surprise. She tilted her head and added, They have your initials engraved on them. If not for you, then who else would they be for? Wow. Thank you, miss, Amelia cheered happily. Meanwhile, while some people enjoyed shopping, Bevis and Leonard were in a bad mood. They split up. Leonard went to the Adventurers Guild to gather information, and Bevis hurried to the Merchants Association. Since entering Sigil City, they felt something was off. The city was unusually crowded, and many things seemed strange. Normally, Sigil City is a busy trade route into the Tavia Mountains, with many travelers passing through. But this time, there were more residents staying in the city, 2 or 3 times more than usual. Also, many people looked anxious and hurried, as if something was troubling the entire city. This anxiety seemed contagious, making Bevis and Leonard feel uneasy even after arriving. At the Merchants Association, Bevis contacted Berner's representative in Sigil City. Old Bevis, what are you doing here? Carl, a tall, rugged man who looked more like a warrior than a merchant, looked surprised to see Bevis. Carl, Bevis stepped forward and gave him a big hug. What's going on in Sigil? I felt something was wrong as soon as I entered the city. Carl rubbed his face and said, It's a bit complicated. Come to my room, and I'll explain everything in detail. Upon entering the lounge, Carl opened a bottle of wine, poured a glass for each of them, handed his to Bevis, then drank his own in one gulp before refilling it. Bevis, what brings you out here? Isn't Eritos busy right now? Bevis frowned at the question. I'm responsible for taking Miss Lucine and Mississippi Estate to Albata Academy. Didn't I send someone to inform you a couple of days ago? Carl drank heavily. That unlucky messenger is still lying in the Goddess of Life temple. Since he was found, he's been unconscious. How was I supposed to know you were coming? What's going on? Bevis asked in surprise. There are strange magical creatures appearing in the Tavel Mountains. What? Bevis nearly jumped in shock. When did this happen? About 10 days ago. They suddenly appeared. Several cities along the Tavel Mountains received the news, and many trade caravans are now stuck in town. Suddenly appearing, Bevis paused to think. What is the temple's stance on this? The War God Temple and the Goddess of Life Temple sent out scout teams 5 days ago. They haven't returned yet. Some caravans that managed to break through reported that most of the creatures are level 5 or 6, but many are corrupted by dark forces, making them more aggressive and dangerous. The Merchant Guild has already informed the Adventurers Guild and the Mercenary Guild. 2 days ago, elite teams from both guilds set out to gather more information. The term, corrupted, magical creatures refers to those tainted by dark powers, making them more hostile. Hearing this, Bevis realized how serious the situation was. For their journey, safety was the top priority. The two discussed Lucine's group's plans further, gathering more details before Bevis stood to leave. Outside the Merchant Guild building, the sky was turning dusk. A cool breeze, carrying the sharp chill unique to Sigil City, began to blow. Bivs adjusted his collar and slowly headed toward the Goddess of Life temple. As he walked, he pondered the strange circumstances. Suddenly, he heard a commotion behind him. Turning around, he saw a group of black-clad, black horse-riding knights charging wildly down the street, causing bystanders to scatter. The knights were highly skilled in riding. They galloped wildly, causing many surprises, but they rarely hurt anyone. When they encountered some foolish people in the road, they would quickly pass by like flowing water. Sometimes, when they couldn't go around, they would simply fly over. About a dozen knights, like a black whirlwind, suddenly sped past Bivs. In a quick glance, Bivs saw the double sword emblem on the right arm beneath their flying black cloaks. The Temple of War God? Bivs was surprised. He looked back toward the direction the knights came from, north of Sigil City, heading toward the Tavalar Mountains. Could it be the exploration team from the Temple of War God returning? He immediately changed his mind and turned back to the Merchant Guild, deciding to wait for new news. He waited all day, and by sunset the next day, he learned the latest situation in the Tavalar Mountains. "I heard the exploration team from the temple has returned," Leonard said as he saw Bivs rushing back to the camp. Bivs nodded and signaled Leonard to go to the small study to discuss. The team that returned is part of the War God Temple's explorers. The others from the temple and the team from the Goddess of Life are still in the native village of the Tavalar Mountains. They will come back after some natives recover from their injuries. The temple reported to the Merchant Guild that the monsters in the Tavalar Mountains migrated passively, mainly because they were new to the environment and more aggressive. Once they adapt, they should become less hostile. "I've heard similar news," Leonard said. "The Adventurers Guild has tracked recent attacks. Most were caused when caravans accidentally entered the monsters' warning zones. Sending more people for early reconnaissance could help avoid battles." Bivs nodded silently for a moment, then said, "We can only wait for the situation to improve." Another 5 days passed. During this time, the city was not peaceful. Every day, new news circulated in Sigil City about the 2 temples and guild exploration teams, as well as the many monsters in the mountains. The rumors varied widely. However, overall, people noticed that attacks had significantly decreased. It seemed that those mysterious monsters had mysteriously disappeared or hidden away, no longer attacking people. Many of the merchant groups that have been trapped for about 10 days are starting to get restless and want to leave the city. Finally, after 3 days without reports of attacks, some merchant groups, despite increasing their guards with more mercenaries, decided to set out. For merchants, arriving a day late means more loss. This was the 9th day since Lucy and her group were trapped in Sigil City. That evening, Bivs and Leonard returned to their base early. As soon as they arrived, they headed straight to the small study. Since 3 days ago, they had been spending all their time there, working late into the night. Because of this, the small study was considered a restricted area, only accessible to cleaning staff. However, this time Leonard didn't stay long. He opened the door, gathered some people, and prepared to leave. This news was very exciting. The group had been stuck for nearly 10 days, and while many merchant groups had already left, they still hadn't moved. Many accompanying staff members were secretly talking about it, sharing various opinions. Outside the study, Leonard was loudly giving orders to arrange the personnel. Inside, Biv sat alone among a pile of monster data, mountain maps, and other materials. He lowered his head, rubbed his forehead, and quickly thought about possible dangers and plans for the journey. Just as Bivs was drawing and marking on a document, there was a sudden knock on the door of the small study. "Come in," he called out loudly. The person who entered softly called, "Uncle Bivs, am I bothering you?" Amelia." Bivs put down his materials and looked up. "What brings you here?" "I went to the kitchen to heat some milk for Mississippi. I saw Brother Leonard, and he said you hadn't had dinner yet, so I brought some food for you." Amelia placed the tray in front of Bivs, lifted the lid, and a fresh, inviting aroma wafted out. "This is something Aunt Frida taught me to make. It might not be as good as hers, but please try it." The familiar smell immediately made Bivs hungry. He took the utensils and took the first bite. He was surprised and said, "It seems like maybe it has some chibi juice in it." "Yes, Miss said that chibi juice can stimulate the appetite and help warm and soothe the stomach." Over the past few days, everyone in the base has felt it's been good to eat. As Biv savored the food, he felt a gentle warmth rising from his stomach. It seemed as if all his internal organs were gradually warming up. After quickly finishing Amelia's heartfelt dinner, Bivs asked, "Miss and Miss Esther are resting now?" "Miss is reading at night. She'll probably rest soon. Miss Esther is meditating in the evening. Her rest time is about the same as Mrs. All right, when you go back later, tell Miss that we might set out tomorrow. Finally, we can leave," Amelia exclaimed happily. "Yes, have you been feeling cramped these days?" Biv smiled, sensing Amelia's excitement.
I'm okay.
Miss goes out for a little walk every afternoon to find some special things from Sajur City. "Look, this earring is a gift from Miss. It's made from red willow, wood unique to Sajur City. She even had my initials carved on it," Amelia said, pointing to her earrings and smiling happily. The Tavier Mountains stretch east to west for over 1,000 kilometers. The highest peak is over 3,000 meters tall, while the lowest is less than 1,000 meters. From Sajur City, heading north into the Tavier Mountains, the route passes through the lowest mountain area. The trade road follows the gentle slopes, sometimes winding through dense forests, sometimes across meadows. Although the mountains are not very tall, the vegetation changes noticeably along the way, from shrubs at the lower levels to grasslands higher up, and finally to bare rocks or snow-covered areas at the peaks. Lucine and her group moved slowly. During each rest, Lucine and Esther were protected by 2 dedicated guards each, ensuring their safety. During a lunch break, which was also a good time for a walk after eating, Lucine fanned herself with a paper fan to chase away the early summer heat. Though she was followed by 2 attendants, she still enjoyed strolling leisurely through a small grove, occasionally kneeling down to examine some plants she found. Miss, Amelia's call came from afar. She hurried over, carefully holding something in her arms. When she reached them, panting, Amelia handed over a bundle wrapped in a cloth, saying, "Miss, this is the milk fragrance fruit of late spring. Try it, it tastes wonderful." Lucine picked up a small fruit from her hand. It had been washed clean and was a greenish, round shape with a bumpy surface. Gently, Lucine cracked it open, and inside was a brown, jelly-like substance that looked unappetizing. However, in Amelia's eager eyes, Lucine still put it in her mouth. As she rolled her tongue, a rich, milky aroma filled her mouth. Surprisingly, this brown jelly-like thing had a sweet, milk-like scent with almost no fishy smell. This kind of fruit is rare. I looked for a long time to find just a few, Amelia said happily, seeing Lucine enjoy it. Didn't go too far, right? Be careful if Beavis finds out. He might scold you, Lucine warned.
No worries.
I didn't leave the camp area. I picked it within everyone's watchful range, Amelia replied while cracking the fruit open. By the way, I saw some commotion over at the camp earlier. I wonder if Miss Estelle is throwing a tantrum again. After entering the mountains, for safety reasons, meal breaks were short, so they couldn't prepare fancy food. To avoid attracting monsters, Beavis specifically told the cooks not to make strongly scented dishes. Over a few days, their meals became quite simple. This made Estelle unhappy, and she had caused trouble several times, requiring Beavis to comfort her each time. "Probably not," Lucine said with her mouth full of the milky fruit, her words a bit muffled. During the meal, I saw her eating calmly, without any sign of protesting. Just then, a servant hurried over from Beavis's side. Seeing Lucine, he bowed and said, "Miss, the butler requests your presence." Lucine quickly ate the last milky fruit, its sweet aroma making her feel happy. As she walked, she asked what happened with Beavis. Lieutenant Leonard found a group attacked by monsters ahead. Luckily, they rescued most of them in time. Only a few were frightened, and there were no casualties. However, several wagons were destroyed. During the initial contact, the lieutenant noticed that the other side seemed to want to join us. Where are they headed?
Who are they?
When Lieutenant Leonard returned, he said they are from the Shockham family's group. Their goal is the same as ours, to escort family members to attend Aylbert Academy. As she spoke, she returned to the carriage. The temporary camp was centered around Lucine and Estelle's carriages. Naturally, Bivis's reception area for the Saham family's caravan was also here. She saw a row of people dressed in black sitting by the carriage. They were sitting on simple, portable stools. These were made by guards skilled in woodworking, as Lucine described. Once these stools appeared, everyone liked them because they were easy to use and didn't take up much space. They are essential tools for home and travel. Maybe it was the first time they sat on such small seats, so the line of black-robed people looked awkward in their sitting postures. Not only did their sitting look strange, but their clothing also looked odd. All of them, men and women, wore black robes from head to toe. The only difference was the fabric, and men wore pants while women wore skirts. "Miss, didn't we meet them when we were shopping last time?" Amelia saw their outfits from afar and immediately remembered their previous encounter. With Amelia's reminder, Lucine recalled the shy little girl at the Red Willow gathering. A quick glance showed her the small figure surrounded in the middle by this line of black-robed people. However, this glance also revealed a problem. Estelle was not there. She quietly asked the servant who had led her earlier, "Where is Sister Estelle?" The servant answered quietly and cleverly, "Miss Estelle is feeling unwell and is resting." Feeling unwell? Lucine rolled her eyes inwardly. It seemed that Estelle was probably throwing a tantrum again. She wondered what had upset the young lady this time. As she thought this, Lucine sighed and approached Bivis. After the greeting, a man in a black robe, who seemed to be the leader, removed his headscarf, revealing a face full of exotic features. His old face was marked most notably by a blue-gray scorpion tattoo on his right cheek. The man in black bowed again, placing his right fist over his chest, and expressed gratitude. "Goddess Ohanuya above, Tatak thanks your group for your help." "May the goddess be with you. May the goddess be with you," Bivis replied, also making a fist over his chest as a sign of respect. Lucine had to bow again to show her respect. After exchanging greetings, everyone finally sat down. Although Lucine was of higher status, she was only 10 years old. According to the rules, Bivis usually handled most matters. So, Bivis was the first to ask, "We are very sorry to hear about your disaster. Do you have any plans for the next steps?" Tatak said straightforwardly, showing the honesty of desert people. "This is the goddess's punishment and test. We hope to work with your group. In return, we will offer enough rewards and the friendship of the Shakam tribe." Hearing this, Bivis felt excited. As a merchant who traveled a lot, he knew how valuable this friendship was. For a desert kingdom like Wahat, gaining a tribe's friendship was like gaining the whole kingdom's friendship. That meant smooth business in Wahat in the future. "You are too kind," Bivis said calmly, trying to hide his happiness. Anyone with good intentions wouldn't stand by in such a situation. However, our carts are very tight, and we can't spare an extra cart. So, we might have to ask Miss Shakam and our young lady to share a cart. Tatak hesitated, not only because of local customs, but also because their young lady's personality was not very suitable for long-term companionship. Just as he was hesitating, he felt his sleeve being pulled. Turning his head, he was surprised to see that it was Aisha ibn Shakam, their young lady, pulling his sleeve. Aisha pulled Tatak over and whispered something in his ear. Tatak looked puzzled. Perhaps her words surprised him so much that he rudely spoke in their native language to Aisha. However, this time, it was not Aisha who answered him, but a woman dressed in black veils who had been following Aisha. After receiving the answer, Tatar responded to Bivis, "May the goddess bless us. Thank you for your generosity and kindness. We agree to your arrangement." Since then, 2 women, one large and one small, joined Lucine in her carriage. Fortunately, the carriage was big enough. Each woman sat on opposite sides, one as the lady, the other as her servant. For people in the carriage did not feel crowded. Lucine woke up again from her nap. She stretched lazily with her eyes closed before sitting up. Soft cushions were placed behind her back, and she leaned her head against the smooth pillow, murmuring, "Amelia." As she opened her mouth, a soft, gel-like object was gently placed inside. She rolled her tongue, tasting the sweet flavor, and smiled happily. "Amelia, Amelia, you're so kind. Lucine mumbled softly. She rolled her body forward, resting her head on Amelia's lap, rubbing and nuzzling as if she were a soft worm. Only when just waking up and not fully alert would Lucine show such childish behavior. As her mind gradually cleared, Lucine opened her eyes and slowly sat up. "Miss, would you like to read first or have some afternoon tea?" Amelia asked as she adjusted the blanket for her. "Read first," Lucine replied. As soon as she finished speaking, she was handed the book she had been reading before her nap. She smiled contentedly, thinking how thoughtful Amelia was. She didn't need to ask. Amelia always arranged everything perfectly. After reading for a while, Lucine suddenly remembered that there seemed to be 2 more people in her carriage. She looked up and saw 2 figures dressed in black veils sitting on the opposite seat. She glanced to her left, then to her right. "Aren't you hot?" This sudden question was quite abrupt. Both Lucine and Amelia saw Aisha tremble slightly when she heard it. Her reaction made them exchange glances. Lucine pouted slightly, but decided to stay silent. "We're used to it," a small, shy voice replied, barely audible. If the carriage hadn't been so quiet, they might have missed it. Lucine was surprised as she looked up from her book, blinking at Aisha. Not only was Lucine surprised, but Aisha's personal maid also seemed very surprised by Aisha's boldness. "What's your custom? Are you used to the heat?" Since Aisha was willing to answer, Lucine continued to ask questions. "No," Aisha replied slowly, as she rarely talked to others, and her speech was much slower than normal. "We are in the desert. It's hot there. Here, it's okay. You mean the temperature here is much lower than where you come from, and it's not hot for you?" Aisha didn't answer, but kept nodding her small black head. "Why do you wear such clothes? Is it a local tradition?" Aisha nodded again. "Can you usually take off your veil?" She tilted her head, thought for a moment, then said, "Sometimes, yes. Not now. What about during meals? When there are no outsiders, yes. And if someone is around, you don't take it off? That seems inconvenient. I'm used to it. How old were you when you started wearing the veil? Do you remember?" 3 years old. They continued asking and answering, slowly starting to interact more. Wada is a desert kingdom made up of 7 tribes. Each tribe has its own territory, and there is no hierarchy among them. They are all equal. Usually, each tribe manages its own affairs. When big issues threaten the safety of the kingdom, the leaders of the 7 tribes vote together to decide the kingdom's direction. The people living in the desert are completely influenced by the desert environment. Wahada's desert is very special. The water sources move from place to place each season. Every year, they follow the water's movement, grazing wherever the water goes. Although the tribes of the Wada kingdom are governed separately, their beliefs are the same. They worship the goddess Ahanya, which means green life, in their language. Ahanya is the sister of the goddess of life. According to legend, because Ahanya's ideas differed from those of the gods, she left the gods and came alone to this originally lifeless desert. Thanks to her nurturing, the 7 tribes were born. In their stories, Ahanya is a goddess who likes to wear a black veil, and her eyes are very powerful. When she looks at a living being, that creature's life force quickly drains away, turning into dust instantly. Because of this, the Wada kingdom developed a custom where everyone wears masks and rarely shows their faces. Women's faces especially must stay hidden. They are only uncovered in front of close family and friends. Lucine learned all these details about the Wada kingdom little by little from Aisha. The process was both difficult and interesting. During this time, Aisha became more lively, and their conversations changed from simple questions and answers to casual chatting. They no longer had the initial moments where Aisha might get startled easily. With the addition of the Shaham tribe, the group's safety improved again. The 20 or so warriors from the Shaham tribe are very strong. Before, they almost couldn't defend against monsters because they weren't used to fighting in the woods. Under Leonard's careful planning and training, the Shaham warriors became stronger than Burner's guards and now are the main protectors. The better safety situation means they don't have to be so cautious all the time. This has led to better food quality and more free time for resting and exploring after setting up camp. Lucine's daily habit is to take a walk after lunch and dinner. Since Aisha and Lucine started traveling together, they sometimes see the two girls walking together. This is 9 for grass. Look, each plant has only 9 leaves, and every main vein of each leaf is covered with tiny hairs. 9 for grass? What is it used for? The books say it helps heal wounds very well. Most common medicines for cuts contain it. You can apply it directly or boil it into a soup to drink. I remember that this plant is very adaptable and can grow in some desert areas, but I don't know if it exists where you are. Oh, I'll ask. Sure, but don't touch it. Its tiny hairs can make your skin itchy. Wash your hands quickly. Hearing that her young lady caused trouble, Amelia smiled apologetically at Aisha's maid, then took a water pouch from her waist and approached to wash Aisha's hands. Since Lucine became interested in herbs, she often touches and tests things from books, so Amelia always carries a water pouch for Lucine to wash her hands. Lucine, why are you getting more careless? You cause trouble yourself and even involve the guests. When Esther's voice was heard, Lucine sighed inwardly. It seems I shouldn't go out. She helped Aisha to stand. They saw Esther walking slowly from the front side, with a maid holding an umbrella and another fanning her, making quite a show. It's rare for the family to come here for a walk. Didn't you say yesterday that you didn't want to move because of the heat? I just finished meditating. Staying in the carriage is boring, so I came out for a walk, Esther said proudly. She always thought her magic talent was excellent, especially compared to Lucine, who has no magic talent at all. Her talent made her feel superior. Cousin really works hard. After starting school, she not only studies at the Albert Academy, but also practices magic. Lucine smiled softly. Unlike us, Catherine only needs to focus on learning magic from Master and Silro. Cousin really has worked hard. When mentioning Catherine, Esther's expression stiffened for a moment. The Burner family's talent is mainly in combat, rarely in magic. Only she and Catherine show magic talent among the younger generation. This discovery made her very loved by her grandfather, but it also meant she was often compared to Catherine. In these comparisons, she usually lost. As a proud person, she couldn't accept this, so the name Catherine was a taboo for Esther. Yes, I am tired, unlike Catherine, and even less like you, Esther. Esther quickly adjusts her mood, forces a smile, and says with a hint of malice, "Sigh, I've realized that not having magic talent isn't necessarily a bad thing. We don't have to be forced to learn so many things like we are." After saying this, she hums softly and turns to leave. Lucine makes a funny face at her back and mutters, "Today is really not a good day to go out. I can't believe I ran into her." While complaining, she feels her sleeve being pulled. Turning around, she sees Esther hiding behind Aisha. She gently reassures her, "Don't mind her. My older cousin just doesn't like me. If we ignore her, it's fine. I didn't." Aisha's voice is soft, almost like she's holding it in her mouth, making it hard to hear. "What did you say?" Lucine leans in closer, trying to hear more clearly. Aisha trembles slightly, but doesn't back away. Instead, she moves closer to Lucine. This time, Lucine hears her say, "I also don't have magic talent." Lucine feels a warm feeling rise in her heart. She smiles gently and pats Aisha's head, saying, "Not having magic talent isn't a big deal. Most people in this world are ordinary. Just because you don't have magic talent doesn't mean you can't live happily. Life is your own, so don't worry about what others say." Aisha doesn't answer this time. She just looks at Lucine. Since she's wearing a veil, Lucine can't see her expression, but she can feel her confusion. "So," she says, "having a certain talent doesn't necessarily mean you'll become a strong person. So, there's no need to value these so-called talents too much. Then how can I become strong?" Aisha asks. Lucine is a bit surprised that Aisha asks such a question, but she tilts her head and thinks for a moment before giving her a unique answer. To become strong, first you need to understand what it means to be strong. In my opinion, there are 2 kinds of strong people. One is someone with a resilient mind. The other is someone who can bring happiness to others. Hearing this, Lucine notices Aisha seems to be lost in thought. She feels a little shy and says, "That's just my personal opinion." Everyone has their own answer, so don't take what I say too seriously. Let's go for a walk ahead. She then pulls Aisha along and walks forward. Every day, Lucine's favorite time was walking, followed by resting after camping. Walking allowed her to stretch her legs and move around. Resting meant lying on a blanket-covered bed, stretching her limbs and rolling around. After evening walks, the servants would tidy up the tents. The inside of the tent was decorated exactly as Lucine liked, with the floor covered in thick blankets, so she could take off her shoes and roll around to every corner. There was no bed. Instead, various shaped cushions were scattered on the ground. Besides cushions and people, there were no objects taller than 20 centimeters. All activities took place on the carpet. So, whenever Lucine entered her small tent, she would immediately flop onto the ground, then roll around until she was buried in a pile of cushions. Regarding Lucine's playful nature, Amelia had long stopped trying to persuade her. She casually picked up the shoes Lucine had kicked off, one on each side, and approached to adjust Lucine into the most comfortable position. Then she wrapped a thin blanket around her lower body and placed a book in Lucine's right hand and a water cup in her left. Hee. Amelia is the best, Lucine said happily, quickly kissing Amelia's face as she bent down. Amelia rolled her eyes and sat beside her, continuing her embroidery work. The soft glow from the magic stones shone down from the top of the tent, bright but not harsh. The two, Lucine and Amelia, each busy with their own tasks, rarely spoke. The tent was very quiet, only the sound of pages turning and the occasional crisp cut of scissors breaking the silence. Suddenly, a clear bell rang. Amelia, sitting cross-legged, stood up and lifted a corner of the tent. She didn't come back for a while, and only the sound of quiet conversation outside could be heard. Curious, Lucine asked loudly, "Who's outside?" "Miss Aisha," Amelia replied. Lucine got up and stepped outside the tent. She saw Aisha standing outside, head bowed, twisting a colorful embroidered item with a black background in her hands. "Why aren't you coming in, Aisha?" Lucine asked. Aisha seemed unaware of Lucine's question and was lost in her own worries. Lucine called her again, which finally caught her attention. Aisha looked up at Lucine and stared for a long time, so long that Lucine felt it was her own strange behavior, not Aisha's. Suddenly, Aisha shoved the tangled object she had been holding into Lucine's arms and then turned around and ran away. Lucine looked at the object in her hands in surprise. It was a small cloth bag about the size of her two palms. The bag was decorated on both sides with the same pattern, a black velvet base with a beautiful scene of an oasis under the moon woven with colorful silk threads. She knew this was no ordinary gift. In the language of the Shalim tribe, this small bag is called a baram, a gift given to close friends. Lucine kept playing with the baram, feeling confused. She hadn't done anything special, so why did Aisha give her this? Sighing softly, Lucine thought about how to thank her. After thinking for a while, she ordered, "Amelia, please take the perfume I made last year and send it to Aisha as a thank you gift." Amelia nodded and left. After a while, Amelia returned, but behind her were two important people, Vivis and Tatar. Amelia gave Lucine a helpless look and stepped aside to stand quietly. When Tatar entered the tent, he bowed deeply with his hands crossed over his chest, just like when they first met. After talking with Aisha, Lucine understood that this gesture was very important. She stood up and moved aside, not accepting Tatar's gift directly. "Tatar, why are you doing this? Your gift is too much. I am overwhelmed." Tatar sighed with a kind smile, appreciating Lucine's modesty. "Thank the goddess Ohanuya for her blessings. Thank you for your kindness and sincerity. Aisha has been afraid to communicate with others since she was young. I never thought she would give away a baram one day." Talking about the baram made Lucine feel helpless and surprised again. She hesitated and said, "I didn't really do much." Tatar, with his warm, elder-like smile, looked at Lucine and explained why he insisted on giving this gift. "The Shalim family has always respected women, not only because of our beliefs, but also because only women can inherit the gifts of our ancestors and become the tribe's priestesses. Aisha is the only girl of her generation. She has always felt guilty for not inheriting magical talent, and there are similar critical comments within her family. To protect her from more hurt, I and her parents decided to send her to the Alberta Academy, hoping she would change in a new environment. Tatak paused and looked seriously at Lucine, saying, "Today, she suddenly came back and asked me if there was any other way to bring happiness to her people, since she has no magical talent and cannot inherit the priest position. Do you know? This is the first time she has calmly admitted that she has no magic talent. Her change surprised me, and all of this is thanks to you. So, please cherish her feelings." As he spoke, Tatak clenched his fist over his chest and bowed. Lucine never expected that her moment of sighing could have such a big impact on Aisha. Facing Tatak's deep gratitude, she could only respond seriously. "Rest assured, since Aisha considers me a close friend, I will treat her like family." Only true sincerity can bring genuine friendship. Lucine's answer clearly pleased Tatak, who smiled broadly like a sunflower. The next day, when Lucine got on the carriage, she noticed a big change. Aisha had taken off her veil. It turned out that after Aisha gave Lucine the Baram, according to the Shakam tribe's customs, they could be considered sisters without blood relation. As sisters, it was natural for her to remove her veil. Aisha without her veil looked stunning, her wavy, pinkish hair, pink eyes, and pink lips, even her thick, curled eyelashes were pink. She looked like a doll painted in soft pink. Her hair and eyelashes were light blue, her eyes were lavender, and her lips were pink. "Aisha, you are the most beautiful person I've ever seen," Lucine couldn't help but praise. Aisha blushed and looked down shyly, her cheeks turning a bright pink. "Thank you for the perfume. I really like the scent. What kind of flowers is it made from?" Aisha asked softly, changing the subject. "This perfume is my proud work," Lucine said happily. "I named it Treasure. The top notes are fresh like a gentle breeze on water, the middle notes are sweet and delicate like being in a sea of flowers, and the base notes are warm and lively, like a spring breeze." When talking about perfume, Lucine became a bit lost in her thoughts. She leaned forward, close to Aisha, gently lifted her chin, and looked into her shy eyes. "The way you make me feel is just like it. At first, like a gentle breeze in a desert oasis, shy but fresh and lovely. After spending more time together, you become as beautiful and elegant as a blooming flower. I hope you grow strong, like its base notes, bringing warmth and energy to others." As Lucine moved closer to Aisha, Amelia covered her eyes, unable to watch her lady behave like she was teasing a good wife. This wasn't the first time. Whenever Lucine talked about her favorite perfume, she suddenly changed, making others feel confused. "Yes, I will try my best," Aisha said shyly, but with a serious promise. Her voice was soft, but her determination was clear. The horses galloped, and the knights rode on. Since crossing the Tavia Mountains, they hadn't seen any monsters. It seemed all the monsters stayed on the other side of the mountain. Careful Beavis and Leonard discussed, and decided to search more widely. Still, they hadn't seen even the weakest monsters. This was strange because normally there were many level 2 and 3 monsters in this area, which would be good for the traders to improve their food. But now, only a few level 1 and 2 monsters appeared, and the forest was eerily quiet. As the team moved forward, this silence spread among the people, creating a strange feeling of pressure and tension. Even Est's usually bad temper seemed better. She no longer complained now and then. Suddenly, a deep horn sounded through the group. Everyone stopped walking at once. This was the signal to halt immediately. Such horns only sounded when under attack. Lucine put down her book and listened carefully. Usually, even if fights happened outside, faint sounds could be heard. She listened for a while, but heard nothing. She slightly lifted her chin and signaled Amelia to go and check what was happening. Amelia quickly returned to the carriage. "We found a merchant convoy that was attacked. Leonard, Uncle Beavis, and Dad Tatak have gone to check the situation. The 3 who went to investigate soon sent back orders for everyone to stay put and set up camp." This order caused a lot of discussion. It was the first time in over 20 days that they didn't use lunch before setting up camp. Since it was almost lunchtime, after the camp was arranged, they started preparing lunch early. As people moved around, news spread quickly throughout the camp. P.S. I am currently editing, so there may be fewer updates. Thank you for your understanding. Cat caught a cold. It has a stuffy nose and a headache. Cat's dad, Sheep Dad, is shouting at Cat not to use the computer, worried it might make the illness worse. Poor Cat. While everyone in the camp was talking about the incident, a tent on the left side of the camp, temporarily used as a meeting room, was filled with a serious atmosphere. Leonard, Bivis, Tatak, and some key fighters had just finished inspecting the scene and sat in a circle. In the middle was a mountain map of the northern foothills of the Taiwan Mountains. The attacked caravan consisted of 2 groups. Based on the scene, the attack probably happened 3 or 4 days ago, around sunset, when the 2 groups were preparing dinner. The scout leader, who first found the scene, explained, pointing at the map. The 2 caravans were quite far apart, separated by a small river. The attack on the first caravan happened on the west bank of the river. From the bodies found, we estimate this caravan had weak protection, with fewer than 30 fighters. The fight ended quickly. The attackers were likely wind-type land beasts, probably a mix of wind wolves and storm tigers. After attacking the first caravan, they didn't stop to clean the battlefield but crossed the river and attacked the second caravan, which had better defenses. Some beasts were killed. We found traces of fire magic attacks on the ground, but no mage bodies were found. Based on the ground marks, we think some members of the second caravan survived. We believe these beasts are controlled by humans. I have sent 7 search teams nearby, Leonard continued, finishing the scout leader's report. Based on current clues, these beasts are probably moving in a straight line from the southwestern mountains toward the northeast. Leonard pointed to several spots on the map and explained, we found signs of large-scale migration here. Since the previous routes were through sparsely populated areas, no one noticed the problem. Based on the current migration paths, the monsters will cross the trade routes multiple times. The 2 caravans we saw today are probably just the first victims. We don't know if there are still attacked caravans further ahead. Also, the bigger problem is that we don't know where these monsters will stop. They might have already passed through the Taiwan Mountains or could appear again on future trade routes, attacking travelers. We also need to be prepared for their possible return migration. The meeting continued into dinner time. In the end, they decided to expand the initial scouting area and reduce the main team. To stay mobile, they no longer set up tents at night. Lucine and the others rest in the wagons, while the rest sleep outdoors. Luckily, it's summer now, and a thin blanket or a coat is enough to stay warm at night. After 2 more days of slow travel, near dusk, Leonard, who was on the front patrol, brought good news. They had encountered a caravan leaving Tralbach City. Tralbach is an important hub on this trade route and the first large city beyond the Taiwan Mountains. Bevis immediately decided to stay put, handing over the camp defense to Tatark. Bevis and Leonard went to the caravan's camp to exchange travel experiences. The changing security situation didn't affect Lucine's usual after-dinner walk. That day, as usual, she took Aisha and 3 guards along the protective circle, wandering inside it. Since it was summer, the ground still radiated heat from the sun, making the air feel hot. Walking on such a surface, the heat seemed to rise from their feet, making everyone feel unbearably warm. Lucine, I remember there's a small river ahead. Can we go there to splash some water? Maybe because she grew up in the desert, Aisha loved water very much. During Lucine's evening walk, she always tried to find water whenever possible. Water's edge is often a place where animals gather. The guards listened as 2 girls planned to go to the water. One girl quickly moved ahead to check the situation. After confirming there was no danger, Lucine and the other girls slowly approached the riverbank. This is a small branch of the many rivers in the Taiwan mountain range. The river is about 10 meters wide, with clear water that you can see through. From the shore, you can see small fish swimming and water plants swaying. The water is shallow near the banks, only reaching up to the knees in the deepest spots and just over the ankles in the shallowest. Lucine was very happy when she saw the water. She was very hot. She took off her shoes and socks and stepped into the water. "How nice and cool," she said, feeling the refreshing water spread through her body as her toes touched the water. Aisha lifted her gauze dress with both hands and looked down at her feet in the clear water, sighing softly. "Since I was young, my mother told me that water is our source of life. We can go without tents or lose our cattle, but we cannot live without water." Aisha looked upstream along the riverbed and said, "As a priestess, my most important duty is to use ancient magic to predict where the water flows and lead our tribe to find a good place to settle. Every priestess must dedicate her life to the tribe. The goddess Ohanuya loves the purest women, so only the most pure women can sense the pulse of life." At this moment, Aisha seemed calm and sad. Although she wore a veil that hid her face, her sadness was still clear. This quiet sadness touched Lucine deeply. "Did you know, Lucine?" Aisha turned her head to look at her, "that priestesses are the dream women of all the men in the tribe? But my aunt is already 30 and still has no lover because all priestesses must be Shaba. Shaba means untouched on or a pure one. But I know she actually has someone she loves. That person has waited for her for over 10 years. They only waited for my birth, hoping I could become a priestess." But Aisha choked up. "I disappointed my aunt." "This is not your fault," Lucine said, stepping forward to hug her. "That was the first time I saw my aunt cry." Aisha buried her head in Lucine's shoulder, still lost in her thoughts, and continued, "It's all because of me that she couldn't be with the person she loves." "That's not your fault." Lucine patted her back gently and comforted her softly. "All of this is the will of the goddess. It's not anyone's fault. You should trust the goddess Ohanuya and believe she can help your aunt find happiness." "Really? Can she do that?" Aisha's voice was muffled and choked with emotion. "Of course. The goddess Ohanuya will treat all her sincere followers kindly." Because Aisha was crying, the two girls had to leave the shore early. To help Aisha feel better after her sudden sadness, Lucine encouraged her. The two girls started playing with water splashes on the riverbank. They watched stones bounce on the water, clapping and shouting happily. After crying, jumping, and calling out, Aisha felt tired first. She imitated Lucine and lay down on a flat rock by the river, curling up and resting her head on Lucine's lap. She listened to Lucine blowing strange sounds with leaves, occasionally laughing at her. The girls were having fun when suddenly, with two splashes, two guards ran out from the trees by the river and gathered around Lucine and Aisha. They quickly stood up. Lucine asked, "What's wrong?" One guard explained, "Yuli saw some movement upstream and went to check. You two should head back first." Lucine knew the current safety situation was not very good, so she didn't protest. She simply ordered, "Leave one person here to watch for Yuli." Seeing that the two guards looked hesitant, she continued persuading them. "This camp is close. Even if something's wrong, we can call for help quickly. Nothing will happen." "Yes," the first guard decided quickly. He asked his companion to stay behind while he took responsibility for escorting Lucine and Aisha back to the camp. They had only gone a few steps when they heard Yuli's voice ahead. "Upstream is safe. Just a person who fell into the water." Lucine and Aisha exchanged glances. Lucine said, "Since it's safe, let's go back and see what's going on." As they spoke, the three of them turned back and returned to the riverbank. They saw two guards standing with their backs to them, near a large rock by the river. Because of their standing position, Lucine and the others' view was blocked. They took a few more steps forward before finally seeing the person lying on the rock. Aisha shouted in surprise and hid behind Lucine. Lucine only glanced briefly and turned away. The person on the rock was covered in wounds all over their body. Some wounds had flesh torn open on both sides, and others were so deep that bones were visible. If the person hadn't been wearing black clothes, it would look like they were covered in blood. Even though Lucine turned away, she still asked, "Is he still alive? Can you tell who he is?" "Miss, the person is still breathing, but it looks very dangerous. There are no clear signs of who he is, but he seems to be a fighter, not a merchant. Since he's still alive, we must save him. Send someone back to get a doctor, and also inform Bivis and Leonard." After giving the order, Lucine and Aisha headed back to the camp. Bivis and Leonard quickly learned the news. Shortly after discovering the fallen merchant convoy, they encountered new attackers. This really startled them. Hurrying back, Bivis and Leonard saw Tatark outside the healer's tent. "Father, how is he?" Bivis asked as they stood some distance from the tent. "His injuries are serious. He's mostly holding on through willpower," Tatark replied quietly after the others left. "From a piece of cloth cut from the healer's supplies, I found this." He took out a broken metal fragment. Leonard saw a faint skull pattern on the broken metal and blurted out, "Temple of the War God." "Yes, the inner night of the War God's temple." Tatark sighed deeply. "I've asked someone to search near where he was found, hoping to find some clues." Just as Leonard was pondering how an inner night of the War God's temple could appear here, Bivis was the first to consider the matter of secrecy. Besides the two young ladies, the 3 guards, and the healer, who else knows we saved him today? Tatak patted Bivis on the shoulder and sighed about their shared concern. "There are only 2 outer patrols. I have told everyone to keep the secret for now." As they spoke, the tent was pulled back, and a medic from the troop stepped out. "The patient is badly hurt. Some wounds are from weapons, some from magic, and many from beast bites and claws," the medic explained. "Some wounds are toxic. Our antidotes can only remove part of the poison, so he will be unconscious for a while. When might he wake up? Is his life in danger? I don't know exactly when he'll wake. It depends on his resistance and willpower. As for danger to his life, not right now. But his injuries are very serious and they might affect his fighting skills." "Okay, thank you. Rest for now," Bivis said, watching the medic go back to his tent. Then he turned to Leonard. "Leave 2 people to watch him. As soon as he wakes, tell us immediately." Back in his own tent, Bivis covered his face with a damp cloth and slowly organized his thoughts. First, the message from the caravan leaving Traba confirms that there have been no more attacks on the road. Also, because of recent attacks, Traba has sent troops to strengthen security along the trade routes. If our troop speeds up, we can reach the control area of Tereshek in about 4 or 5 days. That's good news. Second, the temple night of the War God Temple appeared mysteriously in the Tavel Mountains, without any warning. On the way here, they met many caravans, but no one saw any sign of temple personnel. It seems the temple knights came through dense forests where no one else goes. They went to great lengths to avoid notice, which suggests they're on a secret mission. This is troubling news. Third, based on the wounds and injuries, it seems the temple knight was attacked some time ago, and he was injured heavily. He probably fell into the water shortly after the attack and floated downstream for a long time. From this, we can infer that the attack happened far from our current camp. Second, water can wash away a person's scent, and the water routes are many and branching. It is unlikely that those who attacked him will find him again. This can be seen as a somewhat good piece of news. "Byways, are you there?" Leonard's voice came from outside the tent. "I'm here," Byways replied and called him in. As soon as Leonard entered and saw Byways, he smiled. "What's wrong?" "Headache. Can I not have a headache?" Byways said, covering his face with a cold water cloth. "I thought I could just calmly finish the rest of the journey and everything would be fine, but unexpectedly, a big problem popped up halfway." "I say, you don't need to worry too much about that knight from the inner hall," Leonard said with a smile. Hearing this, Byways pulled at the corner of the towel and looked at him. "Kid, don't smile so slyly. If you have good news, just say it." "I just came from my father. His people have returned. They found signs of a large-scale migration of monsters. The traces they found are very recent, probably just 2 or 3 days old. The migration was heading northwest, in the exact opposite direction from us. If we speed up and move forward for another day or 2, even if they turn back immediately from the northwest, they won't catch up with us." "Good job. This is the best news we've heard since entering the Taver Mountains." Byways suddenly jumped up. "Today, I can finally sleep a little more peacefully. What are you going to do about that night? What else can I do?" With the main worry resolved, Byways stretched lazily. "Just treat him like a treasure. Take good care of him. When we reach Tralback City, just hand him over to the War God Temple. No matter how many secrets he has, they don't concern us common folk, right? That's fine." I'll go tell the healer to find a way to let him sleep longer. As long as he's not awake, everything is easy to handle. Yes, that's good too. The more we know, the more trouble we have. If we don't know anything, for the sake of the Grand Duke, the War God Temple usually won't make things difficult for us. After Baiwei's approved, Leonard turned and left the tent, quickly preparing to give orders. Lucy, don't go in. Outside the tent serving as a temporary hospital bed, Aisha and Lucine were tugging at each other. Lucine insisted on seeing how the person they rescued was doing, while Aisha couldn't forget the terrible wounds she saw in that brief glance. Since we're here, of course I will go in, Lucine said to comfort Aisha. It's okay, his wounds are probably bandaged now. There's nothing to be afraid of. No, I don't want to. Aisha still refused. There's nothing interesting about an injured person. If you want to know how he's doing, just ask Amelia. Why do you have to go yourself? Even for rescuing cats and dogs, I want to know how they are. And this time, we rescued a person, Lucine insisted. How about I go in alone and you wait outside? No. Aisha firmly refused Lucine's suggestion. Miss Lucine, Miss Aisha, what are you two doing here? Leonard was very surprised to see the two girls. Leonard, I want to see how that person is doing. Aisha immediately hid behind Lucine when she saw Leonard, tugging at her clothes and lowering her head silently, saving Lucine the trouble of persuading her. Miss Lucine wants to know how he's doing. Can't you ask Amelia or another guard to come here? Why did you come yourself? Leonard felt a bit troubled dealing with the young but determined young lady. Lucine immediately brought up her previous reason again when she heard this. Even for rescuing cats and dogs, we care about their condition. And this time, we rescued a person. He's hurt so badly. I need to see for myself to feel at ease. All right, Leonard relented. Just this once. Don't tell anyone, especially Bivis and Dad Tatar. If they find out, I'll get in trouble. I won't tell. Bivis will scold you, and I will too, Lucine said. Wow, it looks like a mummy, Lucine exclaimed as she entered the tent, unable to hide her surprise when she saw the injured person on the bed. Fortunately, Leonard was asking about the injured person, while Aisha hid behind Lucine, clutching her clothes tightly. She was nervous and unsure what to do. No one noticed Lucine's surprised exclamation, so no one asked her what a mummy was. Aisha, don't be nervous. He's not really scary, Lucine softly comforted Aisha. If you don't believe me, look for yourself. Doesn't he look a lot like the zombie doll I gave you? Hearing this, Aisha was still scared but couldn't resist her curiosity. She slightly opened one eye and whispered, Wow, he does look quite similar. After a small gasp, she added, But he's too big, not as cute as the zombie doll you gave me. Leonard found their conversation amusing and a bit funny. A big man like him, and now he's turned into a toy doll when he's with you guys. What a poor fellow. Ignoring Leonard's teasing, Lucine asked, Leonard, how is his injury? He's okay, no life danger. He just has some leftover poison inside him. Once he wakes up, he'll be fine. He's lucky. The healer said if you had arrived an hour later, he would have died. Do we know who he is? Are you just now worried about saving a bad person? Leonard teased her. Saving is saving. It doesn't matter if he's good or bad. As long as we can help, we should. That's the basic respect for life. I'm just worried he might cause trouble for the group. Recently, you, Bivis, and Dad seem very busy worrying about safety. Miss, don't worry, Leonard, surprised by Lucine's unique view on life, smiled slightly. He hasn't caused us trouble for now. In fact, he brought us good news indirectly. That's good. Since we've seen the injured person, I'll go now. Having checked on the injured and resolved her biggest concern, Lucine was satisfied. She pulled Aisha and headed back to their tent. Traba City is an independent city-state with no national affiliation. Its control area extends about 3 square kilometers around the city. The current population is over 40,000. It is a city of high status and is the only permanently neutral place on the Ansbach continent. No country dares to covet this land because its real and potential power makes the entire continent afraid. Tralabak is a magical city, the hometown of all mages and a sacred place in their hearts. About 2,000 years ago, people came to this land guided by the gods. At that time, it was covered in swamps and lakes. With the help of the gods' power, people settled the land and discovered an ancient magical civilization. This is how magic, a mysterious force, appeared on the Ansbach continent. Humans gained a new way to protect themselves and communicate with divine beings. Over the centuries, many mages were born and grew up here, making up nearly half of all mages on the continent. When these mages reach level 3, they are exiled from Tralleback. Exiled mages must go through trials to improve their magic skills. Only when they reach level 6 can they return to Tralleback and gain permanent residence there. As these residents from Tralleback spread across the continent, magic also spread everywhere. Over thousands of years, each country developed its own team of mages. However, the status and influence of Tralleback City did not decline. Instead, it became more respected. For over 2,000 years, Tralleback has controlled the most advanced magic technology, the most authentic magic theories, and the most perfect magic training systems. It is a city that keeps growing and is the most advanced and wealthy place in the magical field on the continent. It has long been a sacred place for all who admire magic. When you enter the area controlled by Tralleback, even before reaching the city itself, you can feel a strong magical atmosphere. Outside the city, the buildings are not homes, but various magical towers. These towers are strange in shape. Some are tall and straight, some are spherical, some are square like cheese, and some look like magical beasts. Many are so unusual that their names are hard to describe. These towers are not only strange in appearance, but also quite restless. Most of them are not grounded. Many are only partly buried, with their tips sticking out, or floating in the air. Some even drift around, as if they have no weight at all. Everyone visiting the city of Tralleback for the first time was stunned. They stood in the middle of the road, forgetting to move forward. Luckily, Bivis was used to the strange sights here. After a few stern words, everyone finally regained their senses. "Oh my, this is so amazing." In the carriage, four people stared in shock. After a long moment, Lucine finally spoke in awe. "I almost think my eyes are playing tricks on me. Such a magical place in this world. It's truly incredible. The power of magic is truly amazing." Aisha sighed softly, with a hint of sadness and regret in her voice. "It's a pity we can't control magic fully, but we can still make magic work for us. Just like the magic tower outside, or the magic pathways we will pass through soon, or the buffer and temperature control magic arrays on our carriage," Lucine, typical optimist, said. Being with her always made it hard to feel sad. She could always help you see things from a new perspective. "I prefer using magic in this way," Lucine continued, looking out the window at the strange scenery. "Breaking things is always easier than building them. So, I think using magic for daily life is more valuable than for fighting." Aisha playfully pinched Lucine's cheek with her finger, teasing her. "You don't even know how to use magic properly, yet you dare to talk so confidently about its value. Aren't you afraid others will laugh at you?" "What's so funny about that?" Lucine replied confidently. "Anyway, I don't know magic, so if I make mistakes, it's only natural." "You're so cheeky." Aisha pinched her nose. She felt both helpless and a little envious of Lucine's carefree attitude after spending so much time together. Tralleback truly is one of the top commercial cities on the Ansbach continent. The wide roads can fit 8 carriages side by side. Sometimes, due to the large crowds, there are brief traffic jams. Lucine and her group moved slowly, and what should have taken only a short time by magic actually took nearly 2 magic hours. Finally, they reached the south gate of Tralleback. As they got closer, Lucine realized that Tralleback City actually has no walls. The so-called city gates are just huge arch-shaped light screens. When people or horses and carts pass through, the screen occasionally ripples with colorful waves centered around the entrance, like water ripples. Every time this happens, the entire screen glows with beautiful, colorful ripples. When the carriage entered the light screen, Lucine felt her eyes filled with a soft yellow glow. After blinking a few times and looking again, she saw that the carriage had already entered Tralleback City. "Hey, why are the buildings inside so much more orderly than outside?" Lucine exclaimed in surprise. "The buildings inside are taller and more beautiful than those along the way," but they are all neat and regular, unlike the strange and colorful structures outside. Magic towers are only built by powerful wizards, Bivis, who was riding past her carriage, explained with a smile. Wizards with strong magic usually dislike noisy cities, so most live outside. That's why the buildings outside look so strange. Also, although Trabok City looks peaceful on the surface, every corner is filled with various magic restrictions. Only a few top-level wizards can avoid these restrictions and successfully build their own magic towers inside the city. He pointed to the northeast sky. Look, that magic tower was built by a city councilor 10 years ago. It's the youngest magic tower in Trabok City to this day. Looking in the direction Bivis pointed, everyone saw a floating, jellyfish-like object drifting slowly in the sky. It was semi-transparent, with blue lines outlining its edges. At first glance, it looked like a giant jellyfish-shaped cloud. After watching for a while, everyone felt as if a jellyfish-shaped magic tower was slowly rising and falling, breathing, its broad body expanding outward very slowly, then contracting again at the same slow pace. What's even more amazing is that sunlight seemed to pass right through this so-called magic tower, floating around above the city without affecting the sunlight in the city below. No way. How can that be a building? No one can truly trust their eyes. Lucine even looked at Bivis with an expression that seemed to say, "You're lying. This is real," Bivis sighed. "This is the power and strength of the top mage on the continent. Are they even human?" Lucine murmured. "They're practically monsters." Hearing this, Bivis chuckled. "No matter how powerful a mage is, they are still human. Just like everyone else, they need to eat, drink, and sleep. How can they be monsters? Look at that magic tower, the city gate, and those strange buildings outside. Even the magic pathways in Traba. If they weren't monsters, how could they have built all this?" Lucine continued murmuring, clearly feeling a mix of jealousy and stubbornness. "Don't forget, these achievements are impressive, but the mages of Traba once caused a big joke across the continent," Bivis said calmly, not rushing the team forward because of the betting car scene they encountered on the road. Instead, he began to tell Lucine and the others about Traba's rise. Traba started as just a small magic city. The story of how it became a big commercial metropolis is quite funny. As Bivis spoke more, the four of them gradually learned about a famous part of Traba's history. About 1,000 years ago, Traba faced a huge crisis. At that time, it was a closed city, with all residents being mages, focused on studying magic. Because of this, no one could meet their basic needs. At first, the mages didn't notice anything wrong, but over time, they realized food was running out, trash wasn't being cleaned, and worst of all, they had no magic materials for their research. This was the bad result of magic becoming disconnected from daily life. The high-ranking mages had to leave their towers and laboratories to seriously think about the relationship between life and magic. As a result of this reflection, Traba made a magic agreement with the Continental Business Union, the Business Union. Traba built inner-city magic pathways for the Union, and in return, the Union ensured the city's daily life could continue normally. Since 1,000 years of development, the city of Traba has gradually become an important commercial hub on the continent. It has the largest inner-city magic pathways, with coordinates for hundreds of cities, and can handle dozens of teleportation tasks at the same time. Every day, countless people travel through Traba's magic pathways to various parts of the continent. Lucine and her group plan to use these pathways to reach Sarant City. Bivis led everyone straight to the main office of the Business Alliance in Traba. The building is about 30 meters tall and one of the largest in the city. Well-known merchant groups on the continent usually have offices here. The Berner family also has a small office in Traba, about 20 square meters, quite an achievement. As Traba's status rose, land prices here soared, reaching astonishing levels. Someone once estimated that a one-year rent for a 10-square-meter space in Traba could buy a 100-square-meter house in a medium-sized city. Bivis, the teleportation pass reservation is ready. "It's valid from noon today to noon tomorrow," said the office staff, handing Bivis a black jade talisman before leaving and closing the door. In this small space of about 8 square meters, Only Bivis, Leonard, and Tatar were present. The others stayed in the waiting hall of the Business Alliance. Leonard, has the person been sent away? Bivis asked casually after putting away the reservation pass. Yes, they've been sent. Even the high priest of the War God Temple was alarmed. It was quite a surprise, Leonard replied. Good. Now that the person is gone, they're like a ticking time bomb in the group. Who knows when they might explode? Bivis said, then turned to Tatar's father. Dad, are you coming with us, or do you have other plans? Since you've already made arrangements, I'll just be lazy and use your reservation pass, Tatar said cheerfully. He had enjoyed working with Bivis and Leonard on the way here and didn't want to part ways before reaching their destination. All right, let's discuss the luggage and personnel going through the magic pathway. Due to the high cost of using magical portals, it was necessary to minimize the number of people and items passing through them. After discussing with Tatak Old Man, Bivis decided to leave all guards and some servants behind, reducing personnel and cargo as much as possible. To save on unnecessary lodging expenses, staying in Traba City was quite a luxury. Bivis and his team directly teleported to Sarant City that afternoon. For Lucine, her first time using a magical portal was both nervous and exciting. This new kind of transportation gave her a thrilling sense of adventure. Traba City has 3 large magic circles located in the east, west, and north squares. People needing to use the magic circles simply hand over their reservation certificates to the teleportation mage, who then provides a small magic circle matching the number of people or items to be transported. Each small magic circle lasts for 3 magic hours. During this time, as long as the small circle is activated in any of the large magic circles in the city, the teleportation can be completed. This system ensures accuracy and prevents misteleportation. When her small magic circle emitted a golden glow, Lucine felt her heart race instantly. At the same time, a golden light filled her entire view. Suddenly, she seemed to be moving forward at the speed of light. Her mind and body gradually separated, feeling weightless and light as a feather. Suddenly, countless beautiful, colorful streaks of light appeared from nowhere. These streaks turned into ribbons of light dancing around her, like playful children inviting her to dance. She tried to move closer, but just as she did, she felt herself fall into a strange, dazzling world filled with rapidly passing fragments. Each fragment seemed to have patterns on it, but because of the speed, she couldn't see clearly. Frustrated by the fragments, she watched as everything suddenly exploded into a shower of golden stars. In an instant, the area became silent and colorless, with no sound. Only she remained alone. Lucine was familiar with this state. It was not her first time experiencing such silence. However, back then, she was not called Lucine, nor was she this small girl with light gray hair and golden eyes.
So what was her name then?
Who was she? She seems to have completely forgotten. That was a long time ago, so far away, it feels like it was in a past life. Curling up, turning her face to the side, resting her head on her knees, hugging herself, she slowly rocked back and forth. It was as if she was inside her mother's body. Closing her eyes, she knew there was nothing she could do but stay quiet, slowly calming down. She had shouted and caused trouble before, even felt like she was going crazy. But no matter what, it was useless. She was alone here, and only silence was with her. Everything felt hopeless. At that time, she realized that it was better to sleep than to keep fighting. When she slept, she didn't have to think about anything. Sleep could make her forget the chaos outside. Miss, it seemed someone was calling her softly nearby. She turned over, thinking she was just dreaming. Lucy, wake up quickly. Not only was there calling, but someone was also patting her body. She shrank back, avoiding that annoying hand. Why did you fall asleep? We've arrived at Sentinel City. Someone was pushing her too. She got angry. She just wanted to sleep peacefully. Why was it so noisy? She suddenly rolled over, ready to shout, but then she felt herself falling rapidly. Her body, without support, was pulled down by gravity. She hit the ground with a loud thud. Miss, are you okay? Or Lucy, are you all right? A series of surprised shouts sounded nearby. Ouch, Lucy whimpered, holding her bumped arm as she sat back in her seat. My poor arm got hit, but I'm fine. Don't worry. She rubbed her arm while looking around. Have we arrived at Sentinel? Yes, we're early. Amelia reached out and carefully examined her injured hand. Luckily, it wasn't cut, just a little bruise. Amelia massaged Lucy's arm, paying attention to her expression to adjust her grip. How long did the teleport take? I feel like a long time has passed. Just a few seconds, Aisha said. Why did you fall asleep? And you were sleeping so deeply, no matter how he called, you wouldn't wake up. Huh? That's impossible. Lucy didn't believe it. Although she didn't remember much about what happened during the teleport, she clearly felt like a long time had passed. It felt like at least an hour of magic time. How could it only be a few seconds? Huh. How can this be? Aisha gasped in surprise, opening her mouth wide. I felt like only a few seconds passed. It was like I blinked and the teleportation was over. Lucine didn't believe it and asked Amelia and Aisha's maids, but their feelings were similar to Aisha's. The only difference was in the length of time, which was still measured in seconds. Could it be because of my special body type? Lucine scratched her head with her uninjured hand, feeling it was very unbelievable. Maybe. We should find a wizard to ask about this someday, she suggested. That's all we can do now. Lucine sighed and raised her eyebrows, choosing to ignore the issue for the moment. Pull back the curtain. Let's see what Scent City looks like. As Lucine spoke about wanting to see the scenery of Scent City, the carriage slowly stopped. The door was gently knocked. After Amelia helped Aisha put her veil back on, she stepped forward and opened the door. The person knocking was Tadaric. He bowed slightly outside the carriage and said, Miss Lucine, we truly appreciate your help and your family's support on this journey. I'm sorry to say, but it's time for us to part ways. May the goddess Ohanuya bless you with health and happiness, and may the goddess keep your friendship with Shakim strong and everlasting. Why are we leaving so suddenly? Lucine was still a bit stunned by the abrupt farewell. We're also very sorry, but the people here to pick us up have arrived. There's nothing we can do about it, Tadaric replied. Lucine, I don't want to leave you. Aisha hugged Lucine tightly, feeling very reluctant. With Aisha's hug, Lucine's cheerful nature suddenly surfaced. She patted Aisha's back to comfort her. It's okay. Once I settle down, I'll come find you. We'll explore Scent City together and have fun. Okay, I'll wait for you. Aisha's departure made Lucine feel a little sad for a short time, but she was good at calming her emotions. Soon, she found a new source of happiness, watching the streets of Scent City. Before leaving, she had read many materials about the city, its history, formation, development, layout, customs, and traditions, all of which were deeply imprinted in her mind. But when she finally saw the city with her own eyes, countless surprises awaited her to discover. The architecture of Scent City reflects the typical style of the Bactria Kingdom, tall buildings with rounded domes, slender columns, large windows, and stained glass. The tall structures create a strong sense of heaviness, but wide streets and colorful banners and ribbons on the outside walls soften their sharp appearance. The city's character is like its buildings, both sharp and beautiful on the outside. The carriage trotted along, passing busy streets filled with people and carts, then crossing thick stone city walls and heavy iron gates. It then moved onto a quiet country road shaded by green willows. The carriage went around, climbed a small hill, and suddenly, a shimmering blue lake appeared. The sight of the lake, with its gentle white and blue colors, made tired eyes brighten. The lake was calm and beautiful, like a peaceful young girl. Several white herons and swans flew low or skimmed the water, adding a lively touch without disturbing its calm and grace. Walking along the pebble path beside the lake, a semicircular row of buildings came into view. The white walls and blue tiles seemed to blend with the sky and lake. As the carriage approached, Lucine's amazed eyes moved over elegant fountains, detailed sculptures, and charming courtyards. This uncle was truly incredibly wealthy. That was Lucine's first impression of her mysterious uncle, whom she had never met before. From various sources, she learned that Cedric Orant Bernard Turno was a duke of the Bactria Kingdom, a close friend of King Aubrey III, and known as the soul of the army in Bactria. Many honors and praises were given to him, but these made Lucine feel that he was a stranger and very far from her life. When she finally had a chance to see his world, she was first struck by his astonishing wealth. Getting out of the carriage, Lucine discreetly looked around and saw Esther's face full of amazement and excitement. In front of a wide, curved staircase stood two middle-aged men dressed as stewards. The man at the front bowed slightly to Lucine and Esther. "Good day, ladies. Welcome to the Green Melody Estate. I am Grom, the estate steward. The Duke is very pleased with your arrival. He has instructed that you stay at the Harmony Tower." Next, he turned sideways and introduced the woman behind him, a middle-aged lady. "This is Jean, the manager of the Yunlu. If you need anything in daily life, you can ask Jean directly." Jean bowed politely on the spot, gesturing with her right hand. "Ladies, please follow me." She then led the way forward, taking Lucine and Estelle to the building on the right side of the main hall. "Shouldn't we first greet His Grace the Grand Duke?" Estelle blinked innocently and asked. "According to the king's orders, the Grand Duke went to the palace 3 days ago and has not returned yet," Jean replied. After speaking, she continued to lead the way. Estelle had no choice but to obediently follow. Jean took Lucine and Estelle to the Yunlu. As soon as they entered through the arched gate decorated with a white sculpture of a goddess scattering flowers, they saw a large hall suitable for a dance floor. At the back of the hall, 2 curved staircases extended in opposite directions, forming an inverted figure 8 to the second floor. Jean explained, "This is Yunlu. Your rooms are ready. Since you've traveled a long way, do you want to rest and freshen up first?" After receiving their approval, Jean called 2 maids and instructed, "Take the ladies to their rooms to rest." Lucine, with Amelia, followed the guiding maid upstairs. Before going up, she noticed that Estelle was being taken in the opposite direction. The distance from the main door of Yunlu to her bedroom seemed quite far. The maid led them upstairs, passing down a long corridor, turning a corner, and walking a bit further before opening a door and signaling Lucine to enter. The room was so luxurious it could only be described as magnificent. The walls and the round vaulted ceiling were painted with beautiful angels and blooming flowers. An expensive crystal chandelier hung from the center of the ceiling, large enough to make anyone confident in its lighting. A large arched window brought in plenty of light, with intricate velvet curtains tied high with golden hooks. In front of the window, a light gold-colored sectional sofa arranged a cozy little space. On the wall by the window is a fireplace built from strong blue-gray stones, known for their durability. Near the fireplace, there is a large 4-poster bed with ruffled curtains, feather decorations, and a fringed bedspread, surrounded by a sizable dressing table. This furniture is the most admired by women in the room. The entire room has been carefully tidied up, with each table decorated with fresh flowers and beautiful ornaments. "Wow!" Amelia exclaimed in amazement as she entered the room. Lucine, however, remained calm, observing her surroundings with a neutral expression, showing no signs of surprise or joy. She walked to the window to look outside, sat on the bed to feel the comfort of the bedding, and then moved to the dressing table to explore its many hidden compartments. Lucine wandered around the room, inspecting everything, including the servants' lounge, bathroom, changing room, and wardrobe, without missing a detail. When she returned to the bedroom, she saw Amelia still marveling and couldn't help but smile, saying, "Amelia, wake up. Miss, this is just two. Amelia struggled to find the right words to express her feelings. After a moment, she finally said, "It's so wonderful, like a princess's room. Don't get too excited." "First, help me tidy up my things," Lucine said, feeling a bit amused by Amelia's enthusiasm. She didn't think it was that special. "The room is beautiful, but it lacks warmth and makes it hard to feel close. Miss, your taste is really strange," Amelia muttered with a pout, opening the luggage that the servants had already brought in and starting to organize Lucine's personal belongings. The many books took up space that could have been used for porcelain and antiques. Cute purple ceramic tea sets crowded the table, while playful ghost-faced pillows and matching thin blankets disrupted the elegance of the antique rocking chair. The strange and interesting trinkets Lucine had collected from various cities filled most of the dressing table. Not to mention, Lucine had thrown herself onto the luxurious four-poster bed, messily twisting the sheets, bedding, and pillows into a jumble. As Amelia tidied up, she sighed. Lucine watched her work and smiled happily. The next morning, after breakfast in the room, Lucine sent Amelia to invite Jean over. "Good morning, Miss Lucine," Jean greeted with a smile. "Are you satisfied with this room?" Lucine signaled to Amelia to help Jenna move a chair so she could sit down. She smiled and said, "If I'm not satisfied with such a beautiful room, even Amelia might scold me." Amelia, standing behind Lucine, heard this and felt a little embarrassed but kept a polite smile. "Today, I asked Jenna to come because I need to trouble you with something," Lucine said, handing Jenna a piece of paper from the coffee table. "A friend of mine is staying at Lady Saham's house. I don't know her well enough to visit without warning, so I'd like to ask if Jenna has heard of her." Jenna took the paper, quickly glanced at the name, and replied, "I only handle the daily operations of the Yun building. I rarely go out. We have a steward in charge of outside contacts. I can ask for you later." "That would be very helpful. Thank you." "You're welcome, miss. It's my duty." Jenna folded the paper and put it in her pocket. Seeing Lucine had no other questions, she stood up to leave. While Lucine and Esther were planning their futures, Bivis was not on the way back. He and Leonard traveled through the magic portal in Tralbach City to the capital of Batria, St. Batria. There, in the most disciplined yet romantic city on the continent, they met Cedric Thurno, Duke of Cedric, whom Lucine and Esther had never met before. When they arrived at the Duke's residence, he was having lunch. The Duke, who was very relaxed and didn't care about rules, welcomed them as his guests, and they ate and talked together. "Old Bibi, it's rare to see you these years," the Duke said casually to Bivis and Leonard, since they were all old friends. "Even Leonard, you've been lazy and come to visit me." "Yes, since the old lady passed away 7 years ago, I haven't traveled this trade route," Bivis said with emotion. "But I never expected so many troubles to come out of it this time. Your Grace, you're mistaken about me," Leonard said, showing a bit more respect than familiarity. "I was serving you, but you sent me back to Eridos. Now you're blaming me for being lazy." Perhaps because they were dining at home, the Grand Duke ate very freely, big bites of meat and large sips of wine. When he heard Leonard arguing, he suddenly threw the leftover bone at him, hitting Leonard on the forehead. This was his special skill, used to discipline the young men who served under him. "You're still daring to talk back to me. I said you're lazy, and you are. And you dare to say I'm blaming you unfairly? After all these years, I haven't taught you a lesson? Are you getting cheeky?" Leonard touched his forehead, silent in the face of the Grand Duke's stubborn words, but he smiled happily, feeling nostalgic for the old lessons. After dealing with Leonard, the Grand Duke turned to Bivis and said, "Grom has already told me roughly what's going on with you. When we get to the small tavern later, you can tell me more in detail." Later, in the Grand Duke's small tavern, Bivis and Leonard recounted everything that happened on the way. Bivis then gave a final summary. Yesterday, Carl brought news that 6 merchant caravans were attacked in Sergil City. 2 of them were completely wiped out, and the other 4 suffered heavy losses. Over 30 merchant groups, or caravans, were attacked in total. The 6 destroyed caravans were all in the northern Tivoli Mountains, attacked by migrating large groups of monsters. Most of the other attacks happened in the southern foothills, with only small groups of monsters. Are you saying that the monsters suddenly appearing in the Tivoli Mountains were deliberately sent there, controlled by someone? Yes, and their goal was very clear, to block the inner palace knights of the War God Temple. Compared to Bivis's cautious tone, Leonard was much bolder. "After finding those knights, I sent out some scouts skilled in jungle searches. They found several large fighting sites. Although some had been cleaned up, you could still see signs that knights from the War God Temple had fought there. The inner palace knights." The Grand Duke stroked his smooth chin and muttered, "Darn it, it's probably another cursed miracle, causing trouble. Do you know who saved that knight?" "That knight was found by Miss Lucine and Miss Aisha from the Shaham family while they were walking by the river. Including the 2 ladies, 10 people knew we rescued him, but only I, Bivis, and Tatak from the Shaham family knew he was an inner palace knight. Darn it, dragging the Shaham family into this. The Grand Duke couldn't help but curse loudly whenever he thought of this troublesome matter. The two young ladies are Baram, and neither Leonard nor I was at the camp when the incident happened. Baram? How come these two little girls got along so quickly? The Grand Duke was a bit surprised. However, since this wasn't the main point of their discussion, he quickly ignored it. Tatak, I've also met him. He's a sly old fox and should understand better than you how serious this matter is. Davis handled it well. He left the knight unconscious at the Temple of War. No matter what, we can say we don't know anything. Sir, maybe you should go to the Temple of War and see what's going on. Bad idea. The Grand Duke casually picked up a bottle of wine and threw it to Leonard. Leonard caught it and opened the bottle, happily drinking on his own. This is all in the past. Just pretend nothing happened, the Grand Duke ordered. Disputes between temples usually don't involve ordinary people. Even if you save someone, as long as you didn't witness a miracle, this will be blown over quickly. Yes, sir. With clear information from the Grand Duke, Davis and Leonard finally relaxed. By the way, Davis, after you go back, tell Carl to keep an eye on the Tavaler Mountains. I think they might have a backup plan. Also, Leonard, you don't need to go back just yet. I'm training a few young guys here and need a good sparring partner. You're just right for that. The Grand Duke quickly decided their plans. Gina was quite efficient. While Lucine was enjoying her afternoon tea, Gina sent someone with information about Lady Saham. Lady Saham was widowed early. Later, due to issues with her husband's noble title and inheritance, she had a falling out with her husband's family and raised her son and daughter alone. Now, her two children are married. Her son inherited the title and works as a clerk at the City Hall of Serent, with two daughters and a son. Her daughter married a minor noble and moved to a farm outside the city. Lady Saham is a typical middle-class resident of Serent, financially comfortable, generous, upright in her lifestyle. She spends her days managing her business and household, attending social gatherings and salons of friendly families, caring about her life but not involved in politics. Every morning, Lady Saham would wake up on time. She had a regular routine of washing up and eating breakfast, a glass of yogurt, a few slices of toast, a boiled egg, and some fruit, day after day for many years. Since Aisha arrived in Serent City, there was now a little guest at her table. This made the lady remember scenes from many years ago, teaching a girl proper dining manners. After breakfast, the head maid brought the day's schedule and the invitations received that morning. Lady Shaham listened to the maid explain the plans while looking at the few invitations she had received. She also checked the invitations and sometimes discussed her relationships with some of the people who sent them. As she flipped through, she suddenly stopped at a bright pink invitation. Imma, who sent this one? Imma, the maid, had already checked the servant records. She was also surprised to see this invitation. It was sent early this morning by a servant from Green Melody Manor. Go find out what kind of relationship Miss Bernarda has with the Grand Duke, Lady Shaham ordered. Aisha, who had been quietly listening, suddenly exclaimed happily, Great-grandmother, is this Lucy's invitation? Yes, your good friend has quite a notable background, Lady Shaham said, looking at the invitation with admiration. Really? I don't think there's anything special about Bernarda's family, Aisha said, feeling confused. Lucy told me they are just middle-level nobles in Loretta Principality. Look, Aisha, Lady Shaham showed her the invitation. This one is in rose red. Only noble families of duke rank or higher in the country of Bateria can use this color. Also, the seal on the envelope bears a double-headed lion crest, the family emblem of Duke Turno. Duke Turno. Aisha almost couldn't speak when she heard the name. This duke was one of the most admired young idols today. His legendary life made many believe that nothing is impossible in life. Lucy only said she was going to visit her uncle's house, Aisha murmured. She never said who her uncle was. Don't overthink, Aisha. Lady Shaham saw that Aisha felt a bit betrayed and comforted her. Maybe her elders told her not to say. Since she's now using a Green Melody Manor invitation to visit, it shows she's willing to be honest with you. Meanwhile, Mrs. Shaham was speaking kindly about Lucine and comforting Aisha. Over there, Lucine happily prepared her visiting gift. She didn't have the complicated thoughts that Mrs. Shaham and others had. She also didn't know that her great-uncle, who only appeared 2 or 3 months ago, was so well known on the continent. She certainly didn't realize that Aisha was upset because of her careless mistake. Mrs. Sham lives in the southern part of Scent City. Most of the residents are middle class like her. The streets are smooth and clean, with thick green trees along the sides. The buildings are mostly not tall, with small front yards and about 2 or 3 floors. The shapes of the buildings are round, oval, flower-shaped, or other soft curves. The neighborhood feels relaxed and lazy. Lucine chose a carriage without the Grand Duke's crest for her trip. She didn't want Aisha or Mrs. Sham to think she was showing off. When the carriage stopped outside Mrs. Sham's house, the clever servant guessed from the fancy materials and decorations that it was something special. The servant went to tell someone inside and came forward politely. But the diligent coachman didn't let the servant do the work. He arranged the footrest himself and knocked on the carriage door. Seeing the coachman's strong arms and confident presence, the servant decided to step back quietly. When Ima hurried to the gate after hearing the news, she saw Lucine looking up at Mrs. Sham's house. Ima quickly went to meet her. "Miss Bernadette, good day. Miss Aisha has been very eager to see you." Lucine didn't speak, just nodded. Amelia carefully handed her a gift, beautifully wrapped Erythos perfume. Ima was surprised by how small the gift was, but she didn't show it. She still kindly and respectfully led Lucine inside. "Good day, madam," Lucine said politely as she entered the flower pavilion, bowing slightly. Her manners weren't perfect, but were confident and graceful. "I hope I didn't trouble you with my visit." "Please don't worry about that," Mrs. Sham said, coming forward to help Lucine up. "Since you and Aisha are now Baram, you're like my younger family members." Mrs. Sham held Lucine's hand and led her to Aisha. "Aisha has been talking about wanting to see you these past few days. It's a pity she didn't know where you lived. Now, she's finally happy to see you." Lucine sat down and felt Aisha quietly reach out from under the table to hold her hand. She squeezed back firmly and smiled as she exchanged greetings with Mrs. Shamaf. "Before arriving in Scent, I didn't know where Uncle lived, so I couldn't tell Aisha. Lucine, may I call you Lucine?" After getting a positive answer, Mrs. Shamaf continued, "Are you now living at the Green Melody Manor?" "Yes. I asked the housekeeper, and Uncle doesn't restrict my social visits. So next time, if Aisha wants to see me, she can come directly to the Green Melody Manor." Lucine smiled sweetly and politely. After a long chat, Mrs. Shamaf seemed finally satisfied and ended her questioning of Lucine. She left the pavilion to do some chores, giving space to the 2 girls. Once she left, Aisha's straight posture relaxed suddenly, and she almost sighed with relief. "Hee, were you so nervous?" Lucine teased her. "Great-grandmother is more strict about manners," Aisha said softly and shyly. "Are you getting used to being here?" "It seems Mrs. Shamaf isn't too hard to get along with." Aisha tilted her head, looking a bit helpless but adorable. "Great-grandmother isn't hard to get along with, as long as I follow the rules. By the way, why didn't you tell me that your uncle is Duke Turno?" Seeing Aisha's cheeks puff up a little, Lucine smiled and poked her. "I didn't know how Uncle would arrange things for me, so I wouldn't dare to use his name to show off. If the Burner family had a base in Scent, I probably wouldn't be living at the Green Melody Manor with the St. Have you met the Duke?" "What does he look like?" Hearing Lucine's explanation, Aisha quickly relaxed and asked excitedly, like a young fan. "Not yet. Uncle went to the palace a few days ago and hasn't come back. Is the Green Melody Manor beautiful? I heard it's one of the best estates in Bateria. It's very grand." When Amelia saw my room, she was stunned. "The estate isn't just beautiful. I also heard from the maids that there's a hot spring in the estate. Maybe we can go soak in it sometime." After visiting Lady Shaham and Aisha and arranging their next meeting, Lucine happily boarded the carriage. The carriage trotted out of the southern district and soon entered a busy commercial street in Scent City. There were many carriages, horses, pedestrians, shops, stalls, and vendors, so the carriage had to slow down. Through the window, Lucine watched the lively street scene. She was moved and knocked on the carriage wall to stop the horse. Near the southern business area of Scent, many guilds had their bases, so the area was very lively. The market sold many kinds of goods, including daily necessities, magic supplies, armor, and weapons. Lucine decided to get off when she saw a small, unremarkable alchemy shop. The alchemy shop was small but busy. Most customers looked like mercenaries or adventurers. Some dressed less like fighters, but no one dressed as formally as Lucine. No wonder, when Lucine and Amelia entered, most people looked at them with curiosity. While everyone was watching, a clever shop assistant stepped forward eagerly and said, "Good day, miss. Do you need any magic supplies? We have many high-quality potions and magic scrolls made by famous mages. If you want to enchant something, we can also help you find a skilled mage or alchemist." Amelia gently stopped the enthusiastic assistant and said seriously, "No need for so much introduction. My lady can look for herself. Just wait here." The assistant smiled and bowed as he stepped back. Lucine first went to the potion shelf. She picked up bottles of potions, some clear, some dark. She shook, swayed, looked, and smelled them, sometimes checking the labels at the bottom. Since this was a busy area for mercenaries and adventurers, Lucine didn't stay long before Amelia asked her to leave. Next, Lucine was interested in the magic item shelf. It displayed small objects like earrings, rings, finger cuffs, and necklaces. Most of these magic items looked nice, some simple and elegant, others dazzling and ornate. Clearly, many of these items were used more to show off wealth. The shop assistant immediately approached again when Lucine showed interest in the magical tools, eager to introduce more, earning a tempting commission for each item sold. Ignoring the shop assistant's enthusiastic chatter, Amelia noticed Lucine's indifferent expression. She looked at the beautiful magical jewelry that made others drool and softly asked, "Miss, don't you like any of these?" Lucine casually flicked her sapphire-encrusted earring and lazily replied, "No feeling." The conversation between the master and servant was like a cold splash of water, instantly deflating the shop assistant's enthusiasm. Lucine tossed the earring back onto the display stand and continued to browse slowly. Compared to most girls her age, her desire to buy was very low. She only bought things that looked nice to her. As long as it caught her eye, she was willing to spend money. So far, she had only bought some local souvenirs. Few other items tempted her enough to pay. As she wandered around, Amelia felt Lucine was about to make the shop assistant angry. Suddenly, Lucine let out a soft surprise and sat awkwardly on a very low counter. Before Amelia could remind her to act more ladylike, Lucine picked up something from a remote display stand, stood up, called over the shop assistant, and asked, "What is this?" Poor Kitty wrapped in a blanket, taking cold medicine, hoarse, pitifully reaching out for tickets and collectibles. The kitty had been sick for almost a week, cursing the darn weather every day. After waiting a long time, Lucine finally asked herself. The shop assistant hurried over with unprecedented enthusiasm. When he saw what she was holding with delicate fingers, his excitement vanished like a popped balloon. Whoosh. Still, even a small mosquito is meat, so he had to do his job and introduce it. "Miss, your taste is truly unique. This is a rare antique in our shop." Hearing this, Amelia felt like the shop assistant was mocking. "What do you mean, antique? Are you saying no one wants it?" No, the shop assistant quickly denied. "It's not that no one wants it, but this ring isn't for just anyone. Many people buy it and soon come back, demanding a refund." "What do you mean it's not for just anyone?" Lucine asked, mostly uninterested, while Amelia eagerly inquired. The shop assistant sighed helplessly, but explained to avoid future trouble. "This ring was bought by our boss 20 years ago from a fallen noble's heir. It's said to be a family treasure. The boss also had it appraised, and it's definitely a magical item. But because it's an ancient magical artifact, no one currently knows how to use it." "Since you don't know how to use it, why do you still sell it?" Amelia asked angrily. The shop assistant gave a wry smile, a bit mocking, and said, "People are just curious." As Lucine listened to Amelia and the shop assistant, she examined the ring in her hand. It was a simple ring made of 2 thick gold wires twisted together. It felt very smooth and warm, almost like jade. From the feel alone, it didn't seem to be metal. Lucine didn't know why she picked up the ring, but she found herself liking it more and more. She measured its size and tentatively slipped it onto her right pinky finger. At first, it felt a little tight. She turned the ring around her finger a few times, and suddenly, she noticed it had started to fit perfectly after a few turns. The right amount of looseness made her forget she was wearing a ring. Now she thought it looked very nice and comfortable. The shop assistant was clever. Seeing Lucine playing with the ring and seeming to love it, he quickly said, "Miss, if you really like this ring, you can buy it just as a decoration. If you don't like it later, you can return it to us. But if you do, we can only give you half of the money back." "Your boss is quite smart," Lucine said softly with a smile. "This ring has been returned quite a few times, hasn't it? Your boss has probably made a lot of money from those returns." The shop assistant chuckled but said nothing. Lucine raised her hand, looked at her ring from afar, and said, "Amelia, pay the bill." After leaving the alchemy shop, Lucine led Amelia to walk through most of the street. Once she had spent all the money Amelia brought, she hailed a public carriage and happily returned to the Green Melody Manor. In the following days, after visiting Aisha and Lady Shahim, Lucine took Amelia on shopping trips around Sarant City. They collected many interesting items along the way. Sarant City is famous as the City of Sunshine. Most of the year, the weather is clear and sunny. Especially in summer, the sky is often bright and cloudless, sometimes for an entire season without a single drop of rain. Luckily, the famous Sarant River flows through the city, ensuring a steady water supply. Summer afternoons are the laziest time of day. The hot air feels like it's baking people, making them feel weak and tired all over. The stone-paved streets are wet with water, and under the shade of lush trees, a few servants rest after work, chatting, playing games, or dozing off. Whatever they do, it all feels very relaxed. The wooden garden door creaked as someone pushed it open. Some lazy servants looked up lazily and saw two girls walking slowly under a large sun umbrella, one big, one small. "Miss Lucine." The servants all stood up and bowed. Lucine approached the shade and smiled gently at everyone. "No need to be formal.
Sit down, all of you."
"I just came to see the head chef." The chubby, round-headed head chef had already moved from the Kula spot when Lucine appeared. As he stepped out of the crowd, he hurriedly bowed and greeted her. "Miss Lucine, are you planning to make some snacks today?" "Yes, I'll trouble the head chef again," Lucine said with a smile. "I heard a few pumpkins were delivered to the kitchen this afternoon. I want to make some small treats." "Pumpkins for snacks?" The head chef was surprised at first, but he quickly recovered and stepped forward to lead the way. As soon as they entered the kitchen, Lucine began giving instructions with confidence. "Amelia, wash out the pumpkin seeds, cut the pumpkin into pieces, and peel it. Chef, remember a few days ago when you made red bean ice? You used the leftover red bean paste to make filling, right? Please, take some of that red bean paste filling." "How much?" "Just take it all. It's perfect for everyone to try this pumpkin cake." Hearing this, the chef happily went out loudly calling, "Second cook, bring out all the red bean paste filling. We have new pastries to prepare." After shouting, he happily ran back to Amelia, skillfully working with her to cut and peel the pumpkin. Once they finished, Lucine took charge again, saying, "Steam the cut pumpkin until soft." This time no one needed to call out. A few people hurried in, busy lighting fires and adding water to steam the pumpkin. Looking in the direction of the newcomers, you could see 20 or so people outside the back kitchen of the Yunlu, peeking inside and whispering quietly. "Miss Lucine made something again today. I heard it's pumpkin cakes." "Pumpkin? Can you really make cakes with pumpkin? If you think it's not edible, don't try to take some later." Yeah, go away, don't eat it all." "Why did the second cook bring out all the red bean paste? Are we going to have sweet snacks later? Eating sweets in hot weather? No appetite. Who knows? We'll find out after we try." "That's right, just wait and see." It turns out, all these people crowding outside the kitchen are just waiting to sneak some food. Recently, Lucine often came to the kitchen to make small snacks as gifts for Aisha and Lady Sham. Each time, she made several times more than needed, choosing the best-looking ones to take away. The rest, with less appealing looks, were sold cheaply to the servants of Yunlu. With these snacks as a kind of bribe, everyone worked more diligently. Everyone's effort made Lucine even more eager to speak. Mash the pumpkin into a paste, add some sugar, and mix it together. Don't make it too sweet. The chef and Amelia were busy pressing the pumpkin paste, and Lucine told the second cook, "Add some flour and glutinous rice flour." The mashed pumpkin was sticky and tempting in color. Lucine asked the chef to mix the pumpkin paste with the flour and rice flour, pouring in water, then knead and pound it evenly until it slowly formed into a dough. While watching the chef knead the dough, Lucine said, "When making pumpkin pancakes without flour, the texture is softer and stickier. Without glutinous rice flour, the pancakes are firmer and less elastic." After mixing the dough and wrapping the filling, the chef's skill turned the semi-finished pumpkin pancakes into many cute shapes. Some are regular, like circles, pumpkin shapes, or hearts. Others are more creative, like trees, flowers, or animals. The variety of shapes shows the saying, "There's nothing you can't make, only things you haven't thought of." They heated the pan, added oil, and started frying. The chef, the second cook, and Amelia were busy and happy. The golden pumpkin pancakes came out hot and fragrant. Everyone was eager to try a bite. The head chef of Yunlu had worked with Lucine many times. Without needing a reminder, he carefully made each pancake just the right size for a snack, since it was part of the afternoon tea. In front of everyone, Lucine picked up a steaming pancake and took a bite. Not bad. The dough and filling are just right, and the frying is perfect. Everyone's skills are improving. Hearing Lucine's praise, Amelia quickly packed the most beautifully shaped and attractive pumpkin pancakes into a 2-layer box. The box was neatly filled with pancakes, and the table was still full of them, showing how much they had made. Carrying the box, Lucine happily left with Amelia for their appointment, unaware that her work was already on the table in front of Grom, Jean, and Est was poking at the cute, little bear pumpkin pancake with a silver fork, distorting its shape. She muttered, "The food is good." One of Est's maids, hearing this, cautiously asked, "Miss, do you not like it?" Est paused, looked at her sharply, and her fierce gaze made the maid's heart race. After scolding her, Est suddenly lost interest. She threw down her fork, looked at the food on the plate, and muttered with some anger, "No matter how well it's made, if the person enjoying it isn't right, it's a waste." The busy day passed quickly. One day, after returning from outside, Lucine entered the Yun Tower and immediately met Jean's maid, who was waiting for her. The maid brought a message. Tomorrow, Grom will accompany her and Est to Aelbertar Academy for the preliminary test. Back in her room, Lucine changed out of her formal dress and put on a simple plain-colored long dress. She sat on the sofa, thinking about the message the maid brought. It seemed that her dear Uncle Lord, the great Duke Turno, was very busy. The Duke had a big reputation and strong influence. "Miss, should I ask about the test?" Amelia asked eagerly as she tidied Lucine's clothes, poured water, and brought food. In recent days, under Lucine's instructions and with various small treats as bribes, Amelia had successfully gained access to the maid's staff at Yun Tower. She was able to carry out all the gossip tasks Lucine assigned, such as, unless the Emperor ordered otherwise, Duke Turno rarely left the Green Rime Manor, and 2 years ago, the Duchess took several of the Duke's children on a sea trip and has not returned yet. Lucine stroked the sofa and thought for a moment about Amelia's suggestion. Then she replied, "No need. Since Grom didn't ask us to prepare anything special, the test probably won't be difficult. Aelbertar Academy is a famous ladies' school on the continent, attracting many girls each year who wish to enroll. The entrance exam is divided into 2 parts, the preliminary test, mainly for students recommended by special contacts, and the final test for those who wish to enroll but have no special recommendation. The entrance exam isn't very strict. The real challenge is the graduation exam. Because many students apply, the acceptance rate each year is quite low. The beautiful Aelbertar Academy is located on the northern outskirts of Sent City, in the Northern District. This area is an important commercial and tourist zone. The campus is quite large, with public carriages connecting different parts of the school. From above, the academy looks like a flower, with the northern city and surrounding areas forming the green leaves supporting the flower. The main teaching and dormitory areas are the petals, and the central entertainment zone is the flower's core. Due to its large size and the students' flexible schedules, the school cannot enforce strict management. Instead, it adopts a free and open management style, quite different from most schools on the continent. Campus access is very free, but entering the buildings requires special identification, such as a student or teacher ID. Summer has arrived. Although the carriage is equipped with a magic temperature control to keep the inside comfortable, most people prefer to ride open-top carriages to stay in style during the summer. Lucine and Estelle are riding in such an open carriage this time. The roof can be manually adjusted to better block the sun under different lighting conditions. When the carriage moves, the wind hits a thin magic shield that filters the air, reducing the wind speed and making it cooler. The best part is the wide view, which a closed carriage cannot offer. The carriage departs from the Green Harmony Manor in the southwest outskirts of Sarent. It does not go into the city, but follows the outer wall northward. After about half an hour of magic time, Lucine and Estelle can see the outer buildings of the Albert Tower Academy, with red tiles and white walls hidden among green trees, appearing and disappearing as the carriage moves. As they get closer, they notice more carriages and horses on the road. Careful observation shows that most riders and passengers are women, mostly young girls under 20. When the girls see their carriage, most of them quickly move aside to let it pass. Lucine and Estelle exchange surprised looks, both seeing the same astonishment in each other's eyes. The road is clear, and soon they arrive in front of a building that looks like a bird spreading its wings. Grom gets off the carriage, shows his ID, and after confirming the reservation, he signals for Lucine and Estelle to get out. They pass the entrance verification smoothly and enter the building. Grom seems very familiar with the place. Without hesitation, he leads the two girls through winding corridors, saying, "Madame Monpar is known for her good temper. You two don't need to feel too nervous. Just come for tea and a chat." Seems like Grom knows this place very well, Lucine thinks, glancing around cautiously but unable to stop her curious eyes from wandering. "It's not unfamiliar. I've been here a few times," Grom answers carefully. The three walk along a bright corridor. At first, the hallway is quite quiet, with all the doors closed. Besides the three of them, there's no one else around. As they gradually moved deeper inside, occasional figures appeared and disappeared. Upon closer look, most of them were women, ranging from teenagers to women in their 30s. They were dressed carefully, appropriately, and behaved politely. These women walking through the courtyards and corridors would sometimes smile and politely avoid or stop to chat when they met Grom. It seemed that Grom was not just a stranger here. Lucine thought to herself, glancing around with a sly smile that looked ordinary but was actually cunning, though she wasn't sure how she felt about Grom. They greeted people as they walked, turning left and right, passing many courtyards. Lucine realized that the architecture here was very interesting. It was like a string of pearls. The corridors were like silk threads, and the courtyards like pearls. The corridors connected the courtyards, making the whole building feel unified, while still keeping each courtyard separate and private. They kept walking until Grom finally stopped in front of a courtyard that was much quieter than the others. There were two maids standing quietly at the gate. Grom asked one of them to go inside and report. After getting permission, the three of them entered the courtyard. As soon as they stepped in, Lucine and Estelle felt that this place was different from the previous courtyards. Looking around, they saw 7 or 8 rooms, each with a closed door. Between 2 rooms, a maid stood silently. Suddenly, one door opened, and a maid carried a stack of papers or documents out. She handed the papers to another maid outside the door, said a few words, then closed the door. The maid who received the task hurriedly left the courtyard. When the door opened, the 2 girls saw that it was actually an office. Inside, 2 or 3 young women were busy working at their desks, and several maids were running around, following orders. It looked very busy. Led by a maid, the 3 entered the main house of the courtyard. It was a cozy office decorated like a home. Soft fabric sofas, cute pillows and dolls, a unique rattan table and chairs, and many green plants. But these were just the supporting characters. The main focus of the room was the bookshelves filled with books and documents, a curved moon-shaped desk, and several stacks of files about 30 centimeters high. However, at this moment, the lady of the office was not buried in a pile of documents. She was standing by the rattan table and chairs in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, facing the door, waiting gracefully for them. "Good day, Lady Montparf." Grom approached and bowed politely. It seemed he was quite familiar with Lady Montparf. Such a respectful gesture was usually only used when the relationship was close or needed to appear close. Lucine continued to observe with interest. Lady Montparf responded with a smile and said, "Good day, Lord Grom. Your visit, along with the two young ladies, has truly relieved me." Grom turned around and introduced Lucine and St. The two girls each bowed politely. Lady Montparf signaled everyone to sit on the rattan chairs, and a maid quickly brought drinks. "You don't need to be too formal, young ladies," Lady Montparf said kindly. "Is this your first time visiting Sentinel City?" "Yes, this is my first time traveling far from home," S said more actively than Lucine when speaking to Lady Montparf. "Have you ever left Birmingham City before, Mississippi Estate?" "Yes, I've been to Nobin City, but Sentinel is the farthest I've ever been." "And you, Miss Lucine?" "Well, like my cousin, it's also my first time leaving home so far." Lady Montparf spoke gently and kindly, chatting with the two girls about everything from her knowledge of Aylbert Academy to their daily hobbies. She was clearly very skilled in the art of conversation. After a short while, she made everyone feel comfortable enough to open up completely. Est answered her questions very thoroughly, so Lucine naturally spoke less. Gradually, Lucine sensed something was off but couldn't quite put her finger on what it was. She instinctively became more reserved and sometimes interrupted us talking, changing the subject, which earned her some disapproving looks from Est. Much later, Lucine learned that the director of discipline at Aylbert Academy was not an ordinary person but a level 6 soul magic user. Even if she does not intentionally use magic, ordinary people find it very hard to escape her mental influence. After a soul magic user reaches level 5, they develop their own mental influence network. People within this network naturally feel close to the magician. Only those with a higher ability level than the magician can usually break free from this influence. Lady Montparf and the two girls did not talk for long before a maid approached and interrupted them. "Sorry to bother you." The maid, who had been standing at the door, stepped forward and bowed politely. "Madam, Miss Vanessa has an urgent message." "Sorry, please wait a moment." Lady Montparf apologized to Grom and the two girls, then told the maid, "Let her come in." The person who disturbed their conversation was a beautiful girl about 17 or 18 years old, with long, wavy sea blue hair, clear sapphire eyes, smooth ivory skin, cherry red lips, and a white, fitted dress that highlighted her full figure. She looked like a goddess of the sea, calm and mysterious, yet radiant. However, her elegant blue and white outfit made Lucine think of the buildings at Green Rhyme Manor, and her sudden mental leap made Lucine smile softly. "Lady Montparf, I'm sorry to bother you while you're entertaining guests." Vanessa bowed gracefully, her movements smooth and flowing, giving a sense of comfort. After getting Lady Montparf's understanding, she also bowed to Grom to apologize. After a series of polite gestures, Vanessa handed the documents to Lady Montparf and said, "The Wisteria Garden sent the list of this year's sacred hymns. They asked me to tell you to please be lenient this time. The Culture Department has already reminded us several times." Wisteria Garden is a department at Aylbert Academy responsible for singing performances. Every year, they receive many invitations from across the continent. Among these, the Sacred Hymn performance during the Bateria Harvest Festival is a highlight that Wisteria Garden always performs. Since they know how important this is, why do they always hold back their best performances? Lady Montparf said with a smile as she took the documents from Vanessa and complained gently, "Let me look at it first." "You should go and properly entertain the guests," she added. Then she picked up a pen and began to write and mark on the documents. Vanessa sat down on the wicker chair and first greeted Grom politely, showing they were quite familiar. "Lord Grom, long time no see." Compared to Vanessa's friendly yet respectful greeting, Grom treated her like an elder and casually teased her. "It's been a while. Miss Vanessa, you're getting more capable. No wonder the Count always shows off when he sees our Duke. Oh, Grandpa. Vanessa pouted playfully, a blush rising on her fair face. She seemed a bit embarrassed by her grandfather's bragging. Her beautiful blue eyes flicked quickly, and she changed the subject. These two are Mississippi Estate and Miss Lucine, right? I am Vanessa of the Lebwa family. Welcome to Ailbird Academy. From now on, we are all classmates. Senior, please guide us in the future. Lucine and I are young and don't know much, S said with a sweet smile, almost like honey. Vanessa was straightforward and smiled gently. Actually, there will be a regular tea party at the academy soon. I will host it this time. In the afternoon, I'll have my servants send you the invitations. Everyone attending is a student from the academy, so don't worry about feeling out of place. Thank you, Senior Vanessa, the two girls said together. Just call me Vanessa, Vanessa said, a bit uncomfortable with being called Senior. The academy's courses are quite special. Most of the time, it's hard to judge students' levels, so it's better to just call me by my name. Hearing this, Est immediately became more familiar. Vanessa's sister, why do you say students' levels can't be judged? Doesn't Ailbert have different grades? Actually, there are no grades in the academy. Everyone is just a classmate, Vanessa explained confidently, acting like a senior. Every new student must take 5 core courses: etiquette, language, household management, theology, and drama. Besides these, they can choose many other courses. Each season, there's an assessment. Those who pass move up in that subject. So, it's common for someone to be low level in some courses and high in others. It makes it hard to determine a person's overall grade. I heard that many students often fail to graduate because they can't pass the assessments. Don't worry too much, Vanessa reassured her. As long as you study seriously, passing the assessments should be fine. Esther smiled brightly and nodded firmly, saying, Yes, I will work hard. Vanessa's gentle and caring look made even Lucine, who was just watching Esther's performance, nod in agreement, showing her approval of Vanessa's encouragement to study hard. During this conversation, Madame Montparnasse had already finished editing the documents. She called Vanessa over and said, I've noted the personnel changes. Go ask the Wisteria Garden team about their attitude. If they accept, send the revised list directly to the Ministry of Culture and the Temple. Vanessa looked at the documents, smiled, and said, Madam, you're quite strict. Wisteria Garden only has 3 main singers, and you've already taken 2 of them. I think they'll complain a lot, but I left 1 for them. 1 is enough for now. All right, go handle it, Madame Montparnasse said, dismissing Vanessa. Then she turned to Lucine and the others. You two are lucky. With Vanessa's introduction, you'll probably settle into the college life quickly. Lucine thanked her but also thought to herself, does that mean they passed the preliminary test? Was that test just a casual chat? She didn't ask about this strange question, though. After chatting for a while, Grom decided not to disturb Madame Montparnasse's work and led Lucine and Esther away from the college. Before getting into the carriage, Lucine stopped Grom and asked, Grom, is this the preliminary test for the Ailbert Academy? Grom looked at Lucine's confused face with interest and smiled. Miss Lucine, do you think it was too easy? Lucine nodded. It was more like a chat than a test. Esther also nodded, although she didn't care how Madame Montparnasse tested them since they had already become students. She agreed with Lucine. It was just a casual chat. Madame Montparnasse had her reasons for doing this, of course. As for what those reasons were, Grom looked at Lucine and Esther with a smile and said, That's something you'll have to figure out during your future studies. After saying that, he turned his horse around and stood beside the carriage, waiting for Lucine and Estelle to board. Lucine had been eagerly awaiting his answer, but the result she received was quite surprising. She was a bit overwhelmed. She didn't expect Grom, who was usually so serious, to joke around. Feeling a bit upset, she obediently got into the carriage and left. Vanessa indeed kept her promise. That afternoon, Lucine and Estelle received a blue invitation card from her. The tea party was scheduled for 2 days later at a small countryside estate owned by the Lebwa family. When they received the invitation, Lucine asked Amelia to find out more about Miss Lebwa from the maids at the Yunlu estate. Miss, guess who I just met? Amelia returned to Lucine's side, holding a tray of fruit and vegetable salad. She had gone to the kitchen pretending to make salad just to chat with someone. Lucine was reading and, without looking up or stopping her reading, replied, "Who else could it be? Probably or Jenny." And Jenny were Estelle's two personal maids. "You're so clever, miss," Amelia said as she scooped some salad into a bowl with her favorite jam and placed it beside Lucine. She also served herself a portion, knowing Lucine wouldn't mind these small courtesies in private. "I met Anne in the kitchen. And was also asking about Miss Lebois. She's very eager. She didn't even need me to ask. Just listening to her chat with others, I learned a lot. Estelle also received an invitation, so it's normal for her to ask around. By the way, I heard that the head of the Lebois family and the Duke are old friends. Since Count Lebois retired a few years ago, he often visits the Duke to go fishing. Their relationship is very good. Miss Lebois grew up watching the Duke. A couple of years ago, before the Duke's wife went overseas, she invited Miss Lebois to the estate several times. Miss Lebois is considered a rose in the social scene of Sealand City. Since she was 16, many people have shown interest in marrying into the Lebois family, but Count Lebois has refused all proposals. Many noble young ladies in the city are friends with Miss Lebois, and attending her afternoon tea is considered an honor. Speaking of this, Amelia sighed and said, "The maids in the Yunlu say that you and Miss Estelle are lucky. You entered the Sentent City social circle through Miss Lebois' afternoon tea, which is the best way to get involved in the city."
Lucky?
Lucine didn't think so. She stroked the paper and secretly sneered. If it weren't for the Duke of Tournau's reputation overshadowing her, she wouldn't believe Miss Lebois was so eager. But since she had been given a chance, she naturally couldn't refuse. Lucine thought for a moment and told Amelia, "Remember to find that set of rose kisses in the next couple of days. Remind me to take it as a gift for the tea party." The cat finally figured out why it kept catching colds. It turned out that the cat, White, was sleeping without enough blankets, catching a chill at night. No wonder it kept taking medicine during the day, but never got better. Everyone, please don't make the same silly mistake as the cat. The temperature difference between day and night is large recently. Be sure to stay warm. Health is the most important. The sky was clear, the breeze gentle, and it was another bright summer day. The sun had already risen early, freely spreading its light and warmth across the world. In the afternoon, the sunlight was dazzling and intense. While everyone praised the gift of the sun god, our lovely Lucine was tossing and turning on her bed, trying to chase away the heat so she could continue to sleep in. "Miss, it's time to get up." Amelia, on schedule, entered the main bedroom, pulled back half of the curtain, letting the sunlight pour into the room and dispel the darkness inside. The sudden light made Lucine, already irritable from the heat, even more impatient. She turned her head away, grabbed a pillow to cover her face, and silently protested. Amelia walked to the bed, pulled off the pillow, only to see Lucine rolling around to the other side of the bed, pulling the blanket over her head. With a helpless sigh, Amelia placed the pillow aside, climbed onto the bed, and continued to pull the blanket. In doing so, she also pulled Lucine over. Lucine, rolling back, ended up on Amelia's lap, resting her head on her legs and hugging her waist, intending to keep sleeping. Amelia rolled her eyes silently, her hands gently massaging Lucine's forehead, which was sore from lack of sleep, with just the right amount of pressure. Lucine closed her eyes, sighed softly, and murmured, "Amelia is so good. If you really think I'm good, miss, then get up." Amelia massaged her head and spoke.
"No.
I don't want to." Lucine firmly refused the suggestion, feeling much clearer after her headache eased. "Miss, don't forget, you have Miss LeBlanc's tea party this afternoon." "No, I won't go, I won't go, I won't go." Lucine whined stubbornly, making Amelia laugh. The more she fussed, the more it showed Lucine knew she had to get up, so she was just throwing a tantrum. Since Amelia knew Lucine would obediently get up, she stopped urging her and focused on massaging her. After a while, Lucine suddenly sat up, swayed unsteadily, and walked toward the bathroom. As she walked, she kept muttering, "Annoying Amelia, annoying Vanessa, annoying tea party." Lucine, who hadn't slept well during her nap, kept a serious face from the moment she got up. While washing, changing clothes, walking, and facing everyone. It was as if everyone owed her 1,000,000 gold coins. However, the maids at Yunlu had seen this kind of mood before, being irritable because she didn't sleep enough or acting stubborn when she was tired. They knew her temper only made her upset and didn't take it out on others. So, the maids they met along the way would secretly giggle while politely making way and bowing. Some maids who knew Amelia, well, even boldly, made funny faces behind Lucine's back. In the hall of Yunlu, Estelle and Jean had been waiting for a long time. When they saw Lucine, Estelle impatiently complained, "Why are you so slow? If you're late, it'll be embarrassing." Lucine, still in her morning grump mood, looked at her expressionlessly and then turned to Jean. Jean clearly understood Lucine's state and smiled, saying, "Don't worry, Mrs. The coachman today is the best in the estate. He hasn't been late in decades." With Jean mediating, Estelle didn't want to cause trouble. She took the gift from the maid and went out the door. The estate hosting the tea party was outside the city, not far from Green Melody Estate. They arrived quickly by carriage. Before getting off, Estelle checked her clothes and the gift once more. Lucine, who was the first to get off the carriage, covered her mouth and yawned. The bumpy ride had finally shaken off her icy expression. She stretched her muscles and looked at Estelle's cautious attitude. She said, "It's perfect now." Any more checks would be nitpicking. Estelle, hearing this, glared at her sharply. "You need to be careful later. If your laziness damages the Bernard family's reputation, I will definitely tell the Duke and your grandfather, so they can give you a good talking to." Lucine rolled her eyes but didn't argue, knowing the timing and place weren't right. Seeing Lucine speechless after her words, Estelle hummed happily and gracefully stepped out of the carriage. For today's afternoon tea, she had brought out her most beautiful and expensive dress, a custom-made pink princess gown. The dress was simple and elegant, without too many lace or complicated decorations. Most of the effort went into the fabric, which was embroidered with shiny silk threads in a pattern of spring flowers. When still, it was hard to see, but when she moved or the wind blew, the changing light made the dress look like a different scene, drawing everyone's attention to her. Lucine thought Estelle's idea was a bit too much. While standing out was good, being too showy might not be a good thing. But she knew Estelle wouldn't listen to her advice and might think she was jealous. So, Lucine stayed silent. As the host of the tea party, Vanessa was already waiting at the manor's front door to greet her guests. Only noble ladies from Albert Academy or Scent City, with distinguished family backgrounds or impressive talents, or both, were invited. The tea party was a social event and also a competition among them. The manor was small and didn't have a formal garden, so Vanessa had a good view from her position. She could see all the guests arriving, with the gentle slope of the hill making her view even wider. From afar, she saw a bright red horse racing toward her. Knowing her friend never rode in carriages, Vanessa could only smile helplessly. A girl dressed in bright red riding clothes and a red horse galloped into the estate like a strong wind. She pulled on the reins, and the horse neighed loudly. The proud horse, still eager to run, kicked around to show its displeasure at being held back. The girl quickly swung herself off the horse, gracefully landing on the ground. She hugged the horse's neck, patted it gently, and said, "There, good boy. We'll have more fun running later when we get home." The horse understood its owner's comfort and snorted happily. Then, under the girl's gentle coaxing, it reluctantly followed the estate's servant toward the stables. "Dear Vivi, it's been so long. I missed you so much," the red-clad beauty said as she hugged Vanessa after comforting her pet. She rubbed her pretty face against Vanessa's forehead, just like her horse did when happy. "Get away from me." Vanessa pushed away the taller red-clad girl after a moment. She tidied herself up and complained, "First you cuddle your precious horse. Now you're bothering me. Do you think I'm a horse too? I wouldn't dare." The red girl giggled. "It would be such a waste to treat such a beautiful lady like a horse. You're so silly," Vanessa said, feeling a bit helpless about her friend's playful nature. She rolled her eyes and said, "Go inside now. Sabina is already here waiting for you." The red girl didn't rush inside. She leaned casually against the doorframe, smiling mischievously at Vanessa like a playful flirt. Since you don't have any guests now, you might as well chat with me for a bit. If you want to talk, we'll have plenty of time later. Why rush now? Vanessa asked, a little annoyed. We're talking about the two burner sisters from Duke Turno's family, the red girl said without paying attention to Vanessa's impatience. I saw their carriage heading this way earlier. Why are you so interested in those two? It's not about interest or not, Vanessa said, smoothing her hair and regaining her calm composure. Everyone knows how the Duke feels about the burner family. I don't have any plans. That's true, the red girl nodded thoughtfully. The Duke doesn't seem to care much about the burner family. But now they're living at Green Echo Manor. It's possible the Duke might notice them. Making friends with them isn't a bad idea. I just wonder what they're like. Are they fun to be around? You need to be interested and observe for yourself later. When they arrive, don't stand here and block the view. Go inside. Vanessa saw the carriage with the double-headed lion badge stop outside the estate, so she pushed the red-dressed lady toward the garden. Good afternoon, Miss Vanessa, Lucine and Estelle said as they approached Vanessa, bowing and offering a gift, a small token of greeting for the host, which is usually given when attending a tea party for the first time. Good afternoon, Miss Estelle and Miss Lucine. I hope you have a pleasant afternoon, Vanessa replied with her perfect smile and polite manners. Under the guidance of the servants, Lucine and Estelle entered the garden where the tea party was held. Since it was not yet time to start and not everyone had arrived, the girls in the garden were busy with their own activities, reading, chatting, playing cards, or chess. When Lucine and Estelle appeared, everyone's chatter grew louder because many people didn't know that two new members had joined the tea party today. Who are these young ladies? Didn't Vanessa invite new guests before? They seem to be from the Duke's family. I've never heard of a young lady from the Duke's family. Isn't there only a young lord? I heard they are from the Duke's own family.
Probably.
I heard the Duke recommended two girls for the preliminary test this year. Vanessa is so sneaky, not telling us in advance. They're so young, probably no older than 10. Being so young is good, they pose no threat. The women's gazes scanned Lucine and Estelle from top to bottom, left to right, front to back, carefully inspecting them. Then, soft gossiping voices started to flow from beneath fans, along the edges of delicate teacups, and between the pages of elegant poetry books, fully illustrating the saying, "Gossip is a woman's nature." Faced with such strange scrutiny, Lucine, though inwardly annoyed and thinking I hate gossip, couldn't show any displeasure on her face. That's just how noble social circles work, either gossiping about others or being gossiped about. She glanced at the layout of the garden and then turned to Estelle, saying, "Cousin, shall we play a game of chess together?" Esther hesitated for a few seconds before nodding in agreement. The two sisters found a quiet corner, called a servant to bring a set of chess pieces, and started playing. They didn't play for long before many people's attention was drawn to them, because their way of playing was very new. Each girl held a different color of pieces, and they played without a fixed pattern. Sometimes, just a few moves decided the winner. Other times, the board was almost full, but no one could tell who was winning. This new way of playing chess attracted many young girls' attention. They gathered around the two girls, whispering and pointing. The only girl in riding clothes, a beautiful woman in red, looked at the board and smiled. "This game is interesting. Sasa, do you see any pattern?" Next to her was a calm girl with black hair and green eyes, with a gentle, sweet smile on her small face. Hearing her friend's question, Sabila replied slowly, "It seems to end with 5 in a row."
Oh.
The red-clad girl raised an eyebrow and looked at the board carefully for a moment. Sasa is the smartest. Sabila was used to her friend's praise, and she didn't take the insincere compliment seriously, just a passing breeze. Still, she sighed and said, "The person who invented this game is very clever. It's simple and fun." Yeah. The red-clad girl nodded excitedly. "It's a good way to pass the time, and it doesn't require much thinking." Knowing her lazy friend well, Sabila teased, "For you, anything that doesn't require thinking is a good way to pass the time." "Haha, those who understand me. Sasa too," the red girl said with a smile and stole a quick kiss. Their conversation caught the attention of many watching girls, and the words also reached Lucy and Esther, who were playing chess nearby. Such a good opportunity, Esther wouldn't miss it. She placed her piece on the corner of the board and looked up at Sibila with a smile. That sister is very smart. She saw the basic rules of 5 in a row at a glance. In a good mood, Sibila cooperated and replied, "This game is called 5 in a row? If it's convenient, could you explain the specific rules?"
Sure.
5 in a row is very simple. 2 players take turns placing pieces of different colors. The first to connect 5 of their own in a row, horizontally, vertically, or diagonally, wins. During the game, players can also block each other, Esther explained, pointing to the current game on the board and giving a more detailed explanation with the pieces as examples. Esther spoke enthusiastically, but no longer played chess. Lucine looked at Esther and then at the surrounding girls who were listening intently. She subtly curled her lips in a slight smile, then quickly raised the corners of her mouth to show a cute smile. During Esther's speech, she interrupted and asked, "Would any sister like to try?" For a moment, the scene was lively with singing and chatting. Lucine gracefully stood up, moved aside, and pulled over a girl nearby. She said, "This sister can try first. Gamoku is easy to learn, and you can pick it up quickly." Gamoku quickly became popular among the girls, with many pairing up and playing on the board. Lucine and Esther, being familiar with the rules, also started giving ideas and strategies. This unexpected development made Lucine sigh happily. Games really are a good way to bring people closer. The afternoon tea was mainly a social gathering where everyone chatted, shared achievements, showed off interesting things, or exchanged gossip. Today's tea gathering was especially lively, with the Burner sisters being the most talked about. While Lucine was explaining the history of Gamoku, Esther was already discussing her classic tea collection. When brewing tea, the water quality is often overlooked. Usually, spring water is best. Some tea connoisseurs even spend most of their lives searching for the perfect water. Rainwater, snowmelt, and creek water, if properly settled and filtered, can also be good for tea. If you're interested in winter, you can collect clean snow from plum blossoms before sunrise, seal it well, bury it in the ground, and open it after 2 or 3 years. Brewing tea then will have a special flavor. Esther's voice was intermittent, but Lucine couldn't help but admire her cleverness. These noble young ladies had grown up in a refined life, so they believed life should be elegant. Only those who lived delicately were considered their kind. From the Tea City, Esther talked about tea endlessly, while Lucine, from the City of Fragrance, was constantly asked about perfumes and scents. After all, few girls could resist the allure of perfume. There are 2 main reasons why Aritos is called the City of Fragrance. First, Aritos mainly produces perfumes, essential oils, floral waters, and other related products, which makes it famous for its scents. Second, Aritos is a city surrounded by flowers. As soon as you leave the city gates, you can see mountains full of flower fields. These fields bloom all year round, with different flowers in each season. So, no matter when you visit Aritos, you will see a garden full of fresh flowers. Lucine's words made the girls' eyes sparkle. A garden full of flowers that bloom all year. Living in such a place would be very happy. But more than the flowers they can't see now, they were curious about the magical and tempting perfume. "Lucine, do you know how perfume is made? I heard it's directly extracted from flower petals. As far as I know, ingredients come from more than just petals. Some come from fruits, leaves, or bark. Not only plants, but some spices are also taken from animals. In theory, anything with a scent can be used to make perfume or essential oils. Aritos has a very special job called scent seeker. Their main work is to find new spices. Last year, a perfume called Longing, offered to the goddess of life, was made from a newly discovered spice. It has a deep, lingering scent that is unforgettable. That sounds like a very romantic job." Hearing this, Lucine felt her smiling lips twitch a little. Romantic? The work of scent seekers is never truly romantic. They spend years deep in mountains and forests, searching for new plants, trying to extract new spices. Most of the time, they're almost like wild people. How could that be romantic? Still, She wisely chose not to mention the hardships of this job. I heard that the Burner family controls about half of Aridos's perfume industry. Lucine, you must have some unique perfumes. Hearing this, Lucine looked at the friendly-looking questioner and politely asked for their name. After that, she replied, most of the perfumes I use are blended by myself. They are quite unique, but they are not as refined and perfect as those made by professional perfumers. Perfumers? Is that also a special job in Aridos? Yes, all perfumes are handmade by perfumers, so the production is usually small, especially some rare and exquisite perfumes, because a talented perfumer is very valuable even in Aridos, a place famous for its fragrances. It usually takes several years to create a single perfume. These top-quality perfumes are directly supplied to the temple for use. Lucine paused and gave an example, saying, Longing is one of the best perfumes made by Arido's most skilled perfumer after 5 years of effort. The difficulty of making perfumes sparked new discussions among everyone. Although the tea party was a place for everyone to share, people naturally grouped by country, family background, age, and interests. There were always cliques or small groups. Est and Lucine, who were cousins, were also separated into different groups because of their different ages and interests. Even Vanessa, the host of the tea party, had her own small group. Vanessa herself, the red-clad knight Veda, and the calm girl Sabina with black hair and green eyes. These three were considered the most charming young women in Scent. Veda was the most rebellious of all the girls. The tea party was supposed to be formal, so she should have worn a proper dress, but she wore riding armor instead. A lady should sit still and not shake her skirt, but Veda was restless whether sitting or standing. Even when drinking tea, she didn't hold the cup carefully. Instead, she took a big sip boldly. While waiting for the maid to pour tea, she leaned toward Vanessa and whispered happily, Vivi, what do you think of those 2 kids? Vanessa was spreading jam and cream on her small cake, ignoring her and asking back, do you like Est? Hee, the young girl has ambition. I like ambitious girls, Veda giggled. You should behave yourself, Sabina said without looking up from her teacup. If things go as expected, those 2 will stay at Eltbert Academy for 5 or 6 years. If you want to play, there will be plenty of chances. It's better to find out the Grand Duke's attitude first before making plans. Vanessa clearly agreed with Sabina's advice. She also warned Veda, I agree with Sasa. Last time, you were too reckless, which caused someone to complain to the general. If you really make the Grand Duke angry this time, it won't be just a month of confinement to fix it. 2 friends worked together to persuade Veda to settle down. She raised her hands in surrender and said, Okay, I'll listen to you. I won't play for now. There's plenty of time. At that moment, a woman dressed as a steward, about 30 years old, hurried into the garden and approached Vanessa. The housekeeper from the Lebwa family leaned close and whispered something quickly in Vanessa's ear. Vanessa looked surprised. Nearby, Sabina and Veda, who were close, also heard the words Grand Duke and Green Melody. Vivi, what's wrong? Veda asked, which woke Vanessa up. Vanessa called a maid and gave her some instructions. After the maid left to find Lucy, Vanessa answered Eve and Sabina's questions. Someone from the Green Melody estate came to say they want to take Lucy back. They said it's urgent. Dear friends, just wait. Little Lucy is about to start her big comeback. Ha ha. The cat is laughing with her hands on her hips. But why haven't I seen anyone voting for the cat lately? It's so discouraging. Tears of frustration. A tea party is a very formal event among noble gatherings. Usually, guests are only allowed to leave after the host announces the end of the tea party. Leaving without a special reason is considered a great insult to the host. Similarly, calling back someone who is currently attending the tea party without a good reason is also very rude. When Lucy was led by a maid to Vanessa and heard her say that the Green Melody estate wanted her to return immediately, she almost thought Vanessa was joking. It wasn't until she sat in the carriage sent by the Green Melody estate that she started to think deeply. What happened? What is so urgent that she must go back quickly? Is it something only related to her, and not to Estelle? Lost in her worries, Lucy noticed that the carriage seemed to be going much faster than when she arrived. Before she could sort out her thoughts, they had already reached the Green Melody estate. As soon as she entered the estate, Lucy noticed something was wrong. In front of the main building, there were 7 or 8 black horses. They were tall, muscular, and looked gentle and friendly with their shiny black eyes. As she approached, she could see the unique crossed double sword emblem of the war god temple on the saddles and reins of these black horses, indicating that their owners belonged to the war god temple. The carriage stopped. Before Lucine could get out, a servant standing in front of the main building hurried over and said something that made her feel very surprised. "Miss Lucine, the knights of the war god temple are waiting for you." The war god temple? Lucine thought today was truly a surprising day. She never expected that knights from the war god temple would come to see her. Things were becoming more and more beyond her imagination. Seeing Lucine's expression, the servant immediately understood she was nervous and comforted her. "Miss Lucine, you don't need to be too nervous. Lord Grom is inside, and he won't let you be wronged." Lucine calmed down and asked, "Do you know why the knights from the war god temple came to see me?" The servant shook his head and said, "The knights only had a brief talk with Lord Grom after arriving at the estate. Then Lord Grom told someone to call Amelia to the small study. Not long after, a command was issued for you to return early." Feeling very confused and uneasy, Lucine followed the servant to the small study in the main building. She knocked on the door, announced herself, and entered. As soon as she stepped inside, she felt the scene was a bit strange. The elegant small study was decorated simply. Only Grom sat relaxed on a large leather sofa. Behind him stood Amelia, looking tense. The knights from the war god temple, who had caused Lucine to be called back suddenly, faced Grom in a straight line, standing very stiffly, like soldiers being inspected. Lucine's entrance sounded like a signal, and the knights relaxed their tense bodies immediately. Grom stood up and invited Lucine to sit. She looked at the knights hesitantly and didn't sit down right away. Grom saw her hesitation and smiled, saying, "Miss Lucine, you don't need to be too nervous. These knights are just doing their duty." Hearing this from Grom, Lucine finally felt at ease and moved forward, bypassing the row of knights. As she sat on the sofa, she noticed a small object on the dark red coffee table matching the sofa, one of her shopping spoils, an old-fashioned black sandalwood carving. The wooden sculpture is about the size of a palm, carved into an abstract human figure. The figure is crouching, with an exaggerated face taking up half of the body. The torso is squeezed into a small, pitiful shape. The entire face is covered with strange, intricate lines, so complex that it's hard to tell where the facial features are. Grom saw Lucy stare at the wooden sculpture with wide eyes. He smiled slightly, picked up the sculpture, and said, "The knights of the war god temple came for this." As he spoke, he lifted his chin, signaling the knights to explain to Lucy. One knight stepped forward from the group of 8. He was different from the others. His shoulder badge had 2 skulls instead of the usual crossed swords. Clearly, this knight was a high-ranking member of the war god temple, the leader of the group. The high-ranking knight saluted simply and said, "Sorry to bother you, Miss Bernadette. I am the leader of the 2nd squad of the war god temple knights in Scent City. We found that your wooden sculpture has a special energy reaction. For your health and safety, the temple would like to buy it at a fair price." Lucy looked at the knights and then at the sculpture. Finally, she fixed her gaze on Grom, silently asking for his opinion. Grom didn't help her decide as she hoped. Instead, he placed the sculpture in her hand and said, "Miss Lucy, this is yours. Only you have the right to decide what to do with it." Lucy gently touched the sculpture, thought for a moment, then looked up at the high-ranking knight. "If it's convenient, could you tell me what makes this sculpture so special?" "Of course," the knight replied. As he spoke, he took out a small, half-palm-sized metal disc from his pocket. Without showing which part he moved, the disc emitted a soft buzzing sound, as if it was activating. The metal disc floated in the air, spinning for a moment, then split into 2 semicircular halves, which quickly flew toward Lucy. "Two," the knight exclaimed in surprise. Not only he, but everyone else in the small study was shocked, except for Lucy and Amelia, who was still anxious. Even Grom narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at the 2 semicircular metal discs. The two half-circle metal discs flew very quickly, almost in the blink of an eye, to appear in front of Lucine. They circled twice, as if checking something, then swiftly floated about 3 to 5 centimeters above her right hand, spinning. Upon closer look, you could see that each half-circle was positioned above the wood carving and above Lucine's right pinky finger. Lucine carefully moved her right hand left and right, and the two metal discs followed her movements. It was clear they were focused on the wood carving and the ring on her pinky finger. Seeing that the discs only seemed to be locating and not harming her, Lucine became curious. She moved her right hand randomly and quickly, watching the discs spin along with her, and she smiled happily. "Miss Bernard." The knight from the inner hall's voice pulled Lucine's attention back. She looked up at him and gave a gentle smile. Inside, she secretly thought that his expression was probably the most fitting for how he was feeling right now, calm, but with a hint of mischief. "Miss Bernard, please allow me to do a simple check on your ring." The knight interrupted her playful thoughts with a steady voice. She frowned slightly, not very happy about the interruption, but to avoid trouble, she put down the wood carving. A half-circle metal disc floated down from the carving onto the coffee table, avoiding the other disc, which looked dangerous, but was actually not very pleasant. She gently took off the ring from her pinky finger. The moment the ring left her finger, something unexpected happened. The metal disc that had been following the ring suddenly seemed to lose its target. It spun aimlessly in the air for a few circles, then quickly flew toward the metal disc above the coffee table. The two discs merged into one, returning to the original round shape. Everyone stared at the floating round metal disc above the wood carving, feeling a bit stunned. It was as if the whole sequence, discs splitting, locating, and finally merging, was just a shared illusion. Grom first snapped out of it, clearing everyone's minds with a cough. "Does the detector seem to be malfunctioning?" Grom asked softly. The knight from the inner hall shook his head firmly and said, "The detector was blessed by the Pope himself. It shouldn't have any issues." "Are you sure?" Grom asked again, his tone and expression very serious and harmless, but Lucine felt that this question carried a clear hint of threat. The palace knight hesitated for a moment, seemingly weighing the cost of arguing with Grom. Finally, with a determined attitude, Lucine couldn't understand why he needed to act so sacrificial. He explained, "There is no problem." "All right," Grom said, sounding somewhat dismissive. "Then how do you explain this situation now?" The palace knight let out a small breath, more cautious than before, and asked, "Could Miss Berner please put the ring back on?" Lucine raised her eyebrows somewhat unladylike and smoothly placed the ring back where it belonged. The round metal disc emitted a long, buzzing sound and split apart again. A semicircular metal piece flew back to rest above Lucine's right pinky finger, just like before. Off, on. Semicircular, circular, semicircular, circular. Lucine seemed to have found a new toy. "Miss Berner," the palace knight's voice sounded strained, as if forced out through clenched teeth, cold and awkward. Seeing Lucine look up, he quickly said, "This ring seems to have a special connection with you under certain conditions. Given this, I hope you can go to St. Pateria to see the high priest for an evaluation." Does it really need to be that serious to bother the high priest of St. Pateria? Lucine was stunned by this somewhat forceful suggestion. Pateria's territory borders vast wastelands filled with monsters, and since the tribal era before the nation was founded, they have valued strength. After establishing the country, they continued to worship power. The main deity worshipped across the country is the war god, so the war temple in St. Pateria is essentially equivalent to the high priest's position of the black robe high priest. "Your situation is very special," the palace knight said, without explicitly stating it was serious, but clearly indicating that her trip to St. Pateria was necessary. Lucine finally became truly nervous. She didn't expect the situation to become so serious. She nervously fiddled with her ring, feeling the smooth, cool jade, which gradually helped her regain her composure. She took a deep, unnoticeable breath and looked up at Grom. This time, she was really asking for help. Grom bowed slightly in response, showing his willingness to accompany her through his actions. "The seeds have been planted and are about to sprout. Dear friends, if you have tickets, please give some. Watching the numbers increase day by day makes the cat very sad. The clear sky has not a single cloud. A warm breeze mixed with the fresh scent of grass blows. Takna is a rare highland grassland in the country of Baetria. Its horseshoe shape allows warm, moist air from the southwest to flow in freely. Surrounded by mountains on three sides, the warm air is kept in the valley. Abundant rainfall and a suitable climate have made this land very fertile and created an excellent pasture. A herd of wild horses, semi-wild, gallops freely on this grassland. The lush grass and sweet lake water keep them from migrating south. The unique geography and biological evolution of the Ansbach continent make these wild horses completely migratory animals. In summer, they move to the hot, water-rich south to survive, building up enough strength for the winter. In winter, they return to the cold, barren northern plains to mate, give birth, and reproduce. Such beautiful spirits, said a middle-aged man dressed in a grayish-white linen shirt and loose, blue-gray cotton pants. He was about 40, with a round face and kind eyes, giving a trustworthy impression. He was sitting under a canopy, shielding himself from the strong morning sun, and was focused on watching the wild horses run wild in the distance. Beautiful and strong, replied another man standing beside him. This man was also middle-aged, but clearly older than the first. His silver-gray hair showed he was halfway into old age. However, his muscular, bronze-colored arms, visible under rolled-up sleeves, and sharp eyes flashing with intensity revealed his strength. This is one of the best racehorses in St. Baetria. The older person's tone was full of pride and confidence as they spoke. The horse racing season is coming again, the young one said thoughtfully. It's such an energetic time. I heard you personally select the horses to compete each year. Only the strongest little ones can take part in such a grand event. The elder smiled broadly, showing a set of white, healthy teeth, like a fierce beast taking a break after grooming its teeth. May the war god bless you, Your Highness, the young one offered insincerely. I hope you can beat Count Kagre this year. You've already lost to him 4 times last year, haven't you, darn Sabastidian? Cedric Turno, the only noble Duke of Baetria, patted his longtime friend's shoulder with a heavy hand. The force of the slap made the former chief priest of St. Baetria City's War God Temple, now the high priest of the War God Temple in red robes, and the half-brother of King Aubrey III of Baetria, sway slightly. The Duke protested, "Be careful with such unfaithful blessings, or the war god might punish you. My heart and soul belong to my god." Sabastidian waved his hand dismissively, making a gesture as if offering a prayer to the heavens. The war god above can distinguish all truth from falsehood. Enough, stop reciting scriptures, the Duke said impatiently, waving his hand. You, kid, stop pretending to be a holy man. Besides betraying your faith, what bad things haven't you done? The young high priest, whose average age is around 70, didn't argue. Instead, he showed his usual gentle, loving smile, though everyone familiar with him felt a shiver run down their spine. The two old friends continued watching the approaching herd of horses. The rumbling sound grew louder and more intense, like rolling thunder. The herd surged across the field like a mighty flood. The closer they got, the more they could see the frontmost horse, a beautiful black horse, truly a wind spirit, its long neck and limbs, shiny coat, and strong, perfectly flowing muscles. When it reached top speed, both men, who had already surpassed the 3rd and 7th levels, could clearly see the power of wind and fire flickering in the raised hooves, carrying its rider forward with unstoppable momentum. Oh my, that's an elf, Sabastidian exclaimed in surprise. Elf is also called the chosen of the god of nature. It can appear in all living things other than intelligent beings, plants, animals, magical beasts, not sacred beasts, or even living minerals. Elves naturally can control the laws, but because they are not yet fully intelligent, they cannot understand these laws. Any intelligent life that does not please them cannot approach Elf. Any harm done to Elf will negatively affect the fate of the harm doer, worst case scenario, because Elf holds the laws. For thousands of years, countless talented people have tried to gain Elf's favor. Only a few who are recognized by Elv have the right to coexist with it. All others with ambitions toward Elv have had bad endings, without exception, because the universe is merciless. Therefore, for all intelligent beings, Elv is like a delicacy that is best admired from afar but not touched, tasteless to eat, but a pity to abandon. With Elv here, it seems you have a good chance of achieving great results at this year's race, Sabastidian said, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Since Elv is called the chosen of the god of nature, it naturally has extraordinary energy. Under its guidance, the horses are undoubtedly well-trained. That's not certain, the Grand Duke shrugged. Last year, Elv was also involved and I still lost, Sabastidian asked in surprise. Why? The racecourse management said that the horses were overworked, which made them malnourished and overly tired, the Grand Duke replied with rare frustration. Everything has its pros and cons. Nature is fair, Sabastidian said with a smile. I'm sure you've prepared thoroughly this year. A wise man once said, a horse that doesn't eat at night won't grow fat. Since we make them work, we must give them enough rewards to ensure healthy and orderly growth, the Grand Duke said, not looking at the horses, but at Sabastidian with a meaningful expression. His attitude and double-meaning words made the young red-clad priest pause and then smile wryly. I am only responsible for security. Negotiations are not my concern. You know, my position means I cannot get involved with the core people of this negotiation. I understand, old friend. The Grand Duke's iron hand once again patted his shoulder, but this time it was slow and firm, letting the young red-robed priest feel the resolve of a seasoned military leader. I'm just making a statement. I believe the bishop is now quite impatient with that sly foreign minister. Sabastidian smiled bitterly again, both because the negotiations were not going smoothly and because of his awkward position. Originally, the red-robed priest of the war god temple and the prince of Batria were seen as a strong link between Batria and the temple. But now, with both sides standing opposed at the negotiation table, his double role often brought blame. Since this summer, to better find signs of divine miracles, the war god temple had to seek help from its most loyal allies again. Batria was one of the key parties in these negotiations. However, the talks were unexpectedly difficult. A country or organization is ultimately a collection of interests. Even the most devout faith must make compromises when faced with the collective interests of thousands of people. Moreover, the power of faith comes from the people, and respecting the people's interests is not necessarily against respecting the gods. Currently, the negotiations are stuck in a deadlock, with exchanges of diplomatic words more about stalling than real benefits. This made the temple's negotiation team both helpless and anxious. After all, Batria was just one stop in their long negotiation journey. Wasting too much time here would be very disadvantageous for negotiations with other countries. The team was eager to move on from the Batria talks. Cedric Tierno, though long retired from the military, was the most knowledgeable about Batria's army and the most relied upon by King Aubrey III. His statement was, in a way, a good stepping stone for the temple, an entry point into real negotiations over interests. All right, the young red-robed priest spread his hands. I will pass your message to the bishop. But I hope you can also tell that annoying blue-horned snake. The blue-horned snake, a level 8 magical beast, is named for its blue horn on its head. It is famous for its incredibly smooth body that can escape quickly in almost any environment, and for its fierce venom. Sabastidian uses it to describe the respected, in the eyes of the people of Bateria, and admirable, the diplomat. This shows how strong the bishop's resentment toward the diplomat is. The Grand Duke raised his eyebrows slightly and said casually, I'll try my best. At this point, the two of them smoothly ended the topic, standing on a gentle slope under the hot sun, continuing to discuss the wild horse herd. A young servant, dressed as a servant, ran up from the bottom of the slope, saluted the two lords, greeted them, and then leaned close to the Grand Duke's ear, whispering something. Although such a close distance couldn't hide the strong Sabastidian's eavesdropping, both sides had an unspoken understanding, respecting each other's privacy and not trying to listen in, so the Grand Duke and the servant felt safe whispering in Sabastidian's presence. After hearing the servant's report, the Grand Duke raised his eyebrows and showed a rather intriguing smile, saying to Sabastidian, "Sabastidian, I think we need to end our trip early. Is there some interesting news?" Sabastidian asked. When the Grand Duke shows such an expression, it usually means something special is happening. If it involves secrets, the Grand Duke tends to look more normal. The Grand Duke stroked his chin and continued to smile. "It seems one of my little girls has caused a small trouble. The actions of the War God Temple are very efficient. This is a conclusion Lucine personally experienced and summarized. When the Knights of the War God Temple discovered the uniqueness of the wood carvings and rings, they silently urged Lucine to go to St. Pateria. They seemed afraid to face Grom, so they only started with poor Lucine. They never used words to rush her, but always followed her closely, firmly protecting her safety. Even when she entered the changing room, a female knight stayed nearby. Just imagine having 7 or 8 fierce knights watching your every move, judging your actions with their eyes. How terrifying that must be. Lucine was unable to recognize such obvious threats and had no choice but to follow the Knights of the Temple to St. Patria City that very afternoon through the magic portal inside the War God Temple. Since the last time she used the magic portal through Traba City, which involved a rather unusual magical transfer, Lucine now felt an inexplicable nervousness about using the portals. She was afraid that each time she passed through, she would experience a long, lonely wait. Because of this, while waiting for the portal to activate, her tense state was obvious to Grom, who was traveling with her. Grom reached into his pocket, took out a small paper bag, opened it, and held it out to Lucine. Mint candy," Lucine exclaimed happily, picking up a light green piece and putting it in her mouth. "It's really mint candy, Grom. Where did you get it?" The candy Lucine called mint candy wasn't actually real mint candy, but was made from a plant with similar effects, relieving wind and clearing heat. Lucine was used to calling it mint candy. It was one of the products she had been busy making in the kitchen of the Yunlu restaurant recently. Grom also took a piece of mint candy and put it in his mouth, then handed the paper bag back to Lucine, encouraging her to eat slowly. Only then did he answer her question. "This was given to you by the kitchen staff before we left." Feeling the cool sweetness in her mouth, Lucine was touched. "Miss Lucine, there's no need to be too nervous. The High Priest is a kind old man." Grom continued to comfort her, clearly misunderstanding the reason for her nervousness. Lucine offered a faint smile, but didn't explain. Meanwhile, the preparations for the magic circle were complete. The activated magic circle emitted a soft golden glow, scattering light from the center outward and upward. Lucine took a deep breath, determined to go all in. In the dark world where only consciousness exists, she felt herself falling rapidly. The sensation of free fall, completely out of control, made her fully experience the feeling of unrestrained freedom. The continuous descent seemed endless, as if there was no bottom. After a while, she felt as if she was standing still in place. Suddenly, the dark background, which had shown no change, was sprinkled with tiny silver specks, like stars flickering in the midnight black sky. The silver light gathers and flows, like the Milky Way in the universe, slowly moving along a specific path with unstoppable power. She seems to be part of it, yet also outside of it, as if she has become those tiny stars, able to feel each star's breath, or even beyond that, sensing its mighty forward rush. This time, Lucine was slowly brought back to awareness by Grom's call. Luckily, she was just standing there lost in thought, unlike the last time when she was completely asleep after passing through the magic passage. The other end of the magic passage leads to the War God Temple in St. Patria City. The temple, built from grayish-blue rocks, gives a heavy and solemn feeling. Lucine and Grom were led by an apprentice priest into a side room of the War God Temple, where they waited to see the High Priest. Holding a cup of hot tea, she carefully took a few sips. Her eyes kept wandering restlessly. The temple's decorations seemed very simple. The side room only had a set of heavy redwood furniture, plain and elegant. On their way here, she didn't see any overly fancy decorations or utensils. The main color of the temple was blue-gray, with occasional white and dark blue accents. The simple interior made Lucine find it hard to pass the time. She had no choice but to focus on Grom, who was sitting quietly nearby, waiting. She asked cautiously, "Grom, can I ask you a question?" "Of course," Grom replied with a smile. "If it's something you can't answer, you don't have to," she added carefully. "Don't worry, Miss Lucine." She hesitated before asking, "Why do the knights in the War God Temple seem so nervous when they see you?" "Like students seeing their teacher. You're very observant, Miss Lucine." Grom's smile deepened. "I used to be a sparring partner at the Sarant City War God Temple, sort of like their half-teacher." Lucine looked at Grom with a bright, happy smile. She hesitated, then swallowed her words. From the way those knights acted, they seemed more than just half a teacher. They looked almost like rabbits seeing a tiger. The apprentice priest who was delivering a message quickly returned, but he brought bad news. Because the War God Temple's bishop was on a routine visit to St. Batria, the high priest was with the bishop. That afternoon, the bishop and his group were at the king's palace for an audience. According to the palace's reports, they might stay overnight at the palace. This meant Lucine and Grom probably wouldn't see the high priest until the next day. Feeling helpless, Lucine followed Grom's arrangements and stayed at the duke's residence in St. Batria for the night. Honestly, Lucine felt she had no luck with this famous Duke great-uncle. First, when she moved into the Green Melody Manor, she didn't get to see the Duke's face. Neither she nor Estelle did. Now, in St. Batria, she thought she might at least get a glimpse of him early. But no, she heard he was out riding with an old friend outside the city and wouldn't return until the next afternoon. By then, it was almost evening. Traveling out of the city on a fast horse would take until late at night. St. Batria's city gates closed at sunset, and they wouldn't open again at night unless there was an urgent matter. Surely, the Duke wouldn't break the rules just to meet his unknown niece, Lucine. No matter how proud she was, wouldn't be so self-important. She concluded that she and Duke Turno had no connection, no fate linking them. This conclusion made her a little sad. Still, she had some hope. She was somewhat excited about her famous great-uncle. Despite the bad day, Lucine's sleep was undisturbed. She woke naturally after a good rest. Under the care of a strange maid, she washed, changed clothes, and ate breakfast smoothly. She had shaken off her initial confusion and gathered her thoughts. To her, the 2 souvenirs from her trip were just that, souvenirs. Since the War God Temple wanted them, she would give them. As for everything else, with Duke Turno's reputation backing her, she believed she wouldn't have to worry too much. Grom waited in the main living room to see Lucine, who looked calm and relaxed. He silently approved of her peaceful attitude. The 2 of them went to the War God Temple again. This time, a trainee priest led them to a side room to wait. Lucine, who had prepared in advance, sat down and took out a small handmade book from her bag to read. Grom, sitting nearby and waiting, found her actions amusing, both because of her cleverness and her childlike innocence. Lucine thought her decision to bring the handmade book was very wise and right. This time, they waited longer than before, and the news they received was still not ready. They had to wait because the bishop and his group were still in a meeting. After the meeting, it would take some time to return from the palace to the War God Temple. "Grom, aren't you bored?" Lucine asked, trying to make her small book more useful. She wanted to chat with him during the wait to pass the time. Grom opened his eyes, turned his head, and replied, "Not really. I am meditating." "Ah." Lucine scratched her head awkwardly. "Sorry to bother you." "I thought." "Well, I'm sorry anyway. It's okay." Grom guessed what she meant but didn't mind. "It's just shallow meditation. You can think of it as taking a short nap." Lucine smiled softly at Grom's cute comparison. "They're still different, aren't they?" "Actually, they are quite similar," Grom explained. "The difference is how much control you have over your self-awareness." Seeing Lucine trying hard to understand but still a bit confused, Grom tried to explain more simply. Shallow meditation is a relaxed state of consciousness. It's like your body is sleeping, but your mind is awake. "Observer?" Lucine thought for a moment and finally said the word. Grom chuckled. "That's not a bad way to understand it. At this time, your consciousness is like an observer, stepping outside your body to look at yourself clearly and completely." As the 2 people discussed shallow meditation more deeply, Outside the small room, a low conversation could be heard. Since the door was slightly open, the sound was intermittent. As the voices grew closer, the door suddenly swung open, drawing everyone's attention inside. For a moment, everyone looked at each other. Lucine couldn't hold back her surprise and exclaimed loudly, then quickly stood up. First, I want to clarify that the herbal names, medical theories, and other details mentioned here are fictional and purely for entertainment. If there are similarities to real things, it is purely coincidental. Hafta, Lucine called out in amazement. Outside the small room, two people stood. The person on the left wore loose, grayish-blue cloth clothes, likely an apprentice priest from the Temple of War. The person on the right wore brown robes, had a long beard reaching his chest, a fair face, and looked kind. Wasn't he Hafta, the powerful figure Lucine met in Bilham City's big street? Hafta didn't seem to notice Lucine's greeting, or perhaps he saw it but couldn't respond. At this moment, he looked tense, staring intently at Lucine's back. He radiated a strong presence, like a mountain reaching into the clouds, majestic and unapproachable. Realizing something was wrong, Lucine also sensed the unusual atmosphere in the room. When Hafta released his aura, it seemed as if the room was divided by her position into two opposing forces. One came from Hafta himself, and the other from behind her. Lucine stiffened. Whether from the pressure of the aura or from shock, she didn't turn around but knew the other force was from Grom, who was the only one behind her. Grom's aura was vast and powerful, rushing forward like a mighty flood, unstoppable. Although Lucine knew Grom was no ordinary butler, she hadn't expected his aura to be so formidable. In an instant, the flood collided with the mountain, creating huge waves. It was unclear whether the mountain blocked the flood, or the flood struck the mountain. The silent clash seemed to let everyone feel the intense impact of mountain and water, white foam flying like snow, thunderous roars filling the air. The confrontation between two top-tier experts erupted in a flash and disappeared just as quickly. In just a brief moment, less than a normal person's breath, both powerful individuals sensed each other's strength. Ilyas family, Hafta. Hafta was the first to bow and greet. Turno family, Grom. Grom responded with the same gesture. This short exchange made them feel a mutual respect, as good opponents are hard to find at their level. Lucine clearly sensed something strange happening between the two, but because her own abilities were too weak, she couldn't understand what was going on. She kept looking back and forth between Hafta and Grom, her head swinging like a pendulum, but she couldn't figure out what was strange. All right, little Lucine, if you shake your head again, you'll get dizzy, Hafta said as he approached her, ruffling her hair with a teasing smile. Lucine reached out and grabbed Hafta's hand, which was on her forehead, and asked in surprise, Hafta, how are you here? I heard Kevin say you and Iker rarely leave Bilham City. Hafta took her right hand and gently led her to a redwood chair, sitting down beside her before replying, Someone invited me, so I came. And you? I thought you were in Sarant City. Why are you here? Embarrassed, Lucine scratched her cheek and said, The two things I bought on the way seem to have some problems. The Temple of War's people said they wanted to buy them, and I don't know why they insisted I come to St. Batria to see the High Priest. As she spoke, she explained everything that had happened, handing Hafta the wooden carving and ring she carried with her. Hafta took the wooden carving and ring. He only glanced briefly at the ring, but focused on the wooden carving, carefully feeling the patterns on it. After a long moment, he smiled softly and said, Lucine, you're lucky. Items like this are becoming rarer now. You bought two just by chance. Lucine leaned in and looked more closely but couldn't find any clues. Grom also told me some things yesterday about magic symbols and contracts. I don't really understand, but I know it has something to do with space magic. Grom said he's not practicing magic, or at least not exactly. Did you notice anything, Hafta? Hafta looked at Grom with a half smile and shook his head, saying, I'm not sure either. When the High Priest arrives later, you should ask him carefully. Since the War God Temple needs them so much, they probably understand them better. That makes sense. Lucine smiled, temporarily setting aside her firm decision on the matter. She pulled Hafta aside and asked about something else. Hafta, I heard Kevin say you know a lot about herbal medicine, right? Hofta stroked his beard and looked at Lucine from head to toe. It's okay. It was one of my interests when I was young.
Why?
Are you interested in herbal medicine too? Just a little. I just started learning, Lucine said shyly with a smile. I have a question. I asked several pharmacists in Sen City, but no one could give me an answer. Maybe they didn't know or were hiding something. Today, I met you, so I hope you can help me understand. Hofta chuckled when he heard her words. He gently tapped her forehead and said with a smile, Clever girl, just ask what you want to know. Lucine giggled foolishly. She didn't notice that her words might have a hidden meaning. If Hofta couldn't answer her, it meant either he didn't know enough or he was hiding something. Luckily, Hofta didn't mind. After a moment of awkwardness, she changed the subject. Sagebrush and white pine have similar properties. Why can sagebrush be combined with mountain root, but white pine becomes highly toxic when mixed with mountain root? Hofta pondered for a moment and replied, That's a tricky question. It's also simple in some ways. It's beyond the scope of a pharmacist. No wonder most pharmacists can't answer it. To put it simply, sagebrush mainly promotes, white pine mainly constrains, and mountain root has a strong nature. When combined with the promoting sagebrush, the medicinal effect spreads and balances gently. But when combined with the constraining white pine, the effect concentrates and can harm the body, since one mainly constrains and the other mainly promotes. Why do they have the same medicinal properties? Lucine asked with a flicker of curiosity. Hofta stroked his beard and replied, Sagebrush disperses heat, and white pine constrains cold. An old man and a young girl carried on an enthusiastic discussion about medical principles and herbal effects, as if they were unaware of their surroundings or their purpose. Both seemed deeply absorbed, making it hard to tell if they remembered where they were or what they were doing. I don't know how much time had passed when an apprentice priest hurried into the room, loudly announcing, Bishop and High Priest have returned. Please follow me. Lucine was about to ask a question, but when the apprentice priest shouted, she hesitated and choked on her words. Only then did she realize she had been waiting for the bishop and high priest to return. Since the bishop and high priest were together in the main hall of the war god temple, Lucine, Grom, and Hufta walked together, passing through countless corridors and turns, so many that Lucine felt dizzy. Finally, they arrived at the main hall of the war god temple. The main hall of the war god temple in St. Batria City kept its usual gray and white style. Tall gray-white pillars supported the hall, which was about 10 meters high. The floor was made of smooth, polished gray stone, as if it was carved from a single large rock. The four walls of the hall had 4 big doors and 8 windows, all very tall. The doors were simple, old-fashioned wooden doors, and the windows were plain frosted glass. Inside the hall, the walls and ceiling were decorated with many patterns in cool colors like black, white, and gray, depicting stories and legends about the war god. The main hall was not used often. It was only open during the grand ceremony held every 10 days. Today, it was specially opened to welcome Bishop Angus. As soon as Lucine entered through the wooden door, she didn't have time to see all the people inside before she bowed deeply in greeting. Although she didn't follow the war god religion, actually, she didn't have much faith in any of the gods of this world. She still had to show her respect to Bishop Angus, who was an 8th-level priest. As she knelt and bowed deeply, Lucine was very aware that Grom and Hufta did not bow fully. They only nodded slightly. That was a privilege reserved for peers. Lucine, with her head lowered and her expression serious and respectful, felt her heart surge with emotion. Grom and Hufta were clearly 3rd-level warriors, probably 8th-level fighters. What does it mean to be a 3rd-level warrior? Any 3rd-tier powerhouse, even if they are only a level 7 expert, enjoys noble status or higher in any country on the continent. They can enter the palace without removing their weapons and meet the king with no need for formalities. Each country offers different privileges to 3rd-tier experts. Every nation strives to train its own 3rd-tier experts and to win over every possible candidate. It is not an exaggeration to say that the number of 3rd-tier experts is a key measure of a country's overall strength. Having one more 3rd-tier expert means having a significant advantage. Currently, there are about 300 3rd-tier experts on the continent, while there are at least 10,000 level 6 experts. Even with such a large number, almost no new third-tier experts have appeared in the past 10 years. This shows how difficult it is to advance from level 2 to level 3. Lucine was amazed in her heart. Her sharp eyes flicked left and right in the corner where no one noticed. To her, these two people nearby were like human-shaped nuclear bombs. At that moment, she suddenly understood why the knights from the War God Temple were so respectful to Grom and so cautious around her. It's not fear of the Duke's power, but rather because they were intimidated by Grom's presence. Since Grom is a level 7 third-tier expert, what rank is her great-uncle, the famous Duke Turno? Lucine couldn't help but wonder in her mind. Darn power plant. I was in the middle of a great story, and it suddenly lost power. Now my cat lost a bunch of save drafts. I'm so sad. The main hall was lined with wooden tables and chairs. 7 or 8 white-robed priests, black-robed priests, and 2 red-robed priests stood straight on the rocky ground. Only one person was sitting, an old man dressed in simple white robes. He looked very old, with all his hair white and tied loosely at the back. His face was red and large, with white eyebrows nearly touching his shoulders and a white beard hanging down to his chest. His small eyes were half closed, as if always dozing. When he heard the greetings from the three, he slightly opened his eyes, though whether his eyes were open or closed, it made little difference, and waved his hand. His lips, almost covered by a long beard, moved slightly as he said, "Good day, 3. May the war god bless you." After completing the ceremony, Hafta walked straight to the front of the elderly person. Without hesitation, he sat on a wooden chair 2 seats away from the elder. Grom also sat down beside Hafta. They were quite generous, but this made Lucine feel uncomfortable. She looked at the line of people standing straight in white, black, and red robes next to the elder. Then she glanced at Hafta and Grom, who sat comfortably. She hesitated, unsure of what to do. Those in white robes at level 5, black robes at level 6, and even red robes at level 7 were still standing. She, without rank or status, dared not sit. "Miss Lucine, why are you still standing? Please sit down," Grom said with his usual friendly smile, beckoning her. Lucine hesitated for a moment and said, "Maybe I shouldn't sit. It doesn't seem quite right." She kept glancing at the people in robes. Grom smiled even more brightly. Before he could speak, Hafta also spoke to persuade her it's okay. "Here, you are a guest. Guests shouldn't stand. Your Eminence, don't you agree?" Archbishop Angus nodded, his large head, mostly covered with white hair, eyebrows, and beard, moved in agreement. It looked a bit silly but kind. He agreed with Hafta and said, "Hafta is right. Little girl, just sit down comfortably." Even the Archbishop spoke, so Lucine knew she really should sit. She gently bowed toward the Archbishop's direction, then sat down at Grom's end. Lucine Ornburner, right? As soon as she sat, she heard the Archbishop call her by that name. She paused for a moment, then replied, "Yes, Your Eminence. By seniority, you're probably the niece of Cedric, right?" After getting a positive answer, Archbishop Angus, like any old man, sighed and said, "Time really flies." The young man from back then is now part of the older generation. Lucine didn't know how to respond. She felt tears coming up inside. Why was she being picked on? They always bullied her for being young, lower in rank, and weaker. Fortunately, after this sigh, Angus continued his rambling. "It's been almost 40 years, right? 30? 40? Grom, do you remember when you were also beside Cedric back then?" Grom, who was directly mentioned, smiled and responded to Angus, "Your Grace, your memory is still sharp. To be precise, it's 38 years ago. Back then, your temper wasn't as calm as it is now. You were like a firecracker, exploding from time to time. You were almost 60 then, weren't you?" Clearly, Grom and Bishop Angus were good friends, but his words didn't seem to show much respect for Angus. Angus didn't mind at all. He continued, "You young folks, so disrespectful to your elders and kind to children. You even fight over a roasted root." As he spoke, he started to laugh. Grom also seemed lost in memories, his eyes nostalgic, smiling silently. Getting old makes you think about the past. I won't say more. Angus sighed deeply and changed the subject to Lucine. I hear from the people below that the girl has two things that make the detector react. Lucine took out a wooden carving from her small bag and removed a ring from her finger, handing them to a nearby white-robed priest. Angus casually looked at the wooden carving and the ring, then returned them to the priest, signaling him to give them back to Lucine. That girl is lucky. The wooden carving is ordinary, but the ring is a rare soul artifact, Angus said happily, not mentioning the purchase at all. Soul artifact. Lucine looked confused. A soul artifact is a kind of magic item based on a soul contract, explained Hafta. There are 4 types of magic contracts for magic items: blood contract, spell contract, mental contract, and soul contract. Only ancient magic items have blood and soul contracts. With our current magic level, we still don't fully understand how these contracts work. Soul and blood contracts usually bond with the owner's aura after the contract is made. Once separated from the owner, they lose their power. That's why the ring stops working when it's off your finger. Lucine turned the ring on her finger, still looking confused. But I don't feel anything different. It's just a ring. When she said that, many people around started to laugh, especially Hafta, Grom, and Bishop Angus. Little Lucy truly doesn't appreciate her blessings, Hafta said with a smile. This ring can recognize you as its master even when you're unconscious, which shows your soul energy is very strong. Lucine still felt confused, but Hafta didn't dwell on the soul issue. Instead, he shifted to another point. Generally, people with strong souls have great potential in mental power. When it came to mental strength, Lucine nodded quickly. Yes, my mother said I've had stronger mental power than most since I was young, but unfortunately, I have no magical talent. She lowered her head, looking a bit sad. Archbishop Angus saw this and beckoned her over, saying, "Little girl, come closer. Let me take a look." Hearing this, Lucine's heart raced. She couldn't quite explain what she was hoping for, but she quickly stepped forward to stand about 2 steps away from Archbishop Angus. This was a safe and proper social distance. The Archbishop made no move, and Lucine suddenly saw a dark red color in front of her. Her entire vision was filled with this solid dark red. Before she could see clearly, the red faded quickly. She blinked, doubting whether what she just saw was her imagination. Then she heard Angus ask, "Little girl, do you feel anything special?" Lucine honestly described her feelings and then looked eagerly at the kind, elderly bishop, hoping for a different answer. Such a pity, Archbishop Angus said with a shake of his head. Lucine's heart sank. She sighed inwardly, comforting herself that she had expected this outcome, so there was nothing to regret. She only heard Angus continue regretfully, "What a talented girl. If you didn't have magic barriers, you'd be a rare genius in space magic." Seeing Angus look so regretful, Lucine had already prepared herself mentally. She smiled politely and said, "Thank you, Your Excellency. Since it's arranged by the gods, there must be a reason. I've known since I was young that I lack magical talent, so I've long been used to this result." Hearing this, Angus stroked his beard, looked her over, and cheerfully asked a question no one expected. "Little girl, are you interested in studying alchemy at our war god temple?" Because she was so surprised, Lucine let out a loud gasp in a very rude manner. Angus continued calmly, "Although the magic barrier prevents you from using magic, it doesn't stop you from learning alchemy. Your mental talent is quite good. How about considering my suggestion? A magic barrier means you can sense magical elements and control a small amount, but you cannot store magic within your body, so you cannot practice magic." Lucine stood there blankly for a moment, slowly absorbing Angus's words. She was so shocked that she was still dazed. She struggled to smile and softly said, "The Archbishop's suggestion is truly an honor for Lucine. I am grateful for your recognition. However, I must first ask Duke Turno for his opinion. He is my guardian now. You're still thinking of your guardian even in this situation? You're quite a strange girl," Angus said with a teasing smile. However, he didn't mind Lucine's seemingly rejecting answer and simply said, "If you want to ask Cedric, go ahead. That guy loves to find talented people everywhere. He probably won't block your good talent. Feeling very embarrassed, Lucine bowed deeply to the archbishop. Then, under the teasing gazes of Grom and Hafta, she sat back in her original seat with a somewhat sheepish feeling. She kept a smile on her face, but inside she was about to cry. She felt she had said something really stupid just now. She didn't know why, but she had just let go of a great opportunity. Now she deeply regretted it. But once the chance was gone, it was gone. Regret wouldn't help. Lucine, drinking alone, didn't pay attention to what the others in the hall were talking about or how long they had been chatting. Suddenly, she saw a flash of white in front of her. A figure quickly darted past her eyes. She instinctively looked up. She saw another white-robed priest, but not one of the priests who had been standing in the hall before. It was clearly someone who had just come in from outside. The priest in white approached the bishop and said something. Since they were too far apart, Lucine couldn't hear, but clearly this distance didn't bother Grom and Hafta. Angus, Grom, and Hafta all smiled at the same time. As Lucine was puzzled by their smiles, Angus waved his finger to dismiss the priest and then, smiling, said toward the direction where Lucine and the others were, "This guy really can't take a hint." I just mentioned Cedric, and he showed up on his own. Since Lucine learned about her great-uncle the Grand Duke's many legendary stories, she had often imagined what he looked like and what kind of person he was. She also wondered what their first meeting would be like. Now, this sudden encounter left her a bit overwhelmed. Angus had just dismissed the priest when suddenly, someone entered through the east door of the main hall. The person was very tall, about 1.9 meters, compared to the wooden door which was over 3 meters high. The man had broad shoulders, a slim waist, and a very fit body. He wore a black warrior's outfit that made him look sharp and alert. Because he was standing with his back to the light, Lucine couldn't see his face clearly at first. She had to bow slightly to greet him. But from the crowd's greetings, she knew it was indeed Cedric Turno, the Grand Duke. The Grand Duke strode past Lucine and headed straight for the bishop. Lucine stood up and looked over. She saw that Bishop Angus had already risen and was welcoming the visitor with open arms. They embraced each other. From Lucine's perspective, Angus looked happy, smiling without showing his eyes or teeth. It was clear he was genuinely pleased to see the Grand Duke. Cedric patted his old friend's shoulder and smiled brightly. "Old Angus, it's been a while. You're still as healthy as ever." His voice was deep and steady, sounding like a drum roll. "You lazy guy," Angus said with a smile, though his words were a bit teasing. "I've been in St. Bartholomew for almost 3 days, and you're just now coming to see me. If it weren't for your little girl's charm, I might still be waiting." Angus put his arm around Cedric's shoulder, smiling warmly despite his words. Cedric released Angus's arm and turned to look at Lucine, grinning. "This little one is quite capable. He caused a bit of trouble just after arriving. I wonder if he'll cause even bigger problems in the future." Lucine felt a bit speechless and lowered her head when Cedric teased her. She muttered to herself, "No more trouble in the future. I only caused a big problem." As she was feeling self-pity, Angus suddenly spoke up. "It's not really trouble. It's just that this girl just refused a good suggestion from my elder. She has a bad temper just like you used to." "Oh," Cedric said, finding it interesting. He released Angus and stepped closer to Lucine, looking her over from head to toe. Lucine lowered her eyes and brows, but carefully looked up. She was also observing her great-uncle. In one glance, she felt his face looked very familiar. After a closer look, she realized Cedric also had the typical Burner family features: black hair, purple eyes, thin lips. He was very handsome, looking no older than 40, even though he was nearly 60. The gray at his temples and the wrinkles from life didn't diminish his charm. Instead, they made him seem more heroic and grand than any Burner she had seen before. "That girl looks just like Andana," Cedric said, nodding with a nostalgic expression. Just as Lucine felt a little relieved by Cedric's praise, Hafta chuckled and interrupted. "Not just looks alike. Her way of thinking is also just as absent-minded." He then happily repeated what Lucine had just said to Bishop Angus. Lucine lowered her eyes again, tears welling up, feeling frustrated. She wondered why these old folks had nothing serious to talk about and kept bothering her with her awkward situation. It was just a moment of brain fog, she thought. Just as Lucine was feeling upset, she suddenly felt her head heavy. A big hand was rubbing her head roughly, making her shrink her neck. She heard Cedric's teasing voice nearby. "Girl, you're not smart anymore. Such a good chance. Why worry about guardianship? When you have a rare opportunity to get some benefits from the War God Temple, why not take it?" Lucine hurriedly tried to stop the troublesome hand on her head, somewhat annoyed, and said, "The opportunity has already been given to you, so do whatever you want." Her last words were almost muttered, but with everyone's skill, they heard her clearly. "Haha, your temper really is just like Cedric's," Hofta said first, laughing. He pointed at the two of them, the grandfather and grandson, and couldn't stop smiling. Indeed, indeed. Angus stroked his beard happily. He still thought Hofta hadn't explained clearly enough and directly pointed out the reason for this so-called similar temper. Troubles are always others' problems, while benefits are always yours. This made Cedric smile too. He mischievously rubbed Lucine's head a few times and said, "All right, today I'll be a good elder and take on this little trouble of yours." As he spoke, he released her and confidently sat down in the seat closest to Angus, adopting a negotiating stance. "Hey, Angus, this is the first time you meet my younger family member. Why don't you bring a gift?" Cedric's words sounded like a demand, causing everyone to pause in surprise, except Grom, who secretly chuckled. Angus was momentarily stunned, then laughed even more. "You, huh? We haven't seen each other in decades, and your protective temper hasn't changed at all." Cedric looked very natural and said, "I think this temper is good. I have no intention of changing it. All right then, what kind of gift do you think is suitable for a first meeting?" Cedric stroked his smooth chin, calculating. "That girl just now made you all very happy. No matter what, the gift can't be too small. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing to lose face in front of the Lord of the War God Temple. I'm not greedy. Just give a blessing of holy favor. This is called not being greedy." Lucine secretly sighed, both amused by Cedric's bold extortion and excited about the potential good things she might get. For a moment, she was content to sit quietly, waiting for this almost pie from the sky opportunity. The white-robed, black-robed, and red-robed people around Angus stirred with excitement. Angus himself was completely unbothered, taking off a string of wooden beads from his right wrist and handing it to a nearby black-robed person to pass to Lucine. He said, "The blessing of holy favor was used up a few days ago. I didn't have a new one ready. This string of wooden beads has been with me for years and has been ritualized several times. Its effect is just as good as blessing of holy favor." He paused, squinting his eyes, and added deliberately, "This won't affect my status as a bishop, right?" Cedric glanced at the wooden beads Angus handed over, but didn't argue further. "All right, you're giving away good things, of course." Lucine happily stood up, bowed to Angus in thanks, and took the wooden beads. "This is a string of wooden beads, about 10 in total. Each bead is the same size, round, with a diameter of about 1.5 centimeters. The beads are dark blue-green, with natural patterns that are different on each one, all in a dark gold color. The beads are strung on a white thread that is just a bit thicker than a hair, semi-transparent, and looks like some kind of animal tendon. Whether because it still carries Angus's body heat or for some other reason, the beads feel warm to the touch and are very pleasant to hold. Lucine really likes how it feels and looks. She keeps turning the string of beads, playing with them over and over, not caring at all about its supposed protective function. She is very happy, unaware that Cedric's extortion is not over. This time, his target is no longer the people of the War God Temple but Hofta, who has been watching the scene nearby. "Hofta, Angus has been so generous. You definitely won't be stingy, right?" Hofta, who was clearly prepared, smiled and replied, "Little Lucine and I have met before." "I already gave her a gift." Cedric raised an eyebrow at this, looked at Lucine, and signaled her to explain what Hofta meant by met before. But she was still playing with the beads, clearly not paying attention to his effort. Cedric didn't bother her and continued his robbery, saying, "Without me here, you wouldn't give anything good. Today, just make up the difference." When he said this, even Grom couldn't help but laugh out loud. Angus, who had just been robbed, clearly didn't want to let Hafda off either. With the mindset that it's better to suffer together than alone, he chimed in, "Cedric is right. I've already given such good things. Hafda, you can't be stingy. It would damage the reputation of the Ilias family." All right. Hafda raised his hands in surrender. He liked Lucine quite a bit anyway, and giving her a small gift wasn't a big deal. He rummaged in his clothes for a while and pulled out a round ball. The ball was only as big as Lucine's fist, made of a golden metal woven like a bird's nest, with a pink crystal-like object floating inside. Hafda handed the ball directly to the still somewhat dazed Lucine and said, "This is a small thing I just got. It's not very useful to me, but if little Lucine plans to learn alchemy, it might help you refine your mental energy." Lucine held a string of wooden beads in one hand and a metal sphere in the other. Before she could speak, Cedric issued the first order. "All right, since you've seen the face and received the gift, Lucine, you can go back now." Lucine looked at the elders, some smiling warmly, others showing kindness. She felt grateful, but knew they had important matters to discuss. So she politely bowed deeply, then turned to leave. Grom also came out with her. Seeing her surprised expression, he smiled and said, "Since I came with you, I should see you safely back." Not long after, a young priest in blue hurried over. He said the bishop had given instructions that if needed, they could use the magic portal of St. Barbara to return to Scent City. Lucine was impressed by Bishop Angus's careful planning. She took the wooden carving that had brought her this adventure and handed it to the messenger priest to deliver to the high priest. Grom saw her action and joked, "Is this a free gift?" Lucine raised the wooden bead on her left hand and smiled. "It's not free. I received a big gift." Wow, little Lucine from the cat family is starting to show her power.
Cheers.
But honestly, it's been almost 10,000 years before she really started to act. Maybe that's a bit slow. Although Lucine wanted to stay longer in St. Barbara, at least to clarify her studies in alchemy with the Grand Duke, she was very eager to learn alchemy. Grom had many affairs to handle in Scent City. Reluctantly, that afternoon, Lucine and Grom used the magic portal of the War God's temple to return to Scent. This time, the teleportation didn't feel unusual. She only saw a flash of white, felt a bit dizzy, and suddenly found herself at the War God's temple in Scent City. Seeing her looking around confused, Grom said, "When you used the magic portal before, it felt longer than normal teleportation, right?" Lucine suddenly jumped back in surprise, startled by Grom's question. She had never told anyone about this, except Amelia and Aisha. So how did Grom know? Grom ignored Lucine's somewhat overreactive response and explained directly, "Anyone with a talent for space magic will experience this. It mainly happens because mental strength and magic pathways react in a special way." Listening, Lucine felt her face flush. She thought her secret was safe, but it turned out to be so simple in others' eyes. Embarrassed about her secrecy, she could only stammer, "But I didn't feel anything this time. Hafda's focus crystal that I gave you has already helped contain your mental strength, so this time, it didn't produce that reaction." Lucine nodded eagerly, as if she had learned something important. They rode in a carriage provided by the War God Temple, bouncing along the way back to the Green Melody Manor. As they traveled, Lucine stroked the wooden beads on her bracelet, sighing inwardly. She remembered that around the same time yesterday, she had walked this road too, but in a different direction. Just one day, and so many things had changed. She looked down at her bracelet again, feeling more determined to learn alchemy. The carriage entered the Green Melody Manor. After Grom gave Lucine a few instructions and went into the main building, she walked lightly into the Yun Tower. As soon as she entered the hall, she saw Jean and Amelia waiting for her. "Miss, are you all right?" Amelia hurried over, worried. As she got closer, she started to check Lucine from head to toe, as if Lucine's trip was a dangerous ordeal. "Hey, Amelia, stop touching me, stop," Lucine said, twisting away and holding her hands out. "I'm just here to ask about something, not being punished." "Why are you grabbing so much?" Amelia realized her mistake and quickly let go. Next to them, Jean smiled and said, "Since yesterday, Amelia's been worried. She hasn't eaten well or slept well. We've tried to reassure her, but she wouldn't listen." She just wanted to make sure you came back safe. Lucine felt both touched and amused. She softly scolded with a smile. The War God Temple isn't a bandit hideout, Amelia. You're just overthinking. Amelia clasped her hands in front of her chest and muttered, Goddess bless us. I'm glad everything is fine. I was so scared when so many knights suddenly came in yesterday. Then I heard they wanted to take you to see the High Priest of St. Batria, which was even more shocking. You haven't done anything wrong, so why do you need to see that white-robed priest? Lucine patted Amelia's back and smiled at Jean. Jean, please thank the kitchen staff and everyone who cares about me.
It was just a small matter this time.
Sorry for everyone's worry. Jean smiled and nodded, indicating she understood her instructions. As they were talking, a stern voice came from behind Lucine. Lucine, you're finally back. It sounded like the person had been waiting for her a long time. The tone also carried a hint of frustration. Lucine felt a sense of unease, as if the visitor was not friendly. She turned around and saw Est was dressed in a light blue dress and wore a matching silk hat, looking like she had just attended a tea party. Lucine sensed strong displeasure and anger from Est, which she found a bit confusing. So she chose a safer topic. Cousin, where did you just come back from? A ladies' tea party. Lucine, you caused trouble again, didn't you? Est immediately scolded her without giving her a chance to explain. In the past, it was just trouble you caused yourself, but now it's become a joke in all of Sentinel City. Huh. Lucine was completely confused. She wondered what she had done to become the joke of the city. Her words sounded too serious. She looked at Jean and Amelia, who also looked confused. Before she could gather her thoughts, Est asked sharply, Did you ask the Grand Duke to help you out? Lucine nodded blankly, saying that the Grand Duke did help her. But then she added, The Grand Duke went to see the bishop. Before she could finish, Est pointed directly at her nose and continued to scold. Did you buy stolen items from the War God Temple? No. Lucine was about to protest when she suddenly remembered the warning from the knights inside the War God Temple before getting into the carriage. Since collecting miracles is a top secret of the temple, the inner knights hoped Lucine, considering the friendly relationship between the Grand Duke and Bishop Angus, wouldn't reveal this matter publicly. They asked her to only say she bought stolen items from the temple when speaking to others. So, faced with Est's anger, Lucine could only grit her teeth and accept the blame. After receiving a positive response, Est was very angry. She paced back and forth in the hall of the Yun building, seeming to suppress her rage or looking for stronger accusations. Seeing this, Jean stepped forward to calm things down. She said, Miss Est, no matter what happened, please come inside with Miss Lucine. It's not convenient to talk here. Est also noticed that talking in the hall attracted many servants peeking around. In her anger, she shouted at Lucine, Lucine, now the whole city of Serenit knows that Miss Berner bought stolen goods and caused the Grand Duke to step in. You've really brought shame to the Berner family. I will tell grandfather about this. You should reflect on your actions, be more careful, and not do such embarrassing things again. After saying this, she turned and left. Lucine was left feeling helpless and embarrassed by her scolding. She frowned, rubbed her forehead, and said to Jean, Jean, please find out what Est was talking about. I just finished dealing with this issue this morning. Who has such power to spread it all over the city? And why is it spreading so? Seriously, hearing Lucine's concern, Jean replied, Don't worry, Miss Lucine. I will have someone investigate. This matter does seem strange, but buying stolen goods isn't as serious as Us said. If no one is deliberately stirring trouble or spreading rumors, you shouldn't worry too much. I understand. Lucine nodded wearily. Let me know if there's any news. I'm going back to my room to rest. Without mentioning Lucine changing clothes and resting, after Est vented her anger and rushed back to her room, she slammed the door shut. She quickly grabbed a vase from the side table and threw it forcefully onto the ground. Crash! The loud shattering sound echoed, startling Anne, who was standing nearby, and Jenny, who had just closed the door. That annoying Lucy, that hateful Lucy, this darn Lucy, Esther cursed as she grabbed another object and threw it to the ground. Only then did the two personal maids realize what was happening. And Jenny quickly stepped forward to advise. Miss, this is at the Grand Duke's estate. You should be careful. Miss, if something breaks, it breaks. Be careful not to hurt yourself, Jenny said more gently, clearly trying to calm her. Get out of the way. Esther pushed past them. In her anger, she used great force, pushing and into a pile of broken pieces on the floor, cutting her hand on the shards. Miss, don't be angry. Don't get upset. Getting sick from stress isn't good, Jenny said softly, signaling and to tend to her wound while continuing to soothe Esther. Annoying, 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 annoying. Esther shouted loudly, clutching a pillow, carefully handed to her by Jenny, and threw it hard, twisted it, tore it apart, and beat it with all her strength. The fluff flew everywhere. After tiring herself out from hitting and shouting, Esther sat on the sofa, repeatedly smashing the pillow. Her mind kept drifting back to what those people said at the tea party. Every time she thought about Lucien being closer to the Grand Duke than she was, attracting his attention before she did, even possibly winning his favor faster than she could, she became furious. She was so angry, she couldn't control herself. Thinking this, Esther grabbed something else and threw it again. Jenny had been following Esther all along, so she knew exactly what was making her so angry. She quickly organized her thoughts, waited for a moment when Esther was tired from her outburst, and stepped closer, keeping a safe distance, just enough for Esther to vent her anger, softly speaking. Miss, don't believe what those people say. They are just jealous because you have the Grand Duke's protection. Listen to that, how artfully said. Esther was quickly drawn in by this strange idea. She looked sharply around. Once she started talking, it became easier to continue. Jenny, who had been with Esther for many years and knew her well, spoke softly to prevent Esther from losing her temper again. She said, Miss Lucy caused such a big trouble this time that even the high priest of the war god temple in St. Pateria was alarmed. That's the chief priest in white robes. Yet, the Duke personally stepped in to protect her, which shows how much he favors the Burner family. The Duke is a very important person, and in all of Pateria, he's the only Duke of a different family. The noble ladies know about his favoritism toward the Burner family and toward you, so they are naturally jealous. Jenny was very good at talking. She quickly turned the Duke's favoritism toward the Burner family into his favoritism toward Esther, which helped calm Esther down a lot. But, however, Lucy saw the Duke before I did. Miss, don't worry. Think about it. Why did Lucy see the Duke first? Esther raised her eyebrows and caught Jenny's meaning. Are you saying Lucy caused trouble? You're so clever, Mississippi. Since Lucy caused such a big problem, do you think the Duke still has a good impression of her? That's true, Esther murmured. So, Miss, don't be angry. If you get upset and do something wrong that the Duke finds out, it could hurt his good opinion of you. That's exactly what those jealous noble ladies want. You're right, Esther said softly, gently smoothing her long hair. She looked at the messy room and sighed. Before she could speak, Jenny took the lead. This mess was made by me, and by accident. The miss has already punished us. Hearing this, Esther nodded with satisfaction and said, Good. I'll go change my clothes. You too, clean this up quickly. Then she headed toward the dressing room. Seeing Esther go inside, Jenny waved to him. Go to my room and put some medicine on your face. It's in a blue bottle. The medicine might leave some small spots, but it doesn't smell bad, so the miss won't scold you after smelling it. Thank you, Jenny, and said with teary eyes. Jenny patted her head and said, Silly girl. Go quickly. We still need to clean this place up later. Back in her room, Lucine couldn't wait to take a hot bath. The sweet scent of lavender helped her relax. As she soaked in the warm water, she slowly remembered what had happened over the past 2 days. Everything had come so quickly, she hardly had time to react. From the wood carving to the ring, from Cent to St. Batria, from Grom to Hufta, then to Bishop Angus, and finally to Duke Cedric Turno. Thinking of the Duke, Lucine couldn't help but smile. His temper seemed very straightforward. Recalling his bold and unreserved way of greeting her, Lucine found his personality quite charming. As she thought more, her smile faded, and she began to wonder about his true intentions. Was it just because she was his great-niece?
That didn't seem right. So what was it then?
Lucine cupped some water in her hands and let it drip down her forehead. The splashing water seemed to mirror her restless mind. She opened her eyes and, under the orange-yellow light, saw a flash of light on her right hand. She was unconsciously twisting her small ring on her finger. She remembered Hafta's explanation about soul tools. She couldn't understand. When did this small object become a space-type magic device? And why did it suddenly recognize her as its master? As she kept twisting the ring, she slowly brought her right hand closer to her eyes. The ring was still the same, made of two 2-centimeter wide gold wires wrapped together, smooth and warm to the touch. She examined it from different angles, turning her hand repeatedly. "Nothing's changed," Lucine muttered. She clenched her right hand, and suddenly, a streak of light flashed across her vision. Something appeared in her sight for a moment before vanishing instantly. She sat up abruptly, bringing her right hand close to her face, turning it over and over, searching for the right angle. In her focused state, Lucine noticed strange patterns appearing on the ring. The designs were almost the same color as the ring itself, only faintly visible from certain angles. This discovery made her very excited. She didn't care that she was still in the bath. She hurriedly dried herself and ran out of the bathroom, calling out for Amelia as she went. "Amelia, bring me the magnifying glass I made before." The so-called magnifying glass was just a piece of uneven crystal mounted on an iron stand. This was still a magic crystal that Lucine had ground down at home when she was bored. She never thought about what to do with it, only that grinding it could pass the time. Since it was made, the only use of this magnifying glass has been to lend to some elderly people in the house to look at things. Amelia struggled hard to dig out the magnifying glass from a corner. Lucine quickly snatched it away, then grabbed a magic lamp and carefully examined the patterns on the ring. Whether it was the magnifying glass or the light golden patterns gradually became clearer in her eyes. These were made up of a series of different designs. Lucine slowly turned her finger and looked carefully. The patterns seemed to change endlessly. Sometimes they looked like winding vines, twisting and curling. Other times, they resembled flying birds with wings spread wide, soaring and circling. Lucine instinctively tried to think of animals or plants similar to these patterns. The more she looked, the more she saw, and the more she thought. As she stared and pondered, she felt the patterns start to spin in front of her eyes, glowing brighter and dimmer, enlarging and shrinking. At first, Lucine thought it was because her hand was moving. But the patterns spinning grew faster and faster, their colors brighter and brighter. One by one, the designs rotated in front of her, enlarging, brightening, shrinking, and disappearing. They kept coming one after another from the beginning to the end, then from the end back to the start. Lucine wanted to close her eyes and shout, but she was terrified to find she couldn't do anything. It was as if she had been frozen in place. Her body and even her thoughts seemed out of her control. She could only watch the patterns spin faster and faster, glow brighter and brighter, grow larger and larger. Suddenly, a loud, thunderous noise echoed in Lucine's mind. Before she could react, everything went black. Lucine was awakened by a terrible, foul smell. It was like the stench of piled-up garbage, making her feel extremely sick. Although she said she was awake, her mind was slowly returning. She felt extremely tired, as if she had been busy nonstop for 10 days and 10 nights. Her whole body was soft and weak, with no strength at all. She tried to understand what was happening to her, but whenever she moved her mind, her head hurt like being pricked by thousands of needles from different angles. The pain made her consciousness fuzzy again. After enduring the headache, Lucy felt terrified. She dared not think or do anything. Suddenly, she heard a very hoarse voice, like wind blowing through sand, saying, "Open your eyes." Lucy reflexively opened her eyes. This time, her body felt much better than before the headache. She first saw a white blur in front of her. After blinking a few times, a black outline appeared in the white. She blinked again, and the black shape gradually became clearer. She blinked hard, trying to see the black outline clearly. Then, She looked carefully. Lucy was so frightened she was at a loss. She wanted to hide, but when she moved, her whole body twitched with pain. The pain made her feel dizzy again. Luckily, this pain was shorter than her previous headache. She quickly recovered from the pain and opened her eyes again. She saw that the face that had frightened her earlier, which looked almost like a human face but was not, was gone. Before she could relax, she saw that old face flash in her view again. Fortunately, this time, the face was not close to her eyes like before. It was just looking at her from a distance. It was a face covered with deep wrinkles and scars. Almost all parts of the face, except for 2 eyes, looked damaged. The cheekbones seemed to be missing, making the eyes bulge out. The nose was flat, with only 2 nostrils visible. The mouth was hidden behind scars crossing over it, so she couldn't tell where it was. Even though she saw it again from far away, Lucy still couldn't get used to such a face. But she didn't want to close her eyes again. She was eager to find out what was happening to her now. So, she looked away from the face and focused on other parts of her view. She seemed to still be in her room. The familiar painted ceiling, the familiar bed curtains, everything felt safe and comforting. Just as she let out a breath of relief, she saw a withered old hand reaching out in front of her. The fingers, like animal claws, grasped a clear test tube. The liquid inside was light red and kept steaming. The withered hand quickly flipped and poured liquid onto Lucine's forehead. She didn't have time to scream or close her eyes, only feeling her face turn icy cold, like a mask being applied. The coldness seeped from her face downwards, as if penetrating her skin to her bones, making her relax completely. As she relaxed, Lucine fell into a deep sleep again. Grom looked at Lucine, who was peacefully sleeping with a slight smile on her face. He finally let out a small sigh of relief and asked the old man sitting by the bed, "Master, how is she?" Overusing her mental power, the old man replied while efficiently packing his medical kit and tools. He looked much younger than his appearance suggested. "She needs to rest in bed for 15 days. She cannot use her mental power for 2 months. When Lucine woke up again, it felt like she had slept a long, restful sleep. Her head was a bit dizzy, and her body felt soft. She tried to sit up with effort. This time, it was much easier than before. She slowly sat up and looked around, feeling a bit confused. She saw Amelia sleeping by the bed. "Amelia," Lucine softly called. Amelia groggily woke up and crawled up. "Amelia," Lucine called again. This time, Amelia fully woke up. "Miss, you scared Amelia to death," she said with a tearful voice. Lucine looked at Amelia's red, swollen eyes and pale face from exhaustion, feeling a bit guilty. But first, she needed to understand what had happened to her. "Amelia, what's wrong with me?" Grum asked a doctor, and the doctor said you overused your mental power. You need to rest in bed for 10 days and cannot use your mental power for 2 months. "Miss, what did you do? How did you overuse your mental power?" Faced with Amelia's questions and answers, Lucine was also confused. She had only looked at the pattern on her ring. Thinking of this, she sat up again, wanting to check her ring, but suddenly was shocked. "Amelia, where is my ring? Why is my ring missing?" Amelia's answer surprised Lucine even more. "No one took your ring, Mississippi. Since you fainted until now, you never had your ring on your hand." Amelia hurriedly pressed her and comforted her, saying, "Miss, don't worry. Amelia will look for it. It might have fallen on the ground. Please stay calm. The doctor said you can't get up right now. Don't worry, Amelia will find it right away." Amelia finally managed to persuade Lucine, though she didn't really need to, because Lucine's whole body was limp now. She could barely lift her hand and couldn't leave the bed. Amelia gently straightened Lucine's blanket, then walked over to where Lucine had been examining her ring and started searching carefully. Lucine was lying half on the bed, watching Amelia search from top to bottom and bottom to top. Her anxiety grew because she couldn't believe the ring was missing. Since she put on the ring, it seemed to have become part of her skin. If she didn't deliberately take it off, it wouldn't leave her finger. Thinking this, Lucine clasped her hands together and habitually used her left hand to twist her right little finger, Lucine clasped her hands and again habitually used her left hand to twist her right little finger. Huh. Lucine was surprised to find her left hand seemed to touch the ring. It was still at the base of her right little finger, never leaving. She raised her hand in front of her eyes. Nothing. Her right hand was smooth and empty. Nothing there. She hesitated for a moment, then reached out with her left hand to touch. This time, she felt it again. The strange situation startled her greatly. She was afraid she was imagining things. After trying several times and confirming each time she could feel it with her hand, she looked at Amelia, who was busy searching, and hesitantly said, "Amelia, there's no need to look anymore. The ring is on my hand. It hasn't fallen off." Amelia also curiously reached out and touched, surprising both of them. She directly touched Lucine's little finger as if there was nothing on her hand at all. Startled, Lucine reached out her left hand to touch, and both saw that her left hand seemed to touch a small object, about 2 millimeters wide. No matter how hard Lucine tried, she couldn't fully reach the skin at the base of her little finger. The two girls, one big and one small, maintained a strange pose, looking at each other. Lucine's right hand had fingers resting on her little finger. Amelia's hand was touching Lucine's skin, while Lucine's hand was blocked by something about 2 millimeters away from her little finger. They took turns touching, and finally confirmed that only when Lucine touched, a ring appeared. When Amelia touched, nothing was there. Excited, Lucine asked Amelia to take a ring from her jewelry box. The ring fit snugly on her right little finger, with no gap between the ring and her skin. But after putting the ring on, only when Lucine thought about the ring and reached to touch, could she feel that mysterious ring she couldn't quite grasp. Lucine, waking from her coma, happily lived a simple life. Eating in bed, sleeping in bed, reading in bed, playing in bed. Only washing and bathroom visits were handled by a strong maid arranged by Jean. The most anticipated part of her day was the treatment after her nap, because she could see the old doctor who treated her. This wasn't because Lucine had unusual tastes. She didn't have inappropriate thoughts about the rather plain-looking doctor. Actually, she was quite interested in his medical skills. In the first 2 days of treatment, Lucine didn't dare look at the old doctor. He ignored her, simply taking medicine, crushing medicine, mixing medicine, pouring medicine. Lucine would sleep soundly, and the doctor would leave with his case. But as the saying goes, fear becomes familiarity, and familiarity makes fear fade. By the 3rd day, Lucine found the old doctor's face less frightening, and she even had the energy to observe some details. Earlier, she was too nervous to notice. The doctor had a commanding presence, always brought by Grom, and was escorted away afterward. Before entering the room each time, he always makes sure to send everyone out, leaving only Lucine before he comes in to treat her wounds. One afternoon, after waking up, Lucine was leaning half against the bed, looking at the old doctor with bright eyes, just like every day before. He put down his medicine box, took out a small stone bowl, and added red herbs, slowly grinding them. "Sleep grass, right?" Lucine asked softly. The old doctor kept grinding without seeming to hear her, ignoring her completely. Sleep grass is a perennial herb. It has a white underground stem, and the plant grows about 30 centimeters tall. The leaves are opposite, oval-shaped, about 5 or 6 centimeters long, with white fuzzy hairs on the sunny side. It often grows among shrubs. After grinding the red herbs, the old doctor poured a few drops of light blue liquid into the bowl. Suddenly, there was a sizzling sound. White smoke rose from the bowl, and Lucine carefully glanced at the doctor. She gently fanned the white smoke toward herself, sniffed carefully, and was greeted with a faint, pleasant fragrance that made her feel refreshed. She tilted her head, thought for a moment, frowned, then fanned more white smoke over herself. After smelling it carefully, she took out paper and a pen from beside her pillow and quickly wrote something down. The old doctor still paid no attention to Lucine. After the reaction in the bowl finished, he used a special small spoon to transfer the crystalline substance into a test tube. Then he added a black round pill and poured in some light gold liquid. As soon as the liquid entered the test tube, a fierce reaction occurred. All the substances seemed to dissolve quickly. Some turned into the same color liquid, others churned in the light gold liquid as if struggling. Thick white smoke billowed from the test tube's opening. After about 3 to 5 seconds, the reaction gradually subsided, and the light gold liquid turned light red once the reaction was complete. Lucine watched the test tube with curiosity, her eyes wide, and had already recorded the entire process in her mind. The doctor turned his gaze to Lucine, silent, with a stern look that made her swallow her questions. Under the pressure of his stare, she obediently lowered herself, allowing him to pour the potion onto her face, then lay quietly to sleep. Every time the doctor used medicine to put her to sleep, she always felt her body noticeably improved upon waking. This strengthened her interest in alchemical medicines and alchemy medicine science. Each time she woke up, it was just after afternoon tea, which was also the time Lucine enjoyed reading for leisure. Since the old doctor started treating her, Lucine has focused all her energy on studying alchemical medicine. She eagerly looks through the books on alchemical medicine collected by Jean. At the same time, to try to get the old doctor to reveal more, Lucine uses sleep herbs and mental energy excessively. These two keywords lead her to investigate what potion she takes every night to fall asleep. On a large 4-poster bed, there are many books spread out. Some are open face up, some have bookmarks, and others are pressed closed. Lucine holds a pen and paper, sorting through the main ideas in the books. Upon closer inspection, these are basic textbooks on alchemical medicine with many different editions, Jean's work. She bought almost all the popular related books on the market. Lucine compares and studies them one by one. In just over a day, she has summarized the main ideas of alchemical medicine from these books. This isn't because she is especially talented or lucky, but because all these books share a common flaw: exaggerated language and shallow theories. They often describe the long history, great achievements, and bright future of alchemical medicine in large sections, but contain very little real substance. Such books are only good for entertainment, not for serious learning. However, despite that, Lucine has managed to outline some basic theories of alchemical medicine. Alchemical medicine is a treatment method based on the idea of balance. It uses the 4 magical elements, water, fire, earth, and wind, as the foundation, believing that the human body is also made of these 4 elements. When these elements are out of balance, illness occurs. This theory makes alchemical medicine very different from the treatments used by temple priests. Temple priests use divine power to quickly activate a person's potential and provide vitality, so the body can heal itself. This kind of treatment consumes both the healer's divine energy and the patient's physical and mental strength. In contrast, alchemical medicine uses gentle adjustments to treat illness. It does not harm either the healer or the patient. The main drawback is that it works slowly and takes a long time to see results. Lucine looked at the comparison between the 2 medical systems in the Alchemy Medical Book. She stroked her chin, pouted her lips, and muttered, "One is like traditional Chinese medicine, and the other is like Western medicine." After getting a basic understanding of alchemy medicine, Lucine focused on the old doctor's alchemy potion. She opened the herbal book she bought from Bilham City and carefully compared the ingredients. She confirmed that the red herb in the old doctor's stone bowl was sleep grass. Then she began a difficult guessing game. Since sleep grass is a common treatment for mental energy damage, there are hundreds of alchemy formulas involving it. Lucine first examined the blue liquid poured into the stone bowl by the old doctor. Its special color and scent helped her finally identify the 2 liquids: 3-eyed snake blood and blue flower liquid. The next day, Lucine confidently shared her guesses, but the old doctor ignored her. On the 3rd day, Lucine gave her final conclusions about the golden and blue liquids, but the old doctor still paid no attention. On the 4th day, Lucine explained the entire alchemy formula, but the old doctor continued to ignore her. Lucine wanted to threaten to withhold medicine to get the old doctor to answer her, but she always failed, either because of the stern look from the old doctor or his funny face. Finally, on her 5th injured day, the old doctor stopped appearing. When Lucine asked again, she was told her illness didn't need medicine, only proper rest. This made Lucine, who was eager to challenge the old doctor again, feel that life had lost much of its fun. Amelia watched Lucine look a bit down and bored. She looked around, put down her sewing, and came over to her. She said, "Miss, I heard from the servants in the house that Miss Estelle was very angry the other day. She broke 2 or 3 vases, damaged some wooden furniture, tore 2 cushions, and even hurt, and I think she's not angry about the Bernard family's reputation, because that's hard to damage easily. She's jealous that you got to meet the Grand Duke before she did." Hearing this, Lucine lazily lifted her eyelids and said, "You know about this too? Your news is quite quick." Amelia was proud of her good information and said happily, "Hee hee, everyone in the Yunlu is good friends. We talk back and forth, so of course everyone knows." Lucine gently rubbed her forehead and said with a slight frown, "Be careful. If someone catches you gossiping behind the host's back, you'll get a whipping." "Not at all." Amelia still smiled happily. "The rules of the estate are much more relaxed than at home. Aunt Lena has already told everyone to know their limits." When Lucine heard that even Aunt Lena was involved, she stopped saying anything. But Amelia, noticing Lucine's interest in these topics, happily started gossiping, sharing many funny stories from the estate. Lucine looked at the old doctor with teary eyes and said, "Why don't you pay attention to me? I have a strong desire to learn." The old doctor raised an eyebrow and reached out. Lucine bowed her head and offered treasures like gold, silver, jewelry, and gems. The old doctor was heartbroken. How could this girl be so unperceptive? Lucine suddenly understood, tears streaming down her face, rolling around and begging for recommendations and favorites. Another sunny day. This almost goes without saying. Serenit's summer is never not sunny. Whether it's because of Anissa's afternoon tea or Lucine's trip to St. Batria, since Esther's furious outburst, the entire Serenit social scene seems to have learned that Duke Turno's Green Rhyme Estate now has 2 young Miss Bernas. For a while, invitations to dances, banquets, tea parties, and hunts flooded in. Today, this young lady invites others for a picnic. Tomorrow, that lady's wife invites to see flowers. This gave Lucine and Esther a glimpse of Serenit's famous social season. Jean was very busy, more than usual. Planning meals, tidying up was routine, but the main task was sorting the invitations from various families and providing basic information about the Berna sisters. This mentally demanding, labor-intensive, and careful work kept her extremely busy. "Aunt Lena, are you there?" Amelia asked the maid at Jean's small courtyard, her clear, crisp voice pleasant to hear. "Big sister Amelia, Steward Lena is resting now. Would you like to come over later?" "Oh, I see. Then I'll wait here for a while. I have nothing to do anyway." Lena listened to Amelia chatting with a young girl just outside the courtyard gate and couldn't help but smile. Amelia really has free time. She often sees her wandering around the Yun Tower, talking to people, which doesn't seem like the behavior of a personal maid. Lena put down her documents and called the maid outside the door to bring Amelia into the house. "Aunt Lena, try this. It's fruit I made last year, just opened today," Amelia said as soon as she saw Lena, offering her a small bag eagerly. Lena tasted a piece, which was sweet and sour with a hint of coolness. "Very good. Amelia, your skills are just as good as the head chef at the Yun Tower." "Hee hee, it's all thanks to what our young lady taught me," Amelia said, placing the small bag in Lena's hand. "Once opened, these fruits should be eaten quickly. Aunt Lena, please help me finish this bag. Our young lady says these fruits are cooling and good for summer." Since Lucine started bothering the kitchen staff at the Yun Tower to make various snacks, Lena naturally became one of the beneficiaries. She took the bag without hesitation and asked casually, "Why don't you stay with Miss Lucine?" Amelia sat down independently on a nearby wooden chair, playing with a plant on the table while speaking. "Right now, Miss is reading. She doesn't like to be disturbed while reading. At least another magic hour must pass before she calls me. By the way, Aunt Lena, I've been meaning to ask you about the incident with Miss Esther the other day. Did you find out anything?" "This matter isn't as serious as Miss Esther said," Lena replied, pulling over a chair and sitting beside Amelia. She held the bag of preserved fruit, snacking and chatting with Amelia. "The story about Miss Lucine first came from an apprentice knight of the War God Temple. He said that the wooden carving Miss Lucine bought looked very similar to a stolen item from the war god temple. To learn more about the wooden carving, Miss Lucine had to go to St. Batria. The owner of the stolen wooden carving was a priest from the St. Batria war god temple. As a result, the news spread quickly and no one knew exactly how it had been distorted. However, I heard that the apprentice knight was going to come out and clarify the truth in the next couple of days. I'm so conflicted. Amelia muttered. Why are these noble ladies and young misses so bored? They make such a fuss over such a small matter, causing a big stir all over the city. Hee, Amelia, you're not quite right about that, Jean said, taking a pickled fruit from her bag and popping it into her mouth. She rolled her tongue, enjoying the sweet taste, and pointed with a wise look. First, this happened at the Green Melody Manor, and the person taken by the war god temple was a noble guest of the Duke. This kind of thing can be seen as a big deal. It's a game between the temple and the nobles. Or it can be small, just a theft of a wooden sculpture. The gossip among these noble ladies is partly driven by curiosity and partly because the noblemen behind them are testing the temple's attitude. The apprentice knight's actions show that the war god temple doesn't really want to make this a big issue. I'm even more conflicted, Amelia said, sounding very distressed. But she wasn't the type to worry about herself. As long as she relayed Jean's words to Lucine, her task was done. So, Amelia quickly set the news aside. By the way, you're just in time, Jean said, handing her a stack of invitations and some information about the hosts she had already organized. She added, these are the invitations I received today.
I've sorted them out.
When you go back, please take them to Miss Lucine. Thanks for the trouble, Aunt Jean. Amelia had gotten used to these invitations over the past few days. She took the stack and casually looked through them, muttering, these tea parties and banquets are so boring. Luckily, my lady is still sick, or she'd be going crazy. Does Miss Lucine not like these invitations? Jean asked, surprised she was mentioning Lucine's attitude for the first time. Yes, she said she'd rather stay at home reading every day. But since she received the invitations, she couldn't really refuse. Luckily, she has a good excuse now. Amelia grinned and winked. Though Lucine no longer needed to stay in bed, she still used that excuse as a shield, and then continued. I heard from, and that Miss Estelle is different from Our Lady. She always looks so happy whenever she gets an invitation. I often attend this tea gathering at noon, and then go to another banquet in the evening. I am very busy, like a spinning top, but also very happy. I really don't understand why the two young ladies are so different. Miss Lucy's interests seem to be quite limited. Besides reading, she mostly just makes small snacks. Amelia was asked this by Jean, and she tilted her head thoughtfully. After a moment, she said, it seems. Not many, actually. I've been with the young lady for nearly 10 years. Since she was young, she only liked reading and sometimes shopping. She didn't have other hobbies. Making these small snacks only started after we came to Green Echo Manor. Before, at home, I only occasionally pickled some fruit. That's all. It wasn't until recently that I realized she knew so many kinds of snacks. Jean was a bit surprised after hearing Amelia. From the chef's words, it seems Lucy is very familiar with these snacks. Even if she didn't make them herself, she has seen others do it, or she would not know so many details. Amelia, are you saying Miss Lucy never made these snacks at home? No. Amelia shook her head firmly. Almost all these snacks are new to me. But it's understandable. If she wanted to try making new snacks at home, her mother would definitely scold her. Lady Elsa?
Why?
Is her mother very strict? Jean asked casually. Amelia looked a bit troubled and hesitated before saying, it's not really a secret, but I hope Jean won't mention it in front of the young lady. Jean nodded seriously. Amelia then said, actually, the lady and the master don't like the young lady very much. At home, the most favored are Lord Bert and then Lady Catherine. Our young lady is the most ignored. Seeing Jean's surprised expression, Amelia lowered her voice and continued, as the eldest daughter, she should have all the rights that come with that, but Lady Catherine took them all. I won't talk about her magic training. She has no magical talent, so giving the chance to Lady Catherine is understandable. But as the eldest daughter, she should have been the one to receive the high priest's baptism and blessings. Instead, her mother took Lady Catherine to do it. The family meetings that she should attend, the master only took Lady Catherine. Almost all social events, her parents took Lady Catherine instead of our young lady. These are outside matters. At home, the young lady's needs are often ignored by the madam. Usually, only after satisfying Lord Bert and Miss Catherine does she remember the young lady's needs. Every time the master goes out, he brings gifts for Miss Catherine, and only occasionally for the young lady. Amelia spoke at length, giving many examples, making Jean look quite distressed. After a moment of sighing, Amelia sighed and said, "This time, the young lady came to Scent City, and she's much livelier than at home. She's more cheerful. Before, she was like a doll without feelings, and I felt very sad for her. The emotionless doll Amelia mentioned is now busy talking." Talking? Yes, she is busy in the back kitchen of the Yun Tower, preparing a famous snack, cold noodles. The batter and gluten had been prepared the day before, waiting to be processed today. Lucine still sat at her usual spot, instructing the second cook to steam the noodles. Steaming noodles is quite simple. The main concern is the cook's control of the batter amount. The right thickness makes the noodles taste better. Lucine was used to this task. She secretly salivated while steaming 2 batches of noodles as a demonstration for the second cook. Honestly, this job isn't difficult, and letting the second cook do it might be a waste of talent. But since the second cook was eager, Lucine didn't say anything. She watched him skillfully stretch the noodles and thought, experts are just different. Seeing the second cook busy and focused, the head chef grew impatient and carefully asked Lucine about the seasoning. Lucine then looked away and started guiding the head chef on how to prepare the sauce. Because many spices were missing, Lucine had to give up on several seasonings, only taking chili oil, vinegar, and garlic paste. The vinegar was ready-made, but the chili oil needed careful preparation by Lucine and the head chef. For this meal, Lucine had earlier asked the chef to prepare some raw chibi vine, dried chibi vine, and chibi juice. After some initial measurements and tests, they finally found the best ratio. Hot oil was poured into the pot, heated until it smoked, then turned off. When the oil cooled to about 70 to 80% hot, they added the measured chibi vine, dried chibi vine, and chibi juice, stirred well, and poured it out. This was the chili oil Lucine had been craving. Among the 3 seasonings, the one that confuses Lucine the most is garlic paste. Because of its strong flavor, it was originally used as a pest-repelling herb. When Lucine found it in the herbal notes, she had a hard time convincing the chefs that it was edible. The story sounds long, but the process was actually quick. Lucine was eager to eat cold noodles. As soon as the first sheet of dough cooled, she took it for herself. She cut it into strips, sprinkled gluten, added cucumber shreds, poured sauce, mixed everything, and started eating. The cat is so greedy. Since leaving university, all the delicious food is gone. It was so good back then, 3 or 5 coins for a bowl, convenient and tasty. With a bite of cold noodles, Lucine ate and sighed. The noodles were quite chewy. After all, the batter had settled for more than half a day. Unfortunately, because of a lack of ingredients, the sauce wasn't very flavorful. While eating, Lucine couldn't help but remember the first time she made cold noodles. At that time, she had only been out of college for about half a year. Her job was in a small town with limited snacks, far fewer in variety and quality than the street stalls around her university. It was summer, very hot and restless, and her appetite was terrible. Finally, overwhelmed by the heat, she decided to make cold noodles herself. Growing up spoiled by her parents, she rarely did chores besides washing dishes and sweeping. She couldn't even fry an egg properly. Sometimes it was half burned, half raw. Making cold noodles was her first attempt at cooking. Although she faced many mishaps, the joy of creating and enjoying her own food made her very happy. After successfully making her own cold noodles, she developed a habit of staying home and making small snacks. Cooking and frying were okay, but she was especially good at making desserts like double-skim milk, cold noodles, homemade cakes, and so on. Thinking back to that buried past, Lucine suddenly felt that the cold noodles didn't seem so tempting anymore. She slowly put down her chopsticks and sighed deeply. For Lucine, The seasonings for the cold noodles might still be a bit disappointing, but for the many chefs and servants trying this new snack for the first time, it was fresh and delicious. Everyone quickly ate the cooled flatbreads, one after another, while a group of curious onlookers watched the busy second cook, almost glowing with envy. Because the ingredients were limited and the supply slow, the head chef and assistants rolled up their sleeves and started working. They aimed to make as many flatbreads as possible from a large bowl of batter. Lucine's cooking skills are now well known among the people. Recently, she mentioned wanting to make cold noodles, and the chefs immediately prepared a big batch to meet everyone's needs at the estate. They trusted Lucine's idea of making delicious food without doubting her plans. This almost blind trust made Lucine feel both grateful and helpless. Seeing everyone staring at the bowls of cooling flatbreads by the water basin, Lucine lost her appetite. She told the head chef to take over and went back to her room. As soon as she entered, she saw Amelia waiting inside. Ignoring Amelia's sad expression, Lucine changed into a comfortable robe, sat on a woven lounge chair, and finally addressed her. "What's wrong? Who upset you?" "Miss," Amelia complained in a long voice, "you didn't tell me you went to the kitchen. I had a hard time finding you earlier. I was craving something tasty, so I snuck a little," Lucine said casually, spreading her arms and lying back on the chair. Then she asked a somewhat random question. "Did you hear anything from Jean?" Amelia lifted her skirt and sat on the edge of the chair, telling Lucine everything she learned from Jean. While Lucine was thinking about Jean's analysis, Amelia handed her an invitation letter that Jean had organized. Lucine casually looked at it, then, feeling a bit anxious, tossed the invitation onto the small table beside her and let out a big sigh. "I wonder when Uncle the Duke will come back." Amelia was stunned by Lucine's sudden sigh and asked, "Miss, what does the invitation have to do with the Duke?" "It's a very big deal," Lucine said lazily, lying flat on the lounge chair. "Even if I delay because of my health, it won't be for long. My mental strength needs time to recover, and in a few days, if I keep using this as an excuse, it will seem like I'm disrespecting the ladies and young misses. That's a serious problem. So, if the Grand Duke returns, I can ask him to let me study alchemy. This was promised to me at the Holy Battle God Temple in St. Batria. Once I start learning, I'll have the best excuse to refuse these invitations." As she spoke, Lucine continued to sigh sadly. "Uncle Grand Duke, please have mercy on me and come back soon." I don't know if Lucine and Grand Duke Turno are in sync, or if the Grand Duke was drawn by Lucine's obsession. While Lucine was full of endless complaints, Grand Duke Turno was on his way back to the estate. The main part of the negotiations had already ended, and after resolving the profit-sharing issues, he didn't need to worry about the small details later on. As soon as he arrived at the estate, before Cedric could catch his breath, two of his trusted butlers stood on either side of him and reported all the recent matters. Cedric was happily eating and praising the chef's quick improvement, as if he considered the reports from Grom and Jean just background music for dinner. After the two butlers finished their reports, Cedric picked up his glass of red wine, sipped slowly, and said, "These are old stories. It's funny how you two get so excited about them. Every time you come back, you have to give a full report. Now tell me something new. How are the two girls in the Yunlu?" Grom, as the estate manager, was the first to speak. Since he had already reported on the major matters before, he simply shared his observations and opinions about the two girls. Madame Montbar has tested Miss Esther's magical talent, and it's quite good. She has a real chance to advance to the second level. Also, Esther is disciplined and studies magic every day. Miss Lucy's space magic talent is very high, and her mental potential is excellent. She should have strong immunity to soul magic, but unfortunately, due to magic barriers, she can't learn magic. However, she is very interested in herbal medicine and alchemy. Grom paused briefly before continuing, but Miss Lucy seems very guarded around people, not like a girl of about 10 years old. He then explained Lucine's special situation with a magic array, adding, "If Archbishop Angus hadn't pointed out Lucine's space magic talent, I wouldn't have noticed this. I asked Amelia about Lucy. She reacted more strongly when passing through the magic passage in Traba City, but Lucy said nothing, asked no questions, and even issued a ban to Amelia. When Grom evaluated Lucy's cautiousness, Lena was moved but did not interrupt. After Grom finished speaking and signaled her to speak, Lena began her own assessment. Miss Estelle is lively and outgoing, proactive in her actions, and has good social skills. In about half a month, she has already become close with several young ladies in the city. Also, Miss Estelle is very disciplined and self-controlled. Lucy's personality is more relaxed, not fond of socializing, loves books, occasionally goes shopping, just window shopping, not much buying, and enjoys cooking. Today's dinner was prepared by Lucy herself, with help from the kitchen staff. Wow, the little one's cooking skills are pretty good. I knew the estate's chef's skills suddenly improved so much, Cedric said happily upon hearing this. Lena hesitated slightly before saying, regarding Lucy's cautiousness, I think it's probably related to her upbringing. She then shared the information she had previously learned from Amelia. Cedric listened and snorted coldly, mocking, "Humph, those old folks, clinging to centuries-old rules and stubborn as ever. Such bad habits are getting worse with each generation." After snorting, Cedric stopped discussing this and turned his attention to inspecting his two trusted butlers, Grom and Lena. Grom and Lena, who had finished their official duties, no longer maintained a strict formal attitude. Grom comfortably sat on the three-seater leather sofa, holding a glass of wine, enjoying himself. When Cedric looked over and smiled, he raised his glass in greeting. Lena sat gracefully on a single chair, smiling like a true lady. Cedric looked at both of them, then grinned. I say, it's been less than a month since I left the estate, and my two butlers have already been bought over by a little girl? Although on the surface they appeared to be master and servants, Cedric and Grom and Lena had been friends for decades. If their friendship weren't deep, and if Cedric didn't know them a lot, Grom, a third-level martial artist, and Lena, a second-level mage, wouldn't be so obediently serving as butlers at Green Rime Manor. Sometimes, the three of them knew each other better than they knew themselves. So, although Grom and Jean's recent comments about Estelle and Lucine seemed fair and just, Cedric clearly sensed their favoritism toward Lucine. Grom raised his wine glass to Cedric in a toast and said, as the old saying goes, "Be kind to those who serve you." We've enjoyed a lot of good food these past few days, so we should give the young girl a little reward, right? That's easy for you to say. You enjoy it, and I have to repay it, Cedric sneered. All right, for the sake of good food, I'll temporarily sacrifice myself. Cedric stroked his wine glass thoughtfully before asking, Grom, didn't old Oma say that they are a bit short-handed over there? As soon as Cedric asked, Jean and Grom reacted. Are you suggesting Miss Lucy should go to Master Oma to become his apprentice? Since we're giving her a chance, it should be the best one, Cedric said with a smile. Let's see if the little girl can seize this good opportunity. Little Lucy is starting her training. Soon, she will be able to stand tall and proud in the world of martial arts. What a bright future awaits. The Green Melody Manor is one of the top estates in all of Batria. It covers about 10 square kilometers, with the main buildings arranged in a circular, radiating pattern around the estate's center. Besides the main buildings, the estate includes farmland, lakes, and some forested areas, making it quite grand. When Lucine and Estelle moved into the estate, Jean began explaining some rules, especially one very important rule called the Estate Restricted Area. A large part of the forested area within Green Melody Manor is designated as a restricted zone. Without the direct permission of the Duke, no one is allowed to enter. Jean emphasized that this area is heavily guarded and strictly regulated. Anyone who trespasses could be treated as if they had entered a military base illegally. When they first heard about this, Lucine and Estelle both felt some fear. But after staying in the manor for a while, they realized that their living area did not include the forested mountain region of the estate, so they had no reason to worry about entering forbidden areas. Gradually, the so-called forbidden zone faded from their minds. As Grom led Lucine northwest, crossing mountains and forests, from main roads to smaller paths, and then to no paths at all, Lucine slowly remembered Jean's words about the forbidden area of the estate. She looked up, quietly observed Grom for a moment and then asked, "Grom, if we go further, we'll be close to the Forbidden Zone." Grom looked down with a gentle smile and said, "We are heading to the Forbidden Zone." Lucine was surprised and hesitated for a moment, then said nothing more. For Lucine, everything was happening too quickly. Yesterday, she was sighing while looking at a pile of invitations from Amelia. This morning, Grom came to tell her that the Grand Duke had arranged a teacher for her to learn alchemy. Although Grom explained that she would serve as an apprentice healer while learning, this arrangement seemed a bit too much for a noble girl. But for Lucine, it was wonderful news. Her alchemy teacher was a high-ranking alchemist. She had thought the Grand Duke would only assign a low-level alchemist to teach her. Alchemy is one of the two main branches of alchemy, the other being alchemical tools. Alchemists used to be a branch of magicians. Some magicians who couldn't advance to higher ranks used alchemical tools and potions to boost their fighting ability. As the influence of alchemical products grew, alchemists gradually separated from magicians and became a force that could rival them. However, compared to magicians, alchemists had a natural disadvantage. They often were people who had difficulty learning magic, like Lucine's magic barrier. Also, low-level alchemists had very weak combat power, so their social status was much lower than that of low-level magicians. Interestingly, high-level alchemists were highly sought after. They often received more respect and special treatment than warriors or magicians of the same rank. This is a well-known phenomenon in the alchemy industry called the high-low mismatch. Because of this, high-ranking alchemists are highly sought after by various forces. Today, the Grand Duke introduced Lucine to one such rare and highly skilled alchemist. They moved through the dense forest, which was difficult to navigate due to its winding paths and steep slopes. Lucine was glad she wore comfortable, lightweight clothing and soft flat shoes. After walking with Grom for a while, they reached a steep hill. Lucine, panting, climbed to the top and saw a flat area with mountain meadows. Among the sparse trees, there was a small two-story wooden cabin. In front of it, a small pond with a water wheel slowly turning made a gentle creaking sound. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of nowhere from a corner, standing about a meter in front of Grom and Lucine. The person slightly bowed and called out, "Father." Lucine looked closely and saw a young man in his 20s, wearing blue clothes. His short dark red hair looked lively and energetic. His features resembled Grom's about 60%. Based on his greeting, Lucine immediately knew this young man was Grom's son.
"Jean, this is Miss Lucine."
The Grand Duke asked her to assist Master Oma. Jean straightened up, looked at Lucine with a gentle smile in his golden eyes, almost a perfect copy of Grom, and bowed again, saying, "Good day, Miss Lucine." He then handed her a semi-transparent blue jade token. "Miss Lucine, this is a pass and contact badge for the hunting zone. If you need anything in the future, you can contact me anytime." While Lucine examined the jade token, Grom explained, "Miss Lucine, the jade token only needs a small amount of mental energy to activate. Jean is the manager of the entire hunting zone. If you need anything, you can always find Jean." "Thank you," Lucine replied with a smile, sincerely playing with the jade token in her hand. Using only a small amount of mental energy might seem complicated, but it is actually just focusing your mind very hard on the jade pendant. This is something Lucine has already practiced when studying that mysterious ring. She concentrates on the jade pendant, and after 1 or 2 or 3 or 5 seconds, she feels a blue light spreading all around her eyes. This blue light is very special because it is semi-transparent. She can see the Grom father and son smiling through it. In the blue light, many tiny points of light jump around. After a few seconds, these points form a square light screen about the size of a palm. At the top center of the screen, the word Jean is displayed. Lucine looks at Grom and Jean, then gently taps the word Jean on the light screen. When she does, a golden ripple spreads out from where she touched, like water waves, moving across the screen. At the same time, a similar semi-transparent blue jade pendant appears floating in front of Jean, about 20 centimeters away, at about Jean's throat level. The pendant hovers and spins twice, then a light screen unfolds. Jean's screen is filled with many names, and one name is flashing quickly. Jean taps the flashing name, and the word, Jean, on Lucine's light screen changes from black to deep gold. "Hello, Miss Lucine," Jean says with a smile. Lucine hears two voices at once. One comes from the direction of Jean, and the other from the light screen. The second voice is about a second or two behind the first because the delay is very short. The two sounds almost overlap. Lucine raises her eyebrows. This is like a magic version of a phone, she thinks. Magic is truly amazing. She doesn't show much surprise, just points to the light screen and asks, "Is its main function communication? How do you want to call?" Grom and Jean are both very surprised by Lucine's calmness. This jade pendant is a rare alchemical creation. So far, only a few groups on the entire Ansbach continent have been able to develop such a multi-directional communication system. Usually, magic communication can only connect one person to one person. But Lucine doesn't seem to find anything special about it. Is it because her knowledge is too shallow? Although the father and son were both quietly guessing, they were busy with their own matters. So, they silently agreed to put this small problem aside for now. They exchanged glances. Grom first said, "Jean, I leave Miss Lucy to you. I will go back to the main building." After bowing to see off his father, Jean patiently explained how to use the jade token to Lucy. Jean led Lucy toward her workplace, speaking softly as he introduced, "Master Oma is one of the best alchemy doctors on the continent, and he is quite willing to help younger people. However, the master has a bit of a strange temper. But as long as Miss Lucy completes the tasks assigned by the master on time, I believe he won't make things difficult for her." Lucy listened and nodded randomly. She felt quite nervous inside. She had only recently started learning alchemy medicine and suddenly became an assistant to a high-level alchemist. She was really worried about whether she could do well. Jean seemed to notice Lucy's nervousness and quickly comforted her. "Miss Lucy, don't be too nervous. Your father has already told the master about your situation. As long as you do your best, the master won't make things hard for you." While speaking, Jean took Lucy to a small 2-story wooden house. Lucy noticed that along the way, they passed several similar wooden houses, made of logs, 2 stories high, with a pond outside and a water wheel inside. She was curious, but because she was eager to meet Master Oma, she didn't ask Jean about it. Jean paused outside the door of the wooden house for 2 seconds before pushing it open and entering. Lucy followed behind. Inside, there was no furniture, only a wooden floor covered with baskets and sieves filled with herbs. A figure that looked familiar to Lucy moved among the baskets and sieves. "Master Oma, I've brought your apprentice," Jean said. Master Oma turned around. His face, caught between light and shadow, looked quite frightening. His old face, covered with wrinkles and scars, surprisingly made Lucy feel a little friendly. He was the old doctor who had treated her earlier for overuse of mental energy. Oma glanced briefly at the two outside the door, pausing a second longer on Lucy. Then he pointed at the baskets of herbs and said, "Sort," and then pointed at the herbs in the sieve and said, "Dry." After giving such simple instructions, he took a step forward and went up to the second floor of the wooden house. Oma's strong presence made Jean and Lucine obediently listen during his speech. Only after Oma left did Jean speak, saying, "Master Oma doesn't like to talk much. Let me show you around the wooden house." Jean led Lucine through the gaps in the basket and sieve room to the other end of the house. As they approached, Lucine was surprised to see that what she thought was a wall was actually a row of wooden doors. A quick glance revealed 5 doors, from left to right: the lounge, the library, the herb room, the processing room, and the alchemy room. "There's more rooms at the back?" From the outside, "The house doesn't look that big," Lucine exclaimed. Jean smiled mysteriously, his bright golden eyes narrowing, still shining charmingly even in the backlight. He didn't speak, but simply opened the door. The lounge was about 10 square meters, with a single bed, a wooden desk, and a bookshelf. This was Lucine's usual resting place as a medicine apprentice. She could choose to return to the Yun Tower or stay in the lounge. The most surprising thing was that the lounge had a small bathroom. A complex purification magic circle was engraved on the rough ceramic toilet, making it both convenient and eco-friendly. The space, less than 2 square meters, was covered with water magic circles. By activating the corresponding buttons, you could not only bathe, but also enjoy a steam bath. Seeing Lucine's face full of surprise, Jean proudly declared, "This is Master Oma's work." Because the magic circles are too complex, they can only be used in small areas. Only some rooms in the main building of the estate are equipped with such facilities. Lucine was shocked and asked, "Isn't Master Oma a healer and alchemist?" "Master Oma is a versatile alchemist. According to my father, he should already be a third-rank master, but he has never officially registered with the Alchemy Association." Third rank. Lucine felt dizzy. In her 10 years of rebirth, she had only heard legendary stories of third-rank experts from wandering bards. These were figures that inspired awe, names that made the earth tremble. When did she start having third-rank experts around her? In a daze, Jean saw Lucine close the door to the lounge and then open the door to the library. As he looked inside, he was shocked again. The entire library was using a space compression magic, shrinking about 1:100, turning 1,000 square meters into just 10 square meters. Seeing Lucine already looking a bit stunned, Jean continued with a gentle smile and explained, "Apart from the lounge, several rooms here use space compression magic. Miss Lucine, you can take your time to get familiar with them." Fortunately, Lucine's healing ability was very strong. Soon, she recovered and opened the remaining doors. As Jean said, the other 3 rooms also use space compression magic. The herb room stored processed herbs. The processing room was for initial herb preparation, and the alchemy room was where the apprentice conducted alchemy experiments. After visiting the first floor, Jean didn't rush to take Lucine upstairs. Instead, he carefully warned her, "Unless Master Oma instructs otherwise, you are not allowed to go upstairs. There is a special device on the first floor to call for the master. If anything happens, use that device to contact him directly. I will teach you how to use it later. You are free to use the space on the first floor, books in the library, herbs in the herb room, and tools in the processing and alchemy rooms. Just remember to leave a record when borrowing anything." As they talked, they returned to the wooden door and sat on 2 small wooden stools. Jean continued, "Most of the small houses in the hunting area are inhabited by people who each have their own duties. Sometimes, someone comes to ask the master for medicine or to entrust him with tasks. So, besides preparing herbs, you will also handle some of the master's daily affairs. Do you think you can accept this kind of work?" "No problem, it's not a big deal." Lucine confidently accepted Jean's explanation of her job. When Grom told her she would be an apprentice, she was already mentally prepared. Seeing Lucine's brave response, Jean's smile grew wider. He looked at her eager, curious expression and said, "You don't need to rush with the herbs. I'll have someone come to help you later. Your foundation isn't very solid, so you can learn while working." "Oh, I'm sorry about that. This should have been my job. Miss Lucy, there's no need to be polite. Most people in the hunting grounds have been caught by the master and have some experience with herbal medicine. If you really feel bad about it, just bring some small snacks as a thank you. Your delicious treats are famous in the estate." Jean's praise made Lucy feel shy and a little embarrassed, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. At the same time, she felt proud of this recognition. So, she graciously accepted Jean's kind offer. Because of Jean's promise, Lucy didn't rush to deal with the herbs after he left. Instead, she headed straight to the library. For 10 days, Lucy stayed in her wooden cabin. During the day, she helped handle herbs with Jean's assistance. At night, she eagerly immersed herself in books. Most of the books in the cabin's library were about alchemy and medicine. They covered everything from basic herbal processing to advanced potion making, from fundamental alchemy knowledge to various academic theories. She was so busy that she didn't notice how time flew by. The second semester at Alberta Academy had begun. All the students returned to school, and the whole northern city of Sarent became lively again. You could see carriages with family crests everywhere and majestic horses galloping freely. On the 5th day of school, Estelle and a few close noble maidens strolled under the maple trees. This was a famous shopping street in northern Sarent. The wide, smooth road was lined with elegant magic street lamps, and the shops had large glass windows. These were the most fashionable and expensive storefronts. The crowd was made up of students from the academy, all of similar age and status. Estelle enjoyed this life very much. She finished 2 or 3 classes each day, then spent most of her time shopping, drinking tea, chatting, going on outings, and having fun with her peers. As the eldest granddaughter of the Berner family, her grandfather, the family head, had promised her a generous spending limit. So, although she wasn't extravagantly wasteful, she often spent quite a bit. Estelle, look, that's Purple Rose, the top women's salon. Sarant City only has one Purple Rose, said a familiar noblewoman, subtly pointing ahead with admiration and envy in her eyes. Esther looked up and saw a tall 5-story building covering over 100 square meters. Its exterior had a gentle, white jade shine, looking very elegant and modest in the sunlight. The purple and white decorations made the building look like a noble, gentle woman, refined but not showy. Venerissa is the top women's club on the continent. It leads the fashion for women everywhere. Each season, the Venerissa launch attracts most women across the continent. It is a members-only club, and only the best women can join. Having a Venerissa membership card is a dream for many women. Even if someone in their group is a member, it becomes a point of pride to others. A group of girls, between being young women and teenagers, stared at the unique entrance of Venerissa, their eyes almost shining with excitement. Suddenly, Esther let go of her friend's arm and quickly walked about 100 meters toward the Venerissa gate. When she got closer, she happily called out, "Sister Venerissa." Venerissa, dressed in a long, light gold dress, was walking out from the Venerissa gate with a graceful woman in a light purple dress and a black veil. Nearby, a black and purple carriage was parked. It looked like they were about to get on the carriage. Just then, Esther stepped forward to call Venerissa. Venerissa paused for a moment when she heard Esther's call, then whispered something to the woman. The woman nodded slightly and was the first to step onto the carriage. Venerissa smiled and watched as Esther approached her. "Sister Venerissa, you don't have classes today, right?" Esther asked cheerfully, holding Venerissa's arm.
Yes. And you?
"Out shopping with friends." "Yes, I just met them at school," Esther replied, beginning to introduce her friends. When the girls heard Venerissa's name, they gasped softly. Venerissa Lebois was famous at both Aylbert Academy and Saint City, praised with many compliments. Especially in Saint City, many girls had been told since childhood to learn from her. Venerissa always maintained her perfect smile, elegant and kind. Hearing Estelle ask about it, she gently patted Estelle's head and said, "My mother is fine. However, if you're interested, next time I have a chance, I can take you to see her." "Thank you, Venerissa's sister." Estelle saw the envy in the eyes of the other girls and felt even more proud. "Estelle, has Lucine been feeling well lately?" When Estelle heard Venerissa mention Lucine, a faint mist appeared in her big eyes, showing a mix of annoyance and resentment. The mist came and went quickly, as if it had never appeared. "I'm not sure either. Lucine was sent to the doctor for treatment. She hasn't been seen in over 10 days. I only heard from her personal maid that Lucine's health is gradually improving, but I don't know the details. If Venerissa's sister needs to find Lucine, I can help pass on the message. During the start of the school year, Lord Grum once asked for a leave for Lucine, but he never specified how long. Recently, the course registration deadline is approaching, so please pass the message that Lucine should come to the academy to finalize her courses for this semester." Estelle nodded eagerly and cheerfully agreed. "Okay, I will definitely let Lucine know. Thank you very much," Venerissa said with a smile, gently patting Estelle's head. "I would love to chat more with you all, but I have something to do later, so I must take my leave. I hope you all understand. Sorry, Venerissa's sister, I was the one who disturbed you. You should go now so you don't delay your important matters." Venerissa smiled kindly, bowed slightly to the girls, and immediately left in her carriage. As Estelle watched the carriage depart and listened to the girls' admiring and envious words, she felt a mix of anger and jealousy over Lucine's special treatment. Her emotions swirled like a hot bath, sometimes joyful, sometimes painful, making her feel very conflicted. Estelle angrily returned to the manor. As soon as she entered her room, She kicked off her soft shoes, threw aside her gloves, grabbed a large pillow, and started hitting it hard. She shouted angrily while hitting. Darn it! Darn Lucine! Darn Grom! Darn the Grand Duke! And Jenny stood quietly nearby, silent and still, like two pillars. After finally venting her frustration, Estelle threw the pillow to the ground and loudly asked, "And any news from Amelia?" Anyway, who was called out, trembled and replied, "Amelia doesn't know where Miss Lucy has gone. Since Lord Grom took her away, there has been no news. Darn it." Esther kicked the pillow she had just thrown to her feet, full of resentment. The Grand Duke is too biased. Lucy wants to learn alchemy, and he finds her a teacher, even asking Grom to get leave from the academy. My magic talent is so good, but the Grand Duke ignores me. Why does Lucy get such special treatment? Why? The more she spoke, the angrier she became. Esther, feeling more and more frustrated, grabbed the pillow and started hitting it hard. If 10 days ago, Lucy would have told you that the hardest thing in the world is attending endless dances, tea parties, and banquets. Now, if asked the same question, she would probably tear up and use her small, swollen hands like little steamed buns to complain about how hard it is to sort herbs. In the first 3 days after arriving at Master Oma's small cabin, 2 young helpers took turns helping Lucy get familiar with basic herbal processing. Seeing her quickly get the hang of it, 3 days later, Jean brought a notice. Master Oma had said no one was allowed to help Lucy anymore. Poor Lucy had to handle all the herbal work alone. Every morning, she would wake up early, have breakfast, wash her hands, check the magic array drying herbs in different ways, and then store the finished herbs in the herb room. After that, she would roll up her sleeves and start sorting herbs. Sorting herbs isn't very hard. It's about being quick and attentive, but it can get boring. With a basket in hand and a sieve nearby, she would work with her eyes and hands. At first, her eyes often missed her hands, and over time, she became like a robot, blank-minded, surrounded by herbs. Often, her hands would feel sore and weak after a whole day of work. Although this hard work became normal, she was surprised when her hands suddenly swelled and throbbed. She couldn't understand why her hands had changed so much overnight. They were twice as swollen as usual. She looked around, unable to accept the explanation of overwork. Helpless, she had to call Jean for help. Master Oma didn't have time to care for Lucy, the little herbal apprentice. Since she arrived at the cabin, the master had been upstairs on the 2nd floor and never came down. Jean arrived quickly after being summoned. When he reached the small cabin, he saw Lucine crying out in pain while using her very uncooperative hands to eat. Good manners kept Lucine from rushing to him immediately. She put down her bowl and chopsticks she had been snacking around at Green Melody Manor and accidentally broke her chopsticks, then signaled for Jean to sit down. Jean looked at Lucine's swollen hands, which were quite amusing, and couldn't help but laugh. It wasn't surprising. Her hands were indeed swollen and cute, plump and white, with skin that looked semi-transparent like jelly, not really like human hands, but more like a tasty food. "They look like warm little buns," Lucine said as she moved her hands with a helpless sigh. "They're swollen, fine. I can slow down my work, but the pain is terrible. I don't understand. Yesterday they were fine, and today they're like this." "Miss Lucine, you've been poisoned," Jean said, trying to hide his smile but still looking interested.
Poisoned?
Lucine was surprised. She knew her hands were swollen abnormally, but she didn't think of poisoning. "I've only been in contact with these herbs recently, nothing else. And these herbs are all non-toxic. So could it be a dietary issue?" "Jean, don't worry too much, Miss Lucine," Jean said, watching her try to look threatening but couldn't help but laugh again. "Individually, these herbs aren't poisonous, but if you're exposed to many at once, their effects can interact and become toxic. People in the hunting zone are used to small doses of these poisons and have built up immunity, so we overlooked this possibility. It was my mistake for not realizing this was your first time handling these herbs. What should I do about my hands? Do you have any medicine?" Lucine asked, not blaming Jean. She knew her own mistake. Being a medic's apprentice and not noticing such a basic issue was her fault. She didn't want to shift blame onto others. Jean hesitated when she asked about medicine and said, "The master's rule is that the medic's apprentice can only use medicines they prepare themselves or those given by the master. Apprentices aren't allowed to ask outsiders for medicine." Lucine's mouth twitched. "So, I have to prepare my own medicine?" "This is the master's rule." Jean spread his hands with a helpless look.
All right, fine.
"If I have to, I'll do it. Better to be a test subject myself than to use others." Jean smiled and said, "Making an antidote for this poison isn't hard. All the information and materials are in the alchemy room. Also, someone mentioned yesterday that the course registration at Alberta Academy will end in a few days. You haven't chosen your classes yet, and the school hopes you can find some time to take care of this." Lucine carefully massaged her hands, her attention already shifting to her own hands. When she heard Jean mention the academy, she replied casually, Yeah, I got it." After learning about her hand condition from Jean, Lucine quickly found related records in the alchemy lab's experiment logs. She flipped through them and saw 4 records about her symptoms of hand swelling and tingling, each signed by a different experimenter. It seemed she wasn't the only one suffering like this. Just thinking about at least 4 people having the same experience made Lucine feel that using herself as a test subject to make her first alchemy potion wasn't so hard to accept anymore. She touched her chin, though this was difficult with her current hand condition, and wondered silently, could this poisoning and antidote process be a small trial set by Master Oma? She thought about it, but regardless of whether the master intended it or not, her hand problems still needed to be solved. After reviewing the 4 alchemy records and comparing her own poisoning situation, Lucine eagerly began her first alchemy experiment. With the experience of others and complete alchemy equipment and materials, her first potion was very successful. When the white smoke above the crucible cleared and a light green, jelly-like ointment appeared at the bottom, Lucine couldn't help but jump with joy and clap her hands. "Pain, pain, 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 pain." Lucine shouted loudly, shaking her hands in pain. Her excitement over making her first potion made her forget her poor hands. After shaking and breathing heavily for a long time and finally feeling the pain in her hands lessen, Lucine carefully applied ointment to her hands and wrapped them with white bandages. She had almost run out of ointment after covering both hands. She looked at her hands, wrapped like big buns, then at the clean pot bottom, and nodded with satisfaction. She was pleased with her control over the ingredients. Her first attempt at refining had no shortages or excesses of medicine. After tidying up the alchemy room, Lucine left while playing with her hands. She occasionally looked at her sturdy, wrapped hands, poked her left hand with her right, or her right hand with her left. The cool sensation from the ointment made her hands feel no longer tingling or painful. She reached the hall, where the herbs were being processed. Looking around, she saw that over the past 10 days, most of the baskets and sieves had been emptied. The herbs that were once on the sieves waiting to dry had been moved to the herb room. Now, the sieves held freshly sorted herbs from the baskets. Lucine sat on a small wooden chair she had been using for the past 10 days. She looked at the remaining work from yesterday, and then at her hands. She sighed deeply. The ointment was starting to work. The cool feeling was fading, and her hands gradually went numb, as if they had been locally anesthetized, losing all control. She tried to move her hands, but felt they didn't exist at all. After a long effort, she couldn't even move her little finger. Such hands couldn't even hold a book, let alone work. Resting her chin on her wrist, Lucine sat among the herbs, lost in thought for a while. Suddenly, she remembered Jean's last message from this morning. She sighed again and decided to visit the academy today, just to change her mind and relax. When Lucine left the hunting zone as arranged by Jean, Master Oma, who usually stayed on the second floor like the hunchback of Notre Dame, strolled leisurely into the alchemy room on the first floor. He first looked around the environment, then flipped to the last page of the alchemy record, which was Lucine's entry. As he looked, he casually waved his hand, and a semi-transparent figure suddenly appeared inside the alchemy room. Although the face was not very clear, the distinctive hoodie t-shirt and long cloth pants made it obvious that the figure was Lucine. A semi-transparent figure appeared beside Oma. She first carefully reviewed the alchemy records, then tested her own poisoning status while simultaneously writing the ingredient ratios in another notebook. Tapping the book and biting the pen, she made several edits before finally settling on the final ingredient list. Choosing herbs, processing them, mixing potions, and recording reactions, her movements were clumsy and unfamiliar, and she was a bit flustered, but she managed to successfully create the ointment without major issues. The semi-transparent figure finally paused after clapping and then shook her hands, rubbing them in pain. This was clearly the entire process of Lucine making the potion. Oma watched the magic projection with a blank expression. Although it was silent and the image quality was poor, the characters looked very lively. Especially when Lucine was handling the herbs, her frantic, anxious gestures with her hands, as if she had 3 sets of hands, were very vivid. After the image of her shaking her hands in pain froze in the air for a few seconds, it automatically disappeared. Oma put the alchemy record back in its place and picked up a notebook that Lucine had accidentally left in the alchemy room. Lucine's notebook was quite thick, about 5 centimeters. When opened, it was filled with dense writing. The notebook was divided into 2 parts. The left side was full of various alchemy phenomena and related questions, while the right side contained answers to those phenomena and questions. As she flipped through, nearly 1/5 of the pages were filled with different phenomena and questions, but there were few targeted answers. Most answers ended with new questions. Oma quietly turned the pages one by one. The magic lamp in the room adjusted itself to provide the best reading light, very thoughtfully. The atmosphere at Aelbert Academy was very free. The only strict rule was that, besides the 5 required courses, students had to choose at least 4 electives. The graduation exam consisted of the 5 required courses and 4 electives. If students chose more than 4 electives, they could select any 4 of those for their final grade. Lucine listened to a student assistant explaining the course registration details while carefully reviewing the course materials. Although she had already looked through the extensive course system at home, the materials provided by the academy were more authoritative and comprehensive than what she had collected. Considering she still needs to study alchemy medicine, Lucine only chose 2 electives: cooking and gardening. Both classes have few scheduled hours, mainly involving extracurricular activities, so she doesn't have to spend all day rushing to the academy. While waiting for the student assistant to organize the timetable, Lucine idly wandered through the Qingqiu garden. This garden mainly handles the academy's course arrangements and is one of the busiest departments. During her brief stop, she saw hurried people moving between different rooms. Since the academy is a girls' school, all staff are women. Lucine gazed at a blooming flower and wondered silently if the security personnel might also be women. She hadn't seen any obvious security members during her 2 visits. Her mind was filled with wandering thoughts, but she appeared to be very focused on admiring the flowers in front of her. Hey, excuse me. A clear voice called behind her, pulling Lucine out of her daydream. She turned around and saw a silver-red figure rushing toward her. The person used wind magic to float in the air but seemed to lose control, wobbling and rushing forward without avoiding others or braking, shouting for people ahead to move aside. The Qingqiu garden was already busy, with many people walking through the corridors. The sudden appearance of this person caused chaos, like boiling water. There were running sounds and shouts everywhere. Some people were knocked over while trying to dodge, falling to the ground. Many held their documents in panic, scattering everywhere. The scene was extremely chaotic. Lucine, wanting not to interfere with others' work, was standing somewhat to the side. Lost in her thoughts and slow to react, she only realized the chaos when she heard the screams. The chaotic person was now close to her. She instinctively stepped back a few paces, but she was standing on a narrow staircase. When she retreated, she accidentally stepped off the stairs. In her panic, she waved her hands as if to grab the nearby pillar to steady herself. Unfortunately, her hands, affected by medication, had no strength. She hit the pillar with her hands, causing sharp pain, but it didn't stop her from falling. With a loud thud, Lucine felt her vision go dark, and she was hit with intense pain from both sides. Lucine felt that she had a very brief fainting spell. After a sharp pain, her mind was fuzzy, and she felt like she couldn't sense anything. It took her a long time to recover. When she opened her eyes, she realized she was lying on a grassy field, with someone pressing down on her. The person was clearly taller than her, lying on top of her, pressing so hard that only her head felt aware. Lucine struggled to move, but as soon as she did, she felt a wave of pain all over her body. She silently cursed her bad luck, thinking, "Why am I so unlucky?" When Lucine moved, the person on top of her immediately reacted. They jumped up and to the side as if nothing had happened. They shouted while grabbing Lucine's hand, trying to help her up. "Don't touch my hand." Lucine's shout was probably too late. The person grabbed her hand with a strong grip, almost crushing it. Yes, the person who caused her to fall was the Chaos Creator, a beautiful woman dressed in silver and red samurai armor. "Oh, sorry." The woman quickly apologized when she saw Lucine's torn silk glove and bandaged hand. She let go and tried to help Lucine up again, but she was afraid of hurting her again, so she stood aside, looking helpless and flustered. Because she couldn't use her hands and her whole body was sore, Lucine took a long time to sit up. Seeing the woman's nervousness, she couldn't help but smile and say, "It seems today is just not my day. I'm sorry."
Huh.
Lucine, little sister, you're finally coming to the academy. Hearing that the Chaos Creator knew her, Lucine didn't rush to get up. She sat on the grass, waiting for her body to stop aching, and looked up at the woman. She had long, golden red hair, emerald-like eyes, and wore a silver-red samurai armor with gold trim. Her face was lively and energetic. "She looks familiar, but I can't remember where from," Lucine said honestly. Veda Rivestrom. Didn't we meet at Venice's tea party?" Veda saw that Lucine wasn't in a hurry to stand up. She also sat down with interest and started chatting. Lucine remembered Veda's hint and suddenly recalled the fiery girl in red armor. "Oh, I remember now. You were wearing a full suit of armor back then. Don't call me that, just call me Vivi," Veda said straightforwardly. "What's wrong with your hand? The bandaging looks pretty scary." Before Lucine could answer, the others nearby had already found their silly and clumsy actions amusing and a bit funny. "Veda, using magic freely in the office building will cost you 3 credits. Causing chaos costs 5 credits. Injuring someone costs 5 credits." A clear, pleasant voice interrupted their chat. Veda and Lucine looked up and saw Vanessa seriously writing something on a piece of paper. "Oh, Sasha, no. I only have 20 credits left this semester. If you deduct 13, how am I supposed to survive?" Veda quickly stood up, snatched the paper from Vanessa, and stubbornly hugged her, pretending to be upset. Vanessa was used to Veda's energetic personality. She ignored Veda's whining and simply ignored the weight on her shoulders, using Veda's loud protests as background noise, and turned to ask Lucine. "Lucine, are you hurt?" Lucine felt much better and slowly stood up, smiling as she replied, "I'm fine." The grass absorbed most of the impact. "You're here to choose classes today, right? How's your body?" "I'm okay. Thank you, Vanessa." While Lucine and Vanessa exchanged greetings, Veda, who had been whining and ignored, got bored and stopped her loud protests. She still clung to Vanessa, then turned her head to look at Lucine. "Oh, Lucine, what's wrong with your hand? The bandaging looks terrible. How did you get hurt like that?" As Veda spoke, everyone's attention shifted to Lucine's hands. To hide her hands wrapped like buns, Lucine had changed into a formal outfit suitable for wearing thin silk gloves before going out. She even got scolded by Amelia with teary eyes for doing so. But during the recent bumps and collisions, her thin silk gloves had been torn apart, revealing her bandaged hands. Actually, everyone had already noticed her hands. Such obvious bandages made people imagine all sorts of things about her injuries. But out of politeness, no one asked directly, because if the answer was awkward, it wouldn't be good for anyone. Only Veda, who was fearless and unreserved, dared to ask openly. Lucine looked at her hands, gently pulled off her torn gloves, and smiled softly. "It's nothing serious. I got some stuff on my hands and had an allergic reaction. It looks bad, but it's fine." I applied medicine today, and it will heal by tomorrow. Veda continued, holding Vanessa in her arms. She reached out and took Lucine's hand, touched it, squeezed it gently, and held it softly. She felt that Lucine's bandaged hand was soft and weak. How can it be okay? You can't even use strength, and you're still fine? Veda asked with a gentle, caring look, her eyebrows lowered. It's really fine. Lucine moved her hand to show she was okay. It's just the medicine working. All right, Vivi, stop bothering her. You still have things to do, Vanessa said quickly, noticing Veda was about to ask more. Oh, I forgot. Veda suddenly jumped high and quickly ran toward a room in the Qingqiu garden, calling out as she ran, Little Lucine, I'll talk to you next time. Vanessa sighed and shook her head at Veda's playful figure walking away. She turned around and saw Lucine smiling kindly. She looked at Lucine's messy appearance and couldn't help but sigh at Veda's playful nature. Lucine, you shouldn't go back like this. Maybe I should have someone buy you some clothes to change into. Lucine looked herself over and still smiled. It's okay. I took my schedule and will go straight back to the manor. I didn't plan to wander around. Also, my gloves are just a bit torn, no need to change clothes. As she spoke, she shook her head and sighed inwardly about how often she kept saying it's fine today. That won't do. You look so disheveled. If anyone sees you, they might misunderstand. Come on, let's go to my room and wait, Vanessa said, about to take Lucine outside. Vanessa, always gentle and persuasive, gently pulled Lucine along. As they walked, she comforted her, saying, Qingqiu Garden has caused a mess for Veda. They're probably busy cleaning up now. Your schedule can't be sorted out quickly. Instead of waiting around in Qingqiu Garden, why not come to my room? Oh my goodness, I just opened the book today and saw someone tip the cat. Letty the cat was so excited all day long. Thank you very much to Nian Nyand for the donation. It was my first time, and I was so surprised I couldn't speak clearly. Also, thank you to In Wuja for your comments on each chapter. I learned a lot from them. Thanks to everyone who has been following The Idle Person. Your support keeps me motivated to keep writing. Thank you. As Vanessa said, Veda made a real mess of Qingqiu Garden. It wasn't until Lucine changed into a bought dress, drank 3 cups of tea, ate 5 snacks, and talked with Vanessa for a long time that Qingqiu Garden finally sent someone with Lucine's class schedule. This delay took half a day. When Lucine returned to the estate, it was already afternoon. With Amelia and Jean's insistence, Lucine stayed in the Yun Tower overnight and only returned to the hunting area the next morning. The ointment worked very well. Early the next day, Lucine's hands had mostly healed. Only the middle of her hand still had some swelling, soft and painless, like a lump. Before making the medicine, Lucine knew from her records that this was normal before the medicine was fully absorbed. She didn't need to worry. In a few days, these lumps would be naturally absorbed by her body. As soon as she entered, Lucine was startled by the figure standing among the herbal baskets. Master Oma. Hearing her call, Oma turned around and looked at Lucine, as if examining her or waiting for her to speak. Lucine was no match for Oma's cold eyes. She was the first to speak. Master Oma, good day. About the herbs, yesterday because my hand was swollen from poisoning, I lost a day. But I will handle everything the day after tomorrow. Oma nodded and looked at the pile of herbs on the ground. Slowly, he said, 11 shelves, 7 layers, herb taboo encyclopedia. Lucine was surprised, but Oma had already started walking toward the second floor. She quickly called out, Thank you for your guidance, Master. Hearing Oma's instructions, Lucine felt like a bunch of tiny cats scratching inside her. She couldn't wait any longer. She hurried to the library, counted the books on the shelves, pointed at the shelves, then used the small ladder for bookshelves, and took down the thick book, which was as wide as her 4 fingers. Herb Taboo Encyclopedia. As soon as she received the book, Lucine didn't rush back to her room. Instead, she sat on the small staircase and started flipping through it. The rooms on the first floor are equipped with automatic magical lights that turn on whenever they detect a living presence. The lights adjust to the most comfortable brightness for the eyes. This thoughtful design makes everything very convenient and caring. It also encourages book lovers like Lucine to indulge in reading. Once she finds a good book, she forgets everything else and devotes herself to reading. Lucine was pulled out of her reading by a strong feeling of hunger. She patted her stomach, pouted, and happily hugged the book. Then she jumped up and ran out of the library. Lunch had already been delivered to her small cabin. The lunchboxes in the hunting area are specially designed. They have a tiny magic heating circle underneath that keeps the food warm. This is because the researchers in the hunting area are very passionate about their work and often forget to eat when they get excited. When Lucine picked up her lunchbox, she noticed that Master Oma's box was no longer in the room. She looked at the sky and stuck out her tongue. It was already tea time, so no wonder she was so hungry. She carried her lunchbox without worrying about manners. Rules are only for when others are watching. Since she was alone, there was no need to be so strict. She opened the box and started eating the food directly, stuffing it into her mouth as she headed to the lounge.
Hey,
"Where's my notebook?" Lucine had placed her lunch and books on her desk and was about to organize what she had read when she suddenly realized her notebook was missing. Her desk and bookshelf were neatly arranged, and her bed was made perfectly. A quick glance confirmed that her notebook was not in the lounge. She scratched her head and thought hard for a while. Then she suddenly slapped her forehead and ran to the alchemy room. "Here it is." Seeing her notebook next to her alchemy records, Lucine let out a relieved sigh. This notebook contains all her efforts over the past half-month. If it had gone missing, she would have cried. She picked up the notebook and flipped through it, trying to find notes on questions she had just answered from the Herb Taboo encyclopedia. She wanted to record the answers. But as soon as she opened the notebook, she noticed a line of short text in the blank space she had left on the right side. It was written in a fancy style of magical script, typical of the Traba magic script, which was excavated from the magical ruins in Traba City. It is one of the oldest known magical scripts. Next to each question, a line of decorative Tralabak magical script appears. Lucine's first thought is, this is Master Oma's way of answering her doubts. Lucine suddenly jumps up, rushes out of the alchemy room, and heads straight for the staircase on the second floor. Just as she is about to go upstairs, she remembers Master Oma's taboo, no going upstairs without permission. She quickly stops at the staircase, afraid to go up, but also unwilling to return to her room directly. She feels her chest swell with excitement, as if something is pushing against her throat, but she forces it down. Lucine doesn't realize her face is smiling so happily, her eyes bright with joy. She spins around twice like a trapped animal, unable to contain her excitement. Suddenly, she leaps up fiercely at the staircase, bouncing and jumping with all her might. After bouncing for a while, her legs go numb and she gets out of breath. Though she hasn't fully released her excitement, her mind clears. She looks at the wooden staircase leading to the second floor, feeling it's still not enough. She grits her teeth and jumps a few more times, then rushes to the library holding her notebook. Her only thought now is, look up words in the dictionary, translate, find books. Tralabak magical script is said to be a type of writing, but that's not quite accurate. It originally was a kind of contract formed by language. So, first there must be language, then it is transcribed into writing. Because the origin of Tralabak magical script is complex, its interpretation is also complicated. It must be read aloud first, then translated based on the pronunciation. Lucine holds her notebook with her left hand and her magical script translation book with her right. She takes a deep breath, calms herself, then places her right hand on the translation book. She stares at the words in her notebook, reading each line aloud, word by word. After reading a line, her right hand emits a faint blue glow. The glow ripples outward and dissolves into the night sky. Lucine frowns slightly, adjusts her pronunciation, and reads aloud again. This time, the blue glow ripples out and shakily forms a character, which slowly floats around her. This success lifts Lucine's spirits, and she almost jumps with excitement. She steadies her mind and continues to recite the next line of magical text. Because she had already learned the trick, 4 or 5 characters slowly began to appear. The characters floated around Lucine, sometimes touching her, then quickly bouncing away, not more than 10 centimeters. It was as if some force was pulling them back toward her, like elastic balls bouncing around her, very lively. Lucine didn't realize that when her first character formed, Oma on the second floor of the small wooden house paused her work, raising her high eyebrows and murmuring, "Quite talented." If Lucine knew she had received such praise, she would be very happy. While focused on translating the magical language, Lucine didn't notice another thing. Every time she spoke a magic word, a faint blue glow formed around her, and tiny streaks of light curled around her right pinky finger, like sparks, then disappeared instantly. After translating a complete set of Traba magic words into characters, Lucine stopped speaking and carefully watched the 7 or 8 characters floating in front of her. The magic characters seemed very sensitive to attention. When Lucine focused on them, they became lively. The 2-inch-tall characters kept jumping and spinning in front of her, dazzling her eyes. She couldn't help but think. She didn't know which character to look at first. Unexpectedly, as soon as she complained, the characters quickly lined up in a row and appeared before her eyes as if they had received an order. "Wow, so amazing!" Lucine exclaimed, reaching out to touch the tiny glowing spirits. When her right hand touched the characters, she suddenly felt a loud thunderclap in her mind, and a voice shouted a word.
She was startled and jumped back.
As she withdrew her hand, the voice disappeared. After several tries, Lucine found that each character represented a different meaning. It was something hard to explain, an understanding that could only be felt. When she finished touching all 8 characters, it was as if a sudden change occurred. A book title and page number suddenly appeared in her mind. Before touching the first 7 characters, she had no such information. This was a special magic enhancement. Only after fully touching the characters would the true and complete information appear. If the magic characters were incomplete, incorrect information might be generated, or it might be impossible to connect all the strings into a coherent message. When Lucine picked up her pen to write down the book titles and page numbers that appeared in her mind, she stared at the characters in front of her.
She didn't know what to do with them at first.
Suddenly, the characters seemed to sense her need. They shook violently, scattering into tiny points of light that vanished into the air. Using this way to send messages was a very interesting experience for Lucine. She wasn't in a hurry to find answers to the questions on her notebook. Instead, she began translating the magical words into characters, then translating those characters into book titles and page numbers. She was busy and very happy. Lucine was having fun and didn't notice that, as the characters formed, more and more blue light gathered on her little finger. It absorbed energy faster and faster. Finally, just as a character was about to form, a flash of silver blue lightning shot out from her right little finger. It shattered the forming character and turned into a sharp sword that aimed straight at her forehead. Thanks to Shan for the tip. Now, the cat feels everything looks so bright and beautiful suddenly. A loud boom filled Lucine's vision with bright white light. A long bell's sound echoed in her mind. Something was being pulled out from her forehead, something from inside her body. A silver light ball appeared above Lucine's forehead. Inside the ball, a strong, majestic beast was faintly visible. It had a tiger's nose, a lion's mane, a horse's face, a leopard's eyes, cow ears, deer antlers, eagle claws, and a snake's body. The beast's eyes were closed, as if sleeping. With each breath, silver scales opened and closed, and its huge claws moved gently, showing its power without needing to be displayed. When the beast appeared, the small golden ball on Lucine's chest and the wooden beads on her right hand vibrated restlessly. They seemed to be threatened by the beast's power. The golden ball and beads jumped quickly. The stronger the beast's power, the more they vibrated. When they couldn't shake free, both the golden ball and beads suddenly shone with light, one dark gray, the other golden red. 2 beams of light, like 2 hungry poisonous snakes, shot out and quickly wrapped around the beast's huge body. This was a silent battle. The 2 snakes twisted and bit each other, shedding silver scales that turned into tiny silver sparks. The giant beast seemed to be heavily suppressed by some force. Although it swung its tail and claws trying to shake off the two snakes, it couldn't use its full strength. The snakes tightened their grip, biting deeper and causing more injuries. Finally, the giant beast couldn't take it anymore. Its beautiful body suddenly expanded rapidly. At the same time, silver scales shimmered and transformed into countless sharp swords, stabbing directly at the two snakes. In the bright light, the silver glow instantly swallowed the deep gray and golden red snakes, causing them to swell quickly. When they reached their maximum size, they exploded into a shower of stars. Almost at the moment the silver light burst, Oma on the second floor of the small house sensed something was wrong. He put down his potion and suddenly appeared in Lucine's resting room. Within 2 seconds, 2 more figures appeared out of nowhere. One was a strong, mountain-like man with red hair, and the other was a shadowy figure hiding in the darkness. "Old Oma, what's going on?" the muscular red-haired man asked, his voice like thunder. "I just arrived too," Oma replied, his eyes fixed on Lucine, who was floating in the silver glow. His voice was low, as if afraid that raising it might disturb something. Lucine, who had already fainted, was suspended in the air by a mysterious force. A faint silver light wrapped around her entire body. The silver glow flowed over her skin like gentle, soft water, but everyone present could feel the immense energy contained within that silver light. Suddenly, the flowing silver light began to churn like boiling water. Deep gray and golden red light beams shot out from nowhere, starting to fight on Lucine's body. They tangled, collided, and tore at each other. Sometimes they attacked separately, sometimes they hid within the silver glow. Amidst the fighting and resting, a tiny, silk-like blue-silver light flickered among them. This blue-silver light was much smaller than the deep gray and golden red beams, like a spider's silk compared to a tree. Because of its small size, it moved freely between the two, occasionally devouring fragments of energy left behind by their clashes. Every time the deep gray and golden red lights collided, the 3 onlookers nearby felt as if their hearts were struck hard, like a loud thunderclap ringing in their ears, causing a dull pain deep inside. The red-haired man frowned slightly from the chest pain, looking at Lucine, who was wrapped in colorful light bands. He chuckled softly. "Interesting. It's a battle over the domain of the spirit tool. But this girl probably can't awaken the spirit tool." "Old Oma." Oma did not answer the red-haired man. He stared at Lucine for a long moment, then slowly reached out his hand. In his palm, a light purple, transparent glowing sphere appeared. Oma carefully held this glowing sphere close to Lucine's side. As the sphere's light touched the silver glow around Lucine, all her light strips suddenly paused. Then, like a frightened mouse, they quickly moved within the silver glow around her. When they passed through the area where the purple sphere and the silver light connected, some energy was absorbed into the sphere. After 3 such exchanges, the sphere filled with colorful light strips, and Lucine's glow gradually faded, like a magic lamp losing its power. When all the colors disappeared, Lucine suddenly lost her floating ability and fell onto the single bed with a loud bang. Thanks to the small space of the lounge, which only had a bed and no other furniture, she was protected from injury. The purple sphere, now drained of energy, slowly shrank from a large ball into a small crystal ball the size of a palm. "Old Oma, what exactly happened?" the red-haired man asked, now reassured that the crisis was over. Oma weighed the energy crystal in his hand and explained, "It was my mistake. I didn't notice she had a soul device that was bound but not activated. I let her learn the Trabarak magic script. A bound but inactive soul device will automatically seek out potential energy sources." When Lucine recited the Trabarak magic words and formed the characters, the device absorbed the magic energy to repair itself. However, this self-repair triggered 2 other high-level alchemy tools she wore, Angus's wooden bead necklace and the small gold ball from Hufta. This caused a conflict among the spirit of the device and the other 2. After hearing the explanation, the 3 of them left the lounge one after another. But the last to arrive missed the most important moment, which led to an inaccurate assessment of Lucine's potential and abilities. The summer night was still hot and humid. Luckily, a gentle breeze arose after dark, helping to ease the summer heat. The breeze lifted the thin curtains, which fluttered and cast shifting gray-black shadows under the glow of the magic lamp. In the quiet study, only the soft rustling of papers as Cedric flipped through documents and the occasional faint shush of writing could be heard. Sir, Miss Lucine's 3 alchemical tools are experiencing a domain conflict. A smooth, deep male voice suddenly echoed in the study, like a cello's tone, but no one else was present beside Cedric. However, Cedric seemed used to such sudden voices. He paused his review of important documents, looking surprised and somewhat unable to accept this explanation. I clearly sense fluctuations similar to laws. How could it just be a domain conflict of the tools? The shadow being questioned repeated Lucine's situation from the lounge and Oma's explanation, completely, concisely, and objectively, without any personal opinions. Strange, indeed strange, Cedric muttered, tapping rhythmically on the desk with the documents in hand. Unreasonable. Utterly unreasonable. After a while of muttering to himself, perhaps reaching a conclusion, Cedric suddenly smiled. Anyway, little Lucine has gained a lot this time. Quite a rare good fortune, unaware of being labeled as fortunate by the Grand Duke. Lucine suddenly woke up, feeling a sharp pain in her head. It was as if countless mice were hammering inside her brain, making her dizzy, deaf, and head hurt. Oh my, did I offend some god recently? Why am I so unlucky? Lucine held her head and whimpered. The more she thought about it, the more pitiful she felt. 2 days ago, she had poisoned herself, her own mistake at work. She had no choice but to accept this disaster. But yesterday, she hadn't done anything wrong, and yet she woke up feeling like this. 5555555, it hurts. Lucine cried out in pain, trying to endure it and praying that this confusing pain would pass quickly. Perhaps she got used to the pain or pushed herself too far, and her body automatically activated its self-protection. Curling into a small ball like a shrimp, Lucine fell asleep again, without realizing it. When she woke up once more, it was the midday sun shining through the window, waking her from the heat.
Ah!
Oh no, I skipped work again. Lucine suddenly leapt out of bed with a whoosh, rushed into the bathroom, quickly tidied herself up, and only then realized she touched her eyes, her ears, her head. It seems my healing ability is pretty good after all. Absolutely full of pride and self-satisfaction. Though proud, Lucine quickly returned to reality. She had been absent from work for 3.5 days, and there were still many herbs waiting for her in the wooden house hall. Master. She burst out of the restroom, and at first glance, she saw Oma in the herb basket. Without waiting for any signal from him, she felt overwhelmed with guilt and hurriedly said, Master, I will start organizing the herbs right away. Without even stopping to eat, Lucine ran straight to the herb basket, ready to sit down and sort them out. But as Oma waved his hand, she suddenly froze completely. A wave of pressure from all directions pressed down on her, fixing her in a silly forward-leaning pose. Oh no. Could it be that the master was going to punish her? Lucine's face remained calm, but inside she was twisting and turning through many thoughts and obstacles. While she was lost in her thoughts, Master Oma approached. His withered hand reached to her forehead and gently tapped. Lucine felt a cool sensation on her forehead, and suddenly a flood of information appeared in her mind. Before she could fully understand what this information was, Oma said, "Solve it within 7 days." A mental shackles? Lucine repeated softly. When Oma tapped her forehead, he actually did 2 things. First, he added a mental shackle to her consciousness, and second, he transmitted information about the mental shackle to her. After quickly scanning the large amount of information that suddenly appeared in her mind, Lucine immediately protested strongly against the 7-day deadline. "Master, 7 days is too short. I still need to organize herbs during the day." Oma looked around at the herbs filling nearly a quarter of the hall, then glanced at Lucine, who was protesting fiercely. She shrank her neck and broke out in cold sweat. He snapped his fingers, and a dark, crack-like slits suddenly appeared beside him. Small monkey-shaped creatures, about the size of a palm, crawled out of the crack. They seemed unable to leave the crack, only chattering and hooking their bodies onto the edges of the fissure. Within seconds, the area around the crack was filled with these monkey-like creatures. Oma snapped his fingers again, and the monkey-like creatures seemed to receive an order. They quickly jumped down from the cracks and rushed toward the herbs, using claws, arms, or tails to grab, hold, or hook onto the plants. They skillfully sorted the herbs, even though each monkey could only carry 1 or 2 plants at a time. Their large numbers allowed them to sort a quarter of the herbs in a short time. Lucine was stunned by their quick and smooth movements, standing aside with her mouth open in amazement. After recovering from her surprise, she became even more sure of her earlier guess that Oma's method of handling the herbs was a clever plan. Feeling free and light, Lucine happily finished her breakfast. She held her head and started thinking about the information Oma had sent to her mind. The so-called mental shackles are a kind of magic that adds a lock to the mind. This is a type of magic related to the soul, and its strength depends on the caster's ability and willpower. It can be cast at levels from 1 to 9. This magic is mainly used in 2 ways. One is to imprison someone's mental power to limit their magic use. The other is to help the person improve their mental strength. Clearly, Oma was using this method to encourage Lucine to raise her mental power. Once Lucine understood Oma's teaching purpose, she became even more excited. She took a deep breath, calmed herself, closed her eyes, and followed the information guiding her. She slowly focused her attention on her forehead. As she concentrated her energy there, she suddenly felt a sharp pain between her eyebrows. Then her entire forehead tensed up and became uncomfortable. Lucine knew this was a necessary obstacle before entering her consciousness. She clenched her teeth and endured it. As her awareness deepened, the pain began to spread along her bones, first her eyebrows, then her nose, cheekbones, cheeks, lips, and chin. Her head felt like it was about to explode from the intense pain. Her body kept protesting, and her mind was restless. Lucine felt as if her spirit was falling into an endless pit, constantly sinking. The feeling of weightlessness, weakness, and the unknown limit almost made her break down. Just as she was about to give up, a flash of white light appeared, like a thunderbolt striking her forehead. Lucine suddenly felt a deep sense of relaxation. All her pain and discomfort were purified by the white light. When I opened my eyes, I saw a world filled with blue light. I couldn't see the sky above or the ground below. There was no end in any direction, only a deep, blue glow. Suddenly, I heard a sound like waves crashing. I looked around, and in an instant, my vision blurred. Beneath my feet appeared a sea, but instead of water, it was made of shimmering blue light. The blue sea suddenly surged with a wave of light, crashing onto the surface and creating gentle ripples. My attention was drawn to the spot where the wave appeared. I stared for a few seconds, then another wave of light rose nearby. I realized I was not facing the right way, so I quickly changed my angle to look again. And then I saw it. A dragon. I was stunned by what I saw. It was a beautiful silver dragon, mostly submerged in the glowing sea. Only its head was visible, with long, flowing whiskers, a wide open mouth, and closed eyes, as if it were sleeping. Its long tail flicked occasionally, sending out waves of light. Excited, I hurried straight toward the silver dragon, eager to see this wonderful creature, something I had only imagined before. Suddenly, I bumped into a semicircular transparent shield. Because I was rushing too fast, I hit it hard and ended up pressed against it, creating a scene that looked like something out of a cartoon.
Ouch. Ouch.
Ouch! I jumped back, clutching my face and crying out in pain. It felt like I had been flattened into a sheet of paper. I touched myself all over, making sure I was still a round, three-dimensional person. Only then did I relax and look at the obstacle in front of me. The transparent shield looked very familiar. I flew a little closer to examine it. I saw faint golden flashes flickering across its surface. Each flash was a magical symbol. I squinted and studied the symbols carefully. After a long moment, I realized that this transparent shield was actually a mental lock placed on me by Oma. What kind of silly name is that? They call it a lock, but it's just a shield. It almost ruined my face. Lucine muttered loudly, criticizing the magic inventor's poor naming skills. She kicked the transparent shield a few times, venting her frustration after hitting the shackles. Curiosity then took over. She reached out to touch the shackles while floating around, trying to figure out what this transparent cover really was. After flying for a long time, Lucine had to admit that the mental shackles were very thorough, shaping a perfect sphere that completely surrounded her consciousness. Knowing she couldn't break free from the mental shackles now, Lucine looked longingly at Silverlight, who was sleeping peacefully. She turned around, planning to leave her consciousness. Master is naughty. Girl. Dragon. Bad dragon. Master is naughty. Girl, come back. Girl. 3 young voices pressed in from all sides. Lucine was stunned. How could there be other lives inside her consciousness? She looked toward the sounds and saw 3 glowing orbs inside the transparent shackles, flickering constantly. Lucine flew closer to the 3 glowing orbs, observing them as she approached. There were 2 large ones and 1 small one. The 2 big orbs were about the size of an adult's head, one dark gray, one gold red. The small orb was about the size of a fist, silver blue. Girl, your reaction is really slow. A young-sounding voice scolded in a very old tone as she reached the orbs. Lucine looked at the silver blue orb and felt a bit embarrassed.
Who are you?
Stupid master, the silver blue orb replied, sounding old. Stupid. The dark gray orb, still babbling, sounded like a young child.
Fine, I admit I'm stupid.
So, can you tell me what you really are? Lucine sat cross-legged, curious, and asked. I am the Ring of the Fool, the silver blue orb replied, still sounding old. I have no name, but I am on the master's right hand. No name, chest hanging. Hearing this, Lucine finally understood. The silver blue orb was probably that magical ring-shaped soul device. The red gold orb was Angus's wooden bead string, and the dark gray one was a small gold ball given by Hufta. How did you get inside my consciousness? Stupid. Both the silver blue and red gold orbs said at the same time. Lucine was cleaning her ears, not paying much attention, probably because the sounds from the 2 glowing orbs were just too adorable to get annoyed by. I told you I'm not very smart. So, can someone explain what's going on? The red golden glow orb and the blue silver glow orb moved closer, seeming to discuss who should explain. The dark gray glow orb, knowing it wasn't good at expressing itself, didn't argue with the other 2, but instead tried to get closer to the transparent cover, wanting to be near Lucine. Lucine watched what the 3 orbs were doing, smiled softly, and reached out her hand to touch the dark gray orb's area. Although she didn't actually touch it, she could feel the joy it experienced from her closeness. Cough, I'll explain, finally said the red golden orb, seeming to have given in to the blue silver orb. We 3 are spirit tools. But I am a high-level spirit tool that formed on my own. The other 2 were created when your soul was struck, absorbing fragments of your soul. Since we are all your spirit tools, we appear in your mind. When you used magic symbols, you disturbed my seal. I was too eager and tried to unlock all the seals at once, which caused a backlash. But honestly, it's also because your abilities are so strange. I thought your soul was very strong, so your powers should be strong too. But it turns out your true ability hasn't even reached the first level. Ignoring the blue-silver orb's complaints, Lucine focused on another piece of information. Spirit tool? This answer surprised and delighted her. Having a spirit tool in a magic device was a rare treasure. That golden ball and the wooden beads probably aren't strong enough to be considered spirit tools yet, she thought. Otherwise, Angus and Hufta wouldn't have been so happy to give them to her as a gift. Based on energy rules alone, these 2 little things don't meet the standard for spirit tools. The problem lies with your soul. Your soul is very strong, so strong that just a slight touch with these 2 little ones caused them to evolve into spirit tools beyond their level. Hearing this, Lucine couldn't help but touch her chin, feeling a bit proud. Her own soul was so powerful. She had thought she was useless after coming to this magical world, but now she realized she had such a special ability, or potential, and she felt quite pleased. However, the silver blue light orb clearly enjoyed teasing Lucine. Seeing her expression, it quickly added, "But girl, don't be proud. Having a strong soul doesn't mean your abilities are great. Look at this barrier." It then bumped the transparent shield, causing it to shake intensely, but it soon returned to normal. With this level of barrier, it's enough to block your mind space. You really are quite useless. Lucine felt both embarrassed and annoyed by what the silver blue light orb said. But she couldn't really blame herself. Over the 10 years of this life, no one had ever told her how to cultivate her mental strength, right? Girl, don't be upset. Your potential is so strong. I believe you'll make progress soon. The orb clearly believed in the idea of giving a little push after a slap. After the criticism, it quickly comforted her. You can't use the original bodies of these two little ones for now. I've managed to unseal part of my own. Soon, I'll send you some information that will be very helpful for her. Alright, your mental strength is almost at its limit. Go out quickly. As soon as the silver blue light orb finished speaking, Lucine felt a gentle force pull her backward. Everything went dark. When she regained consciousness, she found herself outside her mind space. She looked around and saw she was sitting cross-legged on the bed in the lounge. Welcome, book lovers. The latest, fastest, and most popular serial works are all here. This trip into her mind space gave Lucine a headache. This was the aftereffect of her first time entering. Honestly, her head had been quite unlucky lately. Whenever something happened, it was her head that suffered. Lucine lay flat on the bed, waiting quietly for the pain to pass. Maybe her headache wasn't very serious this time, or perhaps her recent intermittent pain had greatly increased her mental capacity. After a while of sighing and groaning, she felt much better. She shook her head and slowly turned over. She raised her right hand to her eye level, staring directly at her pinky finger's base. Her fair fingers now had two thin gold lines like a tattoo. The gold lines intertwined, forming a simple dragon shape with its head and tail connected. When she reached out to touch it, she felt the ring at her finger's base. Unlike before, when she felt something solid, now the ring had truly merged into her body. When her hand touched the ring, Lucine sensed the information the silver blue light orb sent into her mind. Because the ring is only partially unlocked, information about it is not complete. Currently, it is known as the Fool's Ring, a type of soul device with space-related properties. Its origin is unknown, and its functions are only partly activated. Lucine mentally recited the spell to activate the Fool's Ring. This is also the spell used to recognize a soul device's master. As she cast the spell, her vision suddenly split into two. It was a strange experience. On the right, she saw normal sight, but on the left, she saw a vast, foggy space. The space was endless, mostly covered in a thin mist. Within this visible space, Lucine saw many shelves filled with books. The shelves were about 7 or 8 meters high, and in just a quick glance, she saw hundreds of shelves. The amount of books stored in this space was astonishing, making her eager to see what else might be hidden. Since the Fool's Ring, Spirit was trapped inside a mental lock. In her mind, Lucine couldn't use the ring at the moment. Looking at the huge collection of books, she drooled with desire for a long time before finally deciding to close the ring and focus on studying the mental lock. She spent the whole day in the small wooden house's library, researching ways to break the mental lock. She found two main methods. One was brute force, and the other was a skillful approach. The brute force method involved increasing her mental strength to break the lock from inside. The skillful method involved studying the connections between each lock in the lock and destroying those links to break the lock. Both methods had pros and cons. The brute force was simple but slow, while the skillful approach was difficult but faster. Since Oma had given her only 7 days, she had no choice but to choose the second method. In her deep blue mind space, Lucine sat cross-legged, her hands relaxed at her sides. She looked calmly at the transparent barrier before her. Occasionally, A faint golden glow flickered across it. Each time a glow appeared, Lucine quickly waved her hands in the air, her fingertips shining silver. As she moved her hands, she drew various arcs in the air, the silver light flickering like fireflies jumping around, sometimes seeming to go out, sometimes lighting up again. When she finished her hand movements, a burst of silver light appeared, and a magical symbol formed and floated nearby. After trying 3 times to imitate all the magic symbols she could feel, Lucine finally let out a long breath of relief. "You're making good progress today. You only formed 2 symbols yesterday, and today you've solved the rest," said the shiny blue light ball as it flew close to her, praising her. However, hearing such words from a cute, young boy's voice always made Lucine feel a bit amused. "Still not fast enough. In 4 days, the deadline is coming. I've been busy for over 2 days just tracing the origins of the magic symbols, and breaking them is even harder," Lucine sighed. Her efforts these days only brought small progress, which made her a little discouraged. "Don't be sad, girl. There's a trick to solving this. Without knowing the trick, you can only solve it by force, which takes a lot of effort. But if you find the trick, it'll be much easier and less tiring." "Easy for you to say. You know what to do, but you're not helping me," Lucine huffed and turned her head away. Since she entered her mind to study the magic symbols 2 days ago, the blue light ball had been bothering her. Now, just hearing its voice made her annoyed. "I'm doing this for your good," the blue light ball said quickly, noticing her temper rising. "I don't want to refuse to help you, but I really can't." The blue light ball bumped against the transparent shield formed by the spiritual shackles. The shield trembled again, then it explained to Lucine, "If I help you, this thing might backfire. It won't harm your soul, but the person who put this on you will feel it." Lucine didn't expect the blue light ball to cheat for her, but she couldn't stand its attitude, always acting like a strict teacher disappointed in a student. She often took the chance to tease it. This time, hearing its explanation, she stuck out her tongue at it and then pointed her right hand to her forehead, instantly leaving her mind. When Lucine's consciousness returned to her body, she naturally felt the 13 magic symbols floating nearby. Since she hadn't infused her magic power into them, the symbols drifted randomly in the air. Looking at these abstract symbols, Lucine sighed helplessly and resigned herself to studying how to break them. Summer's best activity was swimming, especially when there was a private pool at home. Few people could resist the temptation of jumping into the water to cool off. In the clear water, a streak of orange flickered and moved back and forth. Sometimes she swam like a butterfly, sometimes she floated on her back, and sometimes she held onto a float and drifted with the waves. Her slim figure and flawless white skin, combined with her relaxed mood after exercising, made the girl, who was only about 13 or 14, look like a mature woman with charming and alluring beauty. Miss Jenny is back, and, who was massaging Esther, leaned in and softly whispered into Esther's ear. Esther lazily responded, showing she was not asleep. "Miss, all the reply letters have been received, and everyone has agreed to join the tea party." Jenny, who had just returned from Jean, stood up to prepare drinks and fruit while reporting the situation and continuing to massage Esther. "How are the preparations for the venue and food?" Esther's voice was lively and energetic, showing she was not hypnotized by the comfortable massage. Manager Jean said all preparations are complete. Jenny hesitated briefly and then continued. "She asked if I should notify Miss Lucine." After a long silence, Esther sneered. She asked if she should notify her. "That's obvious. Just notify her. No need to ask, so others won't say I, as the older sister, am suppressing my younger sister." Suddenly, the room sparkled with silver light, shimmering like the Milky Way in the night sky. Such a romantic scene was probably every girl's dream, but Lucine, who was in the scene, looked annoyed. "Darn it, I failed again. Why am I so disobedient?" Shaking her hand, which was injured by fragmented energy, Lucine was both angry and frustrated. She couldn't even count how many times she had failed. Lucine took out her existing data again and reviewed it carefully, almost memorizing it completely, but still couldn't find the reason for her failure. She followed every step carefully, Why did she make mistakes? In her frustration, Lucine shouted loudly, threw all her materials aside, and collapsed onto her single bed. She screamed, rolled, punched, and bit to vent her feelings. After a while, she lay on the bed with no energy left. Chirp, chirp, came a sound like a young bird fighting for food. Lucine tilted her head lazily and looked at the floating jade token. She didn't feel like moving at the moment. This was a calling function of the jade token, designed with 3 modes: sound, silent, and vibration. She wondered who had such clever ideas. It really looks more and more like a magical version of a cell phone. Chirp, chirp. The jade tablet spun as it called out, sending out faint blue light. Lucine stared at it for a while as it kept chirping. After some time, she finally reached out and tapped it. "Good day, Miss Lucine. It's rare for you to have time to talk to me today," came Jean's teasing voice from the tablet. Ever since Lucine began studying the mind lock, she had often worked day and night without rest, usually turning off the tablet to avoid distractions. "Jean, what is it?" "Aunt Jean asked me to tell you that Miss Esther is hosting a tea party tomorrow. She's invited about 10 young ladies, all students from Alberta Academy, and she wants to know if you'd like to join. I doubt my cousin would be happy to see me. Besides, I'm still busy trying to solve that troublesome mind lock." Lucine curled her lips slightly, not bothering to hide her dislike for Esther, something everyone in the manor already knew. "I think it would still be good for you to attend, Miss Lucine."
Oh? Why do you say that?
Lucine was surprised by Jean's suggestion. Though they hadn't known each other long, she could tell he was calm and clever. Otherwise, the Grand Duke wouldn't have trusted him to manage the special place, known as the hunting grounds. First, Miss Esther sent the invitations under the name of Greenwind Manor. So even though she didn't list your name among the hosts, by custom, you're still the second hostess of the event. Second, Miss Lucine, you haven't made much progress lately, have you? Jean's last question carried a hint of amusement, making Lucine grit her teeth a little. Humph. Lucine let out a loud, annoyed sound. But Jean didn't seem to mind her childish reaction. Hee, don't be upset, Miss Lucine. I've suffered from the mind lock myself. You can't break it just by working harder. Instead of wasting effort on repeated failures, it might be better to set it aside for a while and relax. Who knows? Maybe inspiration will come when you least expect it. Jean's suggestion was somewhat similar to what the spirit of the Fool's Ring said. Since Jean was speaking as someone experienced, Lucine tilted her head and thought for a moment. She felt Jean's words were reasonable. She had spent 2 days working on these 13 characters, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't figure them out. Instead of repeatedly going through the cycle of try, fail, frustrate, she decided it was better to find something else to distract herself. All right, I'll listen to you. Tomorrow, I'll take a good break. Amelia, I really miss you. As soon as Lucine returned to the Yun Tower, she clung tightly to Amelia. Miss, you're just talking nonsense. If you missed me, you wouldn't have gone back to the Yun Tower for 10 days, Amelia muttered with a complaint, dragging Lucine into her room. Watering, bathing, massaging. The rich aroma of essential oils and the perfect pressure of her massage made Lucine sigh. Amelia's skills are the best. Of course, Amelia said proudly after hearing the compliment. She focused more on massaging Lucine's somewhat tense muscles. Recently, the high-pressure situation had left Lucine physically and mentally exhausted. Although she was young and recovered quickly, she still experienced some physical tension. Lucine closed her eyes comfortably, half asleep and half awake, when Amelia suddenly said, "By the way, not long before you returned, Miss Estelle sent in over to ask you to come and discuss tomorrow's afternoon tea party arrangements." "What's there to discuss? This time my cousin is the host." "I'm just a guest," Lucine lazily replied. She didn't want to compete with Estelle for attention. What she liked might not be what Estelle wanted. "Tell her I'm too tired lately and won't go. If she needs anything, just tell you. I'm not picky. Whatever she asks me to do, I'll do it." Amelia carefully looked at Estelle, who was stirring her teaspoon. Her fair, slender fingers gently held the spoon's tip, casually turning it, drawing attention to her hands. Her delicate bones, smooth, pale skin, and under the sunlight, they looked almost like a carved jade sculpture. On her smooth nails, Only a clear protective coat was applied, revealing the light pink of her natural nails. This color is more beautiful than all others because it shows her youthful spirit. Some say that hands are a woman's second face. For Esther, her second face reflects her personality more honestly than her real face, showing a more mature and charming side. Amelia watched Esther's hand while waiting for her response. Since she couldn't get any instructions from Esther, she kept staring, her thoughts drifting away. Naturally, she compared her young lady with Esther, as both were similar in age and status. Amelia was especially touched by Lucine's changes. She had been caring for Lucine since she was 2 years old. From the moment she was with Lucine, Amelia noticed that Lucine often looked serious and distant, not very close to anyone, always cautious. She mostly read books or stared at the sky, her expression sometimes sad, which made Amelia feel very sorry for her. These days, after nearly 7 or 8 years, Lucine's guarded and distant attitude eased as she grew older, but Amelia still sensed a feeling of confusion and loss in her. However, everything improved greatly after this trip. When Lucine became interested in studying alchemy, she seemed to find a new purpose in life. She became lively, smiling, crying, throwing tantrums, acting spoiled, perhaps because she was no longer living in an environment where she was constantly compared to her siblings. No matter the reason, Lucine became more lively and expressive. At the same time, Esther also changed. Since arriving in Sarant City, she had grown quickly in just over a month. She seemed to have crossed the line from girl to young woman, radiating a unique feminine charm as if she had been reborn. Amelia was busy comparing the growth of the two girls when she suddenly heard Esther say, "Lucine has been studying hard lately. I won't trouble her too much. I heard she's been getting along well with the kitchen staff, so please prepare some delicate snacks for her." Amelia bowed politely, then turned around and immediately pouted her lips. She secretly muttered to herself, criticizing the idea of trouble and pretending to be friendly, knowing it was all just to dump this inconvenient task onto her young lady. Preparing tea and snacks could be easy or hard. If she only made traditional treats, it wouldn't show her skill. If she tried new, special snacks, she worried about possible issues like ingredient allergies or taste preferences. No matter whether she was innovative or not, Esther would find a way to manipulate her. She then went to Lucine's room. Amelia started complaining loudly to Lucine. Her words were rapid and full of frustration. Lucine, lying on her bed resting, tilted her head in surprise at first. As she listened, she gradually understood what Amelia meant. She smiled, turned to her side to listen more carefully, and finally sat up, holding her blanket and listening attentively. All right, it's just some tea and snacks," Lucine said kindly when Amelia paused for a water break. "What do you mean, just some tea and snacks?" Amelia argued. "Miss Esther is deliberately bullying us. The tea party is tomorrow, and now she's saying you need to prepare new snacks again. It's obvious she's trying to put you down." "It's not a big deal," Lucine replied calmly. "I just want to relax. I don't plan to do anything to gain a bad reputation at this tea party." "I know you don't want fame," Amelia said with a pout. "But I'm just annoyed that Miss Esther is scheming against you." Her love and care for her young lady were obvious. After venting her frustration, Amelia's eyes sparkled mischievously. She quickly moved to the bed, smiling flatteringly. "Why are you smiling like that?" Lucine lazily looked up. "Miss, don't you have lots of good ideas for snacks?" Amelia flattered. "I've run out of ideas," Lucine said lazily. "No way. My young lady is the smartest. You'll definitely come up with something good, right? Please, just help poor Amelia out." Meanwhile, Amelia was trying her best to motivate Lucine's fighting spirit. On the other side, Jenny was subtly agreeing with Esther, who was happily scheming her own plans. "Miss, aren't you worried that Lucine might really come up with some special snacks? The kitchen staff all say Lucine is very talented with food." Jenny looked worried and anxious about her master. Esther raised an elegant eyebrow and rolled her eyes confidently. She was very sure of her plan and feeling happy, so she was glad to share her clever idea with others. Preparing special snacks is not easy, especially since Lucy only has one day to come up with ideas and guide the cooks. Plus, each young lady has her own dislikes, something that can't be done in just one day. Getting everyone to like the new snacks is a big challenge. Even if Lucy really has the skill to make everyone happy, I can just say it's because the estate's cooks are good, not because of her. Oh, in that case, no matter how hard Miss Lucy tries, she won't look good. Humph. What does she have that's good? She just makes some special food. I gave her a chance to show her talent, but I don't expect any benefits from it. Tired of Amelia's nagging, Lucy reluctantly agreed to the task. Since she agreed, she had to do her best. So, Lucy took the chance to send Amelia away to ask Nona about the guests. Hearing delicious things, the servants' eyes lit up, and the atmosphere instantly warmed. The rising heat made Lucy realize how eager everyone was. She couldn't help but laugh. Why do you all look like hungry wolves seeing a lamb? Haven't you eaten enough lately? Haha, we're just waiting for your good cooking. All right, let's go see what's in the kitchen. My cousin asked me to prepare snacks for tomorrow, so everyone come and help plan. Lucy was happy that so many people liked her treats, whether she made them herself or directed others to do so. Under the chef's guidance, Lucine wandered through the ingredient room, feeling inspired. The chef explained the properties of various ingredients while watching Lucine smile and nod frequently. He also noticed her taking notes on paper. Curious, he asked, "Miss Lucine, do you have new ideas?" "Yes, I think so. There are many things we can make. Once Amelia gathers the dietary restrictions from each family, I'll choose the best options," Lucine said confidently. The chef was surprised. He hadn't expected that just a walk would spark so many new dessert ideas from Lucine, not just one or two. Hardworking Amelia was assigned a tedious task, organizing the dietary restrictions of the guests. It was a boring job, but not difficult. Most of the ladies invited to the tea party had either sent their invitations to Lucine before or were close relatives of the Green Rhythm Manor. Both groups had provided detailed information to Lucine, so Amelia just needed to extract and organize the data. From then on, Lucine, who had planned to relax, spent her rare holiday in the kitchen. Cedric closed the latest military report and casually placed this rare and valuable secret document, another copy held by Aubrey III, on his large desk. He leaned back, reclining in a soft chair. His face was calm with closed eyes, but his mind was full of schemes and plans, quietly brewing in this silent storm. Suddenly, the door to the study opened with a squeak. Without opening his eyes, Cedric knew it was Grom. The smell of food wafted in as Grom appeared. The aroma grew closer and soon reached his side. Cedric opened his eyes slightly and saw Grom holding a glass of amber-colored wine, nibbling on small snacks. Grom was happily enjoying his drink and snacks. Cedric poured himself a glass of wine. Mimicking Grom, he took a bite of a snack and then sipped his wine. When the wine touched the faintly spicy snack, it felt like a storm erupting in his mouth. The sudden spiciness followed by a cool sensation made him squint. "Nice pairing," Cedric said with a smile. "Just finished." Miss Lucy tasted it and said it pairs well with wine. The kitchen quickly prepared some. "How did Lucy come back?" Cedric continued eating snacks and drinking wine, asking as he ate. Now, whenever he saw fresh food, he knew it was Lucy's work. Tomorrow afternoon, Miss Esther invited some classmates to a tea party. Lucy happened to be at a bottleneck, so she decided to come back for a quick visit and relax. Old Oma is quite eager. It's not easy to figure out the mental chains he's created in just 7 days. How long did it take for Adonis last time? 10 days or 12? By the way, where are those 2 boys now? Young Master Adonis is at Target 4 and young Master Dylan is at Target 2. Only at Target 2? Looks like Dylan has been a bit lacking motivation lately, Cedric squinted. Old Cedric's heart moved, and Grom naturally understood his intention. "Yes, I will send more people." After discussing business, the two focused on their snacks and wine, savoring the strong, bold flavor and the refreshing, pleasant taste. The lush green shade, blooming flowers across the fields, a gentle breeze blowing, fragrant scents filling the air, and the soft rustling of leaves. This is a rare, peaceful, and beautiful summer scene. Such a relaxed environment makes people naturally slow down, to enjoy the beauty of nature. Green Rhythm Manor truly lives up to its name. Vidas rode his horse slowly, murmuring in admiration. Vivi, your family's estate isn't far from here, so why isn't it as beautiful as this? Next to Vidas' horse was a similarly slow-moving open carriage, with Vanessa and Sabina sitting inside. Vanessa heard Vidas comparing the two estates and couldn't help rolling her eyes. Her charming gaze made Vidas strike an exaggerated pose of being enchanted, playfully scolding. Green Rhythm is one of the top estates in all of Batria, almost comparable to some lower noble family lands. My family's estate can't possibly match it. Yes, Green Rhythm was originally a royal summer retreat, not something any ordinary family could own, Sabina added with admiration. The carriage and horse moved along the shaded path, passing a small forest that blocked the view. Once out of the woods, a bright, clear blue lake appeared before them, stretching almost to the horizon. The lake reflected the clouds, blending sky and water into a seamless scene. The blue lake's surface occasionally ripples with gentle mist, showing the concentration of water elements. Water spirits attracted by these elements shuttle between the sky and water, their wings shimmering with rainbow colors in the sunlight. This beautiful scene leaves the three girls speechless. After a long moment, Vanessa sighs, saying, "Whenever I see it, I am always amazed by its beauty." Veda, brought back to her senses by Vanessa's voice, exclaims in a slightly unladylike manner, touching her chin with her thumb and forefinger, squinting. This time, Estelle really showed her talent. As Veda said, Estelle made a big splash in the social scene of Sentinel City this time. Although much of her fame was due to the Green Melody Manor, she was the one hosting the tea party there. So, for a long time, the names Estelle and Green Melody Manor were popular topics in the city's social circles. The three girls walk along the edge of the tea party site. Everywhere are clusters of Alandi Love flowers. These beautiful flowers are unique because each plant varies in size. Some are taller than people, others shorter than grass. No one knows why the same seeds planted at the same time grow into such different shapes. Veda reaches out and gently touches a tall, Alandi Love flower near her chest, lightly playing with its pale pink petals. The whole flower seems shy, closing its blossom and leaves, with faint red on its semi-transparent stem. This personified shyness, as if loved and caressed by a partner, is the reason for its name. After teasing the Alandi Love, Veda's wandering eyes suddenly fix on something. Oh, today's tea snacks are quite special. She sees a part of the tea party setup, a long table arranged in a crescent shape, with many small dishes on it. The snacks are shaped in various ways, round, square, and in the forms of animals or plants. The crescent-shaped table is divided into 3 sections, each with 2 maids standing beside it. Curious, Veda walks forward and overhears one maid explaining the purpose of this crescent to a guest. It turns out that the 3 crescent moons are arranged from salty to sweet, with flavors gradually becoming richer. Each long table has 7 or 8 kinds of snacks for the ladies attending the tea party to choose freely. If anyone has special taste preferences or dietary restrictions, they can ask the maids standing by the table. This new free-for-all eating style received mixed reviews from the ladies, some praising it, others criticizing it. Veda had no particular dislikes and eagerly tried all 20 or so small dishes. While eating, she nodded and said, very good. The cooks at Green Charm Estate are better than outside. Vanessa and Sabina also tasted a little and nodded in approval. Among the 3, Sabina knew more about food. Unlike Veda and Vanessa, who simply enjoyed eating, Sabina was more interested in how the snacks were made. She called over a maid and asked, "Who made these snacks?" Most of them seemed different from the traditional methods used in Senta City. The chef personally made all of these, but the ideas for the snacks come from Miss Lucine. The maid's answer surprised everyone nearby. Sabina slightly opened her mouth in amazement. Vanessa raised an eyebrow, and Veda hurriedly called out to find Lucine to verify. Veda, being active, put down her plate and looked around the garden. With the help of a maid's guidance, she finally found Lucine surrounded by 7 or 8 girls. Veda immediately grabbed Vanessa and Sabina and headed straight toward Lucine. The girls were deep in discussion when one of them saw Veda approaching and immediately smiled happily. She spoke while pushing her toward the crowd. "Veda, you're just in time. Lucine is teaching us hand massage and skincare. Come try it." Veda raised an eyebrow, deciding to change her focus for now. She obediently let others lead her to Lucine. "Hand massage? I've never heard of that before. What kind of massage is it? How do you do it?" Veda was genuinely curious, since she had only heard about facial and body massages, which seemed more suited for older women. Lucine called a maid to bring a basin of warm water and then signaled for Veda to sit beside her. Lucine took her hand and looked it over, turning it left and right. "Do you see anything special?" Veda also leaned over, looking at his hands with Lucine, and asked with a smile. Lucine looked down, her index finger sliding along Veda's palm from the tiger's mouth to the center of his hand, and said, "You like practicing swordsmanship, and you probably use a slender sword most often." "Yes, I've been practicing for over 10 years. My hands are all calloused," Veda replied with a smile. "Little Lucine, you have good eyes. You can tell I use a slender sword just by looking. My brother often practices swordsmanship at home. His hands are also full of calluses, but because he uses a different kind of sword, the calluses are in slightly different places." As they spoke, the maid brought a basin of warm water. Lucine dipped Veda's hands into the water and carefully cleaned them. While washing, she explained to everyone, "If you get calluses on your hands, you can add vinegar or lemon water to the bath. Soaking your hands in it for a while each day can soften the calluses. Every 5 or 6 days, you can use a pumice stone to remove dead skin. Over time, the calluses will go away. But if you like practicing swordsmanship like Veda, you don't need to worry too much about it." After cleaning, she dried his hands with a cloth. From a hidden pocket at her waist, Lucine took out a prepared massage oil. She held it up for everyone to see and said, "Actually, special massage oils are best, but I only have this one with me now. Please don't mind the ingredients too much." Lucine applied the oil to Veda's left hand, then continued massaging while speaking. "I personally enjoy giving hand massages, especially when reading. It doesn't waste time and feels very relaxing. Some people think that massages and skincare are only for older women, but I disagree. Different ages need different ways to take care of themselves. A wise person once said that a woman's beauty is like a flower, always vulnerable to time and air. At my age, I am like a flower bud. To bloom, I need nourishment." While talking, Lucine asked Veda if her massage was gentle enough. After receiving his approval, she continued her beauty lecture. "All of you older sisters are in the prime of your lives. You should preserve your beauty while you can. Not everyone can become a level 6 mage, so proper self-care is very important." Veda enjoyed the comfort of his hands while listening to the young girl, only 10 years old, passionately talk about the importance of self-care. She couldn't help but smile and reached out her right hand to gently pat Lucine's head. "Where did you hear all these things, little one? It sounds a bit strange. Read more books and ask more people and you'll naturally know," Lucine said casually. "Veda, don't move around. I just finished washing your right hand. Okay, now your left hand is almost done." As she spoke, Lucine took out another small box, scooped some ointment, and evenly applied it to Veda's left hand. "Wow, what a big difference," Veda exclaimed before she could speak, as the girls around her started to cheer. Yes, it feels much smoother now. And it smells nice and feels very soft." Veda's hands became the main focus of everyone's attention, passing from person to person. "Dear ladies, these are my hands. They're not some new treasure to show off. You need to ask me first, the owner, if you want to look," Veda said lazily, still passing his hands among the young girls. "Veda, how do you feel? Does it hurt?" Someone finally asked about his hands. "It doesn't hurt. It feels very comfortable," Veda honestly replied. "It's like my whole hand has no bones. It's light and relaxed." "Lucine, you're amazing. You can do this too," the girls praised. Lucine smiled slightly at the compliment. While washing her hands, she said, "I'm just an amateur, just copying. My sister Amelia is the real expert at massages. If any of you are interested, you might ask your maids to learn from professional masseurs. That way, you can enjoy professional service anytime. Yes, that's a good idea. I'll ask my mother when I get home. Who's the best masseur in Centertown? I heard there's a very good one in the northern part of the city. Everyone's attention shifted back to the discussion about masseurs. Veda stretched out both hands in front of her, looked left and right, up and down. As she was watching, she saw Sabina giving her a flirtatious look. She put down her hands and quickly moved out of the crowd to stand beside Sabina outside the group. "Dear Sasa, what's the matter?" Veda asked. Sabina ignored Veda's smiling face and took her hands, flipping them over. Seems like women are always interested in things that enhance their beauty. "Vivi, come look. I told you, the change is really big," Sabina said as she handed Veda's hands to Vanessa. Veda could only roll her eyes silently. "It smells quite nice, a bit like lavender," Vanessa said while looking and smelling. "Not just lavender, it seems there are other scents too, but I can't tell what they are," Sabina said while smelling and examining. Lucine, who was applying hand cream to her hands, overheard their conversation and smiled as she looked up to explain. "It's a blend of essential oils, made from 3 or 4 different kinds." "A blend of essential oils? What's that?" Sabina asked. "A blend of essential oils is made by mixing 2 or more types of oils with a base oil, and it can be used directly." "What's a base oil? And why do you need more than one essential oil? Can't you just use one?" Sabina, who was acting like a lady but was also very curious, asked. Seeing Sabina's curiosity, Lucine patiently explained. "A base oil is a plant oil used to dilute essential oils because pure essential oils are very concentrated. Using them directly on the skin can hurt it, so they must be diluted first. We usually use blended essential oils because the different oils work well together and can even enhance each other's effects, making the treatment more effective." At this point, Lucine suddenly stopped talking, tilted her head, and seemed to be thinking very carefully about something. "Lucine? Lucine," Sabina called twice, still eager to hear more. When she got no response, she reached out to push her, but Lucine suddenly shouted and jumped up. "I'm so stupid," Lucine exclaimed as she jumped up, spun around in place, muttering, "Dilution, coordination, dilution, coordination. Bahania, Black Mountain, Bahania, Bahania. I know now, it must be like that." With a look of surprise, Lucine didn't care about the others. She grabbed her skirt and ran quickly toward the main building, leaving behind their mixed comments and opinions. She rushed back to her room, roughly trying to take off her complicated formal dress. Her tight clothing was distracting her, struggling for a while but not getting very far. This proved how well-made the dress was. Frustrated, Lucine shouted, "Amelia, help me take off this dress, quickly, quickly." Startled by Lucine, Amelia quickly stepped forward. In just a few moves, she tore off the clothes Lucine had not yet removed. This truly shows the importance of expertise. Lucine, wearing only a slip, had all the curtains drawn by Amelia. She sat cross-legged on the bed, pressing her right hand to her forehead, and sank into her consciousness to explore her mind. After closing all the curtains, Amelia turned around and was startled to see the dimly lit room. On the large 4-poster bed, Lucine sat cross-legged, surrounded by a faint blue glow. This was a sign of energy leaking from her mind. The glow flickered, casting an eerie light on Lucine's expressionless face, creating a spooky atmosphere. Afraid of disturbing her, Amelia sat quietly, not daring to move. Lucine suddenly had a burst of inspiration. She sank deeply into her mind, and as her consciousness descended, quick flashes of encrypted characters appeared in her thoughts. These characters belong to what is called the Black Mountain Magic Script. The Black Mountain Magic Script has 3 main ancestral lines. Because it has many parent lines, it is highly compatible and widely used. There are many ways to decode it. Usually, it is used in simple magic circles that don't require encryption. Few people use it for binding magic like spiritual shackles, because once the encryption is broken, the magic's binding effect automatically ends. Bahania Magic Script is a branch of the Black Mountain Magic Script. Generally, parent lines of magic scripts cannot be combined with their child lines because parent lines have higher energy levels. When combined, the parent line often consumes the child line, preventing the magic circle from forming properly. So, when Lucine studied Oma's spiritual shackles, she didn't consider using Bahania magic script, focusing only on the Black Mountain magic script. While explaining the compound essential oils to Sabina, Lucine suddenly remembered that Bahania magic script has a special feature called liquefaction. When used properly, it can break down the energy into countless small energy blocks, like turning solids into liquids and liquids into gases. The total energy remains the same, but it becomes highly dispersed. Because this feature has a very limited range of use, it has been almost forgotten by people. Oma used the special property of Bahania magic script to blend it into Black Mountain magic script. By using Bahania magic as a bridge, she connected the unrelated Black Mountain scripts to form a spiritual lock. Since these Black Mountain scripts had no connection among themselves, Lucine couldn't break the lock no matter how hard she tried. All her methods targeted the Black Mountain scripts, not the Bahania script. The idea was clear, but the actual process was very difficult. Lucine floated in her mind space, sitting cross-legged above the transparent shield formed by the spiritual lock. Carefully, she extended her mental energy, turning it into many thin tendrils like silk threads. She slowly approached the lock. Just before touching it, her mental tendrils stopped. This step seemed slow but required a lot of mental strength. Lucine was already sweating slightly. Her mental tendrils hovered over the lock surface, like a hunting snake waiting quietly. A streak of light flashed, but it didn't move. Another streak of light flashed, and still, it didn't move. The most patient hunters are often the best. Lucine's mental tendrils trembled slightly in all directions, like a bowstring pulled tight, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Suddenly, they sprang up. Countless blue flashes, quick as lightning, touched the streak of light, but bounced back instantly. This jump, less than 1/10 of a second, made Lucine's whole body stiff. After her mental tendrils finished their task, she needed several minutes to relax her stiff muscles. Her physical body's condition directly affected her consciousness in her mind space. Now, she only felt her body go soft and sore after relaxing, showing how tense she had been just moments before. Lucine's performance earned praise from 3 spirits. As her mental tendrils retracted, the 3 glowing orbs eagerly moved closer to the transparent shield, praising her in their own ways. "Good job, girl," said the wise and reserved silver-blue orb. "Master is so great. Master is so great." "That was perfect," cheered the lively golden-red orb, bouncing up and down. The praise for the clumsy but honest deep gray light group is quite amusing. After resting for a while, Lucine slowly raised her hand and gently waved, saying, "All right, everyone step back a bit, so I can better feel the Bahania magic language embedded in these magical symbols. Thank you for the KK review ticket. Seeing something good early in the morning always lifts my mood, and that makes writing even more enjoyable." Happy face, Lucine's mental tendrils cast out a tracker that moved forward with the flow of light. It quickly disappeared from her sensing range, but she was not in a hurry. She closed her eyes and tried to call back the tracker, using her mental power. The moment her consciousness connected with the tracker, attached to the constantly moving magical symbols, she was instantly transported into a colorful world. She saw countless glowing orbs drifting rapidly, each filled with many Black Mountain runes. Because there were so many orbs moving too fast to sense in time, they zipped past her. Thin black threads intertwined among the orbs, wrapping them together and guiding their movement in a specific direction. Lucine guessed that these black threads were probably Bahania runes. She tried to touch the black threads with her mental tendrils. As soon as she did, her mental energy vanished as if swallowed. The intense pain from her mental force being forcibly stripped caused her consciousness to flicker briefly. When she regained awareness, she found herself released from the mental shackles and thrown far away from them. Recovering from the pain, Lucine floated silently in the air, carefully analyzing the moment she touched the black threads. Although her mental power was devoured, many pieces of information had already been transmitted during the process. Her mind was like a high-speed search engine, rapidly filtering, verifying, and sorting through countless details about Bahania runes and Black Mountain runes. "Aha!" she exclaimed happily. With a leap, she flipped into the air. When her body bent into a bow shape, she disappeared from her original spot. When she reappeared, she was standing steadily beside the mental shackles. With quick, sweeping hand movements, she carried countless faint blue glowing dots, connecting them into magical symbols. Excited, Lucine quickly cast all 13 symbols at once. This didn't drain much of her mental energy. After a brief breath, she waved her small hand, causing the symbols to drift apart. Guided by her mental power, they formed a spherical shape around her. She withdrew her hands, crossed them over her chest, and whispered the spell. As the magic incantation progressed, tiny golden lights slowly seeped out from her body, like water or mist. The golden glow gradually entered the faint blue magical symbols. The 13 symbols trembled slightly and then shone brightly. Under the effect of the golden light, Lucine was gradually surrounded by a golden glow. "The girl is growing so fast," sighed the faint blue glow, which was already immersed in the sea of the silver dragon. Yes, in just 4 days, she went from only being able to cast 2 or 3 symbols to now casting all 13 at once, with energy left to complete the magic circle. "Her mental power is truly increasing exponentially," echoed the red golden glow floating beside the blue one. As the 2 glowing orbs sighed, Lucine reached a critical moment. She was sweating heavily, her face pale, and her hands trembling fiercely as she performed the hand gestures. Suddenly, a snap sounded, and some tiny blood vessels in her arms burst. Although no blood spurted out, since she was now a consciousness, this indicated her physical body was under extreme stress. Her vision blurred, and her whole body felt weak. These were her most immediate sensations. But she knew she couldn't stop now. If she did, it would severely affect her mental strength and her consciousness. Driven by the thought that failure was not an option, Lucine used her last bit of strength to perform the final hand gesture and shouted fiercely, "Go!" The last thing she saw was the golden glow rushing straight toward the transparent, spiritual shackles barrier. She no longer cared about the outcome of this attack, as she was already lost in a daze. In the gray sky, a pale white sphere with a faint blue glow hung, making it impossible to tell whether it was the sun, the moon, or some other shining star. Occasionally, cloud-like formations drift across the sky. They are dark gray, with streaks of dark blue lightning flashing within the clouds. The black and gray clouds occasionally produce loud thunder and blue lightning. The dull, gray ground is barren, covered with rocks and piles of sand. Strong winds blow, lifting dust high into the sky and scattering it far away. In this almost lifeless place, there is a person working hard. They are wrapped in a large black cloak, with a thin, transparent veil covering their eyes. Their hands are wrapped in black cloth. In their right hand, they hold a small pickaxe, and in their left hand, they carry a small silver water bottle. This person ignores the thunder, lightning, and strong wind. They focus on their work, digging a small hole about 10 centimeters deep with a pickaxe, gently placing a bright red seed about the size of a finger into the hole, pressing the soil back into place, restoring the ground to its original state, pouring a silver-white liquid from the water bottle into the hole. Suddenly, from the liquid, a red spring of water erupts. The red water bubbles and churns like boiling water, then quickly spreads out over an area of about 1 square meter before calming down. When looked at again, the area where the red spring was has turned into dark soil. The person continues this process, digging, planting, watering, and modifying the soil, step by step. Every action seems carefully planned. Their bending posture, the depth of digging, planting, watering, and soil modification are all perfectly synchronized. Suddenly, he stops planting and stands still. After a few seconds of silence, he murmurs, "Luck is really on my side." Then he bends down again and resumes his routine, digging, planting, watering, and pressing. A series of chirping sounds, like young birds fighting for food, echo around. A semi-transparent, blue jade tablet floats in the air, emitting faint blue light in all directions. The jade tablet continues to glow and call out, even without a response from its owner. Its calls grow louder, disturbing the quiet. Suddenly, a white jade hand reaches out and presses the tablet down. The tablet remains silent for a few seconds, then begins to call out again, vibrating and emitting a chirping sound as it continues to glow. She showed enough determination to wake her owner. "So noisy," Lucine mumbled, disturbed by the persistence of the jade pendant, or rather, by the person contacting her through it. She reached out and patted the pendant, then dug it out from under her pillow, holding it in her palm. She struggled to open her sleepy eyes and saw the words, "Jean," flickering on the pendant. "Jean, what's the matter?" "Miss Lucine, recently the training in Zone 3 has increased a lot, and the medicine supplies are running low." "Does the master have enough medicine to supply?" Lucine scratched her head and reluctantly got up. As she moved, she heard muffled sounds of shush and bang, and many books fell from her bed to the floor. The lounge was already small, with limited space for books. Plus, Lucine often left books lying around after reading, and her basic skills were weak, so she needed many reference books. All these factors caused the lounge, especially the bed and desk, to be piled high with books. "What medicines are mainly needed?" Lucine asked as she carefully stepped over the pile of books and walked to her desk, checking the medicine inventory while asking Jean about the situation. Thanks to the automatic floating feature designed for the pendant, she could talk and handle other matters at the same time, without trouble. "All the basic common medicines are running short." Lucine rolled her eyes and said, "What a waste of medicine. Zone 3 only received a batch last month, and the new supplies probably won't be enough. That's quite vigorous." Jean chuckled awkwardly, clearly aware that the medicine consumption was a bit excessive. "Can't you move some around? Zone 11 has enough supplies. You can ask the people in Zone 3 to negotiate with Zone 11. If Zone 11 agrees, they could send some medicine to Zone 3. But this is just a temporary fix. The master hasn't been in the hut these days, and I don't think he'll be back in 10 or 15 days. My medicine-making speed can't keep up with those who need medicine more than water. All right, I'll let them coordinate on their own and get back to you soon." Knowing he was in the wrong, Jean immediately cut off communication after hearing Lucine's suggestion. Lucine casually tossed the jade pendant onto the table, then jotted down the words, "Zone 3 is completely lacking," in her notebook. She looked at the messy scene in front of her, scratched her head, thought for a few seconds, then shook her head and decided to forget the chaos for now. She headed to the bathroom. She lifted her head and felt the gentle flow of water. Warm water covered her head, face, and slid down her neck and shoulders. As the water flowed, Lucine's thoughts drifted away. She had been in the hunting zone for nearly 2 months. After breaking free from her mental shackles, she couldn't use her mental powers for a long time. She was only responsible for handling and recording herbs. She thought that was all her job was, and secretly felt lucky that although it was boring, it was simple. But just as her mental powers were restored, Master Oma suddenly started to enslave her. This truly was a life of deep suffering and hardship. From cleaning the alchemy room to distributing medicines across the hunting zone, from plowing and watering the herbal fields to making basic alchemy potions, no matter how big or small the task, whenever Master Oma called, she had to get up in the middle of the night to work. This was not an exaggeration. In less than 2 months, she had been pulled out of bed 3 times in the middle of the night to accompany him on medical visits. However, Lucine endured it all. She knew how precious the experience of learning from such a master was. So she worked hard, studied hard, and kept trying. Those who work hard always see rewards. From being clueless at first to now handling things smoothly, she had managed to balance her learning and work well. After her bath, Lucine changed into loose clothes. She left the house and took a winding path behind the small wooden cabin to a strip of farmland. The fields were planted with various herbs. It was late summer, transitioning into early autumn. Most herbs had reached a critical growth stage. The final quality of the herbs depended greatly on how well they were cared for during this period. Recently, Lucine's main focus was on this small but demanding herb field. She loosened the soil here, sprinkled medicine there, moved the herbs that had soaked up enough sun, and reinforced the magic circle she had set up. Wearing a large straw hat, Lucine worked happily and diligently. After bending over for a long time, she stood up to wipe her sweat, took a moment to rest while gazing into the distance, and looked at the herbal field not far away, where she still needed to work. She couldn't help but feel her mind wandering. This herbal field was created by Master Oma, who specialized in growing some rare herbs. Most of these herbs are seldom used in today's alchemy medicine system, which shows that Master Oma's alchemy has some unique qualities. The March grass gets its name because it matures in 3 months. When it is ready, Lucine must carefully cut all the leaves along the veins and extract the gel-like substance from the middle of the veins. This work requires sharp eyes and patience. If she doesn't cut along the veins precisely, the quality of the extract could be damaged. Choo-choo, choo-choo, darn it! The sound from the jade token made Lucine's hand tremble. She accidentally tilted her scissors away from the veins, cutting the entire leaf in half. Jean, what is it this time? Did I disturb your work? Hearing Lucine's slightly angry tone, Jean apologized. Say everything at once. I probably won't have time to listen later. Lucine was mainly annoyed that she hadn't turned off her jade communication device in time. I've already notified the leaders of each district. For now, they will coordinate among themselves, and I won't send you new requests for a while. Also, I just received news that a messenger has arrived in Arido City. When she heard Arido City, Lucine curled her lips and said nothing. Aren't you curious about what's going on? Jean was surprised by her lack of reaction. Just tell me directly if there's something. No need to beat around the bush. Perhaps sensing Lucine's tone was a bit harsh, Jean paused for a moment before speaking again. Baron Balin and Lady Elsa have been invited to participate in the Iberian family's autumn hunt. Recently, Miss Catherine just obtained her level 3 mage qualification. The Baron and Baroness will join her for the hunt, so they hope you can stay in Sentinel City and wait for the next semester to start. I understand, Lucine said calmly. If there's nothing else, I need to get to work. After ending her conversation with Jean, Lucine didn't start working as she had said. Instead, she found a nearby patch of grass, lay down on her back, and placed her hands in front of her eyes to block out the blinding sunlight. Over 10 years of close observation and personal experience have made her deeply understand what a noble family is. Everything is focused on the family's interests, and individuals are judged by their abilities. In a family, each branch competes with the others. The winners get more resources and power, and the key to winning is how strong each heir is. Simply put, the higher the rank of a child's abilities, the more wealth, status, and influence their family will have. This creates a clear unfairness in how the family treats children. Those with better talents and faster growth receive more attention. Lucine, the only child among her 3 siblings without special talents, has been treated coldly since childhood. It's not that her parents, Baron and Baroness, didn't love her, but they often unconsciously ignored her. For example, when distributing resources, they always prioritize the 2 most talented children first. Only after their needs are fully met do they give the remaining resources to Lucine. This applies not only to material things but also to parental love, which follows the same rule. Lucine finds this conditional love hardest to accept. This difference in understanding has kept her from feeling very close to her parents. Lucine, you're wrong. That's salt, not sugar, Aisha shouted as she grabbed the spice jar from Lucine's hand. Sorry. Lucine looked at her empty palm and then at Aisha's spice jar, giving a shy smile. Lucine, what happened? Why are you so distracted today? Aisha pushed Lucine aside and started kneading dough while asking. Lucine sighed deeply and shook her head. It's nothing. I was just thinking about the holiday plans. Yeah, only a month left until fall break. Great-grandmother said she wants to take me to her countryside estate for a vacation. What about you? Are you going back to Aridos? No, I won't go. It takes nearly 20 days for a round trip, and with no one at home, staying in Sentinel City is better. Sigh, people like us without magic abilities are really at a disadvantage. If we were level 3 mages, we could freely use magic portals everywhere, saving so much travel time. Ansbach continent has 3 types of magic routes. One is used to transport inanimate objects, but because it is very expensive, only valuable items use this route. The other 2 are for living beings. One is an internal magic route used only by 3rd level and higher level mages within the Mage Association. The last is a common magic route available to ordinary people in Trabach City. Among these 3 routes, the 3rd one has the narrowest coverage. Small countries like the Loretta Principality usually only have this route in the royal city. The 2nd route has the widest coverage. As long as there is a mage guild, this route exists. Even small towns like Iridos have this magic route. Even if I could use it, I wouldn't go back, Lucine whispered softly, so quietly that Aisha couldn't hear. What's wrong? Did you have a fight with your family? A cheerful female voice suddenly came from behind them, startling both. Lucine and Aisha turned around quickly and saw Veda, dressed in training clothes, squatting behind them, smiling as she looked at them. Lucine glanced at her and then looked at the nearby window. She sighed and said, Veda, you climbed out the window again. If the teacher finds out, you'll lose everything this semester. Shh. Veda put her finger to her lips and made a shushing gesture. If you don't tell, I won't tell. Who would know? By the way, what kind of snacks did you make today? I just finished sword practice and am starving. Lucine looked around the cooking room and saw their cooking teacher guiding a student nearby, not noticing the unexpected guest at their table. She then said, Today we made fried cakes. We just started, so you'll have to wait. Veda sat on the ground confidently, waving her hand and smiling. It's okay, it's okay. Going out to eat takes longer, so I might as well wait for you. Seeing Veda's stubborn attitude, Lucine helplessly shrugged. She turned back to see Aisha had already finished kneading the dough. She quickly lit the stove, set up the pot, and began steaming the dough. Steaming the dough makes the fried cakes smoother and tastier. More importantly, steamed dough is less likely to absorb oil during frying. Since some time ago, Veda would sneak into Lucy and Aisha's cooking class to eat and drink. At first, Lucy felt a little surprised and flattered. After spending more time together and understanding Veda's lazy personality, her attitude became more relaxed. Waiting is long, especially when you're hungry in a room filled with the smell of cooking. Veda didn't dare move around, afraid the teacher would see her and deduct points from her already poor student record. Bored, she started chatting with Lucy and Aisha. Lucy, I overheard you talking about your holiday plans earlier. How do you plan to spend your fall break? Lucy was focused on the cooking and didn't reply. Aisha repeated their previous answer and asked Veda about her plans. Me? I plan to visit Kopashur City to see some sights, Veda said excitedly. Kopashur? What are you going there for? Aisha and Lucy both looked surprised. To find some good stuff before the monster tide, Veda explained happily. You know, before the monster tide, Kopashur usually has a big hunting rush. Many mercenaries and adventurers gather there, and during that time, the market is full of cheap, high-quality materials. If you're lucky and have good eyes, you can find many treasures. Lucy glanced at her briefly, curious about her excitement, and asked, What kind of treasures? What makes you so excited? Lots of things: skins, bones, teeth, tendons, meat, cores, pills from hunting monsters, and even young monsters. The Forest of Ghosts has many rare herbs, and sometimes old magical artifacts are dug up from ancient ruins. Some mercenaries and adventurers also sell items from other places. It's basically a huge market. When Veda mentioned rare herbs, Lucy suddenly remembered what Master Oma had told her. He had mentioned Kopashur City. Whether he was too lazy to explain or for some other reason, Master Oma always sent her information through mental transmission. Kopashur City is located west of the Forest of Ghosts, north of the ice and snow wasteland, and east of the Miratina Plain. Its climate and terrain vary greatly, making it a natural area for high-quality herbs. Most common herbs can be found growing within its administrative region. Lucine had a sudden idea. Before she could think it through, she heard Aisha and Veda continue talking nearby. Aisha asked, Has Veda ever found any treasure? Not yet. Veda looked like a deflated balloon, suddenly softening. I'm always late, so others get the good stuff. This year, I plan to go early and take on some small tasks to practice. Tasks? Are you registered as an adventurer? Lucine refocused and joined their chat. Why do you think I registered as an adventurer and not a mercenary? Come on, Lucine chuckled. Mercenaries have strict rules. It's not really your style. Also, you're still underage, so how can you register? The main difference between mercenaries and adventurers is that mercenaries must complete a certain number of tasks of specific levels each month, or they get demoted. Adventurers don't have such strict rules. This requirement keeps mercenaries excited and maintains their fighting strength. Most people seeking excitement register as adventurers rather than mercenaries, like Vita. Why not? Do you know the youngest adventurer so far? Vita asked mysteriously. Lucine glanced at her silently. Aisha, excited, asked, "How old?" 8 years old. No way, Lucine exclaimed. Don't you need to complete a task to register? What kind of task can an 8-year-old do? You're not much older yourself, and you call others little. Vita kicked Lucine playfully. But she's a genius mage, already a level 3 mage at age 8. Finishing a registration task is just a small test for her. Exactly, Nueha. The name suddenly popped into Lucine's mind, and she blurted it out. Yeah, that's the kid. Born as a soul mage, a devout follower of the god of souls. He's incredibly lucky. I heard he killed a level 6 beast during the Beast Tide 2 years ago, and even found a soul magic blood contract device. His luck is unbelievable, Vita said, full of envy. Is it common to find good stuff? Lucine suddenly asked. Veda listened and seemed to sense something. He looked Lucine up and down and asked, So, Lucine, are you interested in Copahiba? That place isn't very safe. If you can't protect yourself well, it's better not to go. Hearing Veda mention Lucine's plan, Aisha became nervous. Lucine, you really want to go to Copahiba? Just then, the steamed dough was ready. Lucine carefully took the golden dough along with the steaming cloth out of the steamer and placed it on another steaming cloth that had been cooled in water. She pressed and kneaded the dough while it was still hot. Only then did she have the energy to respond to Veda's disapproval and Aisha's worry. Of course I want to go. As far as I know, Copahiba is the best place for growing herbs. You know, I am currently studying alchemy medicine, and learning more about herbs is my main task right now. Just learn about herbs from the pharmacist. Why go to Copahiba for fun? Veda said in a tone of authority. Someone as delicate as you, with no fighting skills but high status, would be most likely to get into trouble in a chaotic place like Copahiba. Hey, I'm not that stupid, Lucine said, smiling as she patted the kneaded dough. Then she turned to Veda, winked, and said mysteriously, If I go, I'll definitely bring the best bodyguard with me. Veda was amused by Lucine's smile and was about to ask more when he saw a charming figure approaching their table. He quickly shrank back, hiding behind an empty cooking station on the 3rd floor. The kitchen was above, and he crouched behind thick branches, sticking out only half his head and one hand, waving silently at Lucine and Aisha with exaggerated lips, as if saying, When you finish class, remember to leave me some food. Then he disappeared completely into the foliage, leaving no trace. What's wrong? Is there something interesting outside the window? Lucine and Aisha heard their cooking teacher's flirtatious voice, startling them back to attention. Just a cute little bird flew by. Lucine showed a sincere smile and quickly changed the subject. Teacher, you arrived just in time. We prepared several kinds of fillings. Please tell us which one tastes the best. Although Lucine did not mention Kopashur Fortress for the rest of the day, which made Vita and Aisha feel somewhat relieved, Aisha, who knew Lucine better, still had some doubts. Over the next few days, she tried several times to gauge Lucine's true feelings, but Lucine always responded with jokes and laughter. This made Aisha feel more at ease. But does Lucine really have no interest in Kopashur Fortress anymore? Of course not. Just as Lucine told Vita, she plans to bring the best bodyguards with her. Where will the bodyguards come from? Hiring them herself? That's a joke. She already has a few third-tier experts around her. Also, she suspects that the hunting zone is actually a special forces training base of the Grand Duke. With such good resources, how could she possibly go alone and do everything herself? Besides safety concerns, There was another important reason why Lucine decided to confront the Grand Duke. As her and Esther's temporary guardian, the Grand Duke has the authority to restrict their actions. So, if Lucine plans to go to Kopashur Fortress, she must get the Grand Duke's approval, both legally and morally. More importantly, Lucine didn't believe she could hide from the Grand Duke's intelligence network and sneak off to Kopashur Fortress alone. Honestly, that was impossible. It would be a complete failure, trying something unlikely to succeed, and then being caught and punished by the Grand Duke, or facing him openly and seeking help and support. Lucine wasn't stupid, nor was she a rebellious, awkward child in her early teens. Naturally, she chose the latter, asking the Grand Duke for help and support. But before approaching him, she needed to consult another key person first. Back at the small cabin in the hunting zone, Lucine rummaged through a pile of books, papers, and bedding. After a while, she found a small mirror about the size of her palm. The mirror had a dark gold, copper-like surface, used for reflection. It could only show blurry facial features. No matter how she looked at it, the mirror looked like a cheap item you could find on any street stall. Lucine carefully grabbed the cheap mirror and ran to the alchemy room. She quickly prepared a special magic potion with one hand, then picked up a feather pen. Dipping it into the potion, she wrote on the dark gold mirror surface. When the potion touched the mirror, the dark gold color quickly changed to silver white, as if fading. After finishing each word, the silver-white letters would glow faintly with silver light before disappearing. Lucine wrote one word, then it vanished. She repeated this process, writing and erasing until she finished her message. She held the mirror patiently, waiting. Unexpectedly, the first response came from the jade pendant, not her copper mirror. The glowing words on the jade pendant were from Master Oma, the one she was seeking. Master, I want to go to Kopa City to learn more about the growth of herbs. Do you agree with this plan? Having worked with Oma for several months, Lucine knew he liked to speak directly, so she simply shared her idea. Perhaps because Oma was thinking, or due to the delay in communication through the jade pendant, his reply came after a moment. If Uncle agrees, I plan to go after the holiday at the Alberta Academy for about 10 days. Write an observation report. Yes, Master. I will complete the task. Excited, Lucine received Oma's approval. You're going to Kopa City. Cedric, hearing this request, paused in surprise while pouring juice. Yes, Uncle. Over 80% of common herbs are grown within Kopa City's administrative area, and there are some rare herbs too. I want to see for myself and maybe find some valuable items by luck, Lucine said honestly with a shy smile. Cedric took juice in one hand and wine in the other, walking back to the sofa area from the bar. He handed the juice to Lucine, gesturing for her to sit without bowing. Then he sat on the sofa opposite her with his wine. Kopa City isn't a good place for sightseeing. I'm not treating this as a trip, Uncle. It's a field study, Lucine replied. All right, but even if it's a study, you must ensure your safety first, or you can't learn properly, Cedric said. Uncle, even if you are only acting as a guardian temporarily, I believe you have the ability to ensure my safety, don't you? Lucine spoke frankly, which seemed a bit different from her usual respectful attitude toward Cedric. This contradiction caught Cedric's attention. He raised an eyebrow and said, I haven't agreed to let you go yet. Yes, of course. Lucine sat up slightly and nodded. You haven't agreed to let me go to Kopashur Fortress. We're just discussing the possibility. Her words clearly indicated that Cedric's words did not prevent Lucine from going to Kopashur Fortress. This response made Cedric smile playfully. All right, then tell me, how likely is this? I think it's very possible. Lucine also smiled. I'm just going to learn about herbs, see how they grow, and take a walk around town. I won't cause any conflicts of interest. Plus, with your protection, I believe I can return safely. Thank you to Little Young for your support. Thanks to Blue Sky Sea for urging updates. 12,000 words? I'll try my best to finish it. Whether Lucine's confidence convinced the Grand Duke or Oma Master's indulgence made the Grand Duke loosen his grip, the outcome of Lucine and Cedric's conversation made Lucine very happy. The Grand Duke sent a bodyguard to ensure her safety at Kopashur Fortress, but he also made a deal with her. If the bodyguard judged that her safety could not be guaranteed, Lucine must leave the fortress. During the days leading up to the holiday, Lucine focused on preparing for her trip. In her first year or two at Alberta, the semester exams were relatively easy, so she could concentrate on her first adventure. In the southwest part of Sun City, there is a famous street. It's not very long, but it has a very high daily foot traffic, making it the busiest street in the city. People call it the Guild Street, which is a very fitting name. Seeing this name, everyone probably understands why it is famous. Almost all the professional guilds gather here. Mercenary guilds, adventurer guilds, warrior guilds, mage guilds, alchemy guilds, thief guilds, and archer guilds. People coming and going on Guild Street are always very strange. Different jobs, races, clothing, and personalities. Anyone with a little common sense knows not to underestimate anyone near Guild Street. A homeless person hiding in a corner could be a top-ranked professional, and someone who looks very sick might actually be a highly skilled assassin. Anything can happen here, so almost everyone knows that curiosity is the worst thing to have on Guild Street. A small figure wrapped in a black robe is sitting at the edge of the Adventurer Guild's entrance. He is sitting on the steps, holding a drink in both hands, staring at the guild's door, muttering to himself. Everyone passing by him ignores him, as if he doesn't exist. Little you, do I really have to register as an adventurer? I'm just going for 10 days to learn about herbs and to browse the streets. Is it necessary to get such a title? The black-robed man takes a sip of warm juice and talks to himself. It seems he is listening to an echo. After a few seconds, he continues, I don't really need to. When I get back, the master will probably give me a new task. I don't have time to take on jobs or earn extra money. After a few more seconds, he says, I haven't even taken the test for my profession level, so how can I register as an alchemist? And with my current skill level, it's unlikely I can pass the registration test. If I try, it'll just be a big joke. This time, it seems the voice responding to him makes him feel a bit helpless. So, he just sighs, resting his chin on his hand, staring blankly at the guild's door. After a while, he shows an annoyed and impatient expression and says, All right, I'll listen to you. If I don't, I'll be annoyed by your nagging. He then stands up, pats his dirty black robe. Some unknown substance has already disappeared from where he was holding his juice, and walks toward the Adventurer Guild with a brave and determined look. Darn counter, Lucine muttered in frustration as she pushed toward her target counter, the registration desk. Using her small stature to squeeze close, she reluctantly found she could only lift her head and neck above the counter. This wasn't because she was too short. At 10 years old, her height was already above average. It was simply because the counter was too high. Lucine was almost pressed onto the counter by the crowd behind her. She pounded her hand on the counter and called out, Registering Adventurer. Inside the booth, a typical half-elf beauty looked down at her. She had delicate, pointed ears decorated with about 10 beautiful rings, fine features, and a slender, fair body. Although her chest was not very full, common among half-elves, her slim waist made up for it. Her fitted hunter outfit perfectly outlined her slender figure. Using a half-elf as a clerk was not only for aesthetic reasons, but also because half-elves have better eyesight, hearing, and reaction speed than most races. These qualities make them well-suited for clerks, who need to handle many pieces of information quickly and accurately. Someone might ask, why not hire elves with even better eyesight, hearing, and reactions? If anyone asked that, most people on the Ansbach continent would laugh at the question.
Why?
Because elves are famous for their excellent combat skills and proud, aloof personalities. Putting an elf in a clerk role would be a huge waste and simply unbelievable. No wonder there are so many males around, Lucine muttered as she struggled to maintain her difficult posture, standing on tiptoe, hands pressed on the counter, trying to lessen the pressure from the crowd behind her. The beautiful half-elf clerk didn't even glance at Lucine. She simply handed over a needle-like object, took a drop of Lucine's blood, and after some quick processing behind the scenes, she handed out a semi-transparent, emerald green card. Professionally, she said, please contact the service desk within 3 days to receive your registration task. Failure to do so will result in cancellation of your registration. Lucine carefully grabbed her adventurer card and squeezed her way out of the crowd. Looking at the adventure card in her hand, Lucine sighed deeply. She injected her mental energy into the card, and suddenly a bright green screen appeared before her. Since this was her first time using the adventure card, the screen displayed some basic information being entered. Because this card was linked to her blood and personal data, only Lucine could see the information on the screen. That's why she felt safe recording her registration details in such a crowded place. After completing the registration, Lucine looked around. Just now, driven by her determination, she had rushed straight to the registration desk as soon as she entered, afraid that hesitating might make her think registering as an adventurer was a bad idea. Now that everything was settled, she finally had the chance to carefully observe the famous Adventurers Guild. The guild building used advanced space compression technology, making what looked like a small 100-square-meter space expand dozens of times. The most eye-catching feature in the hall was two huge light screens hanging from the ceiling down to about 2 meters above the ground. Each screen was about 10 meters tall and over 10 meters wide. One screen showed the ranking of adventurers. It displayed each adventurer's card number, name, whether real name, alias, or nickname, adventure points, and their strongest skills. Some profiles also included additional personal information, all of which the adventurers had agreed to share publicly with the guild. The other screen was nearly 2 or 3 times wider. It was divided into 2 parts. The left side kept flashing available missions, and the right side constantly refreshed with completed task information. Lucine looked around and realized that the guild was not just a place for sharing information. It felt more like a club. Besides the area she was in now, which resembled an office zone, other parts of the guild looked like a bar. Many adventurers waiting for missions or having finished their tasks sat alone, in small groups or in larger groups around tables and chairs centered on the screens. They drank beverages and ate food. These could be brought from outside or purchased from the guild's bar. Farther away, Lucine faintly saw signs indicating that the guild also had entertainment venues, training areas, and other service facilities. Mission, little girl, don't get distracted. Hurry up and accept the mission, a somewhat anxious voice echoed in Lucine's mind, making her smile wryly. Now Lucine really regretted not locking up that guy right away. Which guy? Of course, the one who always claims to be the elder, known as Fool. Nicknamed Little Fool, the spirit of the Fool's Ring, appearing as a silver-blue glowing orb in Lucine's mind. Since Lucine lifted her mental shackles, the 3 spirit souls had become too exhausted from being away from their bodies for too long and fell into sleep. The spirits of the wooden bead string and the small gold ball needed long rest due to innate deficiencies and poor cultivation, but Little Fool had recently regained vitality. Since Little Fool woke up, Lucine's life fell into another disaster. Little Fool kept reminding her of her mistakes everywhere and at any time. Because the Fool's Ring is bound to Lucine by a soul contract, even though Little Fool often nags, Lucine can sense his care and affection through the contract. Moreover, as the spirit of a storage space filled with many books and alchemical tools, Little Fool knows far more than Lucine. He is always willing to teach her. Considering all these factors, Lucine decided to tolerate Little Fool's constant nagging. Okay, accept the mission, Lucine muttered patiently, looking around and heading toward a self-service station dedicated to accepting missions at the guild. Accepting a mission only requires completing the self-service device, but confirming the mission completion must be done at the service desk, since different missions have different requirements, and most cannot be recognized by the device. This server is actually just a floating magic circle. Lucine placed her adventure card into the floating magic circle, which emitted a green light. On the glowing screen of the adventure card, a randomly assigned mission appeared. Within 3 days, produce an alchemical item with a personal consciousness imprint, with a level no lower than level 2. Seeing this task, Lucine couldn't help but sigh. She was afraid she would get such a mission. In the registration information of the adventure card, Lucine filled in her profession as an alchemist. Since she does not have a professional certification, the adventurer's database automatically classifies her as a low-level alchemist. Low-level alchemists do not specialize in any particular field. meaning they might receive tasks related to alchemical tools or potions. Unfortunately, Lucine was assigned a task focused on alchemical tools because potions with personal consciousness marks are high-level and beyond her current skill level. Stupid little fool, it's all your fault for encouraging me. What should we do now? I know nothing about alchemical tools, Lucine whispered in distress. Foolish girl, it's just a level 2 alchemical tool. Do you really need to panic? Come on, let's go buy the materials, Xiaoyu said confidently, ignoring Lucine's complaints and eager to show her skills. Lucine felt Xiaoyu's confidence reassures her a little, but also made her nervous. She hesitated and asked softly, "Is it really that hard?" "Of course," Xiaoyu replied proudly. Basically, making an alchemical tool involves 3 main parts: materials, design, and craftsmanship. Your mental and magical abilities are limited, so we can't focus too much on craftsmanship. As long as we get the design and materials right, making a level 2 alchemical tool is no problem. Hearing Xiaoyu explain the essence of alchemical tools so simply, Lucine gained some confidence. After thinking for a moment, she decided to follow Xiaoyu's plan and give it a try. Making alchemical tools is actually very complicated, but with your current level, I doubt you'll understand much if I explain too much. So, I'll just cover the basics. Lucine flipped open her notebook and rolled her eyes. Her ears could now selectively receive the information Xiaoyu provided. Low-level alchemical tools generally only need 3 magic array systems: the main array, the energy array, and the transfer array. The main array determines the tool's function and power, the energy array affects its lifespan, and the transfer array influences energy efficiency and output. These are basic definitions. To go into more detail, the energy array also impacts the tool's strength. The relationships between different magic arrays are interconnected. If one part fails, the entire process can fail. But for low-level tools, these details are less critical. In basic alchemy tools, offensive tools are easier to make than defensive ones. At first, the girl should practice with offensive tools. This task is simple, just keep the attack power at level 2 magic. Since your mental strength isn't high, and the embedded seals can't last too long, the magic array system can't be too complex. So, the key is in refining the materials. How do alchemy materials affect the level of the tools? Lucine, who is eager to learn, finally asks. In simple terms, alchemy materials influence the tool's level in 3 ways. First, magic capacity. Good materials can hold more complex magic arrays. Second, compatibility. Appropriate materials can boost the tool's power. Third, durability, reducing energy use and increasing lifespan. Some high-level materials can even automatically absorb energy to keep the tool working for a long time. Just in simple terms again, Lucine murmurs as she takes notes. "Oh, that hurts," she suddenly exclaims, touching her forehead. "Little fool, don't attack my consciousness. It hurts. I told you to complain, didn't I?" Little fool grumbles. "If your foundation wasn't so weak, would I need to work so hard to compress and simplify this knowledge for you? And you still complain that I make it too easy. Fine, it's all my fault," Lucine admits. "Great, adorable, the smartest, the most amazing." Omitting hundreds of compliments, "Little fool, you can continue now." "Humph, you're lucky I say that." Little fool, who has a bad temper but knows when to stop, quickly shifts the topic. "Earlier I mentioned that the best alchemy materials are spiritual. Using such spiritual materials is the foundation for making spiritual alchemy tools. Like you?" Lucine interrupts. "Yes, like me." Little fool's aura dims when mentioning the fool's ring. "It's a pity, because my seal isn't fully lifted. I don't remember much. Not even how I came to be." "Don't be discouraged, little fool. When I improve my strength, your memories will gradually come back." Lucine quickly comforts him. Hopefully, Little Yu sighed deeply, regaining focus, and continued guiding her. "Let's return to today's problem. Based on the materials you found for me, I see that your civilization most often uses metals for alchemy. The most common way to refine metals is by fire, using magical flames to separate the materials. If you use this method, you won't be able to make alchemy tools. So, I will teach you another way to separate metals." Lucine heard this and jumped with joy. She took out the various materials she had bought earlier under Little Yu's guidance from the Fool's Ring. Since Little Yu woke up, Lucine has been able to use some functions of the ring. So far, she mainly developed two features, the library and the storage room. She especially loved the storage room because, although the ring is only partially unlocked, its storage space is very large. She could even move an entire alchemy room inside without feeling crowded. Unfortunately, Little Yu said that the current state of the ring doesn't allow living beings to enter its space, so Lucine held back her desire to explore inside. 3 level, 1 fire crystals, 5 moon tears, and 1,000 hair grass. Little Yu quickly recited the materials. Most of them Lucine could easily pick out, but some she needed to carefully analyze and confirm with Little Yu, which made him call her slow and silly. All the materials were put into a cauldron filled halfway with clear water. When she added the last ingredient, the calm water suddenly started to boil. Countless yellowish bubbles burst from the bottom, rising to the center of the water surface, then spreading outward. The water level rose rapidly, almost overflowing the cauldron. Lucine stepped back instinctively, trying to avoid the possible overflow caused by the reaction. Fool! What are you retreating for? This is a cold reaction, it won't hurt anyone. Hurry up, while it's still reacting, put in the black quartz, Little Yu said. Lucine could almost imagine how Little Yu was jumping in her mind. Countless materials were thrown into the cauldron. The bubbling water looked like an endless pit. No matter what she threw in, it kept boiling without decreasing or increasing. The water stayed just about 2 centimeters below the rim of the cauldron. When all the materials were added, both Lucine and Little Yu let out a sigh of relief. All right, wait. About 1 more magic hour, and the reaction will be complete. 1 magic hour is neither short nor long. Usually, Lucine would read a few pages, brew a couple of basic alchemy potions, or work in the fields, and the hour would pass quickly. But now, because she kept watching the kettle's reaction, this hour felt incredibly long. Finally, in Lucine's eager anticipation, the pale yellow foam in the kettle suddenly shrank downward, as if a whirlpool appeared at the bottom. All the liquid in the kettle spun rapidly toward the center and disappeared. When the whirlpool vanished, a small, palm-sized golden circle appeared at the bottom of the kettle. It was smooth, fine-textured, shiny, and bright. Lucine reached out to pick up the golden circle. It felt like metal, cold to the touch, but it was almost weightless, unlike any metal of the same size. Well, girl, your luck is pretty good. First try, and it's a success. That's rare, said the little fool with a sigh. Next, we need to carve the magic circle. Suddenly, a magic circle diagram appeared in Lucine's mind. This was the message the little fool had sent her. She picked up her pen to draw the diagram, but found that knowing what to do and actually drawing it were 2 different things. The feeling was strange. She knew exactly how each line should go, but no matter how she drew, it didn't look right. Not waiting for the little fool's teasing encouragement, Lucine's stubbornness took over. She kept drawing, kept analyzing. She erased and redrew, spending nearly 2 magic hours to finally complete the magic circle diagram. Girl, your foundation is really weak, the little fool finally said. You must strengthen your basic training when you have time. Got it. What do I do now? The little fool broke down the magic circle diagram, explaining it step by step, from a broad overview to detailed parts, then back to the big picture. Lucine took notes on several pages as she listened, her foundation improving with each explanation. She also found the process very enjoyable because the little fool explained everything very carefully, making it easy for her to understand and absorb. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a piece of paper turned into white powder and scattered across the table. Another failure, Lucine muttered to herself. She then took another blank sheet of paper, held it in front of her eyes, closed her eyes tightly, and used her mental energy to connect with the paper, continuing her experiment. Since there is only 1 piece of manufacturing material and wasting it is not allowed, Little Yu asked Lucine to first practice sketching all the magic circle diagrams on plain paper. Only after she could skillfully draw the diagrams with high accuracy was she allowed to carve the magic circle onto the final material. The mental tendrils jumped and danced like a brush, moving across the uneven paper surface. Each time they passed a spot, they left behind a golden thread. After the golden mental tendrils, a light blue tendril followed, like a stamp, pressing down an abstract magic symbol at each point. Some symbols were stamped over the threads, others between them, appearing chaotic. Then a fiery red tendril appeared, like a flame, burning everything it touched. Both the threads and symbols wrapped by the fiery red tendril were pulled into the flames. The flames grew larger and rounder, eventually forming a spherical fireball. Inside the fireball, the blue and gold tendrils darted around chaotically, with red energy weaving between them. Sometimes, the red energy pushed the gold thread into a corner or tossed the blue symbol into a different spot. Occasionally, the red energy couldn't overpower the gold and blue tendrils, but soon several streams of energy rushed in to suppress the gold and blue. As the gold lines and blue symbols inside the fireball gradually settled down, a three-dimensional magic circle diagram took shape. "Done!" Lucine exclaimed excitedly, jumping up. Before her eyes, a small red light sphere, about the size of an egg, floated up. Inside, a faintly visible three-dimensional magic circle, woven with gold and blue, shimmered. "Your fine control is quite good, little you rarely praised. Even on uneven paper, you can quickly carve out the magic circle. I believe it won't be difficult to carve it onto floating gold. How's your mental energy consumption? It's not too bad. Maybe I should try carving it onto floating gold now," Lucine said eagerly. "The floating gold gets its name because it is a floating metal. Since it is almost weightless and Little Yu said he couldn't remember what this material was called, Lucine took the initiative to name it herself. After getting Little Yu's approval, Lucine eagerly picked up the floating gold and probed inside with her mental tendrils. The refined gold inside was very smooth and even. When Lucine used her mental tendrils to carve the magic circle, it was very easy and flowing. Carving on the gold was like driving on a highway, smooth and fast, unlike carving on paper, which felt bumpy. She started carving without stopping and finished the entire magic circle in one go. When she made the last stroke, her mental tendrils suddenly pushed the gold up. The gold floated in the air, its surface rippling, as if an invisible force was shaping it. One corner sank in, another bulged out. Soon, the round gold transformed into a cute, golden jellyfish. "What's going on?" Lucine was very surprised.
Huh? I've never seen something like this.
"What is it called?" the little fool asked curiously.
I
don't know," Lucine replied nervously. "Don't lie. You must have thought of this while carving the magic circle. That's why the gold turned out like this," the fool said.
Fine.
"I admit I thought of it. This thing is called a jellyfish. Why don't you say that whatever I think of while carving will turn into that shape?" Lucine sighed and complained. Since the magic circle she carved was a wind magic, its attack method was to shoot out chain-like wind ribbons that wrapped around the target. These wind chains could both entangle and paralyze. When analyzing the attack, her mind suddenly remembered a jellyfish from her past life. Who knew that this association would lead to such a result? I forgot," the fool said nervously. "Anyway, the important thing now is to go to the Adventurers Guild and see if we can get a quest approved." Lucine once again dressed in her black robe and went to the Adventurers Guild. She skillfully approached the counter where completed quests were turned in, handed over her adventure card and the golden jellyfish. The beautiful jellyfish amazed the half-elf clerk, but since it was only level 2, the appraisal results were disappointing. Still, Lucine didn't care. She handed in the quest items, retrieved her officially registered adventure card, and her next destination was the Guild's data library. The Adventurers Guild's database is one of the most complete on the entire Ansbach continent. Unfortunately, for novice adventurers like Lucine, 99.9% of the information is paid. However, the few free resources are enough for her current needs. She wants to learn about Kopasher Fortress before officially entering it. Kopasher Fortress is the main military stronghold in the northwest of Batria. Originally, it was just a lonely city. Over the years, as monster waves from the Ghost Domain forest kept attacking, Batria has been strengthening the fortress for over 300 years. The Ghost Domain Forest is rich in monsters and rare plants, and it contains many ancient ruins from old civilizations. Many adventurers and mercenaries travel through Kopashur Fortress to reach the forest and the icy wastelands. To defend against monster attacks and control the large number of travelers, each king has prioritized the fortress's safety, gradually expanding it into the large city it is today. At first, Kopashur Fortress was just a military outpost. But as more soldiers, adventurers, and mercenaries arrived, merchants also came. This brought more daily needs and expenses. The king of Batria decided to include the Mira Tina grassland, which produces a lot of grain, into the administrative area of the fortress to ensure food supply and smooth transportation. Kopashur Fortress grew like a snowball, transforming from a lonely city into one of the 7 largest administrative regions in Batria. Clothes, food, medicine, tents, camping gear. Amelia sat on the bed, listing the supplies she had prepared. Since she learned that Lucine had the Fool's Ring, which is a large storage space, she eagerly packed everything she could think of for her. After reading the long list of items, Amelia asked, "Miss, I hope I haven't missed anything." "Oh, Amelia, you're worrying too much," Lucine said as she checked her supplies one last time. "I'm not going into a no-man's land this time. I might go into the mountains or forests occasionally, but I won't stay long. If I need anything on the way, I can just buy it then. The items were bought at the store. They're more comfortable than what I prepared myself. However, this list is based on information I got from Aunt Jean and Lord Grom, so I believe I have everything I need." As she spoke, Amelia glanced at the tall, straight figure standing by the door and softly told Lucine, "Aunt Jean asked me to remind you. If you need anything, don't try to handle it alone. Since the Grand Duke arranged a bodyguard for you, you can freely rely on him." Lucine chuckled at this and said, "I appreciate Aunt Jean's kindness. I'll bring her a big gift when I return. Well, I have to go now. Amelia, please help handle things with my older cousin. The shortest route from Selant City to the Kopahai Fortress is through the magic passage directly to Kopahi. But this way would make you miss many scenic spots within Kopahi's administrative area." So Lucine chose another path. She traveled through the Selant Magic Passage to reach another important city in Kopahi's region, Yasa City, traveling westward to Kopahi. Yasa City is located where the Mira Tina grasslands meet the Chiana Mountains. It is one of the main grain-producing areas of Batiria. During the harvest season, many people travel to and from Yasa. A golden magic circle operates almost all day, welcoming travelers from all over. It's very hot here, much hotter than Selant. As soon as Lucine stepped out of the magic circle, she felt the heat wave hit her. It was late summer, early autumn. In Selant, mornings and evenings had already become cool, and only midday, when the sun was high, was it very hot. Having become accustomed to Selant's climate, Lucine found Yasa's heat even more uncomfortable. Selant is the summer resort of Batiria, so the climate there is much more comfortable, a gentle male voice said behind Lucine. It was Evan, the bodyguard and guide arranged for her by the Grand Duke. When Lucine learned her companion was Evan, she felt relieved. She had some familiarity with him. In the hunting zone, Evan was in charge of Area 7. He often came to her small cabin to get medicines. Also, during her rare late-night visits to Dr. Oma for treatment, she had once gone to Area 7 to see Evan. Evan was gentle and friendly. Though he looked quite ordinary, he had a calm, elegant aura. "Where are we going now?" Lucine asked, tilting her head. "Ivan used to serve in Kopaki Fortress for 8 years, so he knows this place very well." With an expert present, Lucine naturally let him arrange the schedule. Ivan looked around and said, "Miss Lucine, if you're not tired, you can explore the city first. Yasa City not only produces plenty of grains but also wholesales various common herbs." "Wholesales? Do you also cultivate herbs artificially here?" "Of course. Yasa City is the most important logistics hub in Kopaki Fortress. Nearly half of the food and medicine supplies come from Yasa City. Its cultivated herbs are quite famous nationwide. If you're interested, I can take you to visit some local herbal farmers. Many of them have family skills passed down through generations. Let's start with the wholesale market. It's a good chance to see if we can find some good things at a low price. Lucine said excitedly, not caring about the heat that was almost drying her out. The Norton family was a very ordinary farm family outside Yassa City, with 7 members. The current head was 56-year-old Naden Norton. He had 3 sons and 2 daughters. The 2 daughters were already married and had moved to nearby villages. The eldest and second sons were married too, but the youngest, only 20, was always lazy and irresponsible. Like most farm families in Yassa City, the Nortons made a living by growing grains and earning extra money by selling herbs. Among the 4 working members, the eldest and second sons took care of the few acres of farmland, while the youngest learned from Naden how to cultivate herbs and find valuable herbs in the mountains. In Yassa City, the skills of finding, cultivating, processing, and selling herbs were passed down within families. Each family only taught this craft to 1 child. To keep fairness, children who learned this skill would lose their inheritance rights from their parents. This tradition had lasted for hundreds of years. Late summer and early autumn was the harvest season. To prevent birds, animals, and insects from stealing the crops, most farmers would stay in the fields, guarding their land and hopes for half a year. At the same time, it was also the best time to dig up herbs. Herbal farmers would harvest herbs before they fully ripened or were damaged by wild animals, then carefully cultivate them in their own herbal fields. Therefore, in late summer and early autumn, the Norton family, like other herbal farmers, split into 2 groups. Naden led his youngest son into the mountains every day to find herbs, while his wife, the other son, and daughter-in-law took care of the farm work at home. On that afternoon, Naden's wife, Cora, was walking with her second daughter-in-law along the field ridges toward their home. It was getting late, and she needed to prepare dinner for the family. "Mother, it seems we have visitors at our door," the young daughter-in-law said quickly, noticing 2 figures standing in front of their wooden house from afar. Cora squinted and looked for a while, only faintly seeing the distant figures. She sighed and said, "As we get older, our eyesight isn't as good. Let's walk faster, so we don't keep the guests waiting." Meanwhile, the mother and daughter hurried on, while Lucine leaned on the wooden fence, curious and looking around. She asked Evan, "Evan, how do you know this family?" Evan replied, "When I was still serving, there was a year when monsters appeared in the ghost forest and attacked the sacred level, causing a serious beast tide. The medicine supplies in Kopashi Fortress ran low, so our team was sent to Yassa City to urgently bring in herbal farmers to support the front line. I was responsible for protecting Naden's father. You said before that they harvested herbs earlier in late summer and early fall. Why are there still herbs to gather during the beast tide? Relying on the mountains for food, these mountain dwellers have their own rules. They harvest a limited amount of herbs each year. They believe that if they take too much from the mountains, it will anger the mountain gods and bring punishment. That's a simple but good environmental awareness. It can be passed down through generations, ensuring their descendants' survival." While they talked, Cora and her daughter-in-law had already approached them. Seeing Evan and Lucine, who dressed very differently from villagers, Cora looked a bit uneasy. Evan, understanding and kind, was the first to step forward. "Ma'am, do you remember me?" Evan greeted with a gentle smile that made his ordinary face shine with a captivating light, causing the young daughter-in-law to look at him with curiosity, but also a bit shy. The woman, in her early 20s and dressed as a young wife, hid behind her about 60-year-old mother-in-law, bowing her head politely. Yet, her eyes kept sneaking glances at Evan, which amused Lucine. You must be that knight," Cora finally remembered after a moment, realizing that Evan was a very important person who seemed completely out of place in their simple life. "Please, just call me Evan. Has Naden gone into the mountains?" "Hey, the old man has gone into the mountains and will be back later. If you don't mind our simple home, please come in and sit while you wait," Cora warmly but somewhat nervously invited. Ivan tilted his head and looked at Lucine for approval. Lucine smiled and nodded. Cora then noticed Lucine behind Ivan. She looked back and forth at the 2 of them. Ivan introduced, "This is my young lady. I need to trouble my father about something." Cora was surprised. She wanted to bow, but worried about being polite enough. Just then, Lucine said, "Aunt, no need to be so formal. You are the host, and we are guests." Feeling a bit unsure, Cora responded politely and quickly sent her second daughter-in-law inside to prepare tea. She then led the two into the yard and seated them under the shade of the trees. Once seated, Cora sighed to Ivan. It's been 6 or 7 years since you last visited. Time flies. Things are getting better at your home. Even the house has been renovated, Ivan said kindly, looking around. Cora was happy to hear this. She said, thanks to the gods' blessing. The weather has been good, the harvests are plentiful, and everyone is living well.
I must also thank you, sir.
If you hadn't carried my old man down from the mountain all those years ago, we wouldn't be enjoying such good days. Cora added, it's nothing, really. Protecting my father is my duty. How has he been these days? Does his old cold leg still hurt? Much better now. The medicine you sent a couple of years ago really helped. He's much stronger and even has the energy of a young man when he goes into the mountains, Cora said happily. At that moment, her second daughter-in-law brought in a pot of water and some fruit. She handed a tray to her mother-in-law and quietly said, Mom, I'm going to cook. Cora placed the tray on the wooden table. Hearing this, she quickly said, guests have arrived. Make sure to prepare the best dishes from the cabinet. Also, dig out a jar of wine from under the trees in the backyard. When the old man comes back, he'll want to drink good wine. Yes, I understand, Mom, the daughter-in-law replied. She then went back to her room, avoiding eye contact with Ivan, clearly afraid of being noticed by her mother-in-law, so she wouldn't worry her. After giving instructions to his wife, Kola turned around and quickly invited the two to have tea and some snacks. There's not much good stuff in the countryside. This water is pure mountain spring water, cool and sweet, perfect for the season. These fruits are also homegrown, just for freshness. The three of them drank the spring water and nibbled on the fruits, chatting casually, without much purpose. Summer days are long. Even as evening approaches, the sky remains bright. The small yard of the Norton family is close to the forest, and from there, you can see the rolling mountains in the distance. Lucy looked away from the chatter of Evan and Kola, gazing into the distance. The sunset was beautiful, with bright red clouds filling most of the sky. The saying, morning clouds don't go out, evening clouds travel 1,000 miles, from her past memories, still applies here. Such a stunning sunset predicts a bright and sunny day tomorrow. Lucy stared at the distant view for a while, lost in thought. Suddenly, a loud, hearty laugh pulled her back to reality. She turned her head and saw Evan hugging an old man in his 50s or 60s. Their warm embrace was very different from Evan's usual gentle demeanor. The old man looked very aged, with dark, wrinkled skin that seemed carved deeply by a chisel. His hair and beard were gray-white. The only lively thing about him was his dark brown eyes. Behind him stood a strong young man, about 20, with thick black hair, dark brown eyes, and tan skin. Compared to the old man's wisdom and calmness, the young man looked bright and wild. Payne, come see. Do you remember him? Naden happily hugged Evan and asked his son. Payne looked Evan over carefully. He recognized him but couldn't quite remember, so he shook his head helplessly. You're so forgetful, you little rascal, Naden said, giving Payne a playful tap. Your favorite knife was still a gift from Evan. Oh, big brother Evan. Payne suddenly remembered, shouted happily, and rushed forward to give Evan a big hug. The way the men and women treated Evan was very different, which Lucy found quite interesting. Naden and Payne were very friendly and affectionate toward him, while Kola was respectful but distant. She wondered why there was such a difference. Evan, come on, let's go drink some wine, Naden said, wrapping his arm around Evan and leading him toward the house. Old man, you're confused. We still have guests here, Kola said, patting Naden's hand and signaling to Lucy with her eyes. Ivan also turned around and introduced Lucy-Line to Naden and Payne. This is our young lady. She came back to see her father mainly because she has something to trouble him with. Foolish, foolish. Please don't blame her, old man. I saw how happy Ivan was, Naden said, patting his forehead and quickly bowing to apologize to Lucy-Line. It's okay. Lucy-Line stepped aside to avoid Naden's bow and said, reuniting with old friends is a happy thing. There's no need to blame anyone. Lucy-Line looked at the basket on Payne's back hesitated for a moment, and didn't speak immediately. Instead, Ivan noticed her gaze and pulled Naden aside, saying, "Our young lady is studying alchemy and medicine. She wants to research herbs. I hope father can give some guidance." Naden was surprised to hear this, and his usual cheerful attitude seemed to fade, showing some hesitation. "Ivan, it's not that I am stingy. This skill is something Pain will need in the future. Father." Pain seemed about to protest, but Naden glared at him. Ivan smiled and said, "I won't make it difficult for father. Our young lady is offering a different skill in exchange." "Skill? Exchange?" Naden looked confused. Ivan stepped back and let Lucieline and Naden talk. This was a trade they had agreed on the day before. Lucieline had even carefully checked the market prices for herbs in Yassa City. Shanchio vine is the most common herb, but I only see third-degree damaged Shanchio vine in Yassa City. I believe your skills can only process third-degree damaged Shanchio vine, right? Naden nodded. I have the processing technique for first-degree damaged Shanchio vine. I offer this as payment. I hope both of you can show me your herb fields and take me into the mountains to see the herbs. Herb processing is divided into 7 levels based on the damage to the herb's properties: spiritual refinement, active refinement, no damage, first-degree damage, second-degree damage, third-degree damage, and fourth-degree damage. Most herbs on the market are third-degree damaged. Each level above that doubles the herb's value. Due to the large economic benefits involved, the refining techniques of herbal medicines have always been kept secret by each family. Lucine quickly revealed a first-level damage-grade refining technique, which was extremely tempting. Its value was enough to exchange for the unique skills of 100 farmers like Naden. Naturally, Naden had no reason to oppose. Because Naden needed to take Pain up the mountain early the next morning, Lucine and Evan could only stay overnight at the Norton family's house. Excited, the Nortons prepared the best food they had, offered their finest room and bedding, and welcomed the visitors with great enthusiasm. Inside, Naden was drinking wine with Evan, his homemade medicinal wine, which wouldn't cause a hangover even if drunk heavily. Outside, Pain was showing Lucine around their herbal fields. Since each family's herbal field was a secret treasure, most families with this technology chose to cultivate their fields close to home. The Nortons' herbal field was in their backyard, not very large, about an acre. They grew 2 common herbs, 9-tails grass and 100 leaves. These herbs are the most used for treating wounds, especially 9-tails grass, which is very hardy and suitable for cultivation. Why did you choose these 2 herbs? Isn't 9-tails grass sold at a good price? Lucine looked at the nearly mature 9-tails grass, feeling a bit confused. She found that in the herbal wholesale market in Yassa City, the price for 9-tails grass was even lower than in Scent City, indicating that Yassa City produced a lot of it. Pain puffed out his chest and proudly said, "Our processed 9-tails grass is all second-level damage quality. Sometimes, if we're lucky, we get some first-level damage. So, we're not worried about the low selling price. There are fewer than 10 families in Yassa City with our technology. If that's the case, why do you still work so hard planting herbs? Wouldn't buying herbs and processing and reselling them make more money?" Lucine, holding a wooden stick, turned the 100 leaves and carefully examined its quality while speaking casually. "Processing 9-tails grass is too complicated for large-scale production," Pain replied.
Oh.
Lucine responded slowly, clearly focusing her attention on the 100 leaves. "Your 100 leaves are grown very well, mostly over 10 plants per cluster. The louvered leaves, as the name suggests, are layered in a crisscross pattern. However, only the best layered leaves can achieve this crossing pattern. Most artificially cultivated layered leaves have fewer than 50 leaves. Each group of 5 leaves forms 1 plant. The Norton family's layered leaves typically reach over 10 plants, which is about 50 leaves, considered a good level among cultivated layered leaves." Lucine was just sighing softly, without any particular question in mind. Parn took the initiative to explain, "The roots of layered leaves spread out very widely. Their roots can't stand alone or cross too densely. So, the spacing between plants is very important. Usually, the row spacing is 60 by 40 centimeters and the hole depth is 15 to 20 centimeters. Also, layered leaves require high humidity. While Lucine was learning about the manual cultivation techniques of medicinal herbs from Parn, far away in the Sentinel City Adventurers Guild, Eber, a level 6 alchemist and one of the main appraisers, had just finished his last appraisal task. As a specially assigned alchemist of the guild could provide him with high-quality alchemical materials, which was very important for an ambitious alchemist aiming to reach the 3rd level. All he needed to do was to appraise a certain number of alchemical items each day. Eber carried the appraisal items and his appraisal certificate to the guild's storage area. He saw staff members busy sorting a pile of alchemical items. Still working so late, Eber placed his items on the record table and greeted the staff. It's the quarterly review, so there are quite a few things to categorize. Why are you working so late today, Master? The staff casually set aside about 10 low-level alchemical tools and completed the recording process for Eber's items. Some items are very old, so I had to check a lot of records, Eber explained while playing with the alchemical tools the staff had set aside. All of these are 2nd or 3rd level items. The staff glanced at the pile and explained, they're all task items registered for missions. Eber examined each item, commenting on the low-level alchemical tools as he played with them. Sometimes he praised them, sometimes he criticized. That's spendthrift, suddenly, Eber shouted angrily. His loud outburst drew the staff's attention. The staff looked over, and Eber was holding a golden mushroom-shaped alchemy tool, with several thin roots hanging from the umbrella-shaped bottom. Master, is there something wrong with this golden jellyfish? The staff asked quickly. This alchemist is just a big spender, Eber said angrily, holding the golden jellyfish. He stomped his foot and scolded, such high-quality alchemy materials, and he only engraved a level 1 magic circle. He also did unnecessary shaping work. This large piece of floating gold could have made a level 9 alchemy piece, but he only made a level 2 item. It's really frustrating. Who is this big spender? Alchemy tools are divided into 18 levels, with every 2 levels forming a stage. Level 1 alchemists are skilled at making level 2 items, level 2 at level 4, and so on. Originally, reaching level 9 would make a mid-level alchemy tool, but this one was only level 2. No wonder Eber was so angry. This was the first time the usually gentle elder was so furious. He quickly checked the task record. Anonymous record. A 10-year-old alchemist just completed a task a few days ago. The registration was in Sentinel City. No other records are available. Such a spender. If I were his relative, I'd be so ashamed, Eber said angrily. He ignored whether his appraisal certificate was complete and left the golden jellyfish brushing past. To him, looking at it only made him angrier. Better not to see it at all. Lucine, the spender, enjoyed a delicious wild game meal at Norton's house and slept peacefully. Early the next morning, just before dawn, Evan woke her up. Naden and his son were going up the mountain. The mountain forest was dark and quiet in the morning. Dew still clung to the plants and trees. After walking a short distance, they could feel the dampness on their clothes and pants. But the 4 of them were already prepared for the mountain, knowing how to deal with the moisture. For those who had gathered herbs in the mountains for generations, the mountain was alive. So, along the way, the 4 of them kept silent, afraid that any sound might wake the spirits in the forest, causing the magical herbs to run away or hide. The only light in the dark woods was faint, coming from a type of grass leaf that glowed with a blue shimmer. Each person had a few strips tied to their wrists to mark their positions. Naden, who was leading the way, seemed to have night vision, walking confidently in the dark environment without any other light source. Such strong life energy, little you whispered in Lucine's mind. In this kind of place, some intelligent little creatures might be born. Lucine couldn't speak out loud, so she silently remembered Little Yu's words, planning to ask about them later. Unexpectedly, Little Yu kindly explained, life energy is a high-level form of power. It's hard for humans, elves, half-elves, orcs, and other intelligent beings to sense it. Only some beings that are between living creatures and energy can feel it. Rich life energy often nurtures animals, plants, or minerals with intelligence. These small intelligent things are what you call elves. Hearing this, Lucine was stunned. She paused, wanting to ask something, But before she could speak, Ivan, who was behind her, gently took her arm. A soft voice entered her ear. "Miss Lucine, what's wrong?" Ivan used internal energy to compress his voice into a thin line, so it wouldn't be loud. Lucine finally realized and shook her head. She took a few steps forward, continuing to follow Pain. But her heart was not calm. Her mind was full of the words elves. After walking for a while, suddenly, Naden raised his right hand to signal everyone to stop. Lucine moved to stand behind him. From his perspective, among the dense bushes, there was a bright red plant heavy with fruit. Naden and Pain stood on either side of the bushes. Wearing rubber gloves, they took a powdery substance from their pouches and sprinkled it evenly over the bushes. The bushes coated with the powder suddenly disappeared into thin air. The father and son kept sprinkling the powder until all the bushes were gone. Naden then took out small scissors and a pouch from his pocket, carefully cutting about 10 fully ripe red fruits. After storing the pouch, the four of them stepped back about 7 or 8 meters from the bright red plant. Naden excitedly said, "Today is really lucky. We just entered the mountain and found these mature golden thread red fungus, bright red in color, with golden thread-like patterns inside. It's a top-quality medicine for treating cold toxins," Lucine murmured. "Miss Lucy, these golden thread red fungi wither quickly. They often bear fruit around midnight and wilt before sunrise, so the best chance to harvest mature golden thread red fungi is before dawn. Usually, they grow near ancient red pines over 100 years old because decayed pine leaves are one of their best nutrients. In the first 3 to 5 years, these fungi look like ordinary bushes, and you can't tell if it's a main plant or a companion shrub. The best way to identify them is to sprinkle dry powder of the thousand-tentacle grass. If it dissolves upon contact, it's a companion shrub. However, you must never touch these companion shrubs or the soil after they dissolve, as they are highly toxic." Lucy carefully recorded Naden's words. These pieces of knowledge are precious experiences passed down through generations of herbalists. They are purely learned through oral tradition and cannot be found in any books. Thanks to the gifts from Cloudy Breeze and Momo Bum Bum, the cat continues to work hard. The vast Chiana mountain range stretches for thousands of miles, serving as a natural barrier that separates the Ghost Realm forest, the snowy wasteland, and the Miratina plain. It protects the lives and property of millions of citizens of the Batria Kingdom. The mountains rise and fall, with a low valley at the outpost of Kopashur Fortress. The fortress is strategically positioned at this key point, with dark city walls made entirely of the hardest obsidian. The walls are shaped in an 8-character pattern that slightly curves inward, minimizing damage from monster attacks. All buildings inside are no taller than 30 meters. Because they are coated with special alchemical agents to enhance their resistance, the city appears dark and gloomy. Under the sunset, the entire city looks like a fierce beast, always ready to reveal its sharp teeth and fangs. Such an imposing city, Lucy admitted she was truly impressed. Standing on a gentle slope of the Chiana mountain range, she looked at this military stronghold and was speechless for several seconds. Even though she was positioned much higher than the city gates, the city seemed to press down on her like a towering mountain, making her feel incredibly small. "Miss, let's go quickly. The city gates will close soon," Ivan reminded her. After traveling through the Chia mountain range for about 10 days, the two quickened their pace and finally entered the city just before the city gate closed, avoiding the fate of having to stay outside overnight. As soon as they entered, Lucine noticed another special feature of Kopashur Fortress. The streets were full of people dressed as soldiers or mercenaries. Even those without weapons looked tough and fierce, clearly not easy to mess with. Most of the crowd were men, with a gender ratio of about 10 to 1. "Let's go to the inn and rest first," Ivan suggested. Lucine nodded. She had spent these days in the mountains, enduring many hardships, but the one thing she couldn't tolerate was not taking a proper bath. Although the mountain air was cooler than the plains, it was still late summer or early autumn, and she sweated enough to soak her clothes every day. For safety reasons, they hadn't bathed in the mountains, and after more than 10 days, Lucine felt like her whole body was emitting a sour smell. Ivan was very familiar with Kopashur Fortress. He led Lucine through several streets until they reached a lively hotel. Along the way, Lucine noticed another city feature. The patrols of soldiers were very dense, often two groups on the same street. It seemed the city's leaders didn't trust the mercenaries and adventurers flooding into the city. The saying heroes are forbidden to use violence truly is a universal truth beyond different worlds. Ivan pushed open the door, and a loud noise and lively chatter hit them. The smell of strong alcohol and delicious food also filled the air. Ivan led Lucine to the bar in the northeast corner of the room. He held an old silver coin between his fingers, waved it in front of the bartender, and said, "2 standard rooms next to each other." The bartender initially shook his head, wanting to refuse, but when he saw the coin, he paused slightly and respectfully said, "Please wait a moment." Then, he called over a servant, whispered a few words in his ear, and the servant quickly ran outside. The bartender turned back to register Ivan. Lucine looked at the bartender and then at Ivan, asking, "What's that silver coin?" "It's a keepsake," Ivan explained. "Soldiers who have participated in 10 defense battles all have one of these tokens." "You only served 8 years, though," Lucine said, puzzled. "I was in the city for a few years before I joined the service," Ivan replied simply, without giving too many details. I see who's back." A cheerful laugh sounded from behind the two of them. Ivan and Lucine turned around. The person approaching was a tall man in his 40s, wearing a loose linen shirt with rolled-up sleeves revealing his bronze-colored skin. His strong hands showed 6 or 7 white scars, which Lucine immediately recognized as once being very severe wounds. "Debbie, you old tough guy," Ivan said with a big smile, stepping forward and punching the man's right shoulder. The man didn't dodge but moved closer, so Ivan's punch would hit directly. However, as Ivan's hand touched his body, it shifted slightly upward and to the right, turning his fist into an open palm. He pressed his hand against the man's shoulder, trying to push the whole shoulder down. At the same time, the man swung his right hand forward, and his thick arm curled like a soft snake, aiming straight for Ivan's armpit. The fight was very quick. In just a moment, Lucine saw the two of them grappling, punching each other's shoulders and backs. The loud thuds made her shoulders ache. "Ivan, how did you end up in Kopashur?" Debbie asked as he let go. Ivan pointed at Lucine with a strange hand gesture. Debbie suddenly understood and responded with a similar gesture. Ivan nodded. Lucine felt annoyed at being pointed at and gestured silently. It was just military sign language, nothing secret. She had learned it in the hunting zone. Ivan's gesture meant protection, and Debbie's meant boss. Only they knew who boss referred to. "Give me 2 standard rooms, something special," Ivan said. "No problem." Debbie signaled to the bartender, who then handed Ivan 2 keys. Ivan led Lucine confidently past the bar and up to the 3rd floor of the hotel, where they found their rooms. As soon as they entered, Lucine hurried to the bathroom. She was pleasantly surprised to find it had automatic hot water. Could this be what Ivan called something special? Lost in her thoughts, she quickly undressed and took a shower. After 3 relaxing showers, Lucine finally left the bathroom, changed into loose clothes, and sat on the bed. She took out her notebook and began to organize what she had learned over the past few days. Over the past 10 days, she insisted on traveling through the Chiana Mountains. Along the way, she met 8 herbal farmers who went up the mountain to gather herbs. Each time she met a farmer, she exchanged their traditional knowledge of finding, harvesting, and cultivating herbs using a herbal processing method. With Naden's help, she has collected the ancestral experiences of 9 farmers so far. Although there are only a few people, they have a lot of experience. She has already filled most of her notebook with concise notes. When she finishes organizing everything, the content will be even more impressive. Lucine was happily flipping through her notebook, thinking about whether she could use the same method to exchange experiences with more farmers next time. Just then, there was a knock on the door. "Come in," she called out loudly. The door opened, and Evan entered, carrying a tray with many hot foods. He placed the tray on the small table by the bed. The smell of the food made Lucine's stomach growl loudly. Evan, you're so thoughtful." "I'm hungry," Lucine cheered happily and started eating. Even while eating, she didn't stop organizing her notes. She ate and took notes at the same time and still had enough energy to ask Evan, "Evan, do you know who the best herbal farmer is in the Kapahi City area?" "Miss Lucine, are you planning to continue these kinds of exchanges?" Evan asked, referring to trading herbal processing techniques for the farmer's practical experience. "Yes, is there a problem?" Lucine looked up, noticing Evan's hesitation. "Miss Lucine, don't you think this kind of trade is unfair? As an alchemy doctor, you generally don't need to grow or gather herbs yourself. But each herbal processing method can bring huge economic benefits to these farmers. This kind of trade clearly means you're not getting equal benefits." Lucine pulled over a stool to sit and nodded. She said, "I'm glad Evan cares so much about my interests, but I don't think I'm at a disadvantage. First, let's talk about these experiences. Usually, alchemy doctors only buy materials and rarely grow or gather herbs themselves. But an alchemy doctor who only relies on the market for materials can never become a high-level healer." Seeing Evan listening seriously, Lucine smiled and continued, "This is the first lesson Master Oma taught me. To become an alchemy doctor, you must have a thorough understanding of the materials in your hands. During the processing of alchemy materials, damage often occurs, which causes the loss of many important details about the materials. This missing information increases the randomness and chances of failure in the refining process. Understanding the environment in which materials grow helps to develop their uses more fully. Master Oma is especially skilled at using common herbs to create high-level medicinal effects because he has a deep and thorough knowledge of herbs. These are my gains and benefits," Lucine said, then held up 2 fingers in front of Evan and waved them. She continued, "Putting aside my own benefits, let's look at how these farmers benefit after learning the herb processing methods. Evan, I ask you, which group do these farmers belong to?" Evan's eyes suddenly brightened at her question. His reaction made Lucine realize he understood her intention. Before he could speak, she said, "These farmers have belonged to Kopashur City for generations. They supply herbs to Kopashur City. If they can improve the quality of their herbs, the benefits will go to Kopashur City. If the army can buy their high-quality herbs long-term." Hearing this, Evan suddenly stood up straight, saluted Lucine, and said, "I will report to the military district immediately." Then, he disappeared with a whoosh. Watching the empty doorway, Lucine muttered to herself, giving her third reason. "Third, for me, these herb processing methods are just a tiny part of what I know." As she said, "These herb processing methods are all recorded in the Book of the Fool." The book contains countless records about herb processing, from spiritual refinement to damage at level 4, with many different methods at each level. 4 common herbs like nine-tail grass, Xiaoyu can provide her with thousands of processing techniques. Honestly, what others might consider family heirlooms for Lucine are just easy to access. So, exchanging herb processing methods for what she needs is a very profitable deal. Some friends are eager to see little Lucine grow, but her journey is long, so there might be a lot of setup early on. Please forgive the lengthy background. Furthermore, Lucy feels that a person's growth is a process from small changes to big changes. Without gradual accumulation, sudden drastic improvements can seem fake. Lucy originally wanted to write about a heroine who grows steadily and reliably. Maybe I am overestimating myself? I think Lucy has already started to show some sharpness, but perhaps she isn't shining brightly enough yet. I am reflecting in the corner. The other market is the free market, where anyone can rent a stall and sell goods. This is also the place most people go shopping. Since Lucy spent about 10 days on the road, by the time they arrived at Kapashi Fortress, the hunting phase was already in the middle. Most of the good items had been taken in the early stage, so now shopping depends entirely on one's eye for quality. But Lucy doesn't mind. For her, the biggest treasure of this trip is the experience she gained from the herbalist. The free market is a very crowded place, full of stalls, shoppers, and bargaining. Everywhere you look, there are people. To see everything at each stall, you have to squeeze through the crowd. Lucy isn't here just to shop. She simply enjoys browsing. So, as she walks, she goes wherever she feels comfortable, following her mood. Evan, on the other hand, plays the role of a good bodyguard and guide, protecting Lucy and explaining the items she's interested in. The Ghost Realm Forest is rich in various types of magical beasts, with different levels. Over the past hundreds of years, 8 holy ranked magical beasts have appeared here. Their strength generally surpasses that of third-tier intelligent beings in the world of wisdom. However, holy ranked beasts are bound by laws and cannot attack intelligent beings without reason. While Lucine was looking at the pelts of magical beasts at a stall, Ivan was explaining the situation in the Ghost Realm Forest. Lucine straightened up, pushed through the crowd, and prepared to move to another stall. Hearing Ivan's words, she was intrigued and asked, "Are there all kinds of attributes? It seems that we haven't seen many dark, light, or shadow-type magical beasts so far. Most are elemental types. Elemental-type magical beasts mainly use water, fire, earth, or wind energy. This mainly depends on the rank of the beasts and how they are distributed in the forest," Ivan, who had been in Kopashur Fortress for at least 10 years, answered casually. Non-elemental beasts are fewer in number than elemental ones. Also, elemental beasts are more common near Kopashur Fortress, so hunters usually find more of them. Low-level non-elemental beasts don't offer enough benefits, and mid to high-level non-elemental beasts are generally stronger than elemental ones. So, hunting non-elemental beasts isn't very profitable. Profit is everything, Lucine sighed softly. Yes, mercenaries and adventurers risk their lives for money. Naturally, they follow the principle of profit first. Suddenly, Xiaoyu, who had rarely spoken in recent days, called out, "Girl, 10 o'clock to the left." Lucine's relaxed walk paused, and she quickly turned in the direction Xiaoyu pointed. "Girl, by those 3 tiny gray crystals," Xiaoyu said. Lucine picked up the crystals Xiaoyu pointed to and played with them in her hand without asking the price immediately. Then Ivan, who had followed, smiled and said, "These are level 2 shadow magic cores, probably from a 3-eyed snake." The stall was run by a middle-aged male mercenary. Judging by his appearance and gear, he was a low to mid-level mercenary. When he saw Lucine interested in the 3 magic cores, he was excited, thinking he could make a quick profit. But Ivan quickly assessed the value of the items, and his expression changed. 10 silver coins. How about it? Ivan saw Lucine constantly playing with the 3 small magic cores. Knowing her attitude, he understood she was quite satisfied with these little items. So, he directly offered the vendor a fair price. After buying the 3 small magic cores, Lucine kept her head down, playing with them, seeming no longer interested in anything else. Ivan found it strange that she was so focused on such small objects, but he didn't ask or say much. Actually, since she picked up these 3 shadow-type magic cores, Lucine had been listening carefully to Xiaoyu's explanations, so she didn't pay attention to Ivan. "You now have 3 spirit tools. You should make the most of this advantage. The earlier the spirit tools work, the better their growth chances. So, it's best to wake up those 2 little guys soon. The fastest way to wake the spirit tools is to supply energy. But the energy you can provide isn't enough. With your slow energy gathering speed, it would take 10 years to wake 1 spirit tool. So, you need external help. The 2 little spirits are fragile, so they can't be stimulated with too much powerful energy. You should start with some low-level magic cores, like level 2 or 3, to nurture them. Actually, when needed, Xiaoyu can also be a good teacher, if it stops being so easily angered and scolding." That day, under Xiaoyu's guidance, Lucine bought many small, strange, and interesting items. "Miss Lucine, are you planning to do alchemy experiments?" Ivan finally asked when she bought a few more low-level alchemy materials. Lucine had been focused on organizing the new alchemy materials inside the Fool's Ring. When Ivan asked, she snapped out of her thoughts. Looking at the nearly 100 different low-level alchemy materials inside the ring, she suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. Yes, I suddenly had an idea. Sorry for dragging you around so much. I forgot to ask if you wanted to buy anything yourself." "That's okay," Ivan said with a gentle smile. "How many materials do you still need, Miss Lucine?" Hearing Ivan's question, Lucine suddenly remembered how familiar he was with Kopashur Fortress. She cursed herself for being slow and quickly took out her most precious notebook from the Fool's Ring. She recorded all the materials Xiaoyu mentioned and then handed the notebook to Ivan. Ivan quickly returned the notebook to Lucine after a brief look. These are low-level alchemy materials. It's easiest to buy them at the main trading market. The main trading market? Lucine looked surprised. Isn't it only for buying, not selling? Also, even though these are low-level items, in this situation, they are considered war supplies, right? Ivan led Lucine toward the main trading market and explained, the sales section of the main trading market is only for internal personnel. Usually, only active soldiers can buy things there. Wow, it's so complete, Lucine marveled as she looked at the constantly changing goods on the screen. The military trading market is indeed special. It offers almost all low-level alchemy materials and most mid-level ones. There are also some high-level materials, but the conditions to trade high-level materials are very strict. When she saw the prices behind the goods, Lucine realized that the currency used in the main trading market wasn't gold coins or silver coins. Instead, it was honor points, which are awarded to cardholders for their contributions to the military or the country of Batria. After learning this, she initially didn't plan to buy anything. After all, it was Ivan's pay for risking his life. However, Ivan told her that his current expenses are covered by the military and the Grand Duke, so he doesn't need to use honor points. If Lucine doesn't buy anything, it would be a waste. Under Ivan's encouragement and tempted by the many alchemy materials, Lucine finally decided to use his card to buy what she needed. With Ivan's guidance, Lucine quickly purchased the materials she wanted. But she didn't rush to close the screen. As she looked at the many materials on the display, she marveled and drooled a little. No alchemist could resist such a large collection of materials unless they were already a high-level alchemist. Ivan also didn't rush her. Watching her occasionally gasp and make sounds of amazement, he pondered quietly. The main trading market is very efficient. In less than a moment, someone packed and delivered the alchemy materials Lucine bought. Only then did she reluctantly close the screen. If Miss Lucine is interested in the military's trading system, I can help you apply for a card to access it. No need. Lucine hurriedly put the materials into the fool's ring. I don't have much ability to contribute to Barteria. I have no points and just having a card isn't useful, right? Miss Lucine is a student of Master Oma. You can definitely become an excellent alchemy healer. You can earn points by selling alchemical potions or tools. That's a good idea, but I've only been studying for less than a quarter year, and I don't know when I'll be able to provide alchemical products for the army. Making a card like this now is just a waste. Miss Lucine underestimates herself. Evan paused, carefully choosing his words. If you don't mind, you could share a common method for making healing medicines. I believe the military would be very happy to give you high points. Hearing this, Lucine realized his intentions. She raised an eyebrow, looked Evan up and down, and smiled. Knowing how to make techniques is more advantageous than just knowing how to grow herbs, isn't it? Evan shyly smiled without speaking. At this moment, Lucine was focused on quickly making alchemical devices to power the two sleeping spirit devices. Seeing Evan's enthusiasm, she didn't want to make things difficult for him. She shrugged and said cheerfully, "All right, you handle the contact." Evan saluted Lucine with a handsome military gesture. Seeing Evan's rare excitement, Lucine suddenly thought that this wasn't so bad. Offering a skill didn't cost her much, but it made the people around her happy. Plus, it could indirectly support the Grand Duke politically. Maybe that's a good thing. More at Address Jilin, providing you with free, ad-free full-text reading of The Idle Treasure Hunter, also available for full TXT download for offline reading. Countless fine gold threads, as thin as hair, were woven in an orderly manner. Under the precise control of mental energy tendrils, the gloomy nether energy slowly traveled along the gold threads, gradually turning the originally bright gold into a dark gold, an aura of noble elegance. A small golden sphere wrapped in light pink crystal was slowly drawn toward the nest woven from dark gold by invisible gravity. When its bright gold touched the dark gold nest shrank inward, tightly enclosing the golden sphere. Girl, I have to say, your precise control is truly outstanding. The work was completely finished, and little you couldn't help but praise. This is only your third time officially refining alchemical tools, yet you managed to do it perfectly on the first try, with a 100% success rate. That's really impressive. Lucine played with the dark gold bird's nest-shaped object in her hand for a while, then looked at the wooden beads wrapped in a layer of dark red, metal outer shell. She asked, "How long will it take to awaken them?" "Usually about 1 or 2 months. That's so long," Lucine murmured. She put the beads and bird's nest back on herself, turned to leave, planning to find something to eat. She had been busy for nearly 2 days making these 2 small items. During the day, the veteran hotel was much quieter than at night. The bar usually opened in the afternoon, so only a few guests sat in the first floor bar. "1 lunch, please," Lucine knocked on the counter and ordered. Hearing the sound, the bartender behind the bar, who was always busy washing glasses, reflexively looked up. When he saw Lucine, he immediately put down his cup and said, "Miss Lucine, you're finally here. Last night, Mr. Evan received an urgent message and had to leave. Before leaving, he asked that you contact the boss as soon as possible." Lucine raised an eyebrow, feeling surprised. Evan's main task was to protect her, yet he had left her alone. Could it be that something serious happened on the Grand Duke's side? Just as her thoughts moved, she sensed something was wrong. If there was a problem in Sentinel City, Evan would have taken her back directly. There was no need to go out alone. Could it be trouble near Kopashi Fortress? Thinking about this, before she could figure it out, Lucine suddenly felt her stomach protesting loudly. She could only tell the bartender, "Just give me a lunch. I'm starving." While Lucine was halfway through her meal, the owner of the veteran hotel, the old bull, Debbie, pushed open the door and approached her. "Miss Lucine, from today on, I will temporarily protect your safety. I hope you don't mind," Debbie said straightforwardly as soon as he saw her. "How long will Evan be busy?" Lucine asked while eating, not caring much about manners or etiquette. "That, I'm not sure. Evan left in such a hurry and didn't leave any contact information." Lucine nodded upon hearing this, quickly finished the rest of her lunch, then stood up and said to Debbie, "Thank you very much, Mr. Debbie." Compared to Ivan, Debbie seemed more like a tour guide. Despite his rough appearance, he was quite knowledgeable. When they went out, he could easily explain many interesting stories and local customs of Kopashi City. In just a few streets, Lucine learned a lot, which made her temporarily forget her doubts about Ivan's departure. When you come to Kopashi, you must try the local barbecue. Ivan has never been interested in food, so he wouldn't bring you here, Debbie said as he led Lucine to a small restaurant. "This place's barbecue is truly a classic," Debbie said as he pushed open the door. Inside, the restaurant was fully packed. The rich smell of meat made Lucine, who was already full, feel very hungry. Debbie led Lucine through the crowded room and straight to the kitchen. "Lucine, Lucine," hearing someone call her name, Lucine looked around. The dim lighting inside the restaurant made it hard to recognize anyone. Maybe just someone with the same name? Thinking this, she turned around. "Hey, Lucine." A gentle breeze brushed her ear. Lucine was a little surprised, but she saw Debbie stop in his tracks, holding a small strawberry, looking serious and staring at a corner inside the room. Lucine followed his gaze and saw Veda. How could she be here? Wearing dark red armor and standing among many men with her charming figure, it was definitely Veda. "Little Lucine, you really did what you said. I can't believe the Grand Duke actually let her come." Veda was happily eating and sighing in admiration. Veda's seat was free, so after Lucine introduced her to Debbie, she pulled Debbie to sit next to Veda. Debbie was sensible and just kept eating, letting the 2 girls catch up. Why didn't he let her come? The elder said it's good for young people to see more. When did Veda arrive in Kopashi? "Why are you here alone?" "I came right after school ended. I just broke up with an adventure group yesterday and haven't found a new partner yet." "What about you? How long have you been here?" "About 3 or 4 days. I had some other things to take care of on the way, so I arrived a bit late." "Did you find any treasures?" The 2 girls, meeting in a strange city, happily chatted over delicious barbecue. After meeting Veda, the original 2-person trip turned into 3. Debbie became a guide for the 2 girls. Over the next few days, Debbie took Lucine and Veda to explore half of Kopashur City. One day, Debbie received a letter of commission. An old comrade asked him to pick a pet monster for his child. So, he took the two girls to the famous pet center in Kopashur City. The pet center housed many young monsters and eggs with signs of life. Most came from adventures in the Ghost Forest and the Snow Wasteland, brought back by mercenaries and explorers. Through special soul magic, the hostility of these young monsters toward intelligent beings was removed, since most captured young monsters are low-level and easier to brainwash with soul magic, and their intelligence was slightly increased. These specially treated young monsters were mostly sold to noble families as pets. Although one girl had a much older soul age than her body, and the other was very boyish and loved fighting, both couldn't resist their natural love for cute creatures. As soon as they entered the pet center, they couldn't stop. They kept looking from one display window to another, often standing in front of a display for a long time, chattering excitedly. Debbie, standing nearby, felt quite helpless. Because they moved so slowly, Debbie told the girls to choose their own young monster first. Lucine, look at that little golden eagle. Isn't it beautiful? Yes, it looks lively. Its feathers are very shiny. It would look amazing in the sunlight. When can I have a golden 7-feather eagle? Veda knelt in front of the display stand with a level for a young golden eagle, gazing at it as it preened its feathers, dreaming of a similar bird. A golden 7-feather eagle, pure white all over. Its tail feathers have 7 golden plumes. It's an 8th-level wind and light element combined magical creature. An adult golden 7-feather eagle has a wingspan of 10 meters and can carry 2 to 4 people. Don't embarrass yourself here. That's the golden eagle, not the golden 7 feathers, Lucine said, looking at Veda with disgust as she almost drooled. She pulled Veda away from the display stand and turned in another direction, while also criticizing Veda. Level 8 composite monsters require at least a level 5 mage, or a similar professional level to control. You're still far from that. Lucine, you're so cruel. My heart is breaking. Veda held her chest with both hands, pretending to be very sad, with tears in her eyes, staring at Lucine as if she had done something terrible and unforgivable. All right, stop joking. I'm a bit thirsty. How about we go buy something to drink first, and then find Debbie? Lucine admitted defeat first. She couldn't compete with the drama queen of the Alberta Academy. Okay, I also feel a little thirsty. The two girls quickly left the pet center, looking around. They spotted a shop and were about to walk over when they suddenly heard a long, ringing bell sound. Ding, ding, ding. Echoing across the entire Kopashur fortress 7 times. Where's that bell coming from? Lucine asked, turning her head in confusion and looking around. Unlike her, who was new here, most people on the street were either residents of the city or experienced mercenaries and adventurers. They clearly understood what the bell meant. Even Veda understood. Battle report? Why is the city's lockdown bell ringing for a battle report? Veda muttered in disbelief. The bell was the strongest warning. Before it stopped, everyone on the street scattered like birds and beasts. The city residents hurried home to hide. Some mercenaries and adventurers found shelters, while others grabbed their weapons and rushed toward the West City Gate. Only Veda and Lucine remained standing in place. Veda was a bit stunned, while Lucine simply didn't understand what was happening. In just a few seconds, a series of uniform footsteps sounded from the distant street. Lucine looked in that direction and saw about 100 soldiers turning the corner behind her. From their familiar uniforms, they seemed to be the patrol team that usually patrolled the streets. The soldiers quickly passed by the two girls and headed toward the West City Gate. Even if Lucine was slow to react, she could tell something was wrong from this series of events. She turned her head to discuss with Veda about what to do. But just then, Veda ran ahead without waiting. Lucine didn't hesitate much either, calling Veda's name as she hurried after her. Two girls ran quickly along the path. Along the way, countless people moved in the same direction: soldiers, mercenaries, and adventurers. The further they went, the more Lucy felt nervous. Everyone was dressed in weapons and armor, with serious and tense expressions. Just as Lucy's mind was wandering, Vita suddenly dashed into a building and quickly climbed up. Reluctantly, Lucy followed. They reached the top of the building, where Vita finally stopped on a platform. Lucy ran over, one hand on her knees, grabbing Vita's arm, and asked breathlessly, "Vita, what's going on?" Vita didn't answer. She stared blankly ahead. Lucy looked in the same direction and froze. She saw it clearly. Outside the city wall, on a gentle hillside, countless blacks were rushing out of the forest from afar. Each black was a fierce monster. In front of this wave of monsters, hundreds of mercenaries and adventurers were desperately running forward, trying to reach the wall. Some people tripped and fell, either because their legs gave out or they were caught by something. Once they fell, they had no chance to get up, as monsters pounced on them. Those who fell were instantly torn apart. Suddenly, a broken sound reached Lucy's ears. Every word felt like a heavy hammer hitting her heart. "The beast tide is coming early. More details at the address." Lucy never thought death could be so close to her. People in the running crowd were constantly being attacked by monsters. Every scream signaled a life lost. Heavy gates slowly closed. Those who managed to pass through the gates shouted in relief, while those outside clung to ropes, trying to climb up and survive. The army on the city wall was ready for battle. At the command, various magic attacks shot out toward the monsters: flames, wind blades, ice knives, and cracks in the ground. Limbs severed, blood everywhere. The scene was a chaos of red and black. The air was filled with the roars of monsters and the screams of humans. A strong wind blew, carrying the smell of blood and burnt flesh. It swept Lucy up, making her feel overwhelmed. With each breath, she could almost taste the life that had just been lost. Evil. Lucine couldn't hold back and suddenly collapsed into a corner of the platform, vomiting violently. Her stomach, esophagus, and breathing passages spasmed, and all her internal organs seemed to twist. She was convulsing everywhere. Each vomit felt like her insides were being forcefully pulled out. Besides the physical discomfort, she only felt a loud buzzing in her ears, and her eyes kept flashing with images of dismembered people, greedy mouths devouring, and scenes of explosions, tears, and freezing. Chaotic battlefields turned into scenes of destruction by magic. Lucine's mind was flooded with endless images of death, constantly repeating and intertwining. Some images shrank, others grew larger. She could clearly feel her last moments of resistance, anger, and madness before death. It was as if she was experiencing helplessness at the end of life, frustration at dying, rage that others could still survive, and furious hatred for the world that still kept turning and existing. A wave of dizziness hit her. Her vision blurred with stars, and her body went weak. In her last moments of consciousness, she could only let out a heavy sigh. Life is so cheap, so fragile, so easily trampled upon. What a crazy world this is. A flush of red spread across her body, from her forehead to her fingertips and toes, coloring her in a shocking, alarming red. Continuous water magic couldn't change the temperature at all. The heat from her hands spread deep into her chest, making her worry about the dangers of a high fever. "Has the temperature not gone down at all?" Debbie asked anxiously. Veda, sitting by her bed and watching Lucine's temperature, shook her head with a worried and guilty look. It was her impulsiveness that led her to take Lucine to see the beast tide, which caused her to faint. The brutal scenes of slaughter during the beast tide were too much even for Veda, who had hunted magical beasts before. How could a girl like Lucine, who had never seen death, handle it? Thinking of this, Veda felt even more guilty. She should have noticed Lucine's condition earlier and stopped her from seeing such scenes. Seeing Lucine's violent vomiting, as if she was trying to pull out all her internal organs, and then her fainting, combined with her persistent high fever, Veda felt more and more like slapping herself. Seeing Veda's strong self-blame, Debbie sighed deeply. It was not the right time to blame her, so he could only say, "The military doctor will arrive soon." "Veda, you've been here all day. You should go rest now." Veda shook her head blankly. She couldn't relax or do anything peacefully. Her mind was full of worry about Lucine, who had a high fever and kept muttering. Debbie helplessly shook his head and turned to leave the room. After a while, he returned with a middle-aged doctor in military uniform. The doctor skillfully examined Lucine and used 2 life magic spells to check her condition. Then he confirmed, it's a mental disorder caused by overstimulation. But this is the first time I've seen such a serious case. Doctor, is there any danger? Veda asked. It's hard to say. If her fever goes down within 2 days, she should be fine. But if the fever persists, it will be uncertain, the doctor replied. He cast a few mid-level life magic spells to stabilize her vital signs, then took some medicine from his kit. He explained instructions to Veda and Debbie and warned them, don't use higher-level magic. You can continue with water mist magic to keep her temperature from rising further. Lucine felt like she was in a sea of fire. Her body heat and the outside heat kept pressing in. Flames flickered in her mind, showing scenes that shattered one after another. Sometimes she saw a young child playing hide and seek with her brother, sometimes a bright girl hosting a show at university, sometimes the loud honking of horns and chaotic car accidents, sometimes a girl standing blankly in an empty yard, sometimes people torn apart by monsters or killed by magic. 2 completely unfamiliar memories kept intertwining and entangling. Loving and spoiled parents, parents who were always stingy with affection, a world of endless technological development, and a realm full of magic, a woman working hard to build her life after graduation, and a useless person. All these memories mixed together, finally stopping at the moment of a violent car crash. In that instant, she felt herself flying, the whole world spinning endlessly, each second feeling as long as a year. When she finally hit the ground, her only feeling was, why was it me? Yes, why? Out of the 6 billion people in the world and 1.3 billion in China, why do only a few dozen or 100 people cross the street at the same time, and why do only a few avoid each other? Why is it always me who dies?
Why?
Such intense anger burns like an endless flame, licking her soul. It makes her constantly face the moment of death, struggling in endless frustration and pain. She can't shake it off, can't forget it, can't escape it, and can't hide from it. Lucine keeps muttering to herself. Sometimes she speaks in the common language, sometimes in Chinese. Sometimes she cries softly, and other times she screams hysterically. Veda can only cry and try to suppress her, while continuously releasing water mist magic and praying for a miracle. In her calm mind, a huge storm suddenly rises. A beautiful silver dragon is entangled with dark red and silver blue energies. Sometimes this force dominates, sometimes the other rises strongly. These 2 energies fight fiercely for control of the silver dragon. Because of the pain, the dragon keeps tumbling, swinging its huge tail and sharp claws everywhere. Its long body twists, sways, and rolls, causing chaos inside her mind. This girl's reaction is so strong this time. Little Yu watched from above the mindscape, worried as the scene below turned into chaos. He wanted to get closer but was pushed back by a strong recoil. The chaos in her mind exploded with power, showing a very aggressive attitude. Basically, it was biting whoever was nearby. Little Yu was angry and decided to wait, thinking that once Lucine's mental struggle was over, he would step in to clean up the mess. But he soon realized he had underestimated the situation. As time passed, the chaos inside her mind only grew worse, far beyond what a normal person could handle. In desperation, Little Yu added several layers of defense to his own consciousness and rushed into the chaotic mindscape. Every wave in her mind hits Little Yu's defenses, revealing clear scenes. Her mind contains all of Lucine's memories. Every drop of energy holds a fragment of a memory. As I continue to explore the sea of consciousness, Xiaoyu increasingly senses something is wrong. These memory images actually belong to 2 people. One is Lucine, who lives on the continent of Ansbach, and the other is an ordinary woman living on a planet called Earth, in a country named China. The memories from 2 lives, the merging of 2 souls, explain why there is such lasting energy and hidden potential. But now, Xiaoyu can't think about that. The most important thing is to wake up Lucine's main consciousness. Only when Lucine is awake can the sea of consciousness become calm. Xiaoyu keeps going deeper. Countless memory images flash and break apart in front of him. They appear and disappear repeatedly. It feels like a long, long time has passed, so long that it spans 2 lives and 2 worlds. Suddenly, an intense heat wave hits, so hot that even spiritual beings can't bear it. Xiaoyu can't help but slow down. When he looks carefully, he finds himself in a huge sea of fire. In the center of the flames, Lucine is being burned continuously. She keeps switching between the images of an adult woman and a young girl, clearly struggling with memories from 2 different lives. Because this fire comes from Lucine's soul, its power is too strong for Xiaoyu, her spiritual vessel, to handle. So, Xiaoyu immediately shrinks his body into a water-drop-shaped light ball and quickly rushes toward Lucine. He crashes into her forehead and merges into her soul. At the same time, a complex silver-blue magic circle shines from the edge of the fire sea. The entire magic circle surrounds the flames and Lucine inside. At that moment, a silver dragon in the sea of consciousness roars loudly, suddenly losing vitality. It falls from the sky above the sea of consciousness and sinks slowly to the bottom of the sea. Veda, who has been guarding Lucine for 3 days, finally can't bear the physical and mental exhaustion. He collapses onto Lucine's bed and falls into a deep sleep. Late at night, no one notices that a blue light flashes from the tip of Lucine's right little finger. Countless blue lines and magic symbols radiate from this point across her entire body. The blue magic lines and symbols crawl over every inch of her skin. Under the glow of blue light, her redness slowly recedes at a visible speed. Thanks to the gifts from Mysterious Little Horse and Flower Lingling. More details at the address. Lucine, you don't even know how badly you were burning back then. Veda handed over the peeled and cut fruit while exaggerating his expression, saying, "My face is as red as a cherry. The doctor said if you don't wake up in 3 days, it could be dangerous." I was almost scared to death. Lucine slowly chewed and swallowed, feeling too weak to speak. This was her 2nd day of being awake. After a high fever, her whole body was sore and weak, so she could only do 2 things each day: eat and sleep. Talking with Veda was the best way to pass the time. We had planned to send you back to Sentinel. After all, Duke Turno could find the best doctor for you. But the military doctor brought by Debbie said your talent is in space magic, and you're in a period of mental confusion. Using magic might cause your soul to get lost in a space rift, so we didn't dare move you. Veda kept talking, seemingly eager to release all the worries accumulated over these days. Lucine never imagined Veda could talk so much. Debbie sent a message to the Duke on the same day. The medicine the Duke sent was really effective. After just 1 dose, you woke up. The military doctor said it was a potion only a high-level alchemist could make. Lucine, the Duke is really kind to you. High-level alchemist creations are priceless. But such things shouldn't be too hard for the Duke to get, right? After all, even across the entire Ansbach continent, Duke Turno's reputation is very high. Don't you think so, Lucine? Lucine, when there was no response, Veda called again and leaned over. She's asleep again. She doesn't know how many times she will sleep in a day. It's good, though. Rest more and recover quickly. Lucine, deep in sleep, only remained in a light state of rest. Her soul was very awake, and perhaps a bit too aware. Since the first day she woke up, she felt this contradiction. Her body was extremely weak and tired, but her soul and consciousness were very clear and energetic. So, whenever she was in safe sleep, Lucine used this chance to carefully examine her soul. This shock about death made her realize that, in the past 10 years, she had never truly integrated into this world. The soul from a past life had been sleeping deep within the sea of consciousness, trapped in old dreams, unwilling to wake up. It wasn't until facing death that this self-hypnotic protection was shattered by a strong shock, allowing the 2 souls, past and present, to come into close contact and merge. The new soul was full of strength. It represented the fusion of both souls and also showed Lucine's acceptance and recognition of this world. With nourishing food, enough sleep, effective medicine, and continuous magical care, Lucine quickly regained the ability to walk. Just as she was about to stand, she made a request that put everyone in a difficult position. I want to go outside and see the city. There's not much to see outside. The streets are messy. Lucine, your body has just started to recover. If you're careless, something might happen again, and that would be bad. Yes, Miss Lucine, the third attack by the beast tide just passed. The whole city is under martial law. You won't see anything interesting outside. I want to see what this city really looks like, Lucine said, putting on a large black cloak with a determined look. Don't stop me. The more you try to hide it, the more I'll want to see. The more I want to see, the slower my recovery will be. The slower I recover, the longer it will take to send me back to Sentinel. So, you decide, should I go out and look around or keep wasting time here? Using her own health as leverage, Lucine finally convinced Vita and Debbie. However, the group of 10 or so people acting as her guards made her suspicious. She suspected it was Debbie's silent protest. Debbie explained that they were sent by the Lord of Copashire Castle to protect Lucine. Still, Lucine stuck to her decision, and everyone headed out into the streets. Copashire Castle, now in a state of war, was shrouded in a heavy military atmosphere. The once lively city suddenly became quiet. Soldiers, mercenaries, and adventurers moved in groups along the streets, but there were no ordinary citizens to be seen. It was clear that Copashire Castle had just escaped the chaos of battle. As they walked, they saw many buildings damaged, with one completely destroyed. Bloodstains and dismembered bodies, some of which seemed to be monsters, others humans, were scattered on the streets. From the damage on buildings and the signs of fighting, it was likely an attack launched by flying monsters. Currently, we are only in the early stage of the beast tide. The main attackers are low to mid-level monsters. The city residents are used to this situation and usually hide in underground shelters. Generally, civilians do not suffer serious injuries. Seeing Lucine examining the damaged buildings and occasionally checking inside, Debbie stepped forward to explain. Will the monster air raids affect the safety of the city behind the front lines? Lucine asked. The city's air defense system can basically intercept all flying monsters. Also, all cities within the Kopashi Fortress area have trained air defense mechanisms. Even if a few break through our defenses, they won't pose a real threat. On the city streets, mercenaries and adventurers pass by now and then, all looking fierce. Clearly, in recent days of fighting, no one's hands are clean. Although these mercenaries and adventurers are not saints, they still choose to stay away from Lucine and her group. After all, 10 well-equipped guards, clearly part of the city's defense system, are not people they can afford to offend. What benefits do these battles bring to these people? Why are mercenaries and adventurers willing to stay in such dangerous places? Military achievements, equipment, and mission points, Veda answered this time, seeming more familiar with the topic. Mercenaries and adventurers who participate in the defense can earn military points. When they accumulate enough points, they can be promoted to low-level nobility. Also, every year, the military provides many mid-level alchemy tools and some high-level ones as rewards for fighting. This is a good chance for mercenaries and adventurers to get alchemy equipment. Third, the Mercenary Guild and the Adventurer Guild have unlimited mission sheets with ongoing beast tide suppression tasks. Any participant can receive mission points from the guild with proof issued by the Bartia military. As Lucine walked along, she suddenly noticed a building with a large crowd entering and leaving. Curious, she moved closer. Just as she was about to reach the entrance, Veda quickly stepped in front of her to block the way. Little Lucine, don't go there. That's the medical center for this area. It's full of injured people. There's nothing interesting to see. Hearing this, Lucine slowed her steps. She said, war results in destruction and casualties. I've seen the damage and naturally, I want to see the other side too. Vita saw her determined will and, while trying to stop her, subtly signaled Derby to help persuade her. Derby shrugged, not aligning with Vita's side. Derby, why aren't you helping me stop her? Lucine crossed her arms and moved toward the medical building.
Vida quietly protested beside Derby.
What's there to stop? Let her see if she wants to. It's her choice, no one's forcing her, Derby replied, somewhat confused by Vita's concern. In Kopashur City, kids are used to this. By their teens, they can become soldiers. What's wrong with her seeing?
You.
How can Lucine be like those people? Vita was getting anxious. What's different? She's a noble girl and so are you. If you can accept it, why can't she? Derby shot a sharp look at Vita and pointed out, I don't think you're the type to tolerate fragility. Are you feeling guilty about making her sick before? Vita was speechless. As they argued, Lucine suddenly ran out of the medical building and leaned against a nearby ruin, vomiting. Seeing this, Vita glared at Derby and hurried over to her, patting her back to help her feel better. Because she was still weak, Lucine had been eating mostly liquid food these days. She vomited for a while and then started dry heaving. After a while, she managed to recover, took water from the fool's ring to wash her face and rinse her mouth, then turned and continued toward the medical building. Vita's attempts to stop her again failed, and he could only sigh helplessly and follow her. Inside the medical building, seeing the terrible wounds and injured limbs, Lucine could barely endure it. Although she had previously accompanied Master Oma on medical visits, her role was mainly to fetch and prepare medicine under his instructions. She rarely saw such bloody injuries up close. She forced herself to walk slowly and look carefully. The more she saw, the more a cold fear and shock seeped into her chest and limbs, making her realize how unsafe this world truly was. Yes, this world is so unsafe, and life can be taken so easily. A group crisis has led to a sense of insecurity within the community, which in turn has caused the community to worship the strong. A lack creates a need. This is easy to understand. In her previous world, survival depended on wealth, so people desperately pursued riches and admired wealth. In this world, survival depends on the ability to protect oneself, so people now chase personal strength. As a result, the entire continent's atmosphere is one of deep respect for the powerful. For a moment, Lucine suddenly understood why her family and parents favored children with special talents, because in this world, people's genes are filled with a sense of insecurity. However, Lucine still clearly knew that understanding did not mean she could accept such treatment. She shook her head, sighed, and pulled back her wandering thoughts. She forced herself to focus on the injured patients in front of her, guided by her professional ethics as an alchemy healer. This was one of the reasons she was so determined to join the medical center. Thanks to Yao Yao 11 for the gift. Thanks to Xia Jiaying, Qingshui Zhuming, Grak, Jennifer's, and Volian for the pink votes. The cat will keep trying harder. More details at the address. After observing carefully, Lucine noticed something. Among the many injured patients in the medical center, only a few seriously wounded received proper treatment from professional medical staff. Most patients could only get some medicine and treat their wounds themselves. Looking at some soldiers who applied medicine directly to their wounds without disinfecting, then casually bandaged themselves, Lucine couldn't stand it. She approached the soldier closest to her, who had a large, 7 or 8 centimeter long wound on his thigh caused by a beast attack. She quickly grabbed the medicine from his hand, took a bandage, and wrapped it around his thigh above the wound to press on the blood vessels, preventing further bleeding. Everyone present, whether injured or part of Lucine's group, was surprised by her actions. But Lucine simply followed her own will and rhythm, doing what she thought was right. After wrapping the bandage, she took out a set of tools from the fool's ring, including tongs, scissors, tweezers, bandages, and needles. She placed the tongs on the ground, poured water into the pot, and lit a fire. Then she threw the scissors, tweezers, bandages, and needles into the boiling water, letting them boil for 3 to 5 minutes to disinfect them as much as possible. While waiting for the items to disinfect, Lucine took out a small jar. She opened it, and a strong aroma of alcohol filled the air. The rich scent showed that this was a top-quality strong drink. Everyone present, except Lucine and Vita, licked their lips eagerly, as most soldiers enjoy strong drinks. Lucine took a small sip of the alcohol from the jar, then turned to Vita and asked, Vita, you're a water magic user, right?
Huh.
Vita was surprised. Yes, I practice both martial arts and magic. I'm a level 2 water mage. Can you extract pure water from this alcohol? Lucine asked with a strange look. I haven't tried, but theoretically, it shouldn't be too difficult, Vita replied.
Great.
Lucine handed the jar of alcohol to Vita. This jar contains about 40% pure water. Can you extract half of that as pure water? Although Vita was puzzled by Lucine's unusual request, she took the jar and began trying to extract pure water. It was a new attempt, but not a difficult one. Extracting pure water is a basic skill for water magic users. However, no one had ever thought of using this magic to increase alcohol content. Soon, Vita managed to extract a small amount of pure water from the alcohol. While Vita was working on the water, Lucine had already used plenty of clean water to wash the wounded soldier's injuries. After Vita finished, Lucine took a bottle of strong alcohol with about 75% alcohol content. Can this even be called wine anymore? She took a clean bandage, dipped it in the alcohol, and began disinfecting the soldier's wound. As soon as the alcohol-soaked bandage touched the soldier's wound, the soldier gasped and sharply pulled his leg away, avoiding Lucine's continued cleaning. Debbie, hold his leg down, Lucine ordered sharply. Dobby happily crouched beside the soldier, grabbed his leg, and held it steady. As he did this, he joked with the soldier. All right, kid, you're lucky a lady is here to treat your wound. Don't move around so much, okay? Dobby's grip was strong, holding the soldier firmly. Lucine smoothly disinfected the wound, then took the same disinfected tweezers to remove dirt and debris from the injury. This was the main cause of infection after being bitten by a monster. Miss Lucine, why do you ask Miss Vita to extract pure water from the alcohol? Dobby asked. Because, after extracting pure water, the alcohol becomes strong enough to disinfect. What is disinfection? Why do wounds need it? Dobby asked again. Monster claws and teeth are very dirty. If you don't disinfect, the wound can become red, swollen, hot, and painful. If it's worse, pus and maggots might appear. In extreme cases, the person could have a high fever, lose consciousness, and even die from poisoning all over the body, Lucine explained as she carefully worked on the wound. She didn't notice that her words felt like a cold wind sweeping through the room, and most faces showed a mix of surprise and fear. Actually, you usually don't need such strong alcohol to disinfect wounds. It's mainly used to clean the skin around the wound because it's very powerful and causes a lot of pain. Normally, you can rinse the wound with cold boiled water mixed with a little salt to disinfect it. Just make sure the water is cold and not boiled again, Lucine added, knowing that soldiers often got hurt. She was happy to give them tips on how to treat minor injuries. What are you doing now? Dobby asked again, this time sounding more respectful. I'm cleaning out debris from the wound. If there's dirt inside, it can affect blood clotting and healing. If you don't remove the dirt, even after the wound heals, there's a high chance of infection. After removing all the debris, Lucine disinfected the skin around the wound with medical alcohol. Then she took a needle and thread, looking strangely between Dobby and the poor soldier. Both of them felt a cold shiver run from their feet to their heads. Dobby, you need to hold him down tightly. Don't let go, Lucine ordered. Seeing her so careful, Debbie nodded and gave a quick signal. 3 of the soldiers, who were originally responsible for protecting Lucine, stepped forward to help Debbie hold down the poor soldier. This time, they managed to completely control him, making him unable to move. Seeing this, Lucine nodded with satisfaction and said to the nervous soldier, You have a large wound that needs stitching. I need to sew it up now. I don't have any anesthesia right now, so you'll have to endure it. Do you understand? Before the soldier could reply, the other wounded soldiers around started encouraging him, perhaps just watching the show. The soldier had no choice but to grit his teeth and nod in agreement. Sewing up a wound is definitely a task that tests both patience and skill. This is based on Lucine's own experience. The soft, flexible nature of skin and muscle tissue makes controlling the needle difficult. The soldier's occasional twitching and screams disturbed her mood. Fortunately, the 3 guards and Debbie held the injured soldier tightly, allowing Lucine to carefully sew the wound stitch by stitch. People's resilience is always stronger than we think. As she sewed, after about 10 stitches, Lucine felt much more relaxed. She became more familiar with the needlework, and her sewing speed increased. The soldier's screams became almost inaudible, and she focused solely on her work. Once she tied the knot and finished, Lucine even had the mind to mutter to herself, "So sewing wounds is also a familiar task." Her voice was soft, but it couldn't escape the nearby guards, Debbie and Vita, who all looked at her with sweat on their foreheads, feeling speechless. After finishing the wound, the next steps were simple: applying medicine, bandaging, and removing the tourniquet. With that, one wounded soldier's treatment was complete. Thanks again to Little Good for the reward. Carrot more details at the link. As the saying goes, where there is one, there is two. Where there are two, there is three. Once you have the beginning, the rest is easy. So, Lucine began to treat each wounded person one by one. Unfortunately, due to her limited abilities, she could only help with minor injuries. However, many of the patients in this medical station had injuries caused by beast bites and scratches. Under Lucine's careful guidance, some patients who could move on their own and learned quickly had started helping with simple wound care. While Lucine was focused on her work, she didn't notice that more and more injured people were arriving, far beyond what the medical station could handle. Gradually, the wounds had been cleaned, but there was not enough medicine to treat everyone. The staff had to urgently request more supplies from the military. When Lucine realized she had used up all the medicine stored in the Fool's Ring and still couldn't meet the needs of the patients, she had to shift her focus again. She took out her alchemy tools. She had bought them before, encouraged by the little fool to store them in the ring, and began preparing medicines on the spot. Slice the mountain autumn vine, add 3 heads of narrow-leaf lotus petals, dissolve in 10 milliliters of syrup water, and heat until all moisture evaporates. Grind 2 roots of cloud-burning grass into coarse powder, mix with it, then add pure water to make a paste. Grind 9 tentacle grass into coarse powder, and so on. At some point, the little fool suddenly appeared in Lucine's mind, guiding her step by step on how to prepare the medicines. Thanks to its provided formulas, Lucine didn't need to spend time figuring out the recipes. She focused entirely on making the medicines, which sped up her work. Lucine seemed to be in a trance, constantly taking items from the Fool's Ring, following instructions to cut, slice, crush, or grind, then mixing A with B, B with C, C with D. Everything around her seemed to fade away. No one could call her attention, and she was too busy to notice that the emergency supplies from the military had arrived, making her continue preparing medicines unnecessarily. Since the military supplies had been distributed to the patients, Vita and Debbie no longer allowed anyone to take her medicines freely. As the amount of medicines she prepared kept increasing gradually, a bunch of new medicines appeared around her, including liquid, ointment, powder, jelly, bottled, boxed, wax-sealed, and magically sealed ones. Her right hand kept shaking the flask to keep the thick liquid inside from solidifying. Her left hand reached into her ring to try to take out the last cold concentrated herbal remedy. The feel is wrong. She touched again, but the feeling was still off. What's going on? Curious, Lucine opened the main space of the Fool's Ring. Instantly, her view on the left was filled with the gray space inside the ring. Looking closely, she saw that the pile of herbs, which once looked like a small hill, was now almost gone. Not enough to make a full dose. Seeing that Lucine's smooth, flowing herbal preparation suddenly stopped, Vita took the chance to speak. "Lucy, stop. You have enough medicine now."
What?
Lucine was still surprised that she had used up so many herbs, but when she heard Vita's voice, she was momentarily stunned. Seeing her reaction, Vita quickly stepped forward, skillfully snatched the flask from her hand, and said, "That's enough, Lucy. The military has sent enough supplies. You don't need to make more medicine." "Oh, the medicine is enough? That's good." Relieved that the problem was solved, Lucine sat down on the ground and let out a long breath.
How are you?
"Are you okay?" Vita sat beside her, asking with concern. "I feel all sore," Lucine replied with a bitter smile. Every muscle in her body felt sore and weak. She couldn't move at all now. Serves her right. She only just got out of bed yesterday, and today she's acting so recklessly. She deserves this pain. Let her absorb this lesson from her stubbornness, persistence, and threats. Light of recovery. A slightly hoarse male voice quickly recited a magic spell. Soon, a faint golden light surrounded Lucienne. Suddenly, Lucienne felt herself immersed in warm sunshine. Endless energy slowly flowed into her previously weak body, like rain nourishing dry land after a long drought. Her whole body was filled with comfort and vitality. After the magic power disappeared, she opened her eyes and looked toward the direction where the spell had been cast. She saw several military doctors standing in front of a middle-aged man with a calm expression, giving off a gentle and friendly feeling. First-class military doctor, Mr. Sang. Lucy nodded as she observed him. He saluted her politely. She quickly returned the gesture. Before she could introduce herself, Sang asked, "Pardon me for being bold. May I ask if this young lady is a disciple of Master Oma?" Lucy was surprised. She remembered using some of Master Oma's secret formulas in her potion making. She guessed that Sang might have recognized this. She replied, "I am currently serving as an apprentice to the master, so I am not officially his disciple." "Do you know Master Oma?" "Master Oma has given guidance to our military medical department many times. I have been fortunate enough to listen to his advice," Sang explained as he led Lucy and her group toward the medical office. Medical support. Lucy was a bit surprised when she heard Sang's request.
Yes.
Because the beast tide arrived earlier than expected, the medical resources in Kopashur Fortress are severely strained. We hope you can provide short-term medical assistance. Isn't the fortress's medical staff enough? It can't be that bad, Lucy said, doubtful. After all, the fortress faces beast tides every year. Surely they have enough doctors. Everything was an accident. The military doctors in Kopashur are currently supporting the northern front of the empire and can't return right now. Other military units and civilian doctors can't arrive immediately either. The beast tide is a long process. Although most injuries are external at the start, if not treated promptly, it will seriously affect our fighting ability later. From your medical work, just now, you have a unique system for treating external injuries. It is simple and effective, very suitable for our current medical situation. Sang was clearly a very careful person. He spoke methodically. Lucy filtered his words multiple times in her mind to find the core message. Sang wanted her external wound treatment and trauma first aid skills. "I have only been studying alchemical medicine for less than a quarter of a year. My abilities are limited, and I may not be suitable for such a role." Lucine refused outright, saying that volunteering occasionally to provide medical aid was acceptable, but she could never truly act as a doctor because she knew she lacked the skill. "You are too modest. What you just did proves you are capable of handling such tasks. If you agree, I will report to the Imperial United Army and personally apply for a military merit card for you. You will enjoy the treatment of a level 3 military doctor." A military merit card is used by Evan when buying items at the main trading market. In the Barteria Army, military doctors are classified into 6 levels: Special, Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, Level 4, and Level 5. The Level 3 treatment that San promised Lucine is a very high honor. It's not that I don't want to help, it's just that my knowledge of treating external injuries isn't systematic enough. Seeing San's sincerity, Lucine was even more reluctant to use her limited skills to harm these soldiers. But just as she was about to refuse, a small voice in her mind, "Girl, don't refuse. First, agree to teach the doctors how to treat external injuries." Hearing this, Lucine hesitated. She didn't really have much to teach others. The small voice continued, "I've extracted a lot of knowledge from your memories on this subject. Just trust me and agree." The process of transmitting information is said to be long, but it only takes a few seconds. So, Lucine's outward behavior showed only slight hesitation before she changed her tone. "Please give me some time to organize and review this knowledge systematically." San enthusiastically saw Lucine and her group out of the medical clinic. His enthusiasm was so intense that everyone except Lucine felt something was off. Debbie and Vita kept asking her questions, but her mind was entirely focused on the small voice. She simply explained that she would participate in medical aid at Kopashur Fortress until enough medical staff were recruited. Back at the veteran hotel, Lucine immediately slipped into her room, using rest as an excuse to keep Debbie and Vita out. Then she directly asked the small voice, "Xiaoyu, tell me, what exactly has been going on with you during this time?" Since she woke up from her high fever, Xiaoyu had been silent. Even in her consciousness, she couldn't find any trace of Xiaoyu. Lucine faintly sensed that Xiaoyu's recent rest was mainly due to exhausting her mental energy to calm her chaotic mind. However, her complete disappearance from her consciousness still felt a bit strange. Now that Xiaoyu has finally reappeared, she naturally wants to understand the situation better. Hee, I was so absorbed in organizing your memories that I forgot to contact you, Xiaoyu said with a cheerful smile, clearly trying to please. Organizing my memories? Lucine was stunned. You peeked at my memories. Lucine suddenly became furious, feeling angry, surprised, and a little scared. For her, her past memories are the most private part of her soul, her weakness. Since she was born until the day she arrived in this world, she has been afraid that if her biggest secret is exposed, she will be labeled with terrible names, subjected to cruel punishments, or forced to face all kinds of frightening consequences. Thanks to the pink votes from Juma Wujian, Book Friend 18186248, Red Dust Free, and Lucifer's Feather. Thanks to the gifts from 1Al and VBNMM. More details at the address. Accusing me of peeking is too serious. Xiaoyu admitted her fault when Lucine strongly criticized her. She also seemed a bit breathless and quickly changed the subject. But the real issue isn't that. The key point is that I found many useful things in your memories. While speaking, Xiaoyu used her mind to send small amounts of information in batches. This was to protect Lucine's consciousness from being overwhelmed by too much information. Lucine, meanwhile, was transmitting her intense anger to Xiaoyu and quickly flipped through the information she received. To her surprise, she found it was actually a summary of a book called Color Atlas of Human Anatomy. Where did you find this? Lucine wondered aloud. I found it in your memories. Don't you remember? Xiaoyu replied. I have no impression of it. Probably something I looked at during college for fun. Lucine murmured. During college, she had dated a medical student for a while. The workload was heavy, and sometimes she would wait in the library while her boyfriend finished his assignments. During those times, she would browse some books just for entertainment. Because it was purely for entertainment, she didn't remember these things consciously, but she had looked through them before. So, her subconscious still stored related information. However, at this moment, she wasn't really interested in learning more about these things. She cared more about something else. Little you, since you've looked at my memories, you should know I came to this world with memories from my past life. Speaking of that, your world is really special. It's entirely a high-tech civilization. During the following time, Little you kept describing each technological item with amazement, sharing the surprises they brought. It talked about the development and use of modern energy sources, electricity, oil, natural gas, nuclear power, solar energy, and so on, and everything derived from them. Lamps, phones, TVs, computers, induction stoves, cars, trains, various modern industries. Then it moved from material life to spiritual life, including literature and art. All right, stop talking. Lucine was overwhelmed by Little Yu's excitement. I'm just asking, don't you think I'm a bit strange? That was her main concern. But unexpectedly, Little Yu gave this answer. No, our space energy is usually very active. Sometimes, visitors from other dimensions appear, but it's not very common. It's not considered a strange event. Still, Lucine, you'd better keep this secret, because some perverts like to absorb souls with special qualities like yours. They do this to increase their chances of advancing to higher levels. I wasn't planning to say anything. Hearing this, Lucine felt a huge relief. The sense of relaxation made her feel a warm flow from the depths of her soul. She felt as if she was in a hot spring, with every nerve in her body cheering for this complete relaxation. Wow, you're already advancing so quickly. People with two souls are really different. In her daze, Lucine seemed to hear someone sighing in admiration, but soon her mind sank back into that comfortable state. She didn't know how much time had passed before Lucine emerged from her transcendent state and returned to normal. As she just woke up, She felt little Yu excitedly flipping through Lucine's mind, constantly urging her, "Lucine, hurry up. Open the ring and check. I've already transformed some useful information from your memories into book data stored in the ring. Quickly open it and see if there are any mistakes in the data conversion." Hurry, hurry, Lucine didn't listen to Yu's instructions. Instead, she used her mental power to probe into the fool's ring. She silently recited the name of the needed information. Suddenly, a glowing book appeared in her hand. The book was made entirely of energy, weightless, and freely flipped through with her thoughts. This is the current reading mode of the Fool's Ring, a book made of pure energy, accessible only to the ring's contracted soul. The alchemy medicine system of the Ansbach continent has unique features. Its magic-based energy system allows alchemy doctors to understand bacteria and fungi by transforming them into corresponding energy forms. Because of their heavy reliance on energy, the medical system in this magical world is built entirely on magical energy. Without special guidance and training, ordinary people cannot become doctors, let alone develop simple, practical first aid methods that anyone can learn, as Lucine did in her previous life. What Sage values is exactly this kind of first aid method that ordinary people can learn. Spreading this among soldiers could greatly reduce the burden on military doctors and improve the survival rate of wounded soldiers. During the process of merging the medical systems of the two worlds, Little Yu played a crucial role. According to Lucine, Little Yu is basically a super smart computer. It extracted a large amount of modern medical information from its memory and integrated it with the data of Ansbach alchemy doctors stored in the Fool's Ring. In less than 2 days, it could teach Lucine how to use alchemy medicine as the foundation and modern medicine as the application. Common injuries include sports injuries, violence-related injuries, and other wounds. Sports injuries include falls, sprains, and bruises. Violence injuries involve impacts and cuts from sharp objects. Other injuries include, in the office of the medical center led by Sage, Lucine, dressed in a simple, elegant dress, held a notebook in one hand and waved her magic wand in the air, constantly writing on an invisible board. About 3 meters in front of her, a row of about 10 soldiers dressed as doctors sat. Each used their own method to record what Lucien was teaching. Some directed magic wands to write, some used image stones to record, and others sat with their arms crossed, just listening and watching without taking notes. Generally, the most common injuries on the battlefield are cuts from sharp weapons. For such wounds, the main first aid steps are stopping bleeding, disinfecting, and bandaging. Depending on where the injury is, different methods can be used to stop bleeding. Common techniques include applying pressure, using pressure bandages, packing the wound, and using tourniquets. As Lucien continued her lecture, the attitudes of the medical soldiers gradually changed. Some looked thoughtful, some became very excited, and others seemed indifferent. However, none of this affected Lucine. According to her agreement with San, she was only responsible for teaching. How much the soldiers learned was their own matter and had nothing to do with her. Because their medical systems are different, Lucien often had to explain basic modern medical knowledge. Sometimes she even had to draw parts of human anatomy to make her points clearer. This made her progress slow. Plus, most of the soldiers were busy most of the time, so their available time to gather was limited. Lucien had to break down her lessons into parts, teaching some today and some tomorrow. After class, Lucien also helped treat the injured. Sometimes she handled cases alone, and other times she assisted behind San. After spending time with him, she realized San was a very skilled alchemy doctor. His approach was similar to Master Oma's, using common herbs to prepare the most suitable medicines and helping patients recover with minimal external interference. In just a few days working with San, Lucien learned many things she couldn't have learned from Master Oma. This didn't mean Master Oma's teaching was worse. It was mainly because Master Oma was at a much higher level than Lucien. When she studied with him, her main task was to strengthen her basics. Learning from San, she could gain practical skills and knowledge through his hands-on approach. San was very generous in guiding Lucien. Whenever the timing was right, he would bring her along, treating patients while giving her advice. From the jealous or envious looks of other soldiers, she could tell that getting San's dedicated guidance was not an easy thing. This evening, as the sun hung low in the sky, looking shaky and about to fall, Lucine stepped out of the corridor into a small courtyard behind the medical area. She just happened to see the sun, still hanging there, looking like it might drop at any moment. She pouted helplessly, touched her flat stomach, and knew she had missed dinner again. She had spent the whole afternoon in the intensive care room helping Sang with complicated magic treatments for a soldier. After a long and detailed treatment, the soldier was lively and ran back to the military base, but she, as the medical assistant, was exhausted. At this time, Debbie and Veda probably had already finished their dinner. Just thinking about seeing them again and enduring their nagging gave Lucine a headache. She lowered her head and scratched it, trying to think of a way to avoid their teasing, but suddenly, she felt a sharp, needle-like pain at the back of her neck. She lost consciousness. When she regained her senses, Lucine found it strange. She didn't feel scared at all about being attacked. None at all. The only thing she felt was that it was very, very strange. She opened her eyes and saw only darkness. She decided to rest her eyes for a moment. When she opened them again after a few seconds, she could vaguely see the outlines of objects. It seemed she was in a dark room. She supported herself on the soft fabric beneath her and sat up, first touching her head, face, and body. Nothing had changed. Her mask was still on. She wore it to filter out the strong smell of blood and medicine in the medical area. Her cloak's hood had slipped slightly from lying down, but her small bag and herbs were still with her. Everything was just as it was before she was attacked. Lucine put her hood back on carefully, then slowly climbed down from the narrow bed. She stumbled toward the door, feeling her way along the faint outlines of objects. Just as she reached the door, it suddenly swung open with a loud whoosh. The bright light made her squint. Through her narrow eyes, she saw a tall, strong figure standing in the doorway, backlit by a yellowish lamp. The person was facing her directly, standing in the dark.